Yo, all gone. It's popping, man. You know how we do. She block up in this biatch. Yeah, I got. So, what you telling me, man? What you telling me? What? Then I got pressure me. You got me? Just smell me. You see? Okay. My thing. My thing. My thing. Man, like, why so? Let me see. Let me see. Oh, shit. Where's my page? There he is. Yo, bro.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, man. You good, yeah?
Yeah, what about you?
Yeah, I'm cool, man. I'm all good, man. I'm all good, mate. Oh, good. Yeah, man. So, not a lot of people got the notifications yesterday from yesterday's show, man. So, um, again, like you're not the only one that said they wanted to speak on yesterday's show today. So, yeah, go through them, bro.
Yeah, I got the notification, but I was on Firewatch at my work, and I decided to also do some of my manager work while I was under Firewatch to try to get home early because it was like I was up for like 26 hours yesterday. So I'm still kind of like tired today, but I was just going to hop on here and say, I don't know if anybody brought up the concept of yesterday's topic, which was, I get the point that you were trying to make, but as far as the topic heading, there was is problematic inside of Christianity, and even a lot of Christians wouldn't see the problem that was inside of the heading because they do associate evil with uh, Satan, Lucifer, the devil, however you want to call him, even though the Bible itself never says anything about um, Lucifer, the devil, Satan, etc., having any play in anybody's life.
Right.
But this is a big misunderstanding to even Christians who haven't read the Bible in its entirety at least like two or three times because it's such a big book. It's easy to
Yeah,
get lost. It's easy to get lost. And then later on, when you read another passage, infer that the previous passage was just incomplete, I guess you would
yeah.
say, or not fully developed to the point where you need another passage later on that explains it better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. Yeah, man.
If you want to give me the
But
ability to screen share in a
yeah,
moment
go through,
after.
bro. You can share your screen and all that, man. But like I was gonna say, that, but ain't there a story in the Bible where God and the devil have a bet about one of his favorite servants? Is it Job or something like that?
I'm
Job?
sorry, what was your question?
Isn't there a verse in the Bible, or a passage in the Bible where the um um the devil goes to God and says that his most
Big up,
trusted
big up,
servant is
big
Job.
up, big up.
Yeah, big up yourself, brother.
Hello,
Yeah,
Frank.
his most trusted servant is Job, and he the devil tries to tempt him away from him in it
Yes,
from God. And
I have some of the verses screen shared, not the whole thing because it's a couple of verses where it doesn't really matter what's going on.
I
But
can't see your screen.
okay, hold on.
Big up Easy on the super chat. Big up yourself, bro.
So I tried to put this together, and normally I like to use a PowerPoint presentation whenever I do anything, but my son woke up, and I was trying to take care of him so that my wife could sleep because it's late here. But so let's see here. Let's start out with, is everybody seeing this?
All right, one sec. Let me put it on the screen. Yeah, it's on the screen now, mate.
Okay, so I just checked and it is on the screen. So hold on a second. Okay, there we go. So let's start out with BibleStudyTools.com. And if anybody has an objection to me using this site, go ahead and type it in. But it is like a widely accepted, like even on my channel with Christians who try to debate me when I go to this site and I use the people that they source from this site, they accept it. Now, firstly, we have to say that where it says author, right? They're talking about how it's not Job himself. He was not the author. It's not his friends. So this is, I'm pretty sure my cursor follows on the screen also. This unknown author probably had access to traditional, which they put in parentheses, oral or written, about an ancient righteous man. So firstly, we do have this concept of we don't know who wrote it at all. We don't know any concept of it. Okay, so what is allegedly divine inspired, which is the Bible's concept, it's not like the Quran where they say these are the official words of a God. This is the concept of divinely inspired. So we don't know who it is. We don't know how long ago after the alleged incidents it was actually wrote. We just know that somebody says, hey, this is what is inside of the Torah. It's inside of the Jewish scriptures that they follow. So down here also, two dates are involved, that of Job himself and that of the composition of the book. The latter could be dated any time from the reign of Solomon to the time of Israel's. Now, the reign of Solomon would be at least 500 years after Job allegedly existed. If you look at the begots, or whatever, as they would be in Genesis, but of the lineage of the Bible, it would be a few generations before the actual writing of it. Now, now this is all just talking as a preface about the conversation from yesterday. In many places, Job is difficult to translate because of its many unusual words and its styles. Now, why would it be unusual to translate? Why would the words be unusual? Okay, that should be a question for a lot of people to ask themselves if this is text from the divinely inspired God to a certain group of people. For that reason, modern translations frequently differ widely. Okay, so we can just agree with that or disagree, as whatever, but this is a widely accepted concept of Christian scriptures. And I'm sorry if I'm saying a lot or whatever. I have been up for a long time with minimal sleep. Now, yesterday, I think that Valley was trying to make a point that even a lot of Christians try to make a point that it's the devil that causes sin or evil, and that's only because there's only really this part of the book that says, I form the light and create darkness, I make peace and create evil. Now, I, the Lord, do all these things. And after that, the book is so long and it goes after so many different time periods and different generations slash populations, really, even starts opening up to alleged Gentiles, even though Jesus did not say that inside the New Testament that it is for Gentiles. Um, but a lot of Christians just pass over this verse because there's a lot of verses. Now, here, this is God saying, I create evil. I make peace, which is the present tense, and create evil, which is still the present tense, even though we're reading it historically past tense, which would be even right now. This is his creation. This has nothing to do with some outside force. Now, that's a different one that I wanted to bring up later. Now, no, that's different later. I'm sorry, I try to piece all this together in just a few minutes with.
So what is this proving, by the way, brother? What is it proving?
Okay, so this is the point that Valley was trying to bring up. That nope, that's not it. Here we go. In Job. So Job, the fallen angel, Satan, comes to God. Okay. And where have you come from? Satan answered the Lord, from roaming the earth, throughout the earth, going back and forth. So this says that angels, even through being, let's say, a fallen angel or even a normal angel, have the ability to go to earth and back up to whatever this alleged heaven or paradise is. Okay, so they are not restricted. And I guess
so could that be a story when the man came?
May I finish, sir? I'm not trying to be rude. I've been up for a long time.
For a little while.
I know, but that's because Valley has.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in quickly?
Valley has allowed me to do this little presentation real quick. I've been up for a long time. Cool. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude, Freddie.
Well, go for it, man. So, I'm saying it's jarring. When's it gonna finish, if possible?
Okay, give me a few minutes, dude.
Give him a few seconds, and then we'll go.
Cool.
I'm completely willing to answer any questions after this. I've just been up for a long time, so it is going to take a little bit of time. But another thing is if Satan has been wandering from top to bottom and he knows everything's going on, then heaven obviously isn't so far away that it takes time to travel towards, even though we have not seen or been able to relate heaven in light time travels. So this is the Satan also being in heaven or whatever. And after a little diatribe, I skipped a couple of verses. Then the Lord said to Satan, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. So next verse, does Job fear God for nothing? Satan replied. And a couple of verses go by, but this is the important part. The Lord said to Satan, very well then, everything he has is in your power, but on the man himself do not lay a finger. Then Satan went out from the presence of the Lord. So one thing here is that Satan doesn't have power without God's blessings. So Satan actually has to go to God and say, hey, you're saying this guy is so righteous. Is he really? And then God has to be like, okay, you test him. Even here it says, all right, you may test him. In the New Living Translation, where my cursor is, the second one, all right, you may test him. So what's going on here is that because this is such a limited portion of a big book, a lot of Christians even forget this, that God created evil. Where's that verse? Right here. I make peace and create evil. Okay, so that's a present tense speaking in a book that is supposedly historic and supposed to be for all times. Now, I'm sorry. I just want to. Okay, so here we go. This is a big point I wanted to bring up. So this is the point where Jesus gets tested in the wilderness by Satan, right? That means that God sent the devil, Lucifer, Satan, whatever, to himself, if you believe that Jesus is God, to be tempted by himself.
this is where
with
the
his
story
own
gets-
command.
Have you finished yet, my brother?
Yeah, that's just the summary. Go ahead.
Thanks for allowing me to speak. Yeah, no, man. This is where the story gets hairy. I was saying to Freddy yesterday, you know what I'm saying? That the authors of the Bible, whoever they are, I believe personally that the Europeans writ some concepts in it that are hard to understand for servitude reasons, and to obviously subjugate people, and the devil was a part of that subjugation story.
So so before I answer that, Valley, does that sum up yesterday's? Like, I feel like when you got in the conversation with, I don't know, there was some Christian. It was early in the stream, and he was pushing back on you with the devil and such. I'm sorry. Hello.
I'm saying that text of Job, we can't understand. Yeah, but you see, Love is Law may be looking on it from a different angle, because we know the Jesus story has been regurgitated over 7 times. The story of a son. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, which one do you actually pick? We know that Europeans went to Timbuktu and burnt all the original text to go with the stories, and they've made up a version along centuries, and you know what I'm saying? So it's hard to understand what they're actually playing at, but we've got a rough idea.
I would like to know Valley's opinion of what I'm talking about towards yesterday's topic discussion, like the headline.
Yeah. All right. You hear me, yeah? You hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you. I hear you.
Hello? All right. Yeah. So, yesterday we were talking about, I was trying to find out whether the Christians would agree with me in saying if Jesus was sent to defeat the devil instead of sent to be a sacrifice, wouldn't that make it easier for the Christians and even the non-Christians to follow Christianity? I'm saying that.
This relates to the question today, you know, Vel. Did you see?
Yeah.
Go on.
But one thing, yeah. But so when we was talking yesterday, we was like, yeah, people were saying that it wasn't it's not that it's the devil is not evil. The evil is already there. Or the devil doesn't cause sin. That sin's already there and all that sort of stuff, isn't it? I think YSO wanted to do a presentation to show that it was God that actually commands the devil to be the evil. That's what I was saying in the first place, but people didn't want to hear it. But
yeah,
okay, so it was just a bad phrasing.
So religious just read about the devil. What I believe in terms of what So Religious just read is those stories have been regurgitated over thousands of years. You get what I'm saying? First, the devil represented a serpent, then he represented a human, then he represented an angel. How many forms does he come in? Do you get what I'm saying?
Freddie,
So
can you find a verse in the Bible? Because I also have those on the.
No, I'm telling you how many forms.
Gonna share also. That was like
represented.
Yeah,
and I'm saying
that's not
to you,
relative.
No, I'm just saying to you, it's a make-believe story, in my opinion. That's just my little opinion, and you don't have to run with it. But I'm saying to you, I got evidence that it's
all religions are.
I can come out with my presentation that's make-believe.
All religions are not true, even though we have facts, right?
Sorry?
You get what I mean?
Sorry?
All religions.
Yeah, he's gone. I don't know what you're saying, but It's nonsense to me because I don't interpret the Bible.
Why do you love to find out, bro?
Nah, I'm saying
Like, you went to
what co-religious is trying to represent. I don't interpret the Bible the same as that, so that's foolishness to me. You know what I'm saying? But yo, Phil, can we go on to today's question? Can we go on to today's question, or we're gonna stay in yesterday's one?
Yeah, we're gonna go on to today's question. Yeah, but see the point. One of the points that I was trying to make yesterday was that if people feel like the Bible is not a clear book of instructions that's passed down from people and it's been reinterpreted, why do people hold it? Like it's,
sorry?
like it's the truth.
No, I know. I hold the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible sacred books to me. They're both, all three of them are sacred, isn't it? They've got jewels and gems on eyes.
Even though that they all contradict each other?
No, I'm
they
saying
all
I don't
contradict each other, so how can they be sacred?
I'm saying to you, the jewels and the gems, what they've got inside of them, they've got guidance for life, and there's not a wholehearted story. I wouldn't try and live like.
So, not marrying Muhammad's wives after his death is a jewel for all time.
To me, I'm not speaking about Muhammad specifically, because as I said, I'm not a believer.
Well, I can do that. I can do that for the Bible and the Torah too. But what I'm saying is, there's not
one
jewels.
sec, can I speak? I didn't interrupt you. You know why? I didn't. I swear to God, I just chat. Yeah, all I'm saying is fucking. This topic's long, innit? Because you know how I am. And all I'm saying is that a book might not have full relevance, but I can take 30% of information out of it. That makes sense. Do you get what I'm saying? So 30% of these books are relevant to my life. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's it. I don't take in the rest of the 70 about Muhammad and Jesus. That's got nothing to do with me, because these are remix stories. That's what I'm trying to show you, innit?
This has nothing to do with my presentation.
I don't serve prophets. You get myself one almighty God. You know what I'm saying? He sent people. That's cool. I respect the people that he sent. I get along with them, but they're not my God, if that makes sense.
This has nothing to do with my presentation. The point of the presentation
I believe
was
you. I believe everything in your presentation.
What I was trying to get at is, even inside Christianity. So yesterday, Valley labeled the topic of the conversation in a way that was incorrect towards Christianity, but as a weird concept of that, there's actually Christians who follow the concept of the quote unquote direction of the topic that was titled, because they do believe that the devil actually causes sin or whatever. So that was the reason, or evil, and that's the reason I did it.
I believe you. Bro, can I say something? Nah, but it's finished, isn't it? I'm saying, yeah. Where it is I look at all these historic books in context with history, innit? Because then you get a better understanding of them. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'd advise people to do that. That would be lovely, because then you can understand how humans work maybe then, and to how they work now. But yeah, man, I was gonna say, bruv, did you watch? Can we go on to today's thing, or? Yeah, I was saying, did you watch that fucking video with the Ghanaian president, bro?
Nah, what one?
Bruv, it's just gone online a little while about last night. It went online, bruv. I'm telling you, bruv, he's going in. He's got a statement about the Rockefellers and what they're intending to do, like. And then there's a little clip about the Kissinger, the Henry Kissinger fucking agenda to depopularize Africa, bro. Oh my God. Like, it's only 20 minutes long. I want someone to play it, like, because it's dumb.
So I'm about to pop off, but depopularize Africa. What the fuck does that mean is my question.
Yeah, thanks for that. Bye then. Bye.
Yeah.
It means still their resources. It means still their resources.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
It means still their resources, basically. So goodbye.
But depopularize, when actually it's the Western world who is
No,
sending
goodbye
doctors
then.
with medicines
Goodbye
to try
then.
to help the
They've
mortality
sent
rate.
6 billion from 1990 to 2000. They fucking sent 6 billion on contraception. Are you fucking dumb? Are you stupid?
So wait,
They sent 6
Africa
billion to
actually,
Africa for contraception,
but
not for
actually,
education, not for clean water, just
but
for
what's the
contraception.
okay?
6
So then,
billion.
what's
The
the
US has
numbers?
spent.
What's the numbers
You're an
for?
idiot, man. Just
What's
relax,
the,
innit?
hey?
If you don't know
So
nothing, just
what's
relax.
the numbers for education that they also sent? What's the numbers
It's
for
not.
mortality rate? What's
There's
the numbers
nothing
for
in
malaria?
comparison to
What is the number?
education.
You don't.
What they
Okay,
spend
prove
to
it, Freddie.
contraception. They
Bring
don't
the
care
numbers.
about malaria because
Bring
these are
bring
man-made
bring the
diseases.
numbers.
They don't care. It's a
Malaria is a
depopulation
man-made
program.
disease.
It's a
Malaria is a
depopulation
man-made
program,
disease.
innit? I've got evidence, innit? Veli's going to play the tape at some stage in this 12 hours, and we're going to
Okay.
find out what's happening, innit? And
Okay,
then you
well, I'm
can
glad
rebut it.
about that.
Yeah,
Depopulation
goodbye,
of
man.
Africa. That seems really weird. If it's a
Goodbye.
like, this seems really weird considering how many doctors go over to Africa, set up
It seems
hospitals.
really weird that Africa, the richest country in the world, and they don't want Africans to use their own resources. That's right. It seems weird. Of course it does.
Are you saying that Africa didn't need contraceptive?
Okay. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say.
That happened there.
Yeah,
So for 30 years,
you
they've
think
been
that they're-
battling. For 30 years, Africa's been battling AIDS epidemic. It's really an epidemic there. Even to this day, Boko Haram has been proven that half of the girls that they took and enslaved and then had sex camps with have AIDS, have HIV. So are you saying that they did not
Where's
need
your proof? Where's your proof? Where's your proof, man?
I can do it real right now, dude. That's
Where's
not
your proof, man?
I asked
Go
you
and
for
do that then. Go and get your proof and come back because you talk hollow. You talk hollow. I need evidence for that. I need the AIDS rates for America and Africa, please. Quickly.
wait.
So
What are you questioning about so I can prove it to you what I just said? What is
What I'm saying to you, there's a depopulation agenda. Prove that there's a depopulation agenda. Disprove that. That's what I'm saying to you.
one guy's
Disprove that.
statement? One guy's statement?
Sorry?
One guy's statement is the video that you're going to provide?
One guy's statement. Brother, go to bed, man. You're tired.
My question is,
I'm not going to lie.
are you saying because they spent $600 million in contraceptives throughout X amount of
600
time?
million. Are you fucking dumb? I said 6 billion. 6 billion. 6 billion, I said.
You dude.
In
Okay,
a 10-year span, in a 10-year decade, they spent 6 billion.
Are you saying that possibly wasn't to help with the AIDS, the HIV?
It's just for contraception alone. It's not for no AIDS.
What is contraceptive? What is contraceptives? Like condoms, right? That condoms help protect against.
You're going to challenge everything I said, so I'm not interested in what you're saying.
Is that true or am I
You're
wrong?
not here to listen. You're just here to challenge, innit? So you're here to prove something. So go to bed, because I'm not here to prove nothing. Just having a conversation.
To prove anything, then why are you trying to get Valley to play a video that allegedly proves your position?
It's not proving nothing. Everybody knows what's happening, innit? I don't need to come on here and tell you. Everybody knows.
You don't
in the
need
whole
to
wide world.
do and then ask Valley for his permission to show a video that gives you proof.
I don't mind whether I said it within the 12 hours. I don't care whether it plays it or it doesn't play it. It's up online. It's had 200 million. I mean, it's had 200,000 views in 10 hours. I don't care. You get what I'm saying? The message is out. You get what I'm saying? It only reaffirms what we already know.
So, what is the population of Africa?
Goodbye.
Yes, do you think that there's not what's the depopulation thing where the foreign governments have got nefarious agents trying to like I don't know, man, trying to edge their way or trying to have the certain states voting in favor of like companies that they've got in the land and them sort of stuff like that. Do you think that anything like that's happening?
Well, I mean, to me, depopulation would be trying to unpopulate an area, right? To try to make it where the populace doesn't have a higher birth rate versus mortality rate. That would be premise
But there
number
has
one.
been,
I'm just asking, is that premise number one
yeah,
on
yeah,
population?
yeah. That's premise. That was the premise that Freddie was making still, but depopulation. Yeah, but like I was saying, yeah, there has been the Catholic Church has been convicted in Africa and other agencies of giving out vaccinations and like contraceptions that's been dangerous to the people as well. So it's like
You're saying the Catholic Church has been giving out contraceptives.
implemented. No. Implemented in I can't remember what it was, man. But there was
So firstly, we
I
have
remember
to
exactly what.
first we
But
we
it was
have to separate contraceptives from vaccinations, right? Because vaccinations,
I don't think it was. Hold on a second. I don't think it was the Catholic Church was something to do with the telling the people, the Africans or the Catholics of Africa, that they shouldn't be using contraceptives or something like that. Yeah.
yeah,
That
because
was
they're
the
they're
Catholic
also
Church.
propagating a concept of waiting until marriage to have sex. So then you don't need contraceptives to protect against sexually transmitted diseases, correct or no? If everybody waited until marriage to have sex, then there wouldn't be sexually transmitted diseases on the level that we have now.
Yeah, and no, because the people, like you say, the people that's already got sort of like that
But
has
if
AIDS,
they
generational AIDS or whatever. Hold on, the people that's got generational AIDS, even if they wait till they get married, they're still, and I'm saying that they still got.
yes, but the point is they have been there. Catholics, Christians in general, whatever, have been there before the HIV epidemic, and they've been preaching the same thing since beforehand, which was no contraceptives, wait until marriage. So their message hasn't changed. Now the circumstances have changed where they have to admit that there is sexually transmitted diseases that attribute to reinforcing their position of do not have sex until marriage. And I'm an atheist, so it's not like I'm picking one side, bro, for a religious reason. I'm just saying I don't see how that is. The concept of okay, firstly, I'm an atheist, and I believe that life begins as a cell. Okay, so at the moment of conception, I believe that is life. Okay, but I do accept contraception, the concept of trying to prevent life occurring because you want to have sex and there is an outcome from sex, such as either creating life or possibly getting a disease. So you try to eliminate both of those circumstances by using a contraceptive. Are you following me on my debate so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So to try to say $6 billion in a decade, that's not even $1 billion. That's not even $1 billion a year across a whole continent, as Freddie pointed out, that it was in Africa alone. And then what I try to pull out is, well, how much did they spend on education and medicine and vaccinations and this and that? Oh, he doesn't want to pull up those numbers, you know. But if there is a problem inside of, because people are going to do whatever they want to do. An adult is going to do whatever an adult wants to do. If he wants to have sex or she wants to have sex, they're going to do it. So at least what you're doing is providing a way to limit the transformation of, if nothing else, sexually transmitted diseases that became a problem for decades inside of a whole continent. I don't understand how that's depopulation. You know, I bet you one thing. Freddie probably believes in this depopulation concept of Africa, but he denies what has been called white genocide in Western countries. That's just my opinion. You know, he probably denies that completely, you know, and I see it as probably close to the same coin, you know, just different sides.
Yo, yeah, man. So I got a phone call in the middle of when you were talking, yeah. So I did lose a bit. So I can't really fully answer your question, man. But like I'm saying, it's been like a conscious effort by, you say, um, outside agencies of African countries to not make them be self-sufficient for themselves, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll say that what country is it? Then obviously there's been various countries, not just African, South American as well, that have had leaders that want to like nationalize resources, raise the education level of the people, of the actual the people on the land or whatever, and sort of get the country working for itself.
Are you
where
comparing that to the concept of depopulation though? Because even
I
if you
can't
want
really,
to,
you know what? Yeah, tell the truth. Yeah, I can't really talk on depopulation, yeah, like that, because again, Freddie just told me about the speech that he heard just then, yeah, and I've not got any sort of numbers or anything that I can say. Look at this, and this shows that depopulation is currently happening in Africa or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't really
no,
talk
I
on
agree, but I think that is ridiculous to compare the concept of what I think depopulate. When I hear depopulation, which is a term I've never fucking heard of, I'll just be honest, until Freddie said it. And then when he said it, the first thing I think of is trying to take away the population. And when he speaks of Africa, that's a whole continent. I have to think about how various countries, not only the West, but different countries, are sending resources and medical supplies, sending doctors, sending teachers, building schools in various parts across the whole continent. And so it just doesn't make sense to me with the,
you
with
might have,
the
you might wait. You might see people. There might be still countries and agencies that have got companies and so set up in a place where they're able to drain resources and pay less tax and filter money off. You know what I'm saying? Like pay for certain
doesn't-
government officials offshore to
okay,
aid their
so what?
companies to do certain
So what?
things as well.
So what if it helps your taxes to spend money? If you can spend $100,000 in a different continent to build a school or
Not like that. Not like that. Why so? Not that. Not the country that they're coming from. That they're making it a tax relief in giving benefits. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that companies may have bases set up in certain countries. Yeah. So there may be like someone mining fucking copper in Zambia. Yeah, like the copper mines in Zambia. Yeah, have you heard about the story of the copper mines in Zambia?
I believe I've heard a couple.
Right. I can't tell you it properly yet, but the basics of it is that the copper mines of Zambia were supposed to be nationalized, and an international company came. They set up the factories, so the machinery and all that. Oh, shit, I can't remember the story properly, man. But basically, yeah, they shysted it's business, isn't it? Yeah, we understand that part, yeah. But they shysted them and was able to buy the copper mine off them for pennies compared to what it was actually worth. You know what I'm saying? That so
How
basically,
is that
they left
depopulation?
them working for themselves, yeah. I never said it was depopulation. I never said it was
Okay.
depopulation. And I did say first of all that I can't really speak on depopulation. I'm just talking about people doing shady moves in
Well, it's no different.
other people's countries.
It's no different than a
Their,
mom.
which keeps
That's
their
honestly, that's no
country
different than
flowing.
that's no indifferent than a mom and pop store paying a person $10 an hour to work there, and then let's say a corporate company buys it and they offer you a job there, but they're going to pay you $7.25 instead. Now you might look at it as, oh, that's Africa, that's a place of a certain ethnicity and race, right? And that some outside force has come in and taken over what was a promise from the alleged government. But hey, to me, I work at a corporate store, right? If another corporate company comes in and buys us out, then they start rewriting the rules. And they can even try to say to me, hey, you make X amount right now, but we don't think you're worth that. And you have to take this amount to keep your job. And it's up to me to say yes or no.
So wait, are you saying that it's the people, obviously the people that get scammed have to take some blame in being scammed. I hear that, but it's not literally just them that's to blame, but that's what happens when people start to say,
Can you turn up your volume? I can barely hear you.
Sorry, bro. Can you hear me better now?
Okay, that's better.
Better, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was saying about more times whenever we point out companies doing nefarious things in certain countries, but the opposing side will always say, yeah, but they took the deal as well. So it's like 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, the people that do take the deal obviously have some blame. Yeah.
No. We also find companies doing nefarious concepts inside of the countries that are westernized too. Like Nacelle, the water company, they were taking water from like a spring, like a river / spring. It was kind of weird, but their contract for that had been expired for like 20 plus fucking years. And then they got exposed for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the companies are not like individuals, right? An individual holds themselves to account, but a company is various people that put money into it. And even though there is one person that essentially makes the decisions, allegedly, you can't really prove that the other people did not know about the underhanding dealings. And that applies across the whole world with any concept. Like there's people who are not even, let's say, management, right, of any company, or people who are just common laborers of any job across the world that knows of underhandings from the higher ups and from the company. It's really up to them to expose it. You know, that's the whistle, at least in America, the whistleblower laws or whatnot. That's the whole point of them.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, when every time, these places or these countries or whatever, get people in power that are willing to do good for their countries, it's like let outside forces do their best to try and assassinate these people, or keep them embargoed where they can't do trade deals with other countries.
So here's my question: is that a historical norm or a historical new.
What do you mean, a historical norm or historical norm? What does that mean?
Historically, has all outside forces try to impose their will on sovereign areas through cutting off trade, like embargo. Like the word embargo is a new word, but what it really means is taking away trade from a country from outside sources. So is this a historical norm or a new?
I don't know if it's something that's um, always been done, but you know that when it comes down to
Well,
when it comes down, I
all
don't
the
know
way
if
back to Alexander, all the way back to Alexander, we have sources saying that one of his tactics was to cut off trade from essentially what would be considered in a Greek or Macedonian terms as a city state, and he would cut off all the passages of trades until, and you can see this in the 1400s with various leaders, really inside of Europe, if nothing else. And Genghis Khan employed it very successfully when he invaded China. That he would cut off all trade routes, and all traders, their supplies would be not always confiscated by the army. They would often actually trade with them so that they could get, because some of the people who started trading, who were trading with the besieged city state or whatnot, the area, due to the lack of information travel that it took, didn't know that that area was under siege and was not allowing, let's say, Genghis Khan or Alexander the Great to just take them. But they had already been conquered. Some of them had already been conquered. And as soon as they show up, my bad, I didn't know.
hey, why so? You see, are you agreeing then that you can have power in a country without actually being in that country or a leader of that country?
Well, of course. I mean, you can see that hell, fucking Gaddafi is proof of that. A lot of people want to use Western influence or whatever, but look at Gaddafi, dude. Like everybody wants to point to Western civilizations about influencing Africa. Look at how Gaddafi influenced Europe. And if you look at it up, Gaddafi warned that without him there would be a mass migration of Africans into Europe. But Obama didn't give a fuck because he's not in Europe. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't care. And look what happened after it. European countries, the EU, loved Obama, but they hated his concept towards Gaddafi. So why was that? If we're talking about having influence in countries that you are not in, why would a whole continent of a union of a continent support one guy who, I guess you would say, prophesized what was going to come if he died, and then a different country just said fuck that and kills him, and then look what happened.
Yeah, so it's like the actual point that's really been trying to make is that a lot of these countries, and I feel like we're agreeing with each other, but on the opposite side of it, yeah, without really even knowing it. Yeah. I'm saying, like I was trying to say that the African countries, or a lot of countries that were former colonies of the European states, or of the World Bank or whatever, yeah, that owe money to them, or sort of controlled by them in their dealings to keep them in debt and
Well,
not make them flourish to be self-sufficient.
is the IMF is the IMF allowing Greece to flourish?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You agree with what I'm saying, then, yeah?
No, I get what you mean, but I'm also it comes across as continental ethnicity race conversation. And to me, we have to look across the whole world and let's face it, when it comes down to money, most people don't give a fuck about what your race is or your religion, or a Muslim will get over a Muslim will get over a Muslim, Christian will get over a Christian.
Let me pause you on that point.
Go ahead.
I'll pause you on that point, yeah? Well, let me pause you on that point. Why so, bro, yeah? Because class does come into it, yeah? But race still matters. Yeah, race still matters, yeah. So if you a black person in the 1%, yeah, will still find they may have certain.
Did he just cut out to
amount of money or a certain amount of class?
You
Doesn't
just
mean
cut
all
out,
of
you
the
cut out for like
all of the
you cut out for like 6 seconds, and I just want to make sure that I heard what you said.
Can you hear? All right, let me start again, yeah? So you can hear me clear now, yeah?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying that there's black people, yeah, that are in the 1% rich or whatever, yeah, in the top class and all that, yeah, and they still face racial prejudices that a poor black person will find. Yeah, so it's not.
Is there
although class, yeah, can have an effect on your sort of living standards, the racial element of it being a black person in a white world.
Okay, so can you tell me all the races that racism affects?
All the races that racism affects everyone, but I feel like it affects the darker skinned people.
Okay, so the darker skinned people, are there levels of dark skinned people, and does racism go in a ladder form, like or ledger by ledger or step by step with the melanin scope of people? Is that your claim?
Say that again, sorry. Does it go? Is there different levels to racism? Yeah, I feel like
you
definitely
saying that different people.
There's different levels to racism.
Are you saying that depending on how deep a person's skin tone or light it is, develops the racism, allegedly?
Develops the racism?
Yes, like
I'm saying, well, depending on say different shades or whatever, yeah, it doesn't matter what class you are, you may still face things that are racist.
Now, okay, so here's a question. Valley, you've listened to a lot of times I've come on here, and in my personal opinion, I would say that you have a very segregationist audience, especially when it comes back to darker skinned Europeans. A lot of them have come on and talked about how they support segregation. And when I've said that I don't support it and everything, there's a lot of people who call me racist on here. So are they above me on claiming that I'm the racist, or am I the person being persecuted by the segregationist / racist?
Yeah, persecution, being persecuted. Strong words there, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, persecution, firstly, is just a personal perception, right? Just like I spoke the other day about how, according to the Quran, to the Muslim groups, right? I said, according to the Quran, persecution is worse than slaughter. And I said, that's one of the reasons I don't support banning hijabs and niqabs in public is because that's the Muslims' opinion about persecution, and there's going to be Muslims who just accept it that's not persecution, telling them that they have to show their face out in public, and that there's going to be ones that say that it is persecution, that they have to show their face. Something to me and you might seem trivial because we're just used to the concept of showing our faces, right? So persecution is a personal concept. I can't tell a person that they are not offended or that they are offended because it's their personal feelings. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, right or wrong. I feel like you're right. You can't tell someone whether they're offended or not. They can only tell you whether they're offended or not. So.
Do you have the right to tell them that they've been persecuted or that they haven't? Or does that need to go to a trial and multiple people have to decide it? Or just a judge who reads between the lines of the law, allegedly?
If you feel like you're being persecuted, yeah, you can say that. You can tell me that you're feeling persecuted. But then I can still have an opinion saying, well, I think that's a bit strong.
And I agree.
Something that's like, something that's just on a YouTube live platform where people are giving their sort of opinions. And
so the other day when I just got screamed at by like 4 or 5 people about being Jewish when I'm not Jewish, and then when I get off the line, and then everybody
you and Afghan.
But then it was like Winnie or something like that, Wendy, and Jupiter, and then some other dude. It was like 4 or 5 people who even after
white on white crime.
But even when I got off of the channel, they were like, well, I don't know if he's Jewish or not because, you know, this and that. But the point that I'm making is I'm being said to be something that I'm not. And this is being propagated. And it doesn't matter to me because I don't think that being Jewish is like a problem. It's just like if they said that, hey, he's Hindu, I would just be like, no, I'm not. But if they just kept saying it, it wouldn't matter to me. It's just like nobody really knows my race on here, and nobody's ever seen a picture of me on here. But what do they like to do, right? They like to say, they hear my voice and they say, oh, this white guy, without any confirmation. But so then what they're doing is actually basing a racist concept, saying, oh, this guy's voice sounds white. Well, what the fuck does white or black or African or Hispanic or anything sound like to a person born in a nation? It just sounds like their fucking voice and the words that they're using. But nobody ever points it out, bro. And that's what I'm bringing up right now.
Listen, when you was going through your Jewish oppression on the panel that day, when you was going through your Jewish oppression on the panel that day, yeah, you know that was European people that was dishing out that Jewish oppression on the panel. Like
it was two Muslims. It was 2 Muslims that were going back and
2 European Muslims, yeah.
In their mind, most Muslims, it doesn't matter where you're from. It's just about Islam. Let's get that out of the way real quick. It's not like Christianity.
Wait, hold on. Khan's Turkish, yeah, and Afghan's obviously from Afghanistan, yeah. So what's that? Asia, and
but nobody was willing to step up. Nobody was willing to step up and call them racist. But when I said one thing, I became an instant racist. You understand?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, Jupiter and Wendy, they're like from England, innit? So like, I don't even know why they was calling you a Jew. Like,
the point that I'm saying, and I even said it on that stream, and was that other people, Afghans going off, and nobody believes it. You know, that's not his trolling. That's really his opinion, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can listen to him when he's allegedly not trolling.
The Islamophobe comes clean. He's actually a Jew. Oh my God. Why didn't you say that from the start, you snaky little prick?
And then nobody's ever going to push back on this guy at all for saying shit that he said.
I haven't got an axe to grind. I haven't got a problem with Islam. It's Islam that's the problem.
Yo, chill out for a sec, man. Why so religious? Did you say that you was Jewish? You didn't say you was Jewish, did you?
I'm not Jewish. I've never said that.
Yeah, he did say that's what Afghan said he was Jewish, innit?
Yeah, and then
And I don't know
everybody
why,
just started
yeah.
believing it.
Listen, hold on a second, yeah. But what happens in this YouTube thing, yeah? Because this brother Afghan's been trolling so many people, yeah. It's like people, as soon as he says something, people in the chat that do the trolling thing and make harsh comments or whatever,
Dude,
they
don't
might
be so
start
ignorant.
typing.
Dude. Don't be so ignorant. His troll was when he started talking about how he did not care about the white dress that Meghan Markle was wearing. That was his real troll. When he tried to sound sincere, I don't think y'all actually realize that. Like, this is my first time listening to this guy on the channel. A lot of times I listen to people.
Hold on,
but-
bro. Listen, I don't think that anything that my man says is sort of serious anyway. So
Genuine.
is it? Afghan just does what he does, isn't it?
Is
He
that
jumps on- sometimes he might be serious when he's chatting, yeah, in a subject, yeah, and the next thing you know, he'll just start fucking. Like 1 minute he'll be siding with the fucking far right sort of white supremacist dons, then he's siding with Muslims, then he's siding with black people, he's siding with Indians, he's siding with everyone. So he just does what he's doing.
it's far right. So then,
I
but
think, Bill, sorry
So-
to cut you so religious. I
the
think
diff-
he suffers from multiple personality disorder.
what I was getting at, Valley, what I was getting at is that if you're trying to say that people of darker skin or get treated with more racism, there's been
Yeah.
plenty of times that I come on this channel and nobody ever battles the people that are of the darker skin on the shit they say. Okay, it never fucking happens. But there's plenty of times that people will pop on as soon as I'm on. Okay, like 9 Ether the other day wants to pop on and just wait for me. Okay, Born Rich is waiting until he comes onto the channel to see me. There's plenty of people who are just waiting for this white guy. Okay,
So religious. Can I make a small little side point? This is actually a black channel. It's a black forum for black people. Like we're lucky they even let us on. To be honest,
G Block stands
So-
for black people. I didn't know G Block stands for black people. My
I'm
bad.
saying you didn't know, but I'm saying to
My
you
bad.
that
Yo, let my man finish, man. Carl, let him finish anyway, and let Carl.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
when
I
it
don't want him
introduces
to,
us as well.
to talk himself
Yeah,
into
Let him
a
finish his sentence, man.
corner
Carl,
due to his ignorance. Like he needs
So-
to, have all the information.
Let him talk,
So the
though,
other-
man.
my child is crying. But what's funny is nobody, and you can watch the videos, a lot of black people have agreed with me on the things that I say. And then when another person comes on and then challenges me simply because I'm white, they instantly start agreeing with them. I would love for Anecdotal Evidence, Analyze Dunya to do a compilation video of all the times that people have said that they agree with me. And then when somebody comes on that's a person of darker skin, such as Valley has mentioned, and then all of a sudden I'm the person that's has to be pushed against instantly.
Khan, all I was saying, is that
Say,
Africa's had a hard time in it, and it looks like to me from the outside, you want the resources and you wouldn't mind
well, my bad.
depopulating the people in the nation, in the continent, and
Thanks for having me on, Valley.
big distance. You get what I'm saying? It's just a one statement. I don't know how you got so triggered off of it. Because at the end of the day, it's just one statement that one person says and shouldn't have no say. You know what I'm saying? That's why he ran it. Because he knew. He was triggered. When I say depopulation, the man started going crazy. Like he knows
Okay,
something
so-
we don't know.
So quick thing. When it comes,
Shakra, one step, yeah.
Listen,
Before you
Shakara,
go in,
man.
yeah. Before you go,
Brother,
yeah, big up yourself, yeah. Before you go in, yeah. I kind of butchered the Zambia copper mine story, yeah. But if you know it, yeah, I beg you to fill us in on what happened. With it.
I wouldn't speak on it, cause man's not an expert on it like that still. So yeah. But yeah, so I'll leave that alone for now and come back to you later once I've been able to do more research. Yeah. But what I did want to say, yeah, is that when it comes to this IMF and World Bank argument, our man ducked. Shame. All right, what's it called?
Yeah.
when it comes to this IMF and World Bank argument, yeah, like the major thing is like when it comes, like you have to look at how them things they get started still, because all them institutions, IMF, World Bank, World Trade Organization, were started after World War II, and they started because Europe was trying to, you know, repair itself after World War II, innit? Yeah. So there are no Africans involved in the establishment of these institutions. They were established by Europeans for the sake of, you know, benefiting
extracting wealth.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, and consolidating wealth and sharing wealth, yeah? That's what they were about. So it was after, you know, they had, you know, got themselves to a certain point and basically now wanted to make sure, after they got themselves to a certain point, the African nations and India and them places there started to lick out, yeah, after World War II in relation to independence, yeah? Or I should say after and during World War II. For independence. And so because now they had these organizations that were directed at making sure that they can economically sustain themselves, they turned their attention towards their quote unquote former colonies in order to hold on to the wealth, yeah, that they were extracting from those colonies, right? And so obviously Africa was prime real estate, right? So when you get you know, people agitating, and you know, in the 50s, the Mau Mau you know, was murking off the white people live in Kenya and them thing there, yeah, like in the name of independence and that, you get me, Kwame Nkrumah, 1957 Ghana independence and them thing there, yeah. The IMF and the World Bank now becomes like the economic warfare machine, innit? After you kill off some of the more revolutionary leaders and movements and them kind of things there, you know what I'm saying? The nations are plunged into poverty because they've been underdeveloped for over a century, as far as colonialism is concerned. And there's no African intentionality, yeah. There's no non-European intentionality at the top tables in these institutions, isn't it? And so that has to be taken into consideration. Why can't this, you know, when you ask questions like, well, yeah, what's the impact that the IMF is having on Greece? Like, it doesn't take into consideration the full impact of the thing.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Just a quick little side issue. Not even an issue, but like, I just wanted to bring something to your lot's attention. Yesterday, when I was on a different panel show, I was chatting to a guy called Freeborn. I'm sure you all know Freeborn, yeah, from Zimbabwe. And he was talking about in Zimbabwe, they got a cryptocurrency now, yeah, but it's only for Zimbabweans, isn't it? Like anyone in diaspora can't actually invest in it yet. But if you look into it, it's called something called Gecko, and it's called Zimbo Cash. If you look up Zimbo Cash, yeah, they're gonna make it open to everyone to invest, like outside of Zimbabwe. But obviously it's just a brilliant thing that they've come up with in Zimbabwe, like how to keep the American dollar out of their country. And like, even though like you know, the IMF or whoever's keeping their currency low, do you get me, like fucking up their shit. Like man's like, every time I buy a cow or a car, I go to bed, wake up the next day and the fucking price has gone plummeted down, yeah, so I can't invest in my own country. So these lot have just come up with this cryptocurrency technology. They've adapted it for their own uses as Africans, and like they're bringing out an app for it on the phone and everything. Like, I think, look, like, you know, you lot should really look into it. Like, I'm thinking of putting money into it. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's a beautiful thing. It's not like Bitcoin where it's just floating in the air. You don't know who they are. It's literally attached to a country, and like, then it's a beautiful thing that they come up with, man. I think that I said to myself, like, you know, the model that you've come up with, you could apply that to any African country. Do you know what I mean? And like, I think if to be honest, if every African country done what Zimbabwe's doing now with their currency, I reckon you could have a massive basis for Pan-African economy. To be honest, like, I don't know if you're aware of it. So I've raised the subject. Anyone know about it?
I'm not specifically caught up on what they did with the currency, but yeah, I'll have to look into that stuff.
Yeah,
for the.
but yeah, you could just go and watch.
Yo! I'll tell you what. Yeah, wait. Before we go off onto and everything. Yeah, obviously we got the question of the day.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
today is it's obviously why so really was talking about yesterday's subject. Yeah, we Chinese whispered into something else still. Yeah, so the question of today are like all races treated equal in the UK. Are all races treated equal in the UK? It's a statement that's made a lot of times on this panel. Yeah, we need to try and get the answer for that today. Are all races in the UK treated equal?
No, obviously they're not.
Why not?
For a start, yeah, when we're all talking with each other, Ethan, like leave white people out of it or white supremacy out of it. Even when we're dealing with each other, yeah, as school kids, even in the playground, where you come from, the state in which your homeland is in makes a big difference to your status, innit? So if someone's from, for example, Bangladesh, you see how Raj talks about them. I'm just using Raj as an example because he's a person who talks about these places, yeah? And he'll be like, yeah, it's a shithole. And he'll run them people down. Oh, you got a small country. You lot was invaded by Pakistan and raped and yeah, like when your country or your home country's in that kind of a condition, you see the people a little bit more humble. But like, for example, me being Turkish, if anyone said anything to me, I'd be like, do you know what? We've got the third biggest army in NATO. We've never lost a war. We've got a beautiful culture, and I'll hold my head up proud, innit? So, like, that's not equality, innit? Like, we're judged by the condition of our homeland, innit? As kids, we do that, innit? It's like we're playing top trumps with each other. Who's got the better homeland?
I'm just talking about, like, obviously, like, that's like
what he said. What you can't skim over that, you know. What he said's a big fucking thing. It's a massive thing.
But
it's only black people that don't think like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you are judged by your homeland, innit? Listen, people are doing shit back home. One sec, bro. Let me chime in because I've been waiting, innit? Saying if you people are doing shit back home, you are doing shit. Like even how much things you've got in life, you're doing swag because your people are dead. If that makes sense.
Yeah, we're talking about. Let me read out the question again. Yeah. So, are all races treated equally in the UK? It's like obviously it matters how you're.
My point stands really. Like, look how Somalis get treated. Look how Somalis get treated.
Man. Yeah, like obviously you're gonna. Kids in school, yeah, it's important how you're treated or whatever, innit? Yeah, but obviously we're talking about like for getting jobs, housing, how you're where you live or what places you might be able to reach.
But Phil, what he said all ties in because no one wanted to be African. Back in the days, no one wanted to be African. You wasn't proud of where you came from. It all ties in. Well,
yeah, if that's one of the good things that actually come out of hip hop culture was that
people have to treat you with self-esteem and pride. You get what I'm saying? If you're proud of where you come from and you're proud of who you are and you love your skin and love your people, people have to treat you accordingly. If that makes sense.
That's right. That's right. But anyway, I think Veli's trying to make a different point. Maybe I didn't catch Veli's point. He's talking about like if you went and applied for housing, would they use your race against you or things like that, like within the system? I don't think so. Maybe it would come down to the individual people working in them places. What it is. This is the thing with supremacy, isn't it? That, for example, if you went to Enfield housing to get housed, you just come from wherever. It would be based on the people working in that office. So if they were like, I don't know, Turkish, Greek, and I don't know, whatever you got in Enfield Council, Enfield Borough, working in them positions, it's down to them people how they treat you, innit? And then if you complain, oh, they're mistreating me, then it's whether their bosses enforce their mistreatment or not. So, for example, if I wanted to get housed in Bermondsey and it was all Irish, and they were like racist to my people, and I went to housing and housing was treating me fucked up, and I complained, and the boss was Irish, he might turn around and turn a blind eye to it and be like, do you know what? We're not really bothered about your complaints, mate. So then you could say, okay, on a that's a racist thing that's happening because the boss is reinforcing the workers' prejudice. The prejudice is then going against the consumer or the end person, and they're tweaking how many, for example, Muslims move into Bermondsey, just as off the top of my head. Whereas Enfield might not do that because the people that work there would be sympathetic, whether they be Turkish or Greek or whatever. They'll be like, do you know what? Like, it was only the other day we was immigrants ourselves. So, you know, I don't think when it comes to housing and things like that, it's racist. But then again, there's other institutions where there is racism, like the police force. You get me? So treated equal depends. Treated by who? It's a big question you're asking. It's open-ended. Like, treated by who?
Yeah, treated by who? Treated by who? Treated by the people, obviously, like the government and fucking on my phone. One thing.
I think we get bad treatment in all walks of British society, man. Do you know what I mean? We have to rise up and help ourselves, innit? And the only way we're going to do that is if we separate from certain sections, which do us. You know what I'm saying? And then when that time comes around, we'll be all right, I reckon. Like, don't do it in a dumb way. Do it in a just, let me be with my people 3 days or 4 days a week, like other nations. That's it.
Mm. See, I don't even get why so religious is argument. I find it pathetic. It's like we were speaking to Jupiter about 7 o'clock in the morning. I was in the chat and she was saying something like, oh, you lot want to go back to Africa, but how are you going to do that when you're living on the breadline in England? And I was thinking, she didn't realize that that's all part of the plan. They're keeping you living on the breadline. You get me? So you can't do anything that they don't want you to do. That's all part of it. But she weren't seeing it. Like, she was just saying it. It was coming out of her mouth. But it's like the gravity of what she was saying didn't occur to her. And I was like, wow.
Bro,
These lot really don't understand.
Remember, the shame of Africa has killed black people for years. Like, subconsciously, consciously, whatever. They've put a stigma on it and a shame on it, where if you haven't been awoke for a long time, you've been ashamed of where you come from. Do you get what I'm saying? Living in the West. You get me? So we're trying to reverse that. That's what man's trying to do. Encourage people to go home, check out where you come from. Because I've been in the building trade for 10 years and all my mates have gone to Africa. And they're white. You get what I'm saying?
Wow.
They know exactly what they're going for too. They're not going to party. They're going to party and double up. Because there's money out there for them. You get what I'm trying to show you? We're not even thinking like, dumb. Like, I want to go there, fly.
Yo.
He's back.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, yeah, sorry, man. I had a phone call still. But, yeah, it's more like, obviously not by the average Joe just walking down the road. It's more in the political sense. Are all races treated equal in the UK rather than...
Do you mean equally as bad as each other? I'm joking.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, are they? Is there really equal opportunities for everyone to flourish or to rise to the top? Is there a glass ceiling for different sorts of people? Like, you only get so far if you look a certain way or if you come from a certain place or whatever.
The thing is, really, certain races, I don't think are treated as foreigners. When it suits the establishment, they'll incorporate them in. So you got someone like Tommy Robinson from an Irish background, talking about Churchill, like Churchill was so cool with the Irish when Churchill hated them and fucked them up. I'm sure he done something. He's responsible for at least the death of some Irish. You get me? And now you've got this prick talking about British this and British that and rare tear tear, and like he's going on like fucking, you get me? Some big speeches like he's Adolf Hitler fucking speaking to about 1 million people. Like, why? Because that green light's been given. That green light's been shown institutionally for these people to be incorporated in. The only ones who ain't incorporated in are the ones who got a bit of fucking pride, like Pat, who are saying, do you know what? Thanks for the invite to the party, but do you know what? Fuck your imperialist system.
Family, the first thing you said was incorporation. I love it, bro, because as I keep saying, they're never going to turn their top customer into their top shareholder. Like,
exactly.
The Polish came here, they got incorporated. Everybody that's came here, apart from black people, have been accepted in the main tier
as ethnic minorities in Britain, we need to look at our own people, like our own ethnics, yeah? So Irish comes under that, innit? With Polish, like, you get me? I don't think they even made up a ethnicity of their own. But like you're saying, like you can see that, you know, it's the same in America, man. America's just like like the people are, oh, what's America got to do with England? It's a British culture. It's an extension of Britishism, yeah? So when you see that, you know, they kept Italians as non-white for a long time until they needed them to make up the numbers, then they incorporated them lot in as well. So you can see that it's blatantly a caste system. It's based on color. Do you know what I mean? It's based on culture.
A couple of years ago, I swear the #1 boy's name was Mohammed, and then there was a sudden influx of Polish and Eastern European people to switch the demographic.
Yeah, obviously them things are all calculated, isn't it? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Come on, man. You know what you're doing, isn't it? That's why I don't even like these debates. These debates are dead because you're just talking in like an echo chamber.
Yeah.
If you don't know by now, you're stupid, isn't it?
Exactly. But this is what I'm saying. People who are involved in community things, yeah, people who've like been here the longest will know. Will be able to see and say, oh, wait a minute. Well, people from this particular race, they're doing well right now. Their kids are doing well. Their grandkids are doing well. They're all involved in like high-end jobs. They're working for councils. They're working for big firms. What about this other community here? How comes they're not? So you got to understand that there is some sort of a bias. Do you know what I mean? It does exist. It does exist. Do you know what I mean?
100%. I think that you can't do well and your people are shit. That's me personally. You get me? I can't, no matter if I got 11 houses and I'm a millionaire and I've got 40 boats. Right? If Africans are starving to death, I'm a reflection of them.
Yeah.
I'm always going to get looked down upon because of them. Like if they're on the rise and they got 10 boats and 10 houses as well, my respect levels are higher if that makes sense. That's just my little hypothesis, you know what I mean? I don't think one man can shine for everybody. I think everybody has to shine and then the whole thing will work out. And so far, England's got a good perception, isn't it? But yeah, everybody knows. You just have a nice day, man. I'm having my brekkie. God bless you all, man. Peace and love. You get me? Especially to all the lost cunts.
Yeah, I'm just running up to get my charger wire. But you know what? I like it when white people have a little bit of a moan about how badly they get treated, because then they might be a bit, you know, sympathetic, or they might be all ears and they want to listen to, you know, the truth of the matter. The truth of the matter is, if the shoe was on the other foot, you can't claim ethnics don't like the indigenous, because that's ridiculous. Because for a start, why would they be living here? And you're not seeing indiscriminate acts of violence. You're not seeing, you know, anyone complaining about anything other than being mistreated. And, you know, hi. If they're moaning at the people who are, well, not moaning at them, but if they're targeting people who are fucking discriminating them, then all of a sudden it's taken personal, like, oh, you're criticizing all white people. Oh, this person's racist. I don't think you can actually be racist to the majority, because the majority is in power. So you can't be racist to them. You can be racially prejudiced. You get me? You can be prejudiced against people to their race. They conveniently forget that when it suits them. I can't be racist to so fucking religious if he's a white man. Whether or not you think I'm white, that's it.
Yo, Wagwan. Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me?
Wagwan.
Yeah, Wagwan, man. You said
Everyone
so,
come and do their backlash.
So I need to run into this customer's house real quick still, man. But what's the you got an answer for the question of the day?
Really, you should have made it a bit more intense. That one.
Yeah, my English teacher. Yeah, it was my English teacher tried to remix the thing. Yeah, but I didn't read it still, man. Obviously, it was it's more to do with just like, you know, there's a lot of claims that everyone has the same opportunities and people ain't treated badly and this, that, and the other. And it's like,
you know, he could have reversed it and said, "Do you believe that we have many differences amongst our race?"
no, because it's not about whether there's what the actual scientific difference is. It's just like it's
No,
more
but
to do with
not in the forms of, are we treated equally? You know, of course, the people are going to come with sideways things in the forms of that. Even within each other's race, there's no equal. So of course, in the forms of standard race, there ain't going to be no equal. It's just there's never going to be equal. There's always going to be a rich and a poor and a middle class. There's going to be a light skin, dark skin, red skin, you name it.
yeah, man.
So it's kind of,
obviously, I was saying I don't believe that people are. I don't believe there's such thing as this as equality or anything like that. Anyway, I don't believe that people are treated equally. Anyway.
Nope, and then that's a fact. Then you're gonna
listen, yeah. I beg you to hold it up for me for a sec, yeah, because I just need to go into this property, man. I'm just right at the door with a fucking mask on and shit. Just standing there, like I'm talking to myself and that. Yeah. Oh, all right, bro. Listen, let me speak to you in a sec, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Jump back on the shit. Fill out the form. Do you want me to fill out a form?
Oh man. People. How many people we got in here today? How many people have we got in the house today? 45 people. And we've only got 18 likes. Come on. What do you not want to talk about today? Because this topic that he's put there is too basic. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? We have differences among our race from a guy using that. The reason why I use the Black Family First #1 is in the perspective of healing ourselves before we can actually indulge with any other race, because we're coming from a trauma period of time within our DNA. So for us to able to engage with other races, we need to sort ourselves out first. It's like cleaning your house before you engage in other people's houses. So it's not about segregation, it's about sorting your house out before you engage with others. Is there anyone gonna join me, or you lot are too scared to come into the house of pain? Let's talk about some history, economics, health and well-being, organization. While you lot are in here, someone jump on. If you want to talk about Liberia and the slaves in Liberia, talk about equality before you can even sort out the slavery. Because if you're not equal within that country, how can you actually sort out the slavery being sold? Because there's no equality there. So it's something that you have to deal with yourself. You have to build a campaign. I hear you. Morning, fam. Morning to you all. What would we like to talk about today? As you can see the title. Does someone want to jump on? Matter of fact, you know, when you look at that title, where are we equal? Tell me a country that we are equal. Tell me a country that's just equal for everybody at the same level. We're in a world of no equality.
Yo.
Yo.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, I'm in the cupboard right now still, man.
Like, no one wants to come on. It's like everyone just scared. So what's been happening anyway?
Right now, man.
Is your brother been Is your brother your brother back at Speaker's Corner now?
Yeah, I think he's going back.
Yeah, I found that old clip when I was in New York and signed it and them not bigging up your brother.
Just going down to my van quickly.
All right.
I'm back in a second.
Who's coming on? Who's coming on? Who's coming on?
Ultra, you got yourself, G.
Ultra, you pansy. Ultra, come off that mic. What it? Ultra. I need a word with you, Ultra.
Go to my van. Yo. Yeah, he's probably dealing with a baby, man. So
yeah. No, I know.
When he can come off mute, you
yeah.
Yeah, man. Basically, this lady's got a pump here. Got a new boiler.
Yeah.
They cable tied the wires on the pump. Yeah.
Hey, so hold on, Billy. What do you actually do?
Huh?
Do you fix boilers?
Yeah.
Can you fit what do you call it? A power shower?
Yeah.
We might be talking some business, mate. Black business. That's what we're talking about right now. Now, it's on the serious note, I might need your services soon.
Yo. Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Ultra.
Yo.
Why don't you answer your phone, man?
What do you mean?
I tried to phone you on Instagram.
I don't have notifications on. I don't really use Instagram stuff.
You know what madness has happened, innit?
A madness? Why? What happened? Wait, no, wait. Don't tell me. Call me on Instagram. In fact, no, wait. Hold on. At 11:10. At 11:10, at 11:05.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you on call me on Instagram at 11:05, and yeah, we keep it offline. If it's a matter, I'll keep it offline.
All right, cool.
Yeah, but wait. So in 4 minutes, you're gonna call me on Instagram.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So Veli, listen, at 5:05, I'm gonna be gone for a couple of minutes. So make sure 5:05 you're there, Veli. Yeah. Come on, what is happening? Go around him. But you can go around the cyclist, man, for goodness sake. Yeah, I'll take it out.
Yo, fam, you might got to keep the people entertained, man. Like, read comments or something, man. Just
Yeah,
got
I'm
on mute.
just gonna do that. I'm just gonna phone. I just gotta make a quick call.
Alright.
I'm gonna be there in 2 seconds.
Yeah, someone jump on the panel, man. That's good. Yo, one thing. I jumped on to tell man to come off to have a private convo. What the fuck? Mad. Mm. My bad, you got. I'm trying to fix this pump out here real quick. You get me? But yeah, I think it's working now. Keep cable time. These blood clot cables off the pump and it cuts the fucking the wires, man. I'll get the lady to try it in another time. Excuse me, love. Do you want to try your kitchen tap? Hey, you man, you catch my word, bro. Oh man. It warm up in a sec, yeah? Leave it running, it will warm up. Mad thing. Turn stalking Lucy. No, I just wanted you to see that it was hot. Alright. Alright. Good thing hot water's back on. The water hot now? Yeah, put it off. Okay. All right. Just got to put the ladies' boiler back together, yeah? And then I can jump back on the pen easy, you got me? You got me? So, basically, the ladies got a newish boiler, which she wasn't getting her hot water with. But it was the electric meter that was faulty. But then she ended up still not getting her hot water, even though there was heat in the store. So when I've come out here now, I can see that someone's replaced the pump, but the pump's coming on intermittently. But every time I move the cables about, it starts to come on and go off. So when the factory have put the boiler together and they cable tied the wires to the pump, that's caused some of the pump wires to become frail. You cut the cable ties off and replace the pump wires. Put the boiler back together. And the ladies' hot water's back in the game. So Terry, you know what, finish your heart to heart yet? Mad thing. Dubs Dubbington, Carnito and Freddie and Jeddas. They would usually hop on the panel. You'll have to sing us a song. Yeah. Come on, man. You know what it goes for. These hoes ain't loyal. Yo. Oh, sweet. Song. These hoes ain't loyal. Anyway, hold on a sec, yeah? Talk to the customer. Yo. Let me get back in. Even all right, bye.
All right, take care.
All right, yeah. Yo, I've got this fucking mask on as well. It's hard to breathe with this mask on, man. Shit. My headpiece. Yo. All right, come on. Gaza boss is back in the building. You got me hot spot season. Put this phone on charge before the shit dies. No? Hey, listen, if StreamYards
didn't take your battery and it is moving like Google Hangouts, yeah. StreamYards, it's the only thing that needs to sort out now is how much battery it burns out. Mm. Yeah. Let's say about Khan and Freddie. Crack that down. Man, crack that. Freddie's remix of Every Religion cracks me up, fam. Like Whitney Houston of what's this? Oh, fucking. All right, yeah, man. At least I got a little bit of a drive to the next job still. It's close-ish. You get me? You get into some. Let me just see if I can find something to read. Yeah. People don't just. Just like jump on and chat about nothing. There's 8. You see me? All right. Institutional racism, 20 years on since the thing. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Just looking through the thing quickly to see what I can read. So let me have it there. Sorry, man. Sorry, use that. I'm just having a quick little scan through. Okay. Kulwant Bhopal. Sounds like an Asian guy. A Birmingham University professor of education and social justice and author of White Privilege. The myth of a post-racial society said that since Macpherson and the race equality agenda has been pushed into insignificance. If the Race Relations Amendment Act 2000 and Macpherson were effective, why is it that if you are a black student, You are less likely to leave university with a 2-1 or first, less likely to attend an elite university, and more are likely to be unemployed 6 months after graduation, she said. Okay, so it was a woman. Okay, in 2019, Bhopal believes white privilege still dominates society, with policy markers, employers, and others in power only advancing racial justice if it supports their own interests. They create a smokescreen of conformity with race equality agendas, she said, concluding, we seem to be going round in circles. So that was the answer to that McPherson inquiry, saying that institutional racism is finished. What are examples of institutional racism? Yeah, she's saying that it's not over, man. I don't believe that there's no such thing as equality in. Obviously, I live in England, innit? Yeah? So I don't think there's no such thing as no black equality in England. Yeah. So if poor, I have a title for you. What's the current state of the Caribbean? Talk about that for once. You no always discuss Africa. Yeah, we always talk about the Caribbean. I always talk about Jamaica still and what's happening over there still. So yeah, man, we can do that on another day. Obviously, today we're talking about the UK. Yeah, is there such thing as equality in the UK? Because that always happens as well, innit? Yeah. So we're talking about, right, there's such thing as equality in the UK. Man's going to talk about Zimbabwe. I'm like, what? You mean Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe ain't got nothing to do with it, gang. You get me? We're talking about the UK right now, but when we're talking about Zimbabwe, so and so, man's going to talk about, oh, so what about Poland? And you're like, what? Fam, we're talking about Zimbabwe right now, fam. You hear me? Yeah, we do, bro. Yeah, we do, mate. Yeah, I've got a whole. If you go to my other channel, yeah, Velivision Global Waivers, yeah, on the wavy side of the game, you'll see actual Jamaican history. Listen, fucking Wikipedia sort of documentary. It goes through the bullet points, basically the whole history of Jamaica since just before the European invasion. Obviously, not a lot's known about Jamaica since before the Europeans got there. Yeah, me, like I'm saying, differently, yeah. Yeah, we know that. Well, I know personally, yeah, that the crime rate. I'm basically, yeah, like doing shows on here, yeah. I was saying that, really and truly, yeah, we should understand the politics in this country. We definitely should understand the politics in the countries what our parents come from, so we can try to make or influence change for the positive change. You get me? The murder rate in Jamaica is high. Where the amount of political killings, drug-related killings, and gang-related killings is high, fam. I don't try to play that poverty Olympics, but it's not. Oh, who was so? Look how it's fucking talk about one subject at a time, my friend. We only talk about one subject at a time. You see? You see me? Yeah. All right. All right. Mm-mm. Yeah, yeah. Big up yourself, man. Big up yourself, man. Yeah. Thanks for the big ups, man. Like I'm saying, man. I don't know. Yeah. The murder rate's high in Jamaica, fam. You crazy? You dizzy? And now it's not over. It's not. It's not Kingston and Spanish Town and all that no more. It's over flankers in Montego Bay and all that. Man. Yeah. True stories. There's a million channels. Yeah. I speak about Jamaican politics. Like I'm saying, man, without being on the ground, yeah, or knowing people on the ground, you might not have a full understanding on what go on there. You get me? Because this political beef, man. A lot of these dons are controlled by uh, politicians. Then a lot of politicians are controlled by outside intelligence agencies. Where the crime rate keeps rising, the crime's just gonna keep going higher and higher. Yeah, more guns, more killings, more fucking coke on the streets and shit. Nothing's gonna be done about it. But who cares? Yeah. CIA's got a massive hand in the fall of Jamaica, man. So, things mad. Chinese government are building roads in Jamaica. The fuck? Building government buildings. Another country should never build your government building. That is a disgrace. Good age, mate. Fucked up still. You're alive. Again, it's straying from the topic of the day, though, man. Let me. Jamaica's got one of the highest murder rates in the world. You know that? It's a little island. Little fucking island. MI5 were done doing fuckeries in Jamaica as well, man. They built the air quotes, the killer yardies over but there were certain man that was in certain levels of dons who didn't get arrested for nothing, doing heinous killings, broad daylight and all that. And there was other people that was taking part down in jail for long. Mad. So mad things there. That's super mad. So what going on, man? Yo, Terry, you there? You back here? You lot sleeping, man. You get me? Spat out, yo. We need people to jump on the panel and chat. If not, we're gonna have to lock it, man. We need some opposers, man. Or we need some supporters. One of the two. Fucking having Donny's just that's long time, man. You just man just chill, man. Man them like, yeah, I'm not like yo. I'm just trying to eat, drive, chat. How's the mom? Rosman. Oh my days. Yeah. Yo, so where the people them at, man? People them? Where you there? So what's popping, man? Oh God. Jesus Christ. Hey, yo. I want to do them. You don't know I want to do them. So, like I was saying, man, I mean, you know, everyone's treated equally. But should you expect to be treated equally in the UK? Should you be expected not to be treated equally? Or to be. Is that the mistake? Maybe that's the mistake, you know. And the mistake, yo.
We need to be fit. We need to be treated so and so, so and so. Who, Rat Boy? Hey, one more question. When you guys induct Rat Boy into the G Block, did you see what he was saying at the park this Sunday gone? No. I don't live in the UK, so I don't have a clue how people are treated. Well, in Canada, people treated, you feel like everyone has the same opportunities? Yeah, Rat Boy's being educated, yeah? What happened to him, man? What happened to him? Don't think me and Rat Boy is gonna ever be on the same team, though. So, about that one. Hell, it might have to be a life or death situation before things happen. So, what do you mean, seems so? You know what? Yeah, what's a tricky thing as well? Yeah, like, so if someone was gonna ask me to explain how I feel people are not treated equally, yeah, what would I used to explain them? Ultra posted a video in the chat. I don't know if anyone saw it. You got anti-Sunni, yeah? Oh shit, mad thing. Suicide rap. Mad thing, yeah. So anyway, yeah. Ultra posted the video, yeah, showing Matthew Wright, the Wright Report, or the Wright Show, or something like that, yeah. On a documentary for BBC, and there was landlords who were advertising that their house is worth for anyone to rent, but were giving instructions not to rent to say black people, but really it was to like to Caribbean people. Yeah, really, it was to Caribbean people still. So can't speak for UK, so I can't answer the question. Surely not. Omar was a devout Sunni. I find it hard to believe he turned against it. Man. Yeah. Yo, Ned, jump on, bruv. What's his Y2 site name? I don't even know what his name is. Speakers Corner London or something like that. Yeah, LB. Why did you see you jump on the panel sometime as well? You get me? My life's mantra is meritocracy over identity. Okay, yeah. You know what? Yeah, meritocracy over identity. So people should be praised for their achievements and not for their identity. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. But what if it's implemented properly though? As a landlord, it's my choice who I rent my properties to. As a private landlord, yeah, it's your choice who you rent your properties to. But nah, the fucking numbers are down already, mate. Yeah, because Ultra jumped on to have a fucking private call with Terry. God knows where anyone else is. No one's not jumping on. Like I was saying, if you're letting your house to an estate agent, though, I thought it was against the law to say no dogs, no blacks, no Irish. I thought it was against the law. It was more down to the points process, isn't it? Like, so if you was a previous good tenant, or you've got good references from basically renting before or whatnot, and you're able to pass a credit check, they want to check your credit as well, innit? If you're able to pass a credit check, you're able to rent a place. Yeah, I don't think this country has meritocracy. What, LB, do you think the UK has meritocracy? I wish my country had a meritocracy. Sadly, we have racist laws. And the guys on affirmative action, basically a formula for failure. Yeah, I can't speak on South Africa from afar still. I can say that I don't feel like the UK's run as a meritocracy. It may seem like it is. But I don't think that I don't think that I don't know, man. I do think there's opportunities for people to flourish as well, though. Still, it's not all that like it's all fucking. I have an extensive list of requirements about when I accept a potential tenant. Whenever I say they work on my behalf. Yeah, but is it when you're giving your potential list? Yeah, does your list say like no Chinese people? Obviously, yeah. Like, your list, maybe it's your property in it, really and truly. You should be able to say that. Yeah, but you should be able to say that still. But I don't discriminate on race, only credit scores, income, and personal preference. If I get a weird vibe, then they're written off. So yeah, of course, you should be able to say what race you want in the thing, what yeah. But obviously, if they're making it by law, it's by credit score and so, then you know what I mean? Like obviously, you can't put on the list no fucking Jamaican. Yo, that's yo, can you hear me still? Yeah, we can hear me still, man. Yeah, yeah, man. So like you say that. So say your requirements is you're rented out to a professional family, and the people are a professional family with the right thing, but then they should be able to rent the property or be able to get a property fee rent. I'm saying that race and class
it's not the same thing, yeah. I watched a little clip of the 1% people in America, yeah. So the 1% black people in America, yeah. Some people that going to be able to have generational wealth passed down generation to generation, yeah. And they're saying things like, yeah, and the person who sent it to me, they said that their dad told them the same thing, yeah. That they said on the clip, yeah, that when they sell a property, when they have a property for sale, yeah, they remove all their pictures. Yes, the pictures of him and his wife and his children. Yeah, all them pictures are gone. Yeah, of the man's black family. And he said the reason why he moves those pictures is so the price, he receives the higher price. Do you know what I'm saying? The price that he's gonna get. Yeah. That's that. That's about it. And there's people over here that do that. In the UK, they say when they're selling their property by estate agents or whatever, they remove all their pictures of their family and whatever. You know what I'm saying? That so they don't know that's them, so they get a good price. Or they get the price that they want offered. But still, make sure to watch it, Benny. The rap called Muhammad a pagan. Rotted! Oh my fucking days. Rap boy called Muhammad a what? Yo, that is big. Yeah, that's a Mazamon. So, yo, rap boy must want smoke, cuz. All his Islamic protection just melted after he said fucking Muhammad's a pagan. He must be buzzing, cuz. Yeah, but still, I don't think it depends on that factor alone. Factor alone. The house price is determined by a location and dependent on the benchmark price. Yeah. So they've got a benchmark price here. So obviously, when the house is advertised, it's between 300 to 350 grand or whatever, yeah. But his house is more than that. Obviously, his house is a millions in it. Man. In the houses that he was talking about, but he's in the 1%. He went, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's a philanthropist and all that. Yeah, he gives away money and things like that. So, right, so my man's got a property that's worth millions to sell. Yeah, so say it's worth 3 to 5 million. Yeah, so he gets the 5 million or upwards price. He will remove all of his pictures. So. Got some time later on Rasmus channel to watch. I've got your location. Yeah, man. All this like, you know, when people trying to find YouTube commenters and so on, so it's like, man, that's wash. As a big man, yeah, I can be talking to the man and say, no, this brother on YouTube. In the comment section. I need to find him because he's fucking up my aura. One of the men that come to me and say, stop taking YouTube that serious. It's not that serious. Why are you sweating? Dance me on fire. Calm down, you got my address. Is that you, dot, prick? See, YouTube comment makes you funny, man. That's it. In the feelings. So that's a rap boy, man. Found the light, yeah? Was he an atheist now? Or was he a Christian? Oh, shit. Imagine if rap boy is a Christian. I don't think Hatton and them are gonna accept it. Hear me? We're gonna have to see how that goes. What go on though, man? Where's the people there, man? Yo, Terry, where you at, bruv? What go on? How long you and Osh gonna be romance on the phone for? Come back over here, B. Oh, shot. You like G? Yo, Jimbo. What go on? Rat face is not allowed to be an atheist. Yeah, me. That's a high-ranking atheist that's saying that, me. Yeah, me. High-ranking. I'm feeling higher. Yeah, me. Say, hey, oh. If you're ready for that, let me know. If you're ready for atheists, let me know. Say, hey, oh. One, two, oh, shit. Don't make rap boy come smooth, Monty. Imagine Ratters, you know. He's funny still. He is Quran only. Ah, fuck, you know. It's Quranist. There'll be a full infidel by the end of September. Oh, shit. We got to November. Rap boy will be an infidel in September. January, February, March, April, May. Trust me. Oh, shit. That's it. Man, trust me. Man got to know himself during lockdown, yeah? Don't drive and live, really. Go live and drive. I got a driver, mate. Get me. I got a G driver. Get me. A G godless driver. Yeah, man. I can't talk. Can't talk. Oh shit, is this? Oh, mate. Customers there, man. I need to have a cigarette before I run in there. Yo, Terry, you there? Yo, Terry. Bruv. Man, need to allow the mutiny thing, man. Man, they just chill on the panel for the whole day on mute, guys. The indicators annoying as fuck. Yeah, man, but boy, when I put the indicators on, yeah, and someone crashes into me, it's my fault, you know that. Bad driving practices. So what you saying, man?
Hey, listen, I'm gonna have to jump off though, you know. How? Exactly, I've got like 5 minutes worth of sports. And they're gonna have to jump off, but it's only a short job, so possibility to do extract the fan. I ain't got none, so I have to order one. So let me mute this. Yo. So I'm to someone. Yeah, pick up yourself, sides. Bye, G. Well, I got 2 jobs in this place. I thought there was only one in it, so probably be a little bit longer, but the longer job is here now. So it's a man like Ratters is gonna be Koranis now, yeah. Oh mate. Speakers called is crazy, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. Hey, but you know what though, guys? We got man like Sarah though, still. I see the trailer for Tommy Robinson versus Sarah, you know? Yo, she's about man. I just jump on and say, yeah. Bring me on Instagram. What the hell are you talking about? You right. Fuck yeah, we got Instagram. Yeah, but pick up Sarah though versus Tommy, man. I want to see that still. Mate. Now the saying goes though, one barn, one gun. You get me? One gun, one barn. Sarah's having a debate with Tommy, and then there's a new black don in Tommy's yard interviewing him and shit. Listen, yeah. I got a fucking. I got to mute up for a sec, yeah. Are people having trouble finding the video? Yeah, of course, man. share the channel, man. Share the video with as much people as possible, man. That's definitely will help the stream grow. You get me? So I need to get a tune going. Like cigarette brush. I gotta put a face mask on. You get me? Mask on, nigga. Mask on. Yeah. I've done a lot of small talking there, so. Right, yeah. All right. Lady. I'll jump back on. I'm actually stopping. I'm sorry. My geez, country. Yeah, big up yourselves, yeah. I'm literally just about to go inside now still. So
Yeah. Yeah, morning everyone. Big up Veli. Yeah, Veli, go do your thing, man. Go chill for a bit still.
Yeah. Respect.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, Turek, what are you saying, bro? You good?
Oh, big up. How's everybody today?
All good, mate. All good. Got the day off today, so just got up. I normally listen to the block while I'm getting ready and shit. So I was just chilling and that, and then Veli's got to go. So
crazy, man. Yeah,
what's
I thought
that?
the day was gonna be more prettier. It looked very cloudy today, man.
Oh, you mean the weather and that, yeah?
Yeah, man, because boy, yesterday was kind of decent still, but I thought it was gonna be like this, like it's gonna be overcast and maybe start raining. But people say because of good weather still.
Yeah, I think next week is gonna be like hot all week or most of the week.
Oh, next week. Wait, this week.
Yeah,
Still.
what day is it now? It's Tuesday. Yeah, no, it's this week. Yeah, no, it's this week.
Tuesday, I think.
Yeah, this week was meant to be hot. I thought last week I heard someone say that this whole week was gonna be hot, but yeah, don't look like it anymore.
Crazy, man. No good weather.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not too bad, mate. It's not freezing. It's not raining specifically. It's all right. I kind of like this weather, you know, not too hot, not too cold.
True.
Right, would you prefer the proper sunshine, yeah, when it's like really hot and that?
Yeah, it brightens up the place, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. People,
so, mate.
Yeah, people have a different vibe when the weather's nice, but that's not to say that things are better. Like, you know, there's a lot more fighting and violence and shit like that happens when the sun's out. And
yeah, some people say that.
Yeah, it's true though. It does happen because people just get out and about more. People interact more. People do more stuff. So more things are bound to happen.
Yeah, And one thing I've noticed, I think, some people are just not used to being outside. Because where it's so hot, you still see people wearing jackets, like, and
Yeah, now you know what? I think I do have to do that sometimes as well, because like if you're coming out of your house, say 9 o'clock in the morning, and you know you got to go to work, and then you got to go football, and then you got to go gym, and you're gonna come home at like 10 o'clock in the evening, you're probably gonna have to bring a jumper and a jacket, or a jacket, you know, unless it's like super hot, whatever. You probably, most days, you're still gonna have to take an extra garment, because you're gonna be out through the morning, the day, the afternoon, and the evening. So you have to have that precaution in case it rains, in case the weather changes, in case you get stuck somewhere, you know what I mean, have to walk home or something, I don't know.
Yeah, that's so true, man.
That's why, because I noticed in it, I've seen loads of people carrying a big jacket, like, and I'm thinking, and then I've had to do it myself, and I realized, oh, okay, that's why, innit?
Yeah, sometimes it has to be done, man.
Yeah, I tell you, man, being prepared.
I remember those, like, yeah, I remember, say, about, what, I don't know, like 10 years ago, you was guaranteed just to leave like your jackets and cardigans well alone to winter. Like, they used to be like proper summers.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wait to look at a jacket or a cardigan too tough.
Yeah. Someone's saying the sound is echoing. Is one of us echoing? I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, echoing.
Yeah. Blessed Beauty Queen says the sound is echoing. She probably got two headphones set in, isn't it? All right. So what else has been going on, man? I don't really spend that much time on the channel anymore. Too many fucking idiots.
Not too sure what the topic is today.
Just fairly racist, bruv. He's always being racist. Tuesday, are all races treated equally in the UK? No. All races are not treated equally, I think, anywhere. By anyone. There's some subtle differences, I'm sure. So yeah, that's the question of the day. I mean, it's the same topic. I mean, it's the same question really, as quite a lot of the questions have been the last couple of weeks, to do with race and equality and things like that.
So do you think all races are equal?
Do I think all races are equal or treated equally?
Yeah, in Britain. Yeah.
No, I don't think all races are treated equal.
I don't. I think there's certain people's got certain rules, I think.
Yeah, but the thing is, Turok, is the way you frame this question, it makes it. Can you put your YouTube down, bro? Because it keeps repeating. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. The thing is, this year is that I would say that all races are not treated equally, but then all classes are not treated equally. All religions are not treated equally. So this idea that there should be perfect equality. Yeah, I can hear you. This idea that there should be perfect equality is ideal, which is something to strive for. But at the end of the day, we're not a programmed software that we can do exactly what we want it to do. We're a human being that gets brought up by a range of human beings, and we aren't perfect, So our ideals of there being a perfect society where nobody is judged by their height or their race or their things, that is a good ideal to strive towards, but we're not there yet.
No, definitely, I believe that.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I don't really deal with the race issue too much. I mean, it could just be that it hasn't affected me in my life that much. But then again, there's other things that haven't personally affected me, but I feel like I can understand. So I feel like I can understand it, but I just don't think it's the most important issue going on in the world. I don't, like a lot of people seem to always go on about it, and it's the only thing that they always draw everything back to. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that central thing that's the main thing happening on this planet right now.
To be honest, where I noticed this the most is when the lockdown happened, because like looking at the Chinese community, they seem like they follow a whole different set of rules than everybody else, and it might sound stupid, but I think they do.
What do you mean in the UK?
Yeah, man.
Is it? What do you mean?
Like they have all. Well, basically, like a lot of the Chinese restaurants closed up early before the actual lockdown.
Yeah, and they're all still fully closed. Any Chinese restaurant I've walked past in the last 3 months has been fully closed. No sign of ever been open for weeks or months. You know, no movement, no lights, nothing. But I think yeah, but
New Year.
Yeah, but sure, I think the reason for that is because they've seen the videos around the world of people just randomly being racist and violent towards Chinese people because of this virus, and so they're smart enough to know that.
No, but
go on.
Yeah, but the point I'm making that you know that guy that was supposed to be head of the studies called Dominic Cummings and all that. Like when you see how the Chinese and certain other communities were behaving, you could see that they wasn't really waiting for Boris Johnson to tell them anything. They was already ahead of certain things what was happening.
Yeah, I mean, the reason for that could be as well that because it happened first with them, yeah. So their scientists, their experts got working on it straight away, and in fact they tried to hide it from the rest of the world for a while. So they had the Chinese community of people had an advance, if you know what I mean, because they'd already been working on it for a few months before everyone else even knew about it. So they did know all these things. They're experts. Like science is science, bro. There's no white or black science. There's no rich or poor science. Science is science. That's it. So their scientists would have worked out the things that we were eventually told by our governments based on scientific advice. Their scientists were already telling them that months earlier because they do the same processes and find out the same stuff, and they say that this is how you deal with diseases and viruses. So they done that early on because they were hit. They were also hit very hard, very quickly by it. So it was a shockwave in the Chinese
what I'm trying to
mentality.
show you, is I'm talking about like the Chinese sort of community and their businesses. So all these little takeaways and all these types of things, those people shut down immediately. It seems like Chinatown has a different type of governance where they listen, like they got other people, intel, one could say. And they shut down early February. We only shut down around March.
Yeah, but like I just said, the reason for that is because they took the advice of the experts that they were privy to. The rest of the world just didn't know that they were dealing with this problem for a couple of months before, in the shadows. So they went once the communities of people, like normal people like us in the UK who just live here and run their shops and go to work and do that stuff. These people are in touch with their like people in my family. They watch Pakistani news and Kashmiri news and Indian news more than they watch English news. So I'm sure communities of Chinese people watch a lot of Chinese news and stay in contact with their family and people there. So they would have got that advice earlier. All it is they took to it like a community. Now, what you're pointing out, I'm beginning to realize, is the fact that they uniformly done it. Yeah, that's what this is the thing that seems to interest you, is that they all as a community of people in this country, they all took the advice and behaved the same way in response to it, which is to follow it. We don't get that in a lot of communities all the time.
And like the Turkish community, I noticed they were doing certain other things or procedures themselves. So to me, it seems like people are governed by different rules.
Yeah, I mean, people do.
Not to say same sort of, not to say it's not the same law of the land, but you can see that there's certain people that are working within their benefit of their community, and they're getting the heads up of a lot of different other things that's going on, if you know what I mean, and they're told how to adapt, how to fit certain criteria or what, you know what I mean, what they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, look, a community of people.
Like think about it. On the news now, people are saying, "Oh, I don't know if I should go to work." All the Turkish shops, all the kebab shops, they run like it was normal business. All the thing they had to change. was it just had a little thing in it, like
Like
a
two
thin
people at a
plastic
time.
account,
Two,
basically.
yeah, oh yeah, and the cover on the
Oh,
counter.
yeah, as well. That is it, and they done that quick time, no fuss, no argument. People saying, "Oh, should we send our kids to school? Should we do this? Should we do that? What's going on, Boris? Where are you?" It's like, come on, man. These man just had everything sussed quickly and nicely and done and patterned it good, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think maybe it could come down to something as simple as that. Those communities of people could just be more likely to defer to authority, meaning that they're used to being given orders by their government or their authority, their religious authority or their governmental authority. And they're used to just being given hard specific orders and then just carrying them out without question. We know that a lot of countries are quite savage and brutal like that. So people do have a mentality, certain people from certain communities do have certain types of mentality where they're more likely to just take what the authority tells them and do it as a matter of course. You know, I think in the West, with the types of societies we have, you get that less and less. People in the West don't just accept whatever their government tells them and believe it and do it 100%. They don't just believe what their media tells them and do it and believe it 100%. You have a lot more dissonance in the West.
But that's the thing, though. A lot of these things, I don't think they're getting proper information, or their MPs or the people are not really working.
I mean, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Like, are you saying that certain governments have kind of misled people, or have been more truthful to people, so that they've been able to listen to the advice better? Yeah. So so you're saying that there's some governments have been more truthful to their people, and that's allowed the people to take their advice more seriously and stick to it. Is that what you're saying?
Not really. I'm just saying, like, you can tell, like, you can tell who's doing the work for their community, in a sense, like that, who's informing their community what to do, how to do it, if they can do it, if they shouldn't do it, if you know what I mean. But like, news, what you're seeing on the TV, it's like another type of, I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean, look, it's a confusing and difficult situation for a lot of people, but you know, some people and some communities have reacted and responded differently to it, and you seem to think that that's to do with the people in power in communities. I don't know, being more honest or knowing more or getting their shit straight earlier and quicker, and that's meaningful to you somehow. I just see it as a case of there's a massive problem going on in the world, a typical physical problem that we're bound to come across, as you know, in our situation, and you know, various different people have come along and had various different ideas about what to do about it. Yeah, but the fact is that the experts, the scientists, the specific experts in that field, they don't argue and about what should be they don't argue about what the problem is and what its consequences are, and they don't argue about what we as human beings can do about it and should do about it. They literally don't argue about those things because those are based in facts. So scientists can see that, and they will all see that, and they will all say the same thing. The thing is, though, is that the leaders, the politicians in a different country or a different community, they're not scientists. They don't see it like that, and they don't necessarily even care about the situation like that. They just want to further their position, further their country, better their community. They've got their own goals of maintaining a country or a group or a civil or a community or whatever. Their goals are different. So they'll pick and choose from the scientific advice and see what can work for them and help them in their situation, maintaining power, maintaining economic strength, you know, things like that.
See what you're saying, but like, I don't think it's obvious now. Like, even some of the Qataris and the Saudi sheikhs and all these different types of things. I'm not saying that they don't have to abide by the law of the land, but it seems that they've got a whole different type of government because who they are and where they're from.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about how the Arab nations govern. You know, That's just something I've never really looked into. All right. So what else you saying though? What else you saying about this corona thing?
I just don't know. It seems like different people are going by different measures, if you know what I mean. It's like people are opening up Disney World, people are opening back casinos and this, that, and the other. But it's like, should we just not listen to the national news, really and truly? Because it just seems like the national news is just not really giving a full picture of what's really going on. It's like when you listen to like the financial newses and things like that, it seems like you're getting more of a fuller news or more world viewing news or a better understanding of what's going on the ground or in the in exports and imports market, how things are looking and how things are thriving. And a lot of these just normal news is just not really that good, really, when you really think about it. And I hope that that's not the only news that we do have, you know what I mean?
Yo, big up everybody, man.
Governed by.
The building.
Oh, big up King God.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Oh shit, Walter King Gold is here also. Yeah. Now, you know what? There's no limit of the news available to you. You can go on the internet and find 1,000 different news channels to give you all the different views out there, and coming from the viewpoints that you disagree with, the ones you agree with, the ones you don't know about, you know, the ones that you know about and don't care about. Do you know what I mean? There is channels out there for everybody, but obviously, what's mainstream is what we're talking about, and we're talking about the few mainstream outlets where the majority of people get their understandings from. So yeah, there is that problem. But yeah, big up to Gold and Walter. Walter, long time, bruv.
Hey, how are you?
All good, mate.
How's everybody?
Big up.
Yeah, big up, man. Big up.
Yeah. Do you think different communities are governed differently?
Communities, Africa.
Hello?
Yeah, we've been speaking about for last week.
You're asking Walter.
Probably not going to.
Hello? Did Turek still talking? I can't hear anything anymore.
Turek just asked you a question. Didn't you hear him?
I heard him like half and then he cut out.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, is it? Turek, try again.
Oh, basically, I forgot the question of the day, but we was talking on like, can you see like any differences in different racial communities, or do they get privileges, or they don't?
Where I live?
Or just in the world, or have you noticed politically or economically?
I mean,
Yeah, even where you live.
I mean, there's always people complaining about, you know, certain biases, but it's hard to say, especially like if minorities are always going to get, minorities in certain countries are always going to be a little bit more harder for them because they are the minorities coming in. They come in, you know, different cultures and different. So the beginning, the first generations are always harder, first, second, and then once the kids grow up and they're basically, you know, what do you call it? They become part of the culture that they're in. It becomes a lot easier. You know, when my parents came over, it was harder for them. They didn't speak the language. They had different ways of doing things. And then as time progresses, you know, my generation was a lot. Still, there was, you know, like, you know, immigrants' kids, blah blah blah. But then after, you know, my kids or my brother's kids, it's like part of the group now. So it's, you know, it all depends on the generations as you move along. That's what I think, anyway.
Yeah, I think what I've established over the past few years is that English are treated way better. Well, I think they get it a bit better. I wouldn't say way better, but I only think that comes from the fact that they are sovereign here, and there's other countries.
I mean, when I hear a person, let's say, with an English accent, depend on, even if they're black, white, or any other. For me, they're English. You know, they come from England. I don't see.
Yeah, so what I'm referring to is not what we known as sort of Great Britain and the multicultural.
So Walter, would I be right in saying that you see me as an Englishman?
Exactly. I see. Like I hear the accent. I thinking right away you're from England. I don't think.
Yeah, but
But don't forget the
yeah, but
difference.
do you have like an image of what you used to, before you started talking to English people on the internet? Did you have an image of what you imagined an Englishman to be like?
Well, it's for me. It starts with the only way I identify an English could be as by the accent, right? So if you come from France and you're speaking with a French accent, unless I hear you from, maybe I'll think Belgium, something like that. But usually, if I'm going with the accents, like Italians come over, they have like an Italian accent. This guy probably from Italy, and he's just coming over.
True.
That's basically the way I used to figure out where people. So,
Well, go back to the point I
straight
was saying though. That I think so. I was to make it a finish. I'll say that they get treated better, but I think anywhere in the world,
Roger.
they can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Hello?
you.
I say yeah.
Yeah. So what were you? I mean, were you saying
Can you hear me?
that
Can you hear me? Scientific?
it's just a matter of information to
You can't hear me.
identify what which country someone's from based on their
Fuck, man.
accent or where their heritage or ethnicity or race or whatever it is. Do you honestly think all those things are just a matter of information? There's absolutely nothing there that you personally use to judge people by.
No, I mean, unless the person tells me, no, I'm not really from this place. I'm from this place. I said, okay, because maybe they were,
So
like a lot of us. It's for me. I don't break down people by colors. Even a Chinese person, if they're speaking with an English accent, I know right away this guy's a second, third generation immigrant, and he's English, or he's from England, or from Britain, or from Canada, or States, whatever.
So Walter. Where you live in the United States, and before the
I
lockdown
live in
happened,
Canada.
were the Chinese first to lock down first? Like they shut a lot of their businesses before people actually locked
The
down.
Chinese people, like, if they were already, like, they were more worried because a lot of the people that I know that are Chinese, they have a lot of still contacts in China, so they're talking to them on the internet stuff. So they were getting worried, so they were already telling us, like, hey, be careful, this stuff is deadly, blah, blah, blah. So, because I work with Chinese people also.
But were they the first people? Were they the first people to lock down before the rest of the country, by any chance?
No, not really. Not really. They were saying, as soon as our coronavirus started to go up, that's when people started to, well, this is serious now. This year.
So did they have Chinese New Year in Canada then?
Yeah, they celebrate their New Year in Chinatown and stuff like that, for sure.
Well, they celebrated it, yeah.
Of course, they had have Chinatown, just like Christians celebrate Christmas, or Orthodox or Jews celebrate their holidays.
Because in London they cancelled their one.
Oh, you mean did they still celebrate their festivals during the corona? No. Everybody was on lockdown. No.
So what month did Canada lock down in?
But the New Year is in January, so the Chinese New Year is end of January, I think.
February.
Was it already? I think they still had a chance to celebrate. Not in China though. China, I think, was completely locked down.
So I think the proper lockdown happened around March. So.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Hey, where's Rob? What's his name? Rob? Can you hear me? Where's Rob, man? This guy, he always talk about space and subatomic particles, bro. I'm not,
We're talking here, Gold, about something.
We've been over a race millions of times. I was just thinking, yeah. I just thought I'd just throw it out there. But yeah, cool. We're talking about lockdown in Canada. Cool. Go on, carry on.
Well, he was asking me a few questions.
I was just summoning Rob to come and speak about subatomic particles because
you'll get your 5 hours, Gold. Don't worry, I'm not gonna stay long. I'll leave pretty soon, and you could carry on the show.
I'm not. Don't be so. I was talking about you or to you, but anyway, go on.
Yeah. So now we lost their spot. I don't know. Remember.
I think you're talking about lockdown in Canada, right?
Well, like we said, in January, we started our lockdown in March. So
we're just talking about mainstream fuckeries that have been put on the plate for us. It's just I'd rather put my head in the bed, just and go to sleep for fucking 10 hours they listen to it fucking lockdown. It's just without being too negative, but I'm just saying, innit? Like, maybe you should change the headline a little bit.
Well, my whole point is.
But this is what's happening in the world.
My whole point
It's
is
not
actually,
like, you know.
Yeah, it's the same thing on the title. So the point I was trying to make is, do you think that the Chinese listen to the normal law of the land, or do they have other rules they follow?
No, they follow the rules of Canada. They would no, that's not true.
I'm not saying they don't follow the law, but it seems like they're governed and they're told other they got other side.
Here in Canada, I don't see that. I have, like I said, I work with I've worked with plenty of people who are Chinese, and they weren't working by any other rules. They were, you know.
But they own their own business?
Well, where I'm working, no. They're obviously workers for this company that I work.
Exactly. So I'm talking about the ones that
But it's
own
not a
business,
Chinese company.
that have
It's not a Chinese
Chinatown.
company.
But
it's not a Chinese
but
company.
triads are very heavy. The triads are very heavy in Chinatown.
Who's the triad?
Well, the Chinese mafia.
I've never seen the Chinese mafia. Like, what did they do that we know it's the mafia?
They do
go around
protection
killing
rackets
people?
in Chinatown.
They chop
do
up
protection rackets.
Yeah, they chop meat up.
racketeering.
And how would I know? How would I know that? But I asked the Chinese town. So they're basically, you're saying that the mafia is still doing protection rackets in Little Italy? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're sleeper cells. So they'd be cutting roast pork leg 1 minute,
Sorry,
and then
man. Where do you live?
they're sleeper
do you
cells.
live?
London.
London.
I'm just saying, if you know,
And you think
if
the
you don't, if
triads
you
are
don't.
controlling? And you think the triads are controlling small portions of Chinatown for little businesses? For what? They're gonna make all their money that way for a few businesses in Chinatown.
But you know, the Chinese government are also with those people because they sometimes they help them with loans through the Chinese government. So they're never too far from the emperor.
I really don't know where you're going. The emperor and this. And
Don't worry
that.
about it.
I know that there was a one time when China was very closed borders. They didn't allow their people to leave. They couldn't
Yo,
leave
guys,
their
all right, cool.
country.
Just a quick change of subject.
And then
Okay.
and then over the years,
Hold
the
on a
government has loosened their grip, and they allowed their people to finally start immigrating. So 20 years ago, you had influx of Chinese immigrants coming into Canada and stuff like that. You know, they felt they had a better life here at the beginning, and now China.
Who's going to the next Black Lives Matter march? What's the hottest planet in the solar system? And how hot is it? And why is it so hot?
That's not the title of the show today.
Come on, science, take over this show.
That's not the title today.
Come, bro, let's
The
ransack this
Chinese now, they're
conversation.
everywhere.
No, yo,
The
ransack this
Chinese are
conversation.
everywhere
Hey, science
in
method, what's the hottest
Africa.
planet? What's the hottest planet in the solar system?
The Chinese
The
are
hottest
everywhere in
Where's the
Africa, and they
asteroid
have
belt?
their own.
Where's the asteroid belt in the solar system?
They got their own police force. They got their own army and police force in Africa. The
Chinese?
Chinese.
I don't know. I've never been to
yeah.
Africa, so I can't tell you.
In South Africa,
Don't
there's
Google
a
it.
Chinese police state, and
Don't be googling it, science method.
so this is why I say these people must be and have a second type of authority.
If
that they are listening
the
to or
Chinese
that's
have,
helping them.
I could see that if the Chinese have invested a lot of money in Africa, and the government allows them to invest their money in Africa, and there's situations where there's a chance that could be destroyed or stormed or plundered. But obviously, they might bring in their security, but not as Chinese, but as in their own security forces. And I
Nice,
think that
Natty.
goes
You
for
got it.
anybody
You got it.
who's
Natty,
invested
Velly,
millions of dollars.
Natty's at the is in the back chat. You got it right though, Natty. 1 point to you, fella. Venus is the hottest planet, and how hot? Don't Google it either. Right.
Well, Turek, it was nice talking to you, but obviously.
Oh, I'm going on mute.
Yeah,
Walker,
man.
man. Don't be a bitch, man. I'm going on mute,
King
bro.
of Gold doesn't want us to talk about
Stop
anything.
being a bitch, man. I'm muting.
Have a good
Alright,
one,
I'm
friend.
off.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Bye.
Why would you leave the panel though, bro? Come on, man. I just literally went on mute. I just told Velly that Natty's in the back chat. Why being a bitch, man? Fuck that bitch. Confused bitch. Fucking Portuguese dude from Canada talks about Muhammad fucking 24/7. Weirdo.
Hey, what's with the interference?
I don't know. It's Turok's mic, you know. Yo, science. Method. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, dude. Wait, let me talk to someone who's literally can actually have a quiz or know the deep that facts. Wait, dude, what's the hottest planet?
The hottest planet, I think, is Venus.
And you know how hot it is?
No, but I think it's maybe in the thousands of degrees, probably.
Oh, close. 900 degrees.
900 degrees. That's the average temperature of the surface temperature, yeah?
Oh, the surface temperature. Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah,
the core will probably be, because the sun core is 12 million. So 15
Bro,
million.
you know what?
6,000 degrees. So I don't know. Maybe you could take reference from the sun, possibly.
Bro, you know what? I don't know the details like that. I've got to be honest.
You know what the asteroid belt is? You know where the asteroid belt is?
There's a few of them in it.
I think but in our solar system.
Yeah, there's a few in our solar system.
The main one, though, the one that they always talk about.
Is it between Jupiter and Saturn? No, it's
close. Well, yeah, I'll give you it. Jupiter. It's in between Jupiter and Mars.
Oh, okay. Between Jupiter and Mars, yeah.
Oh, Jupiter and Neptune, sorry.
Oh, Neptune, yeah. Oh, okay, the other way.
Yeah. Was it? Is it? Wait.
No, it's Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn.
Wait, I can't hardly think right now. I've got to open the door. One second. Yeah, Mars. It's Mars and Jupiter.
Between Mars and Jupiter, yeah.
How many moons does Jupiter have?
Jupiter, I think, has 12 moons. Is it? It's got a lot, I know. More than that, probably.
Moons? Jupiter?
Yeah, more than 12. Probably 20 moons.
Higher, man. Higher.
100?
60 to 90.
60 to 90, yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
You know that there's a habitable planet in one of the moons on Jupiter.
Yeah, what they say that Titan is a good chance.
Yeah, and that's it's the second largest moon. You know what? Do you know what planet's a part of?
What planet is?
You know what it orbits? Yeah, what planet the moon orbits? It's the Titan, the moon Titan.
Yeah, it's Jupiter, isn't it?
No, it's Saturn.
Is it Saturn?
The largest one is on Jupiter.
Is Titan the one that's covered in ice? Yeah.
I believe so. Yes, it's there's a lot of ice on it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because they were saying that there's a really good chance that it will have liquid water underneath.
100, and all they have to do is do a CO2 effect. They'll introduce lots of CO2 to the planet, and create their own weather system to melt the ice caps.
Yeah.
So
well, I mean, a lot of that all
Bro,
that
that mic
terraforming stuff.
corrupt, man.
So when you
Yeah,
think
that mic's doing my head in, bro.
planets are actually inhabitable, so. 1 second, mate. Yeah.
That microphone bare snap crackle and pop, innit?
Yeah, that was annoying, man. I thought my headphones were broken, man. Fucking hell.
It sounds like an old modem, like. Is he using an old modem? Dial-up modem or something? Yeah, that's better. Anyway, what's going on, Saint?
Natty, bruv, what you saying, Natty?
Nothing much, man. Just having a little chill out day today, innit?
Yeah, me too, mate.
Might have to go do a bit of shopping, but I just read in the newspapers about they're making it compulsory on the 24th of July or something like that, that we all got to wear masks in the shops.
In all shops?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Hey, bruv,
I
you
ain't
could
got time for this shit.
just teeth whatever you want and run out.
That's what I was thinking, you know. Everyone should just...
Imagine
Oh, we should just Where's Wally? Just dress up like Where's Wally and everyone just teeth.
That doesn't sound like a very smart idea to me. Like, I think a lot of young people are going to take advantage of that.
That's
Just
what I'm
mask up,
thinking,
grab whatever you want and run out. If you're not in your local place,
like, how do you know it was me?
Yeah. Oh well, let's see, innit?
Yeah,
I mean, I wear masks like on the bus or in a shop if the sign says I have to. But otherwise, you know, if I'm walking around, I don't wear the mask.
Yeah, straight.
Not at all times. But to be fair, when I'm around, like if I'm in a public, like on a bus, yeah, I would definitely wear the mask because at the end of the day, like it's a bus, innit? Like before you got onto that bus that day, there could be 1,000 people. You don't know what type of people, you don't know what type of lifestyle they live. Even for that reason, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. But I can't deal with that in the shops, though. That's long. It's just weird, bruv. Everyone walking around looking like they're surgeons, bruv. Like.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't think it's going to be for that much longer now. The thing's basically on its way out.
I think, yeah.
We'll
I
be back
think
to
all these
normal,
governments, I think all these governments are acting like little bitches, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're acting like little bitches.
Yeah, some people definitely are. Ultra Funky saying face coverings are compulsory on buses. Yeah, but Funky, bro, like the buses I've been on, yeah, if the driver himself is not wearing a mask, I don't think he's got the right to tell me to wear it. And I beat up a few drivers already for trying that shit. So just be careful out there, man.
Anyway, the wheels on the bus go round and round. But yeah, I can't deal with that in the shops, man.
Bro, you know what it is, yeah? Is at the end of the day, it's not that big a deal. Like, look, we as a grown adult in this world, yeah, you have to put up with a lot of shit that you might disagree with, you know. But you know, to make your life easier, to get by in this world because of the laws, because of the even social stigmas of people, you know, you do make adjustments and to fit in and get by. So this is just another one of those things, I think.
The thing is, the law is all right, but people are starting to act like the law. Like they'll be like, 2 meters, mate. You're like, fuck off. Who you talking to, you muppet? Fuck out of it. What's happening? Do you know what I mean? Like, fuck you talking to? You fucking move.
Yeah, that's different though, isn't it? I mean, you know.
That's what I mean. Just getting to the point now. Yeah, but everyone thinks they're police now. Like, everyone wants to be like, all right, got your mask on. And yeah, 2 meters.
Well, to be fair, bro,
I mean?
like that as well, though. I don't really like people jogging and like breathing and heavily and run next to me. I rather stick out my walking stick and trip them up whilst they're running past because I think it's very annoying. I swear, when it's really annoying, bro. It's like they don't have to.
You're fucked, bro. you imagine if you're jogging, yeah? If they're jogging, yeah, they need to breathe better, like even more than normal, yeah. Like let them take their mask off while they're jogging, bro. Don't trip them up with your stick.
No, I wouldn't recommend that, people out there. If there's anybody working out there that is a bit simple, don't put your walking stick out.
Right, Gold.
Yeah.
Walter called you a crybaby.
Walter, fucking, I don't know why. What's it up? Why are people?
EIE, yeah, you're right, bro. I should wear my mask. You're right. But maybe not everywhere, but you know, certain places.
Yes, big up EIE. Big up EIE.
EIE is a long-term vet, bro. I remember this name from way back.
EIE. Walter.
So why is Walter just starting trouble? Like, is it? No, he's left the panel as well. Walter, man, what's the beef?
The thing is with Walter, right? He really is an atheist, but he's like
he's not an atheist. I've had
he's an atheist.
Argument.
Walter
He's
don't
not
act
an
like a Christian. He don't act like a Christian.
No, he don't. But that's one of the best things about him, though.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't mind people. You know, he's just lip servicing the Christianity stuff, and maybe to some levels he does believe or whatever. Yeah, but the thing is, he kind of is a normal person in a lot of ways. He's got reasonable views about things. I think he's quite a reasonably well developed person. He's like, you don't seem like a racist or a bigot or a complete anti-intellectual or complete idiot. You know what I mean? He seems alright in a few ways, which is very unchristian-like.
Yeah, Walter must have been he must not have been his true self that day.
Yeah,
He must have been acting like a Christian.
No, you know what? I remember the first few times I met Walter. Yeah, we just had like argument, shouting match, like tried to start having a debate, and then obviously it breaks down into just like a custom match and like all making fun of each other. But then afterwards, I've seen him in the chat, and he's quite funny. Like he makes quite funny comments sometimes. You know, he's got a sense of humor. It's just, you know what I mean? Like he's quite a reasonably all-round person. That's what I'm saying.
Walter lives on the house on the prairie, but yeah, he's all right. I like his you know, his picture. You know, it's the cup, the Holy Cup.
Is it
the Holy Grail?
These fucking Christians, bro, they're so dumb.
Yeah. But thou shalt have no idols.
What does he think that's going to do?
No idols.
What does he think?
Have no idols.
He thinks God and Jesus are up there saying, "Oh, guess what? Jesus is going to run up to God and say, God, Walter has put the Holy Cup in his as his DP." And God will be like,
the reason why that cup is so significant is because it's full of wine, mate. They're all pissheads. When they're like, "What's in that cup? Well, is it wine? Is it water?" He's like, "Yeah, it's water. It's not wine. It's water."
After Jesus had to go at
it. After Jesus had to go, Jesus was a pisshead, mate.
Yeah, I've always thought that as well. All that lovey-dovey stuff, innit? Got
turned water into wine.
Yeah, he's just confused. He just drank more water, but because he was so drunk, he was already so drunk. He was drinking water, thinking he was getting more drunk.
He was licking off that wine, mate. Licking it up.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. That's more likely, definitely. Yeah, water's gonna come on, mate. You don't want that smoke from water when he gets going.
E-I-E-I-O. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, Walter. What's in that cup, Walter? We know what's in that cup, mate, and it ain't holy water. If he said, we know it's wine. Bless thou. See you later, mate. See you later. Water. What's in that cup? Is it water?
It's water.
Here he is. Here he is, the man with the holy water.
I think it's like a 1950 vermouth. I'm not sure.
What? It's a specific type of alcohol.
Well,
You
yeah,
say
it's gotta
vermouth.
be fine. It's gotta be fine wine, no? It can't be just any. It's gotta be,
Yeah,
well
no, of course not.
aged.
Ah, that's fine, way.
Yeah, it's you don't just like come on.
Not that £2, not that £2 stuff then, no. Local boy, happy shopper. What's that?
Nice, nice grapes from Italia.
Yeah, but that would have come from like the Romans, isn't it?
What? The wine?
You're drinking wine that come from the Italians that
Well,
persecuted Jesus, wasn't it?
did you ever try wine from Israel?
No, but I've tried fresh grape juice from Israel, and that is delicious.
Yeah, but don't let them do your wine for you because that's a special wine there. No wonder Christ had to convert into water into wine.
Oh, is it?
Serving that stuff would kill somebody.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's an acquired taste.
Yeah, I think Jesus.
It's like some beers.
What beers do you like, Walter?
Well, I don't drink a lot of beer to say the but if I was, I'm more of like the Canadian beer guy. So when it's a nice cold, when it's a hot, super hot day, you just cut the grass or something, and you're sitting there, and a nice cold one goes down. But other than that,
Yeah.
I'm not a beer drinker. Just like wine, a nice dish of pasta once in a while. Nice cup of nice wine.
Yeah, I like Chateauneuf du Pape.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't get my wine in top places.
Yeah, that's like 40. I think it's £42 a bottle. Yeah, that's a nice one.
$42 a bottle. Holy mackerel!
Yeah.
That's expensive. What that's the wine you're buying?
Not buying,
Like,
but
don't they have like the quarter shop that sells wines of the year? Like here in Canada, we have places we just go pick up our bottle of wine, like $12 Canadian.
well, I know a guy named Terry Tibbs, and he can get anything. You go down the market. Terry
the guy
Tibbs
that
is
can
it.
get anything.
Yeah, his name's Terry Tibbs.
Terry Tibbs. That's a perfect name too. We all know the guy down the corner who could get us anything.
This guy's on the market still. He's like, what can I do for you, mate? I'm like, oh, you're fine, is Terry Tibbs. He's like, round the back, there you go, son. Have a look, fam, there's the money. What's happening?
So I guess you like
Terry Tibbs.
Terry Tibbs, too.
Talk to me.
Yo.
Uh-oh.
We've got 3 inhabitable planets in our solar system.
There we go.
Name the 3.
Inhabitable.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. All right. So
Habit.
ones that you can't live on, yeah?
No, habitable.
Well, I think there's a chance. There's a chance we could live in the atmosphere of Venus, but not on the surface. I've heard that idea being discussed before. We could possibly dig into the ice of Titan, and if we find liquid water underneath, we might be able to live there. And the third one, I don't know, maybe Mars.
Mars, yeah, you're right. But Venus, though, that was interesting. You came out with Venus.
I just heard it being talked about before.
It's sulfuric oxide. The pressure of it is like the equivalent of half a mile down. The pressure of the sea. half a mile down in the sea. Can you imagine your ears would
Oh
pop?
yeah, yeah, that is quite hard.
Who's that, Walter? Walter, you just talk about Muhammad 24/7. So that's why I'm
have I brought up your favorite man of the world?
Sleepy, and I'd rather go to sleep. I'd rather sit on the toilet.
Have I brought up your favorite man?
Sing the
all
national
time
anthem on the toilet all day, then listen to anything that comes.
King, have I brought up your favorite man of all time yet?
Planet of the Apes. Did you say that I'm from the Planet of the Apes?
Oh my God!
No, he said favorite man of all time.
My God!
Well, I can't hear what you're saying. Sorry, what did you say? All right.
Have I brought up Muhammad anytime soon today?
No, but you've spoken about cultures and religions, so I know you're kind
What
of.
is that? What?
You know what? His subconscious is going to make
Here we
him,
go.
and eventually,
Here
2
he
hours,
goes. He goes in
it will
going
be
to space-
Muhammad is a
space
pedo.
land
Muhammad
again.
is a pedo inside the chat. So I
He's
didn't
in
even say
Venus now.
no, I'm joking. Look, look.
We're not
I
going
don't
to
mind
Jupiter.
anyway. You look. All you got to do is answer to God for what you've done in
Not
your
to
thing.
Mars.
Yeah, and hopefully some not a impressionable young Muslim brother that's
Well,
just
I'm not going to say Pluto because Pluto's
break
not even a
faith.
planet.
But who's a Pluto? Oh, yeah. But Venus is super hot, and I think when I start speaking about planets, the whole chat kind of got involved. So yeah, I don't really think it's that much of a dead subject.
But why do you want to care? What you're planning a trip to Venus or something?
No, I just feel like we should be.
You don't have more things like there's not nothing to worry
No, I like-
about on
I
Earth,
like the
planet
planet
Earth.
stuff.
Understanding
Nothing to worry
that
about on planet Earth. That you
we
have
should
people watching what's happening.
Yeah,
in
but
Venus?
Walter, some people.
Yeah,
Right,
but when
then,
you
well,
learn
let's
about
talk about
radiation,
hell.
electromagnetism, then you understand how actually important it is to us. So that's where you're wrong.
When you have a good life and everything is, you're rich and happy, you could go around thinking about things that mean nothing. So,
Yeah, but the thing is, you haven't
Anyway, King, I reckon.
quantum physics
I reckon what's
or relativity.
what's
and-
habitable is Earth, Mars,
Huh?
and Mercury.
Who? Oh, habitable planets, yeah?
Jeez, it
Earth,
took you that
no,
long
not
to look
Mercury.
it up on
Earth,
Google.
yeah, Earth, Mars, and Neptune.
Neptune's a gas planet, so I don't think it would be possible really to go in there. But I know that.
On Google.
That was it.
What, Neptune? What, we can inhabit Neptune? Maybe because of the moon that's on Neptune, but I wouldn't assume that a gas planet was. You could even stand on a gas planet.
All right, then, yeah, maybe, yeah, not gas planet, but maybe one of the moons. Because don't forget, you can drill underneath. You don't just have to be on top. You can work like from underneath.
Underneath what?
Like the surface. So if it's cold, it's more warmer underneath, isn't it?
Yeah, but but terrestrial planets is something that has rock and molten rock and stuff like that. So that anything that don't have any rock, it won't be stable enough for you to stand on. It's just gases and quite treacherous gases as well.
So
And
what's after Mars? What's after Mars?
winds, especially as well. Winds as well would be the most detrimental thing. But after Mars,
What planets after Mars? Yeah.
Jupiter.
Jupiter must be.
Yeah, Earth is. Sorry. So I only came
Sorry,
in.
Walter.
The last conversation just ended, but unfortunately, I've got to go answer my door again. So I don't know if you want to speak about what you were speaking about before that. Sorry about it.
Yeah, sorry, Walter. What was you saying?
I didn't say anything. King of Gold doesn't stop talking, so I shut up.
Oh, no, I know you don't like the science stuff, man, because it challenges like God.
How does it challenge God? I don't understand. Why would
That's
that challenge
science.
God? Why would science challenge God?
Because science, like,
universe was made by God.
Science
Why do I care
overrides.
what challenges
It
and what doesn't
overrides.
challenge?
Science explains.
It's like closed subject for me. I know who created the universe. Closed subject. Well, there's nothing to discuss.
Oh,
for me.
who created the
Great,
universe?
Again, God. Hello. So you see, closed subject. Finished.
Yeah, but
now I could worry about things on Earth.
Yeah, but Walter, what you seem to be saying is that there's literally you don't need to find out anything about the creation itself either, because even if you were to believe God made the universe,
I don't live outside the universe. I live on Earth.
hang on, wait. Walter, Walter, I'm not attacking you, mate. I'm just making a point. Let me finish my point. Yeah, what I'm saying to you is that believing that God created the universe is a philosophical, abstract position. Yeah, it's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter. You can choose to have that.
To you, yes,
but
it's neither there.
No. It genuinely doesn't matter. You can choose to believe that or not. It's irrelevant. What I'm saying to you is that, Walter, stop it. Let me finish my point. Yeah, let me just make my point and deal with the point. Yeah?
Make your point without the shots.
That's not shots, bro. It's just I'm just saying. Bro, it's not. You can choose to believe in God or not. It's irrelevant. What I'm saying to you is that you implied that by knowing that God creates the universe, therefore you don't need to find out anything about this universe. That's what I was saying to you, is that us talking about the planets and the stars and space and things like that, it doesn't matter whether you believe in God or not. There's many scientists who are God believers, but they do good work in science because it is important for human beings to find out about this creation that we exist in. I don't, do you understand? So for you to say, I know God created the universe, therefore I don't need to learn science, that's literally so dumb. It's just like unbelievable.
Yeah.
But to most no.
You know what, Walter? This is how dumb.
Let me say.
This is how dumb it sounds, right?
There's 7. Listen,
this is how dumb it sounds, right? He allowed the people to walk the earth.
There's 7 billion people
and yet
on
he
this
killed
planet.
his only son. He killed his only son.
Listen to me. There's 7 billion people on this planet. Maybe 0.03% care about the universe. The other people are starving, suffering, fighting every day to do a job, and we're trying to make that life better for them. Well, some people talk about astronomy. Big deal. Who cares?
Okay, so to solve the problems that we face as a species on planet
Going to the moon
Earth,
is going to solve our problems. I doubt it.
Bro, hang on. I let you speak. I never cut you. Yeah. To solve the problems that we as a species face on planet Earth, physical problems like food, disease, sickness, death, suffering, all these physical problems that we face. Yeah. To solve them, we need to understand how the world works, the universe works, how nature works, how our bodies work, how chemistry works, how physics works, and how biology.
Outside universe.
Well said.
That has nothing to do with outside universe.
It actually does. It actually does. The fact that you can't see that.
You know.
You know what, bro?
That nobody
Walter, you're going back to your old self, mate. You need to calm down.
The cures to coronavirus are not out in space.
No, but
answer me this, Walter. Well, answer me this question, right? If you're lying in the street, okay, injured, and you need you need to be saved, or you're going to be dying, who do you want me to call? Do you want me to pick up the phone book and call 999, or do you want me to pick up the Bible and call God? Who do you want me to call?
Do whatever you want. You can call anybody you want. It's not my problem.
Why not? Why didn't you say call God?
I already have God. What do I have to call him for?
Oh, chapters. What's that?
When I die, I die. What are you gonna do?
Well, you're talking chapters now, Walter.
I'm gonna die anyways. Well, you call the hospital, just gonna die later than sooner.
No, because I'm trying to say through the science.
You're an atheist.
For the science,
oh my God! After I'm dead, it's over. I become worm food.
We'll call 999 to save.
For me, it's like, hey, if I die, I die. Say
okay,
what am I gonna do?
You'll become worm food waiting for God. You'll become worm food waiting for God. I'll be in an ambulance.
That's what you believe.
Through science and through clever people.
And
you'll be lying there saying, God, help me.
Okay,
help
you're
me.
going to have an ambulance. You're going to have an ambulance. Bring it to
just
the
like
hospital,
Jesus. Jesus looked up, battered. Jesus was battered. You see Jesus?
Next.
Jesus was mashed up.
You let me talk?
And I mean mash up. Jesus was so mashed up, he was unrecognizable. Yeah, mashed to the ground. And he looked up and he said, Father, help me.
Here we go.
And you know what the Father said?
Half stories.
I can't do nothing for you.
Yes, half stories.
But if Jesus had listened to the crowd when the crowd said, "Listen, we'll
Half
fuck them
story.
up,
Here
man.
we go.
Let us fight," Jesus was like, "Nah,
You
nah,
don't even
nah.
know
Rely
why
on the
Christ
Father.
came. You don't
He's
even
got
know
my
why
back."
Christ came when you're talking. You don't even know why Christ
Right.
came when you're talking. You don't
Why
even know
did he
about the
come?
resurrection story.
Why did he
You know
come?
do you know that there's after death there's resurrection?
Oh, right. Okay. He's the only man I've known in the whole history of the world who come to take lash, lick, stone,
Well,
poke
you
in the
know,
eyes, thorns on his
Yeah.
head, barn,
Okay, there we
lick off
continue.
your foot,
Continue.
lick off your hand,
Uh-huh.
pin up,
You could tell.
like,
Beautiful. Continue.
you know what I mean?
Beautiful. Continue.
Stab up in his side with a spear
Uh-huh.
for everyone to heckle and watch him and turn
And
him
then,
around.
and you know what? And you know what? It still didn't kill him. So the point of the story is what? You could beat me, you could do anything you want to me, but at the end of the day, I'm still
The
gonna live.
point of the story is, I asked you, who would you ask to save you, the ambulance or God? And you said,
The ambulance does not save me. The ambulance just gives me a little bit more time in this hell. That's
oh.
Natty, you go to bed every day. Natty, you go to bed every day thinking about the world is perfect. I go to bed every day knowing the world is not. It's two different philosophies.
You know what? I can't help it. That's just funny. That is just funny.
Yeah, I think you've got a point. It's not too relevant, but you can compare a lot of science and astronomy to frequencies and radiations that actually affect us on the planet, because they're very similar actually. Walter, so you can see what sort of effect, which is similar to 5G and what it emits, wave-wise, and you can compare it. So for the reason why these animals are falling out of the sky, you can then see what sort of radiation comes from the sun, for example, and how it affects
Walter, where are you getting this idea that animals are falling out of the sky?
Walter, what are you talking, Walter? Whoa,
To me,
whoa,
oh no,
sorry.
Near the 5G towers.
I sound like King of
Gold.
Then what's happening with animals?
So,
what I'm
no, I just
thinking-
said the wrong name because I was looking at your picture. Anyway.
Oh no, they are animals around 5G towers are dying, but if you Google it, you'll see it.
Around 5G towers, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of 5G towers. I think it's because of the radiation that they're emitting. It must be something happening where they just can't handle it, because what happens if gamma radiation, high frequency radiation, starts to give you arthritis. Osteo makes your bones hollow, and it can also shut down your organs.
Yeah,
So,
but don't you think?
Hey, science method, and don't forget, don't put up windows because windows kill birds too. So, be careful with them. They affect your brain.
Gold. Let me just ask. Gold. Let me just ask you directly. Yeah. Don't you think that this consequence and effect of 5G waves is something that can be checked and tested by any qualified scientist in the world?
Yeah, well, if that's a question to me, yeah, I think it can.
Yes. Okay, so you're saying then that every qualified scientist in the whole planet is in on some conspiracy where they're helping to create this evil thing that harms and hurts human beings and living creatures.
No, but
and them and their families have kept this a secret, and they themselves have worked on this for years, tested it and checked it before they knew what its effects properly were. And they also install and maintain these towers, and they are prepared to put up with whatever consequence, or they have some way around it. Obviously, you must think. But don't you think that this is beginning to sound fucking ridiculous?
Well, the reason why I don't think it is we've checked out the Cantor levels for radar and microwave and all them technologies were manifested into technology. So when now we've got the radio, and even radio waves can be harmful to a degree. So when we look at it like there's a huge tower emitting out high frequency radiation, and very intense on your system. How can you not say that? When it, and actually you can tweak it as well, so you can actually turn up the power on it. So with some of these testings where there's been a number of animals dying around it, some idiot has obviously done a test where he's just turned it up full blaze, and it's just and some people have taken camera shots of just dead birds underneath these towers. Do you think that's a conspiracy? Do you think there's people getting these dead birds and putting them underneath the towers? And
I think that's far more likely. I think that's 100% far more likely than the fucking actual conspiracy idea. The fact that it's possible for a bunch of nutty, lunatic, uneducated, anti-intellectual retards to genuinely want to thwart intellectual authority so badly that they, one, believe such stupid nonsense lies, two, want to promote and disseminate that information, three, I cannot see why anybody would think they wouldn't also take the third step and make up extra shit and go and falsify evidence and take pictures of that to promote. The fact of the matter is, bro, if this was happening, 5G towers are going to be everywhere. So what we should, you guys' prediction will be, is already, your prediction scientifically is, that when the 5G towers go up everywhere, there's going to be millions, billions of dead birds and dead animals outside every tower. But guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen? My prediction is that's not going to happen because they don't have that effect. It's fucking nonsense. It's nonsense on every level of science and reality you can imagine.
No. You know why? One sec. I know you're going off on a tangent now. Its reason being is they can turn it, they can manipulate the power of these things. So you have the five towers everywhere. As long as they keep it at a reasonable level, then you'll just be dying. You will be taken off your life, but it won't be it won't just be an instant death.
No. Again, what you're saying is that the world's scientists and experts and governments have all honed in on this conspiracy and decided together without fail. Bro, listen. What you're saying is that they have produced something which specifically will harm and kill and damage living creatures, and they've falsely put it through all the tests. And do you know how much documentation? Do you know how much documentation there is regarding the rules that anybody has to go through? How many hoops they have to jump through to invent something, to create something, to make something? Yeah, or any electronic device, the safety procedures and standards they have to pass. Yeah, I mean, you obviously don't know about these things, but you seem to think that they overridden all of that.
Let me say something now, because what it is you're missing a point. What it is 5G towers now, they're owned by a corporation. Then where would we be able to sell us 5G towers? So we'll have to trial and test it for the public. These industries are using BP. So what can you tell me about Fukushima? Fukushima is killing a whole ecosystem. And we're eating.
That's got nothing to do with nothing. What I'm telling you, bro, that's got nothing to do with nothing.
Let me finish my point. How can you tell me something they've just released as technology is not the same as of our industry? It's industry.
What the name?
I mean, if you want to release 5G towers, right? You're harnessing bioenergy. It's the same thing. You're harnessing bioenergy. You're using oil.
How is
you're using energy,
about, bro? You've been reading too much of this conspiracy bollocks. Listen, stick to the point. Yeah. Why do you think that these 5G towers kill animals?
Right. Well, okay.
Why the hell would anybody think something like that?
Without you butting me off because you don't agree with what I'm saying, and then when I'm finished, then you can possibly come back with a rational answer. But honestly, a good, answer. But what I'm trying to say is, you're trying to make out that these 5G towers isn't part of the establishment and it isn't an industry which is run on power, which has an effect on organisms, on living organisms. It has an effect, and do you know how it has an effect? Because of the waveforms and radiation that it emits. So for you to try and then say, "Oh, well, do you think there haven't been like a number of people checking stuff with British standards and health and safety checks?" Stop it, bro. They've been emitting. Bro, we've literally had CO2 poisoning, and there's been little kids outside school playgrounds getting cancer out of nowhere bro, this is a thing.
Bro, stop this, bro. If you genuinely believe this shit, you wouldn't fucking live in this country, and you wouldn't. And if you were forced to, bro, let me finish. If you genuinely were this paranoid and this fucking stupid that you believe this shit you're saying, you would not stay in this country. You would have left ages ago. You
No, that's dumb. That's dumb.
You would have. You're telling me
scientist.
you're gonna stay in a country where you genuinely believe they poison you and your kids? Yeah,
You are a
you genuinely
scientist.
believe that? You're a fucking
I'm
moron,
shocked.
bro. You
I'm
to
shocked.
think anybody's gonna believe you that
I'm
we
shocked.
think that you believe that you live in a country where the
Right,
government
so
are poisoning
basically,
you and your
look,
kids, but you carry on living it.
I like you,
bro.
Simon.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
But
Come
you're
on, man,
that
it's dumb.
shit, man, bro, because one, you're being rude. You wouldn't talk to me like that in my face. Trust me. And
Go
for
shut up,
two,
bro. That's got nothing to do with
I'm
nothing.
gonna say
You're
that,
saying that these
No, I
towers
feel
kill
man to shut
people.
the fuck up.
You're
Who
a
you
fucking
talking to?
idiot, bro. They don't
Wait,
kill
Simon.
people.
Scientific. I'm talking about a serious issue here, which is not. I'm not talking about your mom or your religion. Don't talk to me like I'm a fool, bro. Because let's be honest, if we were in each other's faces, we have more respect.
Bruv,
for
shut
each
up. We're not, bruv, shut
Yeah?
up. It's got nothing to do with nothing. If people chat shit, yeah, then sometimes they're in the mood to put up with it for a certain point, for a certain amount of time. But at the end of the day, bruv, I've told you a number of times, what you're saying is so fucking
But
stupid.
relax,
It's
you're
embarrassing.
talking, bro.
It's embarrassing to
You
keep repeating
gotta go
that
like
this
a
is
fury
stupid.
because you're a retard. You know, you're talking about scientists, and I know more about science than you. You're a fucking retard, bro. How can you call me a retard? Just watch what you're saying, bro, because I will pull your pants over your head. I will pull your pants over your head. And honestly, I don't want to discontinue whatever image you fucking brought to this platform. But to be fair, bro, I'm actually speaking to you, and I thought you had a bit of intelligence and understood about what is happening on our planet. And
what is happening on our planet is that
sad
5G
thing-
doesn't cause fucking
What's the
cancer.
sad thing is you're a fucking scientist or so-called fucking.
I'm not a scientist, bro, but I'm just not an
It's
uneducated
shocking,
idiot.
bro. It's shocking.
I'm just, bro, you don't have to be a scientist. You just have to be honest enough to accept that this bullshit about the 5G waves causing cancer and hurting and killing creatures, it's actual just pure lies. Actual pure lies. No, no, bro, listen to me. No,
Radiation turns cells cancerous, yes or no?
bro, no expert.
Scientific method. You have to understand scientific method. You have to understand that it's the aliens, the lizard people, that control the 5G.
Yeah. Stop chatting shit.
Code, shut up,
And
bro.
they're building these towers to get rid of the human race.
Bro, there's radiation from the sun, yeah, which potentially can cause turn cells cancerous. There's
But it doesn't
radiation
affect the
from your
lizard
microwave. There's radiation from your microwave, which has effects on skin and
So what have you just told me then? So what you're doing now, you're
But listen to me, shut up. This is all known. Bro, shut up a second. Bro, shut up. Shut up, bro. This is all known. This is all known. But listen to me. This is
what you're a boxer.
Gold. Shut up, bro. This
Why
is all
did you
known.
say this is all
All the
known?
effects. Hang on. If you're not going to let me talk, I'm just going to talk over you. So all these effects of the different types of fucking radiation are well known, well tested, well established, and the experts have a really good understanding of it. Yeah. Now, the fact that these exist is something that is just in the physical world. Now, the devices that human beings create with electricity and components, they have to be tested, controlled, minimized, maintained, so that the effects that they have don't fucking cause pain, suffering, and death to human beings or living creatures. This is rigorously tested. We all use microwaves, we all use phones, we all use infrared and all types of technology that we don't understand. But trust me, it has been tested to that level. Now, he's trying to make it sound like this new 5G technology disregards all of those rules and things in place that scientists and experts have put in place. Do you think the whole world's experts in science can be forced to lie about this and cause the pain and death and suffering of millions of people? That's going to, it's just stupid.
Scientific method.
Yeah.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Can a scientist be manipulated?
A scientist can be manipulated.
For an agenda?
Of course, a scientist can be manipulated for an agenda, and they get exposed all the time. But what can't happen, what is ridiculous to jump to, is that the whole world of scientists, meaning that every person who works in that field or is in on this agenda in the whole fucking world. That is so stupid and ridiculous.
Can I just say something now without you butting in? It's going to be 10 seconds. if they released all different types of radar, microwave, and radio, and before that was in the 50s, whatever time it was. Now before then, they had a read on how many people were getting cancer. After that, it quadrupled. It was like Margaret Thatcher and her house prices. It went times 100. Now, if they've got recorded evidence that before all these wave technologies were introduced, that there was less cancer, how can you then sit there with your little sort of your idyllic sort of, I don't know, it's like a fake world that you bubble that you put yourself in.
All right, so Gold, you're someone who thinks it's been proven that these devices cause cancer.
This is the
Bro,
same.
you're someone who thinks it's been proven that these devices cause cancer. Yet you're talking to me on one of these devices right now, and you
go and eat some fish out the Pacific and tell me you're not gonna catch.
Bro, you're just a fucking idiot, bro.
You're
That's
gonna
what I'm
get
saying. You're just an
polluted.
idiot.
You're gonna get
telling me that you think it's been
You're a
demonstrated
moron.
and proven that
I know more
these
about
devices
science than you.
cause cancer.
I know more
But
about
you use
science
them
than
every
you.
single day, all day.
I know more about
You're an idiot.
electromagnetism. I know more about
You're an
radiation.
idiot.
I know
You're
more
a
about
dishonest idiot.
cosmic.
It's not the fact that you're uneducated and
astronomy.
stupid. That's not the thing. It's how
So
dishonest
you
you are,
then
bro.
sit there and tell a Don about fucking stuff that I've been studying for the last fucking 2 years. It's ridiculous, bro.
You've been studying 5G for 2 years.
I'm
Bro,
not
you're-
5G in
you're a
particular,
nutcase.
but radiation, planets, formations, interstellar, fucking solar winds. Yeah, I've been studying it, bro, and what it does to you. Because I've got,
and that's your basis. Bro, if that's your basis and you know what you're talking about, why don't you write a paper and send it to some experts? and see what they think?
Irrelevant. Stop adding different sort of things to make yourself sound like you won an argument. It's not even an argument. I'm just shocked that there's been overwhelming evidence to show that this is harmful. You're telling me it's not. Ridiculous.
Okay, but yeah, you still use all the technologies that you think were.
Yeah, but what else are we gonna do? What, we're gonna sit in the fucking full
okay.
and mentally?
No, you have no option of escaping these technologies.
Mentally,
These technologies are forced upon you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, bro, you are a retard. It's
So
just
my
simple as that. People like you who think the stupid shit are just dumb, and dishonest. And the problem is that your dishonesty is what limits you from being able to ever be smart.
So what you're trying to say now is I should go live on an island with absolutely.
Bro, I personally think you should just be more honest and realize that there's not a massive conspiracy out there which is creating technology.
So you're trying to say I'm being dishonest?
I'm just saying you're being an idiot, bro. That's it.
So yeah, but no, that's not true. So what you're saying is I'm easily led then.
You are easily led. It does seem like that you are easily led, but that doesn't seem to be the main problem. The main problem is just you're an idiot, bro. What do you want me to say?
Okay, because I believe, I understand about what radiation does to things, and I studied a little bit about electromagnetism.
Yeah, you and about 50 other uneducated, retarded YouTubers who don't understand fuck all about science or any other subject go around talking about shit like the flat Earth and evolution and conspiracy. I know, but I'm saying those are other ones. Those are other types of these conspiracies.
I just told you
based
to
on
your
the same
face
type
that
of
I know
problem.
more about science than you, and you're telling me.
Okay, so these types of people who pick and choose.
Alright, well,
against
so let's have a quiz
conspiracy,
then.
They want
Let's
to
have a
believe
quiz.
it.
Let's have a quiz. Let's have a quiz then. We'll make it.
How long have you been studying the planets? and
I've been studying science, and the thing is, I'm dumb. I'm not even that smart. You want to meet some of my friends? And I tell you what,
are they more smart than you?
King of Gold. Listen, can you at least
no way
find
your
a cure
friends
for
are smarter
cancer?
than you.
What's that? The cocksuckers.
Instead of studying what the 5G does for us, can you at least find out how to cure cancer since you've been studying science all your life?
Oh, you actually said something that isn't just a sly dig or just some dry fucking sarcasm. So, congratulations, Walter. No, I don't think that's really that important. But the fact that the scientist over here he believes and is conformed to the degree where he's such a sheep and conformist that he is trying to actually literally turn a blind eye and trying to make out that the established and scientists aren't fucking completely just in the way they create their things. They're not killing no animals. They're not using any animals to actually be able to do tests and research. They're not putting out products that aren't actually hurtful to the planet and everything that lives in it. He's lying. He's the one who's being insincere, and he tries to flip this around. And because the media have tried to cajole this to some sort of I don't know, like conspiracy theory realm, he's jumping on it because you know why? He's fucking scared because he knows about all the scientists that speak up and get outed out. He's shook. That's it. And if he wants to be honest, he'll actually say, "Yeah, I really haven't tried to look. He hasn't even tried to look into it because he doesn't want them to be observing him, looking at possible answers to why the world's the way it is now." So he sits there, comfortable, thinking, "Do you know one of them people that just hopefully they don't get me, it gets everybody else, but they don't get me?" He's one of them fucking cowards sitting on his at the end, and he's talking about he's a scientist. The amount of wisdom.
Bro, I've never said I'm a scientist. Yeah, I am not a scientist.
Like, you like science.
I understand science.
You understand science. And you know what? I'm going to tell you today, the man that said he comes and understands scientists does not understand scientists, and he Googles a lot, and he admitted it himself. So you look, I want to have a rational, a good build with you and a back and forth, and I actually want to learn from you because I actually expecting you to know more.
Who was a professor in university? King of Gold. Who was a professor at university?
I left
Benjamin Button by the sounds of it. I think it was Peppa Pig's dad.
Add comedy. This is what you've got to.
I mean, I want to know who your professor. A good professor is always a good person to have in your portfolio.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. I dropped out. I got a D, right? But what we say is, do what you
do. In what? What did you get a D in, bro?
I got.
You mean you got the D from your professor?
I got a D for English. Now, if you're trying to say
you got a D in a language that you were
shut up. Wait, listen, what they say
come
is,
on, bro.
Come on. When you want to do a job, because all you do is you're picking your bottom or picking your nose, Walter. So what I'm saying is, what we try to do is
Jeez, I just want to know. I mean, I'm trying.
God, what was that? Bro, what was that?
Gold,
I don't even know what that meant.
All
But
this
it sounded
info,
funny.
I like to know your credentials.
So what you do is you deal with what you've got, your interests. But how can you get a scholarship in wanking? How can you make a start a business in wanking, Walter? That's all you really know. Yeah. So if we're trying to work on
King of Gold, tell me what you studied. At least give me tell me your at least basic 101. What you studied in let's say in like.
Oh, he studied English, Walter, man.
All this great science.
I studied English language, English literature, science, geography, and.
Are you talking about primary school? Are you saying that you went to primary school?
Physical
what level are we talking? Now, what level did you get the D at? Was that GCSE?
School. If he said college or university, then I'll tell you what I did at college or university.
Oh, what did you do at college and university?
At college, I studied resits. I took all my resits. I studied nutrition, biology, sports science. That was the way I went. Right. That was the way I went.
Wicked, bro. I like that sort of stuff.
And then I went to Middlesex University and studied at a campus, doing sports science and football coaching. But I didn't really
gotta go by.
Oh, is it football coaching and sports science? Yeah, that's wicked, man.
Yeah. So that's it's all my shit is self-taught. Where did you go? Go on, tell me where's he gone?
Walter went to the Royal College of Jesus.
Yeah, literally, that's all. No, but that's bro, I'm very surprised that you literally saying is all what you're trying to say is that it's a conspiracy about what radiation and waves do to you.
No, that sort of stuff is scientifically established, but the what you're talking about is not the established version of it. What you're talking about is a corrupted conspiracy version of it. It's basically, look, the experts in the world who spend their lives working in telecommunications, the physics of radiation and radio waves and signals like that. Yeah, those people all agreed upon the different levels of what it does and how it causes damage to living tissue and cells. Yeah, they all have a good understanding of that, and they all have a consensus of it. The experts, yeah, the real experts.
Yeah.
Now, that is something that is well in place for people who are going to now use this technology or work with this technology or build new technology or design or manufacture or engineer anything to do with this technology. They have to go by what the scientists have laid out as reasonable and safe guidelines and rules. This is the case for everything. I'm talking about everything. Your houses, water, heating, gas, electricity. No, come on, we're not talking about things like that. We're talking about a lot of bigger things than that, yeah? Heating, gas, electronics, electrics, water, pipes, all that sort of stuff is based on the physical principles that the experts have defined, yeah? Now, the safety comes into play with engineers now building things for human beings to use to exploit the physical principles we understand about reality. The scientists work out how reality works. Engineers come and use our understanding to build objects and materials and things to benefit us and make our lives easier. Now, in between that, these two groups, yeah, who are both scientists, yeah, they have to agree upon what is safe and reasonable and whatever. They've made mistakes. People have died. People have suffered, but they've had to modify and change the legality of what they think people should be allowed to do and the limits of it. Yeah. So this happened when Wi-Fi came out 20 years ago. People said the same shit about it frying your cat and frying your goldfish and that. This happened when microwaves came out 60, 70 years ago, or no, not 50 years ago. Yeah. This happened when TVs came out. This happened when radios came about. The same types of people, uneducated idiots who don't want to accept that the experts in a given field are our best bet in terms of what's true and what's not true. The people who don't understand the value of something so simple as that, they will always fucking make up this shit about this type of thing.
All right, so look what happened, right? You're right. You made some good valid points there. But when we had all these Wi-Fi and wave technology, one thing we noticed, we got more cancer. But what did the scientists say and all the experts and the people controlling what technology comes out and doesn't come out? What did they say? We're going to have to take the hit to enable to take this technology. So we're going to have to take all the negative things that come with that. The negative things being...
Look, Gold. I hear what you're saying, and I hear what your point is going to be, yeah? But just look at it reasonably and logically like a normal human being like me, yeah? Just be honest, yeah.
But have you ever died of cancer?
No, wait, Gold. Please give me the seconds to do this. Just stick with me. Wait, Gold. Just stick with me, yeah, because we're connecting at the moment, yeah. But just think with me. We're both normal human beings. We're going to be honest about this, yeah. Say 20 years ago, a new technology came out, and let's just say in the last 30 years, loads of new technologies have come out, and there's been a sharp increase in the amount of cancer cases, yeah. That's what you're saying is what's has happened, yeah. And I agree with you that has happened, yeah. Now, to isolate the fact that it's down to radio signals and radio waves specifically, yeah, there are ways that we have done to check for that, yeah. Meaning that technologies have blown up in particular areas amongst particular communities, especially rich people, yeah. There's been times for us to have checked and see a lot of statistics and data to show us whether it's fair to isolate this thing as a cause for cancer, as a direct cause for cancer. And the evidence has shown us that there's not. There's just too much has happened in the last 20, 30 years with our changes of our lifestyles due to so many different aspects and advancements in science and technology that we cannot isolate this one thing as a cause. Huh?
You call GMO food advancement?
Of course it is.
Okay, that's where we differ. That's where we differ. So that's why we're arguing right now.
No, but you just changed the subject, bro. Now you've just gone to the general conspiracy bollocks again.
No. GMO.
Bro, I made a point about something very specific, and that was to do with isolating the technology as a cause for the cancer. And I showed you there's a very good reason to accept that there is not evidence to demonstrate it as a cause for cancer. There's not, because there have been too many. No, like I just said to you, there's been too many situations where there have been communities of people who have got these technologies way before everybody else and have maintained and had them for a long time without anybody else having them. Especially the people working on it, especially the people building it, and this stuff has not happened.
So you could
bro, if you're saying that this technology, directly correlates to higher cancer, yeah, then it should be the case also that these people, scientists and experts and the rich people who get them first, there should be higher cases amongst those groups, but there's not. Yeah, and that would be a very easy way of demonstrating it's reliable, that it does have anything to do with it.
Can I just say something now? I would like for you to bring statistics to show me that there was no significant rise in cancer since we put out all our wave technologies, and literally.
I just said to you that I agree that that's the case. I just said to you that I agree that that's the case.
Yeah, no, I know you said that, but you could say that what you kind of half tried to say was, we could attribute that to a number of factors, right? So food being one of them. Just to let the level of work we're doing and the amount of exercise,
and maybe something we haven't thought of yet.
Yeah, okay, it could be. Actually, you're right. Yeah, even then. So, it could be something that it could be something that is not even down to us. It could be something to do with other aspects of reality or nature or the world that are not even down to us. Yeah, but you think that they haven't tried and tested. Or there's no official data. Okay, so no, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. But waves do have an adverse effect on biological things, like, you know what I mean, like animals.
Gold. Water. The main, gold. Forget all that. Yeah, we're going back to different parts of the conversation. The main thing that we've come to, is I'm saying to you that just be open and honest and think to yourself: if it was true that in our universe, if it was a true fact that our devices directly cause cancer, then it would also be a true fact that it would be easy to see all of those people that work on them for years and years in the background before any of us even knowing about it would have higher rates of cancer. All of the engineers and manufacturers who build them would have higher rates of cancer. All the first users and early users that use it the most and would have high. Bro, this is what I'm saying to you, is that what your claim is not backed up by all the other common sense things we should also see.
Well, all I hope is that the people listening actually do take the time to do research on what the scientists themselves and people working around minerals and stuff that's all toxic, what it does to you, how it ages you, what it does to your skin, what it does to your internal organs and your bones. People in the medical industry know this. People dealing with technology know this. People who just deal with science as a whole and what has
do all of these people still use that technology?
So have a look at family.
Do all of these people still use that technology?
Do all these people? What do you mean? Yeah, the technology is still being used today, but
all these people. No, wait. All these people who know for sure and can prove it that this stuff damages you in loads and loads of different horrible, harmful, painful ways. Yeah. Say that, as you're claiming that they say that, but they still continue to use the technology every single day and live in a place where they're surrounded by it and cannot do without.
Now, what we're going to do is show and prove. Show and proof is when.
Bro, are you listening to what I'm saying? Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Oh, sorry.
You and all the other conspiracy people and these experts that you seem to think exist, who all say that this technology definitely is harmful and definitely goes against safety. You all still use this technology every day, and you choose to live in a place and live a lifestyle where you can't do without it for a minute.
Okay, that's the side point. Yeah? That's the side point. Let's stick to the point, but. You
don't think that that's something for us to wonder about your honesty?
We can move on to that, and then I'm going to answer that. I'll say that these 5G towers, when you put them next to trees, and they're in within distance of the waves having enough effect, because the waves they let out would die within a couple of centimeters. But when they're in close proximity, and you can see because gamma rays travel quite far, but all these other sort of beta rays and radiation, they die out within a couple of seconds of being emitted. But what you see is that there's trees and plants and leaves that are falling off of these trees, and then on the other side where there's no 5G towers, it's lush. Now we can't put that down, attribute that to any type of
all of this shit has been debunked as false knowledge, bro. I don't know where you go to get your information.
No, because that's so
but it
improved.
definitely
a
isn't
rapid
fucking
decline on an organism, on a living organism.
Nah,
all right,
bollocks,
come on, bro. You saw that test. You saw that.
It's bollocks.
So,
It's bollocks, yeah.
no, so you thought that was a conspiracy? That someone did that on purpose?
Yeah, I think it's much more likely that is the case, because otherwise that would be the case everywhere that they've had towers, and everywhere they've been working on towers, and everywhere they've been making and designing and building and practicing and testing towers.
See, now who's more into conspiracies right at this stage? So
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that some a couple of isolated examples don't make me jump to a conclusion. I think there's better explanations out there. With ones that don't rely on a massive conspiracy of the whole world. I mean, literally every single scientist on the planet being in on the stupid conspiracy. It's like that is such a massive.
Well, I would like to Buddha to have been here, because he's done his time, new and due diligence on what happens to people and the effects of what they've noticed outside school, especially with little kids. It's nuts. But
yeah, I mean, yeah, there is known effects of things. There's levels of it, and
would you say
idiots that don't get that difference?
No, you're a smart guy, bro. You're a smart guy, so you're going to try it. And what I'm assuming is that you're attributing these possible conspiracy theories or proxies that they put out to be in some sort of war between economic war between the powers that be and China. And obviously China with the technology, so you're assuming that there's people trying to sort of sabotage the.
No, I don't even look at it like that, bro. I don't even look at it on that political international level. I mean, for me, it's a psychological thing, innit? I just think that a lot of people in their life didn't get an education or didn't pursue an education for themselves, whereby they basically work out the most fundamental truth and of our reality, which is that the best way we have to find things out and to define whether something is true or likely true or not likely true is the scientific method. The scientific method is just a process that human beings eventually had to come up with to stop each other from lying about shit. When people said, this happens when you do this, other people will be like, all right, let me see in it, let me check. If people said stuff like, oh, this happened, but no one else was there to believe it, there's no way people could test that. But eventually we realized that everything that people claimed about the world that could be tested did get tested, and liars were found out. Simple as that. So we without even knowing it or realizing it for thousands of years, we hit upon parts of this methodology to help us. Loads of philosophers and intellectuals did in history. But eventually, around the Middle Ages, some proper intellectuals defined the real scientific method, the steps process we have to go through. And the fact of the matter is that most people in life didn't get the education to work out that is basically the fact. That's the situation with epistemology. There is no better way of working out what's true and not true apart from running it by the scientific method.
What do you say? Epistemology? Is that theory?
Epistemology is the branch of philosophy that deals exclusively with what is true. How do you know if something is true? What are the limits of truth? Are there absolute truths or not? It's to do with epistemology is the branch of philosophy that deals with knowing what's true and how you define it, how you go about demonstrating it, anything to do with what's true. That's epistemology.
Yeah. There's three main examples. Yeah, of.
Yeah. So for me, I was a young kid. I used to read a lot of books. I realized as a young teenager that the only thing I care about in this world intellectually is what is actually true. Like what is actually true, not just what feels true or I want to be true or what we all agree is true, but what is actually the reality of the nature of the universe.
So
I was obsessed with that.
Yeah, so you are aware of manipulation and psyopsis, ultra suggestive thinking. That's the thing, yeah.
I know about that. I've heard about those sorts of things, and to some extent, there's truth to them. There's truth to the fact that shit like that can work. Subliminal programming, subliminal advertising. There's a lot of scientific evidence that proves that shit works. That's why it's been made illegal. That's why there's strong checks on people's videos and adverts to make sure that they don't put in subliminal adverts. People still claim they do by pyramids and eyes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but that's
symbolism.
That's symbolism. That's not programming. That's not a brainwashing. That's subliminal. Is when like a film would run like 30, 40 pictures a second, but your brain would see that as a moving picture, a video. Yeah. So what they would do is out of those 30, they would put in a quick picture of say a Kit Kat, and then before you know it, 60% of people who at the break buy a Kit Kat. So they proved that this shit. Yeah, they proved by the scientists done these tests in the 60s in American cinemas.
I've heard something similar to that,
yeah. So they proved that.
Doing it in Disney, right? And we won't
they proved that. Yeah. That if someone asked you, did you see a video? You say, yeah. Did you see anything strange about it? They say no. Your brain didn't catch. I mean, your eyes didn't really catch that little image. 1 out of 30 in the 1 second that they snuck it in. Yeah, but it went into your brain. Your brain at some level recorded it, and it had some effect, and it made you buy a Kit Kat. It made like a higher percentage of people buy a Kit Kat.
So you must study quite a lot to do with media. You must study a lot to do with media then, because
no, I don't, bro. That's just a fact I know about, which tells me that what you said about these, you mentioned a few things to do with mental programming and what governments do to control and manipulate the subjects. I do know about a lot of this stuff, and I know about the difference between what the scientific aspects are, what was legally, and I don't know too much about the legal side of it, but I have found out that the science is there to show that these sorts of things can be done. But then whether all the governments of the world are in on it and doing it together for one central goal, that's a huge and massive assumption to make.
Right, it's debate. Everything is up for debate, but when it comes to the media, I think that would be the main catalyst for misinformation. So I think, judging what you just said, I know that the media is what is the main culprit for misinforming people. So when it comes to me referencing what they've said as opposed to what really happened, there's so many holes, and they're pathological liars, the media. So
but the thing is that
I'm skeptical when it comes to me talking about 5G and effects.
But there must be some media outlets who you think are truthful because they're saying the same shit as you.
Yeah, but I was going to go on to say that I think what you should I don't like to focus on media too much because they're not even qualified anyway. It's like trying to go to a GP and trying to speak about bones. You go to a rheumatologist. The GP is the general practitioner that can allocate you, slots. Specialists. So the media is the GP, and then the specialists are the scientists and all the rest of it. So I don't know. Like personally, a lot of this stuff about 5G has come from the media, or the media outlets, and a lot of them are mainstream. But when you start to get information from scientists, that's what people are more interested in listening to. So when it talks about the overall effects of technology, the effects were also evident, especially with nuclear fission or fusion and all, depleted uranium and stuff being used. And
a lot of the early scientists suffered greatly. Marie Curie died specifically from her radiation poisoning.
Yeah.
But she made so much great advancements, and she just didn't know that this is what is also going on.
You'll be lucky to die. Now, mutation affects your gene pool, hereditary gene pool, for generations on, and it won't subside unless you sort of try and fix it up by admixing. So what radiation does, it affects your hereditary, your whole cell. The whole cell shifts.
But gold. The bigger picture of what's always going on, is that like I said to you earlier, like if you go back to how I look at it, yeah, is that we as human beings, we're just exploring this reality we found ourselves in. Yeah, so we mess around with levels of it and things we see, and we check and test and see what we can rely on, and we build on that information to poke further. We build new instruments to poke further at the world and dig out deeper secrets about how it works. And then as long as that matches with what we already know, we then go further. If it contradicts, then we change our previous assumption. Do you understand? This process is all we have. So us doing this leads us into territories, but like fundamentally what it's all about is going into territories that we don't understand. And then we have to have those people like that basically care about finding out shit and who take these risks, mess around with shit that they don't know. A lot of times they do bad, they end up, you know, inventing or finding out shit which is used for bad purposes. But the process is, the only process we have for either way is of doing it, of human beings going out there, messing with the frontiers of what we know about the world, digging and scooping and finding out and mixing and messing around and seeing what's going on and find, you know, and other people testing and checking this stuff. That's all we've got going on. But we have done things where we've found out stuff which has caused like a lot of dangerous stuff we've come across that's caused a lot of pain and suffering. But then step by step, the more people have gone into understanding it, we've managed to get a handle on making it safe for our usage, like electricity. Bruv, 240 volts running through all of our houses from 20 different sockets in your house and live 240 volts of unlimited electricity, almost unlimited electricity coming through there at any time. Yeah, the potential for that is ridiculous. Like, you know, a person with knowledge of electrics and a seriously evil mind could use that to really, really do some seriously powerful, horrible shit. But guess what? There's things in place to stop that. There's trips. There's circuits that are embedded with safety devices, procedures, and processes which stop people from being able to do things to too much of an extent, if you know what I mean.
So you're basing. Okay. Well, look, this is what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say you are.
Well, I was just waffling in it. I didn't even really have a plan.
I'm not assuming. Yeah, no, I'm not assuming. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that like to believe what the mainstream media is saying, and they feel like the scientists in the UK and the Western world are just like have got the answer to everything, and anything around it that's come from Africa, like any religious, any type of things that we can't see, is swept underneath the carpet. Even though we know that we can only see a small bit of of what we see 2% of what you know what I mean. What our vision really allows.
But those other light spectrums, they're not thrown under the carpet, are they? Because the fact
they are.
Yeah, no, but wait. You got to be very specific about this. The fact that we can't see them is completely irrelevant. For us to accept that there's anything valid there is simply a matter of us being able to detect them. And a lot of the things we detect. But a lot of the things we detect cannot be witnessed by our physical senses. When we're talking about quantum reality, we are talking about things that we can only relate to on smaller wavelengths than even the light wavelengths itself. So the only way we can even prove or demonstrate that they exist are by creating huge energy fields, which then have inconsistencies in their wave function. And that tells us that there's physically something there at such a small scale that there's no even concept of being able to look at it. It would not even register in any type of light spectrum. So the idea of looking at it is just totally irrelevant to it. It's that small. But that doesn't mean that we disregard that whole world. We have valid ways of proving and demonstrating that there are stuff that exists at that scale.
Okay, so what it is the way you've explained things, or I'd say what it seems like how you're coming is you're believing in scientific established data from the West, and you sit on that like it's got. That's what it's saying.
It might have sounded like that, yeah, but
I know you've got a lot of faith in Western scientists. And
that's not what it is. It's not West. There's nothing Western about it. I have faith in the methodology of science because I genuinely understand the value of it. Yeah, that's all it is. If anybody else is intellectually honest, they will also realize that we don't have any better way of determining truth in this world but the methodology of science. If anybody tells me there's a better way, I'd love to hear it. But guess what? You're going to look stupid because there's not. Yeah, the scientific method is the only way human beings have of working out what's true or reliable or not. It's as
we're
simple
still
as that.
limited in our
Yeah, yeah.
concept.
So what I'm having faith in is not what the Western scientists produce and the data they provide. The data they provide is contextual. We can find out ways of getting better data, finding more data, which give us a truer picture of reality. It's not the data or the specific idea that I'm putting my faith in. It's the methodology, and what the methodology leads to in the real world is that the community of experts who spend their lives working in a particular field to find out what's going on, their consensus, meaning that when they pretty much all agree about something, that is more powerful intellectually than any other thing that human beings can claim. So the way, like for example, Gold, if you had something wrong with your motor, yeah, and you was like, fuck, my car's behaving, fuck, I don't know what's wrong with it, and you take it to this mechanic, but you had a feeling that this guy's done you over before, like charged you for stuff that you didn't need to, yeah, but you took it to him and he said to you, oh, I just got this wrong with it, it's going to cost you 500 quid. Now you, being a scientist, said, you know what, I don't really trust this guy. Let me be scientific about it. Let me ask 4 other mechanics at random. You went to 4 other mechanics. You're a new customer. They're going to give you good service. They all said to you, it's a tiny problem. It'll cost you 50 quid, mate. Yeah. This is the best thing you have to tell you that first guy is a lying cheater and he fucking will say anything to you just because you don't know car mechanics. And the other 3 guys are more likely to be telling the truth because they're all experts as well. They, and they all said the same thing. The consensus of experts. Do you understand? Yeah, that's why, even in medicine and psychiatry and the law, you're allowed to get a second opinion. If an expert says, "Oh, this guy's blood alcohol level was this much," and I put my PhD reputation on that, you're welcome. You as a civilian are allowed to get a second. What's it called? An expert, a second opinion from an expert. Yeah. Because everybody knows in the intellectual world that when it comes down to it, the ultimate level of truth where we're not sure of what's going on, even experts have to discuss, debate, and provide evidence to each other to convince each other. There's no way of denying it. Anything that they do establish as a reliable thing, as a basis to work from, we don't have any option but to accept that. Now, to say that they could all be in on some conspiracy, I guess, yeah, it's entirely possible. But then to really imagine that the whole world scientists, every scientist from every field, in every class, in every fucking country, in every religion, in every, you know what I mean? It's just stupid. It's like, that's when you're just going crazy with the paranoia of conspiracy.
Right. So I like the way you're saying. So now we're going on to a slightly different subject of about the man's manipulation on the truth and the way he came about the conclusion when it comes to science and explaining science. This is what the point I'm going to make is the way the information is being put across to us is there's a see everything and say nothing type of attitude. Now, when it comes to science and our understanding of it, they're only going to give us a percentage, small percentage. I'm sure you can agree with that. Now,
yeah, but there's probably good reasons for that as well, though.
Yeah, of course there is, of course, and it's supposed to do with safety, health and safety, right?
Yeah, a lot of it is to do with that. Yeah.
But we can't, this is where I believe in conspiracies. When if there's people that can't show you a number of things, and they're called what they call white lies. They'll call it white lies, but I know it's from it benefit us as opposed to they're trying to hide something because they don't want us to be hurt. I reckon they're actually lying, and it's a dark lie, and then we could be benefiting from these things or being less affected by certain things way more. So what that comes down to now is see everything and say nothing. Population control, and and capitalism, self-interest. So with all these factors involved and money, we don't even go into that. I don't even want to touch on that. All them things, pharmaceutical countries.
Where's IC3 when you need him, innit?
Pharmaceutical countries especially, but it's like they're being labelled the medical mafia.
Bro, no, you know what? I hear all that, yeah, and especially with the pharmaceutical companies, yeah. Look, at the end of the day, yeah, there's such a thing in our world known as business. Yeah,
This is
and
not a
business is
conspiracy, like, go on. Yeah, there's such thing.
no. There's I can wholeheartedly agree that pharmaceutical companies and people look for to put it this way. Yeah, if you're a rich person who supports or invests in a business, yeah, you don't care about human suffering and shit like that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be sweatshops in poor countries. There wouldn't be slums that go and work as people living in slums who work as servants for millionaires. Yeah, there wouldn't be this type of shit. Yeah, there's such a thing as called business. Yeah, where human beings seek the essence of business is to make as much money as possible from the situation. Yeah,
Not in
simple
all
as that.
aspects of business, but go on. That's the main
Yeah,
one.
but
That's
essentially what business is all about, isn't it? To make as much money as possible from a given situation. So because of that, yeah, like there's human beings out there that do manage to manipulate and use and abuse the reality, the economics, the politics, the science, whatever. I totally agree that all that stuff happens. But that's just part and parcel of human beings. There's no need for that for people to think that because that happens, there's some big conspiracy and central authority. That doesn't necessarily lead to that. We know human beings have a variety of goodness and badness in all of them. So we also know there are many human beings that have a huge dip towards one or the other. Some people are extremely good and kind-hearted no matter what. And some people are extremely evil and bullying and horrible no matter what. So because we know that this is all out there in the world, and some of these people are in all types of positions as well, you're bound to see this sort of stuff happen. That there will be people out there, venture capitalists, who will invest in medicines and pharmaceutical industries, and then they will also have the opportunity to invest in things that coincide with their business idea, which is to manufacture, make and sell as much medicines as possible. So they would obviously maybe not be promoting good health and fitness and eating healthy and stuff like that. They actually might say, you know what, fuck all that shit, but that's going against our other industry that we got so much money in. Why don't we just focus on that and cigarettes and alcohol and the other shit that all works in the circle for us? Do you know what I mean? There are people that do that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
but
I don't know. I still think though, there's certain people that are health conscious and understand a bit more about prevention than curing, and look at risks way more than other cultures do. I just feel like that is some cultures are actually death is more prominent and emphasized in that particular culture. So I feel like, when you've got a culture of people who like to go out and drink and get hammered and smack, they're not really going to be worried about side effects of what you do in your everyday life as much as other people. So I don't think so in what terms you being an understanding about what affects your body to actual rational precaution turns to conspiracy, because you're only highlighting effects that could have been proven to other people. I feel like it's better to be safe than sorry. And let's be honest, as humans, we want to be as safe as possible. This YOLO attitude, I don't believe it. And someone else pointed out, you only live once. I think, yeah, so you should actually try and live that life and preserve it. This whole attitude of, you only, preserve your life, do things according to the rule, be honest, be transparent, and just try and work for the people, not against them. It's not all money about money. Release real information, and stop allowing us to be lemmings. Not because we're not we haven't got the IQ, or we haven't got the mental capacity to be able to learn about what things happen to us through technology. For example, stuff like technology and food. They're holding it back from us. So we are learning somehow. There'll be people coming out, but they're all dying. But thank you. We give tribute to you for being a whistleblower and for giving us that little bit of information, which we know they're hiding from us. Because otherwise, they probably wouldn't have killed the person for releasing the information, because it's more like they killed him because he knows something else, as opposed to he's going to rile up everybody by spreading false information. So I believe all the whistleblowers. I believe all of that thing. All of this. That's anything where they've got nothing to do with it. I believe if they say you go left, I go right. That's my philosophy. That's how I'm going to stay, bro. And then it goes back to the question which you said: why do you just move from here if everything's so bad and you can't trust anything? I think that's probably definitely the best thing you said today in relation to giving advice about what we should do about things that have been hidden from us. And I think moving somewhere where it's natural, it's nice, you can breathe the air. There isn't this sort of like I don't even know what to call it. It's just all self-gratification, dog-eat-dog system. Go pretty much anywhere on the face of the earth, other than pretty much any European place, America, any type of UN governed place. There we go, bang. You're not going to probably get any. You're going to be told about what technology you're using. You'll be able to eat better food, and I can imagine, and through tests actually that I think Ras actually spoke about not so long ago. People having a better diet and how they picked up less deformities and ailments and disease just from moving from one location to the other and eating a particular type of food. So yeah, and nutrition has got a lot to do with it. So I really do believe that I shouldn't believe in a scientist as opposed to having faith that they're using the scientific method correctly. Because everybody's got to do it just for their own safety. But are they gonna? Yeah, I completely. Boy, just look at the history. What was Christian? Like when you look at the concepts of Christianity, all based on lying. How much a good Christian was, of how much you could deceive someone, and you wouldn't even know about that. But there will be times.
And Walter is such a great example of that in the modern day.
So I know I'm kind of hard waffling, but I don't know. I'm just trying to just make sense and summarize.
No, that's all right. Sometimes it's good to let your thoughts flow.
But I wasn't trying to
you find shit out.
Huh? Yeah, no, I know. You know what? I know what you mean by and getting annoyed by these conspiracy theories. That everything's a conspiracy. Oh, this guy got shot. It's a conspiracy theory. What's his name? Nipsey Hussle. But that's like the over exaggerated fucking conspiracy theories. We just can't. There's a I would say in a movement of conspiracy theories, but we cannot get caught up with what we know is a lie and why they're doing it.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, yeah, like the things, the kind of things that people say, for me, they're literally the same, and it always comes down to you just don't understand the value of the scientific method. It literally always comes down to that. So when people tell me about the flat Earth and we have a discussion, I always end up saying, bro, you literally just don't understand science. That's what the problem is. When people tell me that evolution is a conspiracy and is not true, it always boils down to, bro, you just genuinely don't.
Let me ask you a question before you go on. If someone knew about the formations and astrology and cosmology, and then they said the Earth is flat, what would you say to?
It's got nothing to do with the cosmology and the formations.
And astronomy. Yeah, because you got to be able to be out in space.
No. That's all stuff that we've been told. None of us have tested other planets or anything like that. Yeah, the way that people should know that the Earth is round is from their own logical sense of basic things that they've witnessed with their own eyes.
Physics, yeah.
Yeah, the physics of how a ship disappears over the horizon. That in itself, it can only be explained by a round Earth. It cannot be explained by any other ship.
We're talking about on a like it's a greater. It's like our solar system, bro. It's not as basic as the gravity, and there's more factors out in space.
No, but I'm saying that for someone to not be able to,
I know what you mean.
They don't need an extensive education in astronomy. They more just need the honesty,
but it'd be a benefit.
The explanations for things that they can see with their own eyes.
Yeah, but it would be a huge benefit if they did know about the subject.
No, I mean, I guess because
They
the
can't
more
be
you know,
corrupted
the
by it.
better.
It's not politics.
Yeah, the more you know, the better. But I mean, if you can't work out that the Earth is round through your own life experiences and ways that people have shown you to be able to test it, yeah, then it's irrelevant what other shit you've learned and studied, because you can't even how you just memorizing shit, because you being able to appreciate the value of that being true or not true is out the window. And for me, that's what I have the biggest problem with human beings, with the education system, with the world around me. It's just that if people can't work out the most basic shit through their own life experiences and their own senses,
Yeah.
then all that other shit they study about
You're
God being,
practical, man.
yeah,
What do you call them people?
huh?
They're very practical.
Now, to be honest, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not actually like that sort of person. I'm actually quite abstract, intellectual myself. But I'm just saying that it's just basic, isn't it? Like the stuff that you can prove with your eyes and your own senses. It's like, come on, like that's just ridiculous. You can prove it mathematically, you can prove it geometrically, you can prove it, like you said, with the knowledge of the stars and the solar system and astronomy. You can prove it with your own experiences of what you've seen on this planet. It's like there's nothing more to be said. People who don't think the Earth is round are just fucking idiots.
Do you know why the sun is called? Do you know why we call it? Oh fuck! I just told you. You know why we call it the solar system?
Because it revolves around the sun. Solar.
Do you know that we used to think that everything evolved around the Earth?
Yeah, the geocentric.
Yeah, who came up with that now? Was it Aristotle?
No, I think the heliocentric was by Galileo or Copernicus.
No, Galileo. That's it, Galileo.
Yeah, before that, yeah. Until then, people thought that we weren't. Look, the thing is, when you stand somewhere, yeah, you feel like you're the center, but that's because you are looking from where you are. So you can only ever see things around you. So
we can see how kind of dumb people were back in the day. You see
no, it's not dumb. You know, it's not dumb. You can't blame them because that's genuinely what it looked like. It's just that when people started to, this is what science is, yeah, is people started to put together a number of different observations, a number of different reliable observations. The sun comes up like this and goes like that. Oh, but if you're in this part of the planet, it looks like this. Look, basically, if you're on the equator, yeah, the sun goes over you right above your head, like a clean, straight oval arc, yeah. Now, if you're somewhere higher up on the Earth, let's say nearer to the North Pole, or say where we are, yeah, the sun never goes directly over our heads. It always goes at an angle across the side of the sky. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
You see it on the horizon going over about 45 degrees. Yeah. Now, if you were at the North Pole, you would barely see the tip of the sun along the ground. Yeah, you wouldn't even see the sun in most places.
No, it's less gravitational pull in that region.
No, it's not that. It's because your view is that you can only see because the curvature of the Earth itself gets in the way.
I think with that North Pole, is that in Canada you're talking about?
No, the North Pole is in the North Pole.
Are you talking about the North Magnetic Pole, or are you just talking about the North Pole?
Oh no, I'm just saying that if you went any north from the equator, yeah, the sun would also start to move. Like meaning that if you're at the equator, the sun goes directly above your head, yeah, every day. If you go if you go a few hundred miles north of the equator and you look at the sun, it won't be directly above you anymore. It'll be slightly away from the middle of above you,
a number of factors.
So what I'm saying to you is that when people looked around them in the ancient Earth, it did look like we're the center of everything. But then when smart people started to look at all the other observations that we can make from different places and putting them together, the picture of us being the center quickly went out the window.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to look now. I know it was Galileo, but I can't remember the time period. Let me see.
It was about 1600 something probably.
Yeah, 15. I thought it'd be 1500.
Yeah, but the thing is, Gold, yeah, is the thing about the methodology of science, yeah, a good analogy for it, yeah, is, have you ever done a crossword puzzle?
Yes, I like
So you're given the clues, and then you have to work out what the word is, and then put it into place, and then other clues and answers should cross over. You know what I mean? So you help yourself out by filling in some of the letters through answering some of the earlier questions. Yeah. So that's how crossword works. So that's basically the same process we have for understanding the universe. We think something like we work out some shit about the world. We think it's true, but we can't call it absolutely true. We pencil it in, yeah, and then we work out other shit about the universe, and we see where other truths or things we think are true cross over. And if the letters meet, meaning that both explanations don't contradict each other, as long as the two contradictions don't contradict each other, meaning that they both can't be true, then we'd have to throw one of them out, isn't it? But if they both can be true and they don't contradict each other, then that helps us, gives us a basis now for finding more shit out.
Elimination, critical thinking, yeah, that's all that.
Yeah, so then little by little, we'll realize that, oh, this first answer we gave was right, because we got 5 other answers which all crossed into that word and the letters matched with the true answers we got from there. So that it all supports itself. Do you know what I mean? It should all connect, and your understanding of the world should connect with everything else you know about the world.
But it's just using your logic as well. So logical will be like looking at and they realized that it had nice, was it? It's like rust on it.
Yeah.
Ionized something.
So something simple like that. Yeah, people started using metal like a couple of thousand years ago, and then metal started to rust, didn't it? But nobody knew what was going on. So people used to say, "Oh, the metal has the device or the machinery has got a disease, or it's got a devil or a demon or a bad spirit in it." People would say shit like that because according to their level of understanding.
But then they realized it was the iron that was.
But then hundreds and hundreds of years later, when human beings started separating the different elements and actually specifically being able to categorize them as distinct from each other and why they're distinct from each other and what properties they have, we were able to see, oh, well, guess what? When you have this type of material, that's why the periodic table is separated into metals, because metals have certain characteristics. One of them is they would oxidize, I guess, and that's what happened. So then the thing is, we would have started off with a really bad explanation for why metal rusts. Yeah, obviously, innit? Yeah. So as time went on, we would have realized. Yeah, but guess what? Yeah, in those times, this reliance on supernaturalism and magic and demons and ghosts, that was our answer to fucking everything. If an animal was bad or behaved in a horrible way, we'd say a jinn or a evil angel took it over. If a human being suffered or died, they say, oh, he's got a curse from somewhere. Do you know what I mean? But then little by little, every single one of our magical, supernatural explanations was thrown out the window, and we understood a biological, chemical, or physical explanation for it. Every single thing that we've ever worked out always came down to biology, chemistry, or physics. And it never came out to be God.
I'm assuming that the theory came after the practical. So you knowing how to manipulate your matter would have came first. Purely because you'd had to pick up and pull a plant out of the floor to eat it if there was no meat that you could catch and eat. So matter would have been
So the trial and error before the knowledge of knowing which plants were edible, which were good for you, which were bad for you, which were poisonous. Before that, all we had was a bunch of cavemen or primitive human beings basically trying shit out and dying if they found a bad one, and surviving if they found one that didn't kill them. That they literally didn't have any other process.
Don't forget, it was taken in stages, so different nations just came advanced at different times, obviously.
Yeah, but the thing is this: that once someone had gone through the process of trying something and then the consequences it had on them, that was normally a good indicator for the rest of the people to know not to eat that one. Now, obviously, they might have made some mistakes or whatever. You know, like someone could have eaten something and then slipped and fell and died, and they blamed it on the fucking food. Do you know what I mean? And then afterwards, someone else ate it and realized, oh, actually, it wasn't that killed you. He was just a fucking, he was just imbalanced or whatever. But do you know what I mean? Like, mistakes do happen and people do make mistakes. But the process of trial and error, which is basically part of the scientific method, like no one's ever had any better methodology to find shit out. Even the most primitive of human beings, that's all they ever had. It was just a lot more painful and arduous for them.
So with all your critical analyzation and critical thinking, because that is who you are. That's literally it defines you pretty much, and that's good. That's definitely a plus. What would you say about this COVID strain and the possible bubonic plague? Apparently, how they found something that equals a bubonic plague now coming from China. Is that a conspiracy? Is it genetically engineered? Is it natural? Because you must have had a lot of time to sit and think about it. To be fair, I haven't really decided his opinions on this yet. So Rob,
something like
you went missing. Fucking, it was like we were all just yeah.
I mean, I don't know what Rob would say. He'd probably say something similar to what I think. But I haven't really thought about it that much. What I would say though is that I personally, I'm not in a position to say that I'm sure that this is the whole COVID thing is or isn't a conspiracy by the government, or the bubonic plague coming out of China, the new one, is or isn't a conspiracy by any government or all governments. I don't know about these things. I just think it's highly suspect, the claims that people make, that it definitely is. I think that there is a disease out there. I'm pretty sure of that, because like I said to you before, I understand the value of the consensus of particular experts. So from what I've heard around the world from experts talking about this virus, it matches up to what I understand about how viruses work, how science works, and how the world we live in works. Yeah, so I'm prepared to accept that what they're saying about there being a virus and how it's got out of hand and stuff like that. They're working.
Right, so look, you wouldn't kill me now. You're gonna probably call me a wanker and all that. You're gonna digitally give me an uppercut. Like
no, I've done that already, mate.
Wait, listen. I'm gonna say now, yeah. Listen to what I'm gonna say now. The waves from 5G, all right, and the environment that's hostile environment that's given or has been emitted from all these things being built in China and different places now, I would say personally that's mutated a virus, and the virus has come out on a next fucking intensity level fucking frequency waveform, and it's mutated and it's like fierce. It's just like it's just got a boost. As soon as the things came on, it grew like and just got way more formidable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
do you watch superhero movies and Marvel and Spider-Man and that? That's what it sounds like. I mean, like, bro, I don't agree with you. Yeah, I don't see it. Like, I don't think these technologies specifically. Look, there's thousands of viruses that are still active and around in human communities. Yeah, I mean, is it going to have that effect on all of these viruses? Because there are still viruses out there that we haven't fully got rid of, and we've minimized or got down, but haven't been fully eradicated. There's some that we fully eradicated. There's some we haven't. Like malaria is still rife, still the biggest killer.
Relevant. I'm just thinking because I'm going to the doctors and I'm just thinking like a lot of people have caught and the hospital have caught this bloody coronavirus when they've gone into the hospital. So obviously it's relevant to a lot of people listening probably. You know what I mean? They might have a doctor's appointment coming up, or might have to go into a place where they're like crowded.
No, me personally, bro, I'll tell you the truth, yeah, because of what I said about how I look at the world and the value I place on specific experts. If the government is telling me to wear masks and stuff like that, yeah, I can see that there might be a reason that the governments do shit like this that aren't entirely correct. But when the experts all can agree and say that now actually people should be wearing masks, maybe not absolutely everywhere, but basically the more you wear it, the better in it. You're just minimizing risks. Yeah, it might not be a completely foolproof solution, but all the experts are saying that it's a reasonable precaution that people should take, which on a big scale will be helpful. So I can see the logic in that. That makes sense to me from what I understand about diseases and just reality, basically. So I'm prepared to wear a mask on buses and trains and certain places like shops with people. I don't wear it all the time if I'm in a car or driving or whatever. I might not be wearing my mask. If I'm walking around, I won't be wearing my mask. Do you know what I mean? If I'm around family or whatever, I won't be wearing a mask. But like obviously if you go to a lot of public places, then I consider that it's a reasonable precaution to take at the end of the day. It's not something. I mean, the people that don't, but go. This is the thing: is people that don't wear a mask, I don't look down on them. I don't see anybody should look down on them either.
Listen, get to the
coughing up the place.
Live on the edge of life, science. Is it a conspiracy? Can they inject you when you go in that hospital? When you be thinking that, and for population control, is that how possible is that? You've been a scientist. I know I'm putting it on you hardcore here, but it's really, like, is it?
Look, I couldn't say that it's impossible. There's definitely something that's possible. I could be wrong about everything that I've ever thought and learned and know about the world. That is possible. But for me, I'd say, like, I don't know, just roughly
Do you
speaking.
believe in population control?
Yeah, but because you said a number, yeah, I would say for me, I'd say personally, the chances of that being the case, I'd say is less than like 5%. You know, like a couple of percent, 1-2% maybe.
Yeah. But we're talking about like specific possible terroristic targets.
Yeah, like for you, like when you take it to the level of like the whole world and the whole government, all governments and all scientists, then that type of conspiracy, I'm saying less than 1%, less than 0.1%. But for you to say that a government like our government might be willing to do that to us, I'd say yeah, there's probably. I'd say I'll raise it a bit in it because a government is more of a cohesive institution than the whole fucking world, especially the world of scientists. They fucking are not cohesive. That's why when you get consensus from scientists, it's fucking powerful. They're the most what's the word? Combative people in the world, but they have to be. The nature of the field is to rigorously.
It's a lot to do with they're testing these drugs.
Yeah,
they haven't actually tested a lot of these drugs they're giving to you in pharmaceutical.
Nah, of course that's impossible.
So they haven't seen a long-term effect.
No, they can only the amount of testing they can do. The amount of testing they can do and they should do is always up for debate. But that's another frontier that we're learning about the world. Like there's procedures that we came up with, like laser eye surgery, which didn't account, like they could only test it for a couple of years, and there are things in place for the testing for the companies that were doing laser eye surgery about 20 years ago. They started doing it. The company that first did it, they only had to pass the basic normal tests, but laser eye surgery is a slightly new, different type of surgery. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's the eyes.
Yeah.
So they didn't realize that that type of surgery could well pass the standard tests that were there for surgeries and new types of surgeries. That were meant to be tested for 6-month periods, a year or 2 years, and then when the body heals after surgery, it's pretty much healed, isn't it, or not? You know within the first year or two. So with laser eye surgery, they didn't realize that maybe there's an extra dimension to this whole thing because it's a new part of the body, new part of the thing we're doing it on, and it turns out that was the case. So there was a lot of surgeries that happened which weren't botched, but it's just that no one had ever done a surgery and then waited 5 years to see what happens. Do you know what I mean? Or 10 years to see what happens. So they didn't have the data available. It's just unfortunate that we're in that situation where these things will happen. We don't know the limits of what we're dealing with. We're always pushing at the frontiers of what we do know. So that we're going to make mistakes and find out shit. That's the only way we can learn. But it's just sad that is the situation we're in.
It would be, if we do believe in law and God, a crime against humanity to test on someone I didn't know they're being tested on.
Well, it is unethical, isn't it? That's why they have to get people's.
But I think that's happening a lot, though, bro. I would say that's my personal opinion.
I mean, yeah, you're welcome to think that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are people. Maybe there's unscrupulous people out there that go out and run with some types of tests. Like, I don't know. Like, people do run tests on people that are named social tests and social experiments and pranks. Video people pranking people and streaming it and stuff like that. That is essentially experimenting on people without them realizing it. Impractical Jokers. That's a whole program based around that. But obviously, doing it medically. That's some next level, isn't it? Like physical, medical, injecting people with shit without them realizing. But there's strong laws against that. Bro, there's strong laws that you have with rights on your body. They can't even force you to take medicines that you need. Do you know what I mean? They can't even force you to take vaccines, for fuck's sake, which they should be allowed to force you to take.
Yeah, true. It just seems like they have more say. You've got more say over what you can do. What you can't do just will benefit you then, because they can just give you pills. If you don't feel like you need pills and you're acting a bit up, they'll just hit you with loads of whatever they want and call you crazy. So you're right, they don't want to then tell you about what's good for you, which you actually voluntarily take. So that's where add that to your scientific method. that they're using. See everything and say nothing, because that is a philosophy that they're definitely running by. And I'll give you one example: the levees in New Orleans. And you ever think about that? Everything. And literally, it was unanimous to the whole world that they could not known what was going to happen. They had to know what was going to happen. So we've learned from that about this see everything and say nothing culture. That it's only being pushed by it's being pushed by the plebs as well, but pretty much the whole Western world and the capitalist world and the UN as a whole. See everything and say nothing. But I don't think the powers that be. Actually, I know that they don't like the class below, and obviously other ethnicities, and especially mixed people now. So, but yeah.
You know what, bruv? Yeah, that's been a good chat, man. But I'm gonna have to get off in a minute.
I was hoping someone was gonna fucking jump on because myself.
You need to go as well. All right,
Yeah.
let's cast the net out, innit? Right, let's see if we can rattle some people in the chat. Weird stuff. Bruv, I'm not saying nothing. Danny Martin, whatever, mate. Cool. Let's see. LB, bruv, you got to come on the chat sometime as well, mate. Yeah, these are just taking the piss, bruv. What, anyone about to come on and chat on the channel? Because I've got to go somewhere.
You jumping on?
What, Veli's back?
For a couple of hours, you get me?
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
I have to make a complaint. Yeah, Gold was rude to me. Yeah, I swear. Ask anyone. He was rude to me. He swore at me. He said he'd hit me with his stick. That's
your people out on this racist. They're all racist.
Fuck you up that, bad.
Bro, I'm not leaving my house. I'm not leaving my house for the next 3 days, just in case.
They're already.
Email PC Bond. Email PC Bond.
Yeah, that was a good chat. Still good, Gold, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was interesting. I suppose what I do when I know someone is intellectual, and you don't talk about the social things that are affecting us and a bit, I like quizzes, innit? So if you can subject and we can chat.
Before you jump off,
competitive.
Hey, before you jump off, so for the question of the day, you sort of answered it as well, but what do you give for your answer for the question of the day, sort of thing? Are all races treated equal in the UK?
In short, no. There's a pyramid structure, and it still is there today, but it's slowly getting a bit more square. And if that makes sense, it's getting smaller and smaller, but there's still a pyramid scheme from business to how much funding goes into different places and locations. Hackney homes compared to Notting Hill, mismatch. Black people there and minorities loads compared to Notting Hill, mismatch. So yes, it's very unequal. Down to the police, down to probably every single facet, and they just gone completely full out. But we can't see all them statistics, and they only know, innit, because they've got all the numbers and figures. That's why Brexit, not even the parliamentarians could make sense of it. So anyway, that's my.
All right. Sure, 2 pence, yeah. All right, so answer. What's your 2 pence?
Yeah, I said it already, kind of. I think, yeah, but yeah. I mean, like, obviously, I don't think that all races are treated equally in the UK. I would say that generally anywhere in the world, all races are treated somewhat unequally, depending on the balance of power. But then that's just a wider aspect of the problem, that all people are treated differently based on silly little aspects of them, like their height or their color or their race or the way they speak or the language or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Or how rich they are, or how they choose to dress, or how they do. There's so many things that people judge people on that they really shouldn't judge people on. Superficial largely physical things. But yeah, race is one that gets played out way more than it fucking should. I mean, you know, the things in place, the judgmental stuff that goes on against short people and ginger people is, you know, it's just the same thing, but it's on such a wide brush. It's such a wide brush, though. Do you know what I mean? And I would also say though that there is a lot going for it basically getting less. I do think that, you know, in my life I've seen racism, I think, get less and less. It's come out in different forms due to technology, media, whatever. But I think overall, what it stems from is the intellectual thing, innit, about being scared of something that's different. That's essentially where prejudices come from. So I think that, you know, more and more people are being more intellectually diverse, mentally diverse, and culturally diverse. And I think bit by bit, it's becoming less and less. But it's still one of the ones that gets played out way more than it should.
Yeah. Big up yourself for that, man. Why I came with that question today, yeah, because a lot of times when we're doing shows about like race and so, rah, it's always put out that like it's fucking cunt. It's indicating I'm going the wrong way, and it goes around. Yeah. So a lot of people keep saying stuff like, "Oh, everyone's treated the same. Everyone's got the same opportunities, equal opportunities, and blah blah blah." And it's like it seems like that on paper, but in theory, it doesn't always seem to work out like that. You know? So like on paper, it seems everyone's got the same. Be like everyone has the same opportunities or the same level of fairness, unbiasedness, whatever.
Yeah, but Veli, though, you would agree though that even like this is the thing, yeah. If you look at it on paper, yeah, it does look a lot better, and it is a lot better because on paper there's almost no direct well, there's much less direct discriminations. But the basic thing is this though, yeah, is that we all grew up in this country and we had free education, a good education, free healthcare, decent healthcare, and free welfare if our families were on hard times. Yeah? We have to admit that was available to all of us. Yeah. So I think that is a really good, strong, hard line that was provided for everybody regardless of race. Yeah, I think that pretty much was. Now, after we accept that was a good, a very solid, good, big thing that we all benefited from, yeah. Now we can talk about, however, growing up in this country, you know, in a particular community, being of a particular race and ethnicity, and of a class, a particular class. All these other factors now may make your experience different. Like meaning. You know, the fact that that's provided for everybody is fine, and that's a great thing that this country does do that. But at the end of the day, the experience of each individual is still largely affected by all of the other things that come into play on top of that. You know, so it gets played out very differently, and we can see, and not just because of race. And I always stress this, a lot to do with class factors and geographical location and the mix of communities. You know, and the balance of numbers and power in communities, yeah, things like that have a lot of an effect of an individual's experience of racism, and you know how they would eventually talk about it. So it's true that say black people or ethnic minorities in poor areas in inner cities are much more likely to grow up and be involved in crime, in prison, have social problems, drug problems, and not have money, basically not have financial status. That's statistically true because of all the other factors that come into play, as well as the fact that they happen to be a particular ethnicity in a majority of English or white people or whatever. So do you know what I mean? It's basically what I'm saying is that it's really complicated, and even though there are statistics and ways of looking at it which show that, you know, ethnic minorities fall into categories, certain negative categories a lot more, there's also the fact that a lot of the social factors involved are equal, like they're also an ethnic minority, but then also a lot of the social factors of their economic status, their education, their likelihood of a good education, their family, what's it called, consistency of their family structure, things like that, you know. But then all of these factors also play against each other, meaning that people involved in certain areas more likely to find out or know about drugs, more likely to have drugs or alcohol involved in the family, more likely to have familial breakdowns and destructuring. You know, a lot of these negative factors go hand in hand, as well as what the positive ones do. So, yeah, it's just complicated, bro.
Well, I wish you could
well,
have explained it to me to that degree, rather than this guy wanted to beat my head in. Rod, did you hear him, Billy? Oh, he said he's like the Terminator. I want your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
Alright, you know, like we can say, obviously everyone's got like at the base level the same equal opportunities to like basic education, healthcare, and welfare, the welfare system. But with that, you can see where, right, if you don't put the right effort in the right places, that's going to end up on your bad, innit? So that's going to be something that's going to have a knock-on effect, as well as whatever else it is that's holding you, or you feel like is oppressing you from flourishing. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if we can get, or if we can get more of the youths in the poorer areas to sort of care about like their basic education, like the math, science, English, and stuff like that, like getting more education.
Yeah, Veli, you know, I agree. You know, I agree with that, yeah, and I've often said that as well. That the education factor and people owning their education, meaning from it's free. You take if someone can make you realize at a young age that you need to take responsibility for how educated you end up, and that's the case for every human being. All learning is self learning, meaning that no one can force you to learn shit or get good at shit or find out shit or understand stuff. No one can literally force you. You can have help, and it's beneficial to have good teachers and better teachers, but ultimately you still have to do it all yourself. You do. That is just the thing about you know, that sort of stuff. But what I say to you, Veli, I'm sure you've heard me say this before, is that for me, I think the most healthiest thing for a human being to do is to look at the situation like this. None of us chose to be born. Yeah, none of us had any say in where we were born, who we were born to, what time of year or what time of history we were born at. Yeah, none of us had any say in any of these factors or matters. Yeah, we just happen to exist. Now we become conscious and realize that we live in this life, in this world, in this context at a given time. We have to at some point take responsibility and say, you know what, I happen to have asthma, but you know, so maybe I'm not going to be that good at long distance running. But you know what, I actually really love sports, so I'll do some sort of sport that that is not so CV cardiovascular heavy. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Maybe I'll play table tennis. Actually, that's quite tough as well. But you know what I'm saying? Isn't it? Like, people have to realize that this is who I am in this world. This is my strengths and my weaknesses. Fuck it. I'm an atheist living in a Muslim family and community. That goes against me, bro. But then that just means that if I want to be an atheist and I want to be open about my atheism, I have to make a trade-off with my family, meaning that I have to put up with the negative shit that's going to come with it, the falling out, whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about, innit? So everybody has to be themselves in this world and accept the good and the bad, and then make a choice. Like, am I going to go out in this world and do this and be this, and then I'm going to have to suffer these consequences and these problems, and I'm going to have to deal with that. You know what I mean? But in terms of achieving stuff, from we had that basis of those three things provided for all of us, fair enough. Some of us experience more racism than others. But guess what? Some of us experience more sexism than others. Yeah. Some of us experience heightism. Some of us experience what's it called? Homophobia. And guess what? Some people experience all of those things at the same time. Whereas, you know, some people might have only suffered from one or two of them. Some people had all of them, and they still had to make it and do it. And what you find from the people you respect most, Moses there, that they're the ones that basically took ownership of what they want out of this world. And given that there was not a level playing field, I'll never say a level playing field, but they were on the field, and you know, they had the opportunity to make whatever they could out of it. And they need to
Answer
accept that as
one
well.
sec, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm about to go in the tunnel, yeah. So, another thing I wanted to say is a lot of people keep saying it's not about color, it's about class, yeah. But I don't believe that either. That's wrong, yeah. Because there's people that are in higher up positions that still face racism, even though they may be well paid in their job or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not strictly just about class.
Yeah, but what that tells you is that there's both of these things happening consecutively, but also independently. Meaning that there's situations where people's class is the overriding factor in how much prejudice they suffer or face. Yeah. In other situations, the people experience both classism and racism, but it's racism that they suffer worse consequences from due to the nature of, you know, whoever's there and what the situation is. Both things are happening, but I personally would say that overall, the classism on a scale of, say, the countries, let's say the UK, yeah, on the scale of the country, I think the classism is a bigger overriding factor, and people discriminated, discriminated in different ways, but it's to do with the opportunity, like a lot of things that what people who claim racism come up with, the opportunities, the less opportunities, you know, the expectations, the what's it called, the social stereotypes and imaging, and you know, this sort of thing. It's true for classism
You're gonna
as
cut
well.
out for me, yeah? Cuz, hold it out for me 2 seconds, yeah? Literally, I'm just about to go to the tunnel now, so it's gonna cut out.
Let's say what Gold's saying, innit? Gold been listening.
Yo.
So yeah, Gold, what do you reckon, man?
What? So I was trying to call someone. I'm still trying to call someone now.
Bro,
But-
you're always on your phone, bro. What is it with you?
Fuck. Yeah. What was you lot saying?
Yeah, we're just talking about like racism as opposed to other forms of prejudice and say the interplay or balance or comparison between them.
But yeah, prejudice, racism. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I see. Yeah. They've all annoyed all its variety. It's basically just being negative to being a cunt, as Ultra puts it, towards someone else for whatever reason. All the varieties, and that goes down to being greedy, inequality, taking too much, hoarding wealth. So, I mean, we're living in an age where all the varieties of being a cunt to human being is being exercised by mostly the other people who have the power. But that goes back to the philosophy of what is it? Absolute power corrupts absolutely, right?
Yeah,
So
that's what they say.
That's a
what they
summary
say.
without us trying to.
But do you think?
Yeah.
But you think? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that might be true to some
break it
extent.
down. You know, it's like
But I don't know. Like, yeah, power is issues. So like,
it's a corruption. This power, bro. It's all from the top down.
But
so when you got
the thing is, yeah, this obsession with power, yeah, it's so fundamentally ingrained in living creatures. Well, not all living creatures. Some living creatures are very communal, hive mentality creatures, especially. But it's in the natural world, there's a lot of this, you know, hierarchical power structure, pecking order, alpha male shit, you know, and even amongst communities and groups of animals, this, you know, packs fighting for, you know, dominance and things like that. It seems to be just inherent in nature and survival to, you know, to be like that.
It is. But what made life in Africa turn from hunter-gatherer and everybody trying to was when they established agriculture and buildings and to how to micromanage things. So when that's come into play, we elevated our minds, built Sphinx, and then we had this mind over matter concept, which has flourished.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can
conscious. Go on. I'd say
I'm not sure. Yeah, go on, just finish.
Yeah, I'd say that's made us be able to conscious enough to and civilized enough to be able to not live like animals. Where it's like this, literally dog eat dog, literally man eat fucking woman eat octopus alive on a
People
plate.
still do stuff like that. People still do stuff like that.
With hoisted.
People still do that, man. I've seen people like go and eat live animals. Like, oh man, it's disgusting. But yeah, people still do that, man. Anyway, I was gonna say, yeah, big up James Jones in the chat, yeah. Big time, long time top shotter around here. Where's he been, bruv? Like, man's on some missions, innit? He probably went on a week trip somewhere with one of his girlfriends.
No, he's got a digital
Man's
girlfriend.
got so many bodies, yeah, in the fucking cemetery, yeah, that you gotta bury them as well, innit?
True.
I'm like, I keep telling man, you gotta bury them as you kill them, like that. You can't
he takes a truckload.
You get me?
He takes a truckload at a time, bro. No, there's no point going there every day to bury everybody.
Yeah, man. Mad thing.
But I wouldn't trust James too much, though, you know, because he's a bit of a traitor in that. Yeah, he goes on other panels and he goes on other panels and he disses people out here. Like, you get me?
Oh.
Well, he makes fun of me basically, but you know.
So this is what it is, belly vision. In the time when we actually made concepts, which were way before the bloody Sphinx. Look how much time it took to build. Fucking science came later. That concept is very prevalent, right? Very highlighted. Mind over matter. We're above these animals. Blah blah blah. We're more intelligent. So now,
but don't you think that
animals? We can go as far to say we've gone backwards.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the building of the pyramids was the distinction between, say, us, where we realize we're different from.
No. The Sphinx represents the mind over the human.
Well, I mean, those people might have thought that. I actually don't know, but I don't think they knew what they were talking about. I think
that's mind over the animal-like instincts. That's like your
no.
Yeah, that's what
that happened. No, that psychologically and historically speaking, that happened more when we developed language, like between 100,000 and.
Oh yeah. I'm not trying to say that was, but the concept of it. I'm not saying that was a birth, the inception, but I'm saying that was that was what the concept was based on.
Oh, you mean that was the crowning achievement of it? Then that was when it finally.
Well, that was one of the things that they held dear.
Yeah.
The fact that we could do more to our surroundings, and we weren't so reactionary to our surroundings, and that so that means
the
that
power now to manipulate the world around us.
That's like of the animal frequency where we're reacting to stuff so much. So that was why I feel like we're acting, especially the elite and the people in the capitalists, acting like animals, bro. Literally going, killing people, raping and not like raping women. I mean, it's like lions. Even lions have to court a fucking lioness after they take over the territory.
Well, not really, bro. There's a lot of rape. There's a lot of rape in the lion mating situation.
No, not so much. Just only when it's like a type of
lions basically be turning up and daggering each other, and lions are pretty rapey, bro. They're seriously.
I've seen one or two instances actually, but it's not common.
It's common. It's common. Bro, they live a very savage lifestyle. Like literally, what runs in their social group, basically what runs, is physical dominance and savage violence. Yeah, that's basically it. So, do you think that they then go around buying flowers for lionesses? No, bro. They grab one and beat the shit out of her until they get what they want.
No,
not
really.
They
caught them.
Not really though,
Uh,
because the lioness kinds of run things, you know.
yeah, that's what I mean. But they have to beat her in the fight, though, innit?
But I remember
If that's what you call courting, then that sounds pretty rapey to me.
Yeah, that's why they get rid of the young, because when the young grows up, the possibility that the young will kick him off his throne.
Yeah, but it all comes down to the violence, innit? Who's the strongest?
Mm. So, but still, that doesn't take away the fact that they have got they don't when they take over a territory, they will go for the young all the time. But what I'm trying to highlight is generally they will just go and jump on a woman, cut her fucking tit off, cut her bloody child out of her belly and start raping her while she's dying.
No, they wouldn't do all
I know
that
it
stuff,
sounds
but
graphic. Sorry,
they quite often would hold her down and rape her. I think
the Vikings used to
I'm sure I've seen that on
actually do that,
Attenborough.
but the Vikings
Attenborough was
used to-
sitting there watching it.
the Vikings used to nail the children and the adults outside the house after they left. So that's
Why?
what we're talking about. The levels have, or even lower than and then ferocious, like you said, animals like the lion. So that's how low frequency and the mentality of the European and all these are rapists like invading nations is below an animal. We're vibrating lower than
You
an
can't
animal.
generalize. You can't generalize all Europeans as rapists and nations.
I didn't
European
generalize,
nations as
you,
rapists.
but,
You
but that's
just
why
did.
I picked my words. I said that's why you get a lot of European nations that would have partaken in this rape thing. I didn't say all European nations or all the people in
No,
that.
I don't know. To me, it looks like most human communities do roughly about the same amount of rape. Not as much as most animal communities,
Come on, man.
but most human communities seem to. Yeah.
No, that's a lie. It's more prevalent, like mass murder, like school shootings. It's all more prevalent with one group of people.
Yeah, but if murder and shootings and stuff happen in a lot of places.
Yeah, it does.
As do rapes.
It does. It does. But now we're talking about generally. Would you attribute that as being a cultural thing to certain cultures? Yes. Would
Yeah, I mean, no, certain cultures have less going for them in terms of stopping people from raping each other. Yeah, definitely.
Ceremoniously,
but it does seem to happen that no matter what the culture is, it happens to quite a reasonable extent everywhere.
There's certain people that have known not to partake in it.
Yeah,
but there's certain groups
certain people have. Like I've never done it. I've never done it. I think you've never done it. I hope.
Yeah, no, the spiritual groups.
But that's what I'm saying is like, why is this obsession with
emphasize
labeling whole countries or whole cultures or whole groups? Like, what is it? Like, why can't you just say that a lot of people do it and some cultures have more people that maybe do it more or less going for them?
Let's break it down like this, brother. Let's break it down like this, because I like that you're a politician. You're very. That's one thing you are definitely the best.
I'm not a politician. I'm not a politician.
Because that's what you're giving,
bro. You've now insulted me, Gold.
I'm not. A politician.
You have gone beyond the pale, my friend. I am not.
I mean, you're not completely.
All I'm saying to that, is the Right Honourable Gentleman has now crossed the line, and my party will desist from further interaction. No, I'm not a politician, bro. That's a proper dread.
No, it's not. It's not. You are a bit. No, the way you answer your questions is very politician-like. I would say you're a politician, you're a scientist.
Nah, you know what it is? I try and speak like formal English because I think it's a good thing for my brain to use words appropriately. So, and because I read stuff, so I use words quite appropriately. I hope.
Yeah.
So that makes me sound a bit like a teacher or a politician or something.
I'm not trying.
But I'm not a politician. Politicians are liars, bro. Politicians are liars.
Yeah, they are. But when you see different nations and to South America and all different countries, there's been a lot of reports about how these countries go in, rape the people after they kill them, and before where they give out aid and they're raping the people.
Yeah, a lot of armies have been known to do that all across the world.
So,
in fact, I think nearly every army has been accused of doing that.
So no, that's a lie. So now you've got people like a lot of African countries that don't go out like the UN peacekeepers, sitting in other people's countries in jeeps, handing out aid. You know that, innit?
handing out AIDS
via the Red Cross, possibly they might have to get involved. But generally, these people don't go around. Look, Africans and not many African countries have gone out and gone and raped and taken over. The only other country, African country that I know of that have actually gone and invaded another country was Ethiopia when they took over the Persians, and that was a long time.
I'm sure that's not true, bro.
So when we're talking about tribal on tribal, yeah, there is instances, and that's usually a difference in culture, religion. That might be on a certain like nomadic people. I've heard that do that quite often. Nomadic lions, they do that as well. Maybe they're just quite on that animal frequency, whatever. But that's not animal freak. That's some fuckeries. That's devil. That's jinn and shit. When you're dealing like that, so that don't happen a lot in Africa. That does not, nowhere near does it happen in here, in the Western world. Nowhere near. I'd say it's a huge difference in percentage. So we could say that, yeah, certain cultures are way more geared towards that. Is it consciously, subconsciously, both? I'd say. Is it inherent? I don't know. That's a bit harsh. But they're definitely consciously having a zero tolerance and an unhuman like behavior towards people that they're going and living. They're meant to be living next to or stealing from.
Yeah,
and
but you have to admit, a lot of people have done that sort of stuff. Have you heard of the Trojan horse? The Trojan horse, was it the Romans or the Greeks who done the Trojan horse? That was sad, bro.
So now what I've noticed about the Muslims, they're very spiritual. They chop your head off. They're
very spiritual, they chop your head off.
Listen,
is that how you define spirituality?
They beat you up. Yeah, but they'll beat you. They'll beat you and torture you. They will. But if you act normal and accordingly, they've got honor. I've seen honor among their ranks.
They've got honor, but
listen,
they can't all have honor.
You haven't studied wars like I have. There's no way. That's one thing you can't ever.
No, I would never.
On the ground level, I've been studying Islam in the Middle East and how they've been, and I've been trying to get as much live leaks. All fucking people.
I thought you were studying. I thought you were studying the solar system and that.
I study everything at once. Mate, I'm disabled. I've got the opportunity and the free time to study. You work, unfortunately. So yes, that's why I've got all this information.
Stop rubbing it in, and that I've got legs. I'm fed up with people like you. I'm fed up with people like you rubbing it in for us able-bodied people.
I know. I kind of feel like I am rubbing it in as well when I say it. Like,
no, I'm joking, bro. You know, no disrespect by that. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. But I kind of lost my train of thought now, man.
You're saying you've got time on your hands to study all these topics at great length.
Yeah, but I was trying to pick out something that I'd studied. But, yeah.
Oh, you was on the list. You said that. Well, I said you studied the astronomy stuff.
You're telling us why you accepted Islam. You're telling us why you accepted Islam.
Oh yeah, nice, fella. You're listening. So I've been watching on the ground, live leaks. I was studying, bro. My boy is mad like a Palestine fan, and he's got bare information. I've got information. I was looking through a lot to do with live leaks, how the war was panning out. But at that stage, for me, it was like fucking sweet in a candy shop because I'm kind of into this, military and whatever. But when you look at the way they've been, the mindset behind the Muslims is I believe if you act courteously, or you come in contact with a percentage of them, you'll get treated, you'll get a soldier's death. Or you will get tortured, but if you're a CUNT or you've done something really bad, you probably will get tortured. There will be elements of, but I know that they're way more professional with the way they deal with prisoners of war than what I've seen from the Europeans and the Orientals. And it's a bit debatable with the Asians, but I haven't seen much warfare with them recently.
No. I definitely agree, bro. There's nothing worse than being tortured by a non-professional.
Okay, no, I know. Yeah, torture is hot, but with the Muslims actually See, and seriously, it always seems like I'm caping, but I'm just pointing out differences because what we're talking about is nations and the level of humanity that they have towards, and what and if you know, what's it called? So when I look at the you know white people, Europeans, the elites, I want to click my word properly, and the military that go to these countries. You've heard abhorrent things, burning mannings in the stakes, pushing people off cliffs with their families, all these weird things, but you know, horrible satanic shit. Then you see the Muslim in the Middle East, the war. When they're capturing people, they're making sure they're showing you what they're doing to the people they're dealing with. Some say it's conspiracy theories, it's doctored, but the cases that we have seen, some of them must be real, and they're chopping off the head. I think that's quite merciful. How merciful is it to chop off someone's head? If you're the enemy, you chop off their head, that's merciful. So they deal with all this shock factor when it comes to media, but that's merciful. Imagine what they can fucking do. They can put you in slavery for the rest of your life and do some fuckeries, test on you for the rest of your life, use you as the guinea pigs for all your generations going down. You don't even know it. It's taking organs out of you.
Extremely merciful to me, my friend.
It's merciful, bro. If you're fighting in a war and you're going at someone, what would you prefer to be getting caught by? Someone who's going to chop your head off and torture you possibly, or someone who might take you off the map, start bumming you, doing all this sadomasochism, BDSM, we know where that comes from. All these things there. You'll be getting a man putting on a...
but the guy chopping your head off might do that first anyway, so what's your point?
It's true, but what I saw generally, there was a ceremony for where you was getting taken out. And it just seemed to me like when I thought about it in its entirety, really, when you see all these people dying, they're beheading them. Yeah, I saw a torture video. I see a number of them. But they were beheading a lot of these people. So now, when you go into places where they've had wars, they're torturing you, straight prisoner of war, blah, blah, blah. And you die. You will die. It's a horrible death. So, when we're talking about not being on an animal level, Africa has got bad. But we're debating about now if that was actually induced by the foreign policies that the Europeans pushed onto them. Now it's just like you're becoming like the people that you're around. So that wasn't originally in Africa, all this madness where they're just killing you off like the way they're doing is kind of half lawless. I feel that's been brought into Africa, and they've definitely intensified the tribal wars that have happened just by giving guns to one side. So we've seen the way they can manipulate wars.
You think that the Muslim brought it to Africa? Yeah?
What brought what?
What you was talking about?
I feel like the Arabs, the way they've gone around war, the way they've gone around the world, hasn't been specifically for any type of race overall, but they've gone around and taken over wonders of the world, and I've seen them going after what we know now is elite, like the Mongols did and all the rest of it. So, but when they've had wars, there's been levels of, they've had so many different like spiritual engagements and how you engage into wars and stuff, and it didn't seem as so callous like the Shan Xiao did and his philosophy behind war. It just seemed like a very dishonorable type of, even though it will definitely ultimately be the best way for you to survive, but it's like you're breaking God's law, you're doing dishonorable stuff, what we know is morally dishonorable. But I just found that the mixed race people, I call them, I don't want to say Arab because then we think about I'm saying the mixed race people of the world, and the blacks have had a bit more humanity when it comes to wars, and that's what the downfall. Hannibal was one another example of the spirituality and mercy was shown.
More humanity than who?
And Suleiman as well, Andalusia, when he let the Maltese knights go, when he could have slaughtered all of them, and they were the elites of their group as well, the elite soldiers.
Who they got more compassion then?
So the Barbary War was the Muslims and the blacks. What gone? Who's out of the Europeans, all the nations? I'd say from the worst that I've heard of personally, when they're talking about dealing with foreign people, is
So you
the
don't think the Arab slave trade was the same as the European slave trade?
Arab slave trade.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is the Mongols. I would say the Arabs were quite bad with their practices. But when it comes to when Arabs started to get a bit more spiritual and it kind of half turned into Islam, and obviously, you obviously know the link between Arabs and Islam. That was when I believe that they become more conscious and more humane. Because the Arabs were giving the eunuchs to the Moors and the Turks.
So
Yeah, but I know about history, though, bro. If you want to learn, I'll tell you. If you want to learn, I'll tell you. I studied Marcus Garvey's son, who does two back-to-back hour seminars on the Arab slave trade.
Marcus Garvey Jr.
Yeah, did you read?
Marcus Garvey Jr.
Yeah, you got to watch that.
He done. I've seen it already. He done two classes on the Arab slave trade.
Oh, he's talking about the dark. Go on.
No, he was talking about how they used to walk in caravans over the Sahara, and then obviously anytime if any children or any if the mum died, then they would leave the child, kill the child as well, and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know what sort of compassion that sort of seemed like.
That was a time when the Hyksos and had established themselves to a degree in Egypt, and the Arabs had mixed, and the Umayyad had come in through, and they had a stronghold in North Africa, but that was from the mixing times of Egypt and Kemet. Them Arabs, that was what the Arabs are doing that. What I can see, from what I can see.
You know what? Do you know what I don't get here is, are you saying then that like say Muhammad and the Arabs weren't spiritual, they were savage barbarians, like we all know they were, and then you're saying that at some point later,
but look, the
Arabs took on a spiritual mentality.
So this is how it works.
Letting eunuchs go or something.
Yeah, so no, this is how it worked. The Arabs came from the mixing in North Africa, up near North Africa, right? That was where the Hyksos and Ham thingies were coming. Hittites were coming in.
Well, they could have just been invaders. They could have
No,
been invaders.
Hold on.
Greeks
listen, you're mixing up the history, bro. Because when the Arabs took over Egypt, it weren't with the Hyksos weren't there. They were fighting. Yeah, they were fighting. Yeah, but it's the Arabs that took over, and the Arabs were Muslims that took over Egypt.
The Assyrians were West Asians. Well, what time? What time do you want me to go?
We're talking about when the Arab Muslims took over Egypt, isn't it? You're trying to say that they took over Egypt.
When Islam took over, was the last people to take over Egypt. The last.
Yeah, that was Islam. That was
as a caliphate. Listen,
it was a caliphate. Yeah.
Listen, 1 second. Let me just tell you the history quickly. The caliphate was after the Arab slave trade.
What? No, it weren't. The caliphate was during the Arab slave trade. Because
the caliphate was from the time of Muhammad.
Listen. Let me tell you why. Yeah, because there was a deal made with Mercuria, Nubia, that they was gonna, because they lost the war to keep peace, that they was gonna give them 300 slaves a year to keep the treaty or the truce.
So did the Islam?
So the Nubians were giving the Muslims in Egypt 300 slaves a year.
That was later on. That was way later on, and they only took on what the original Arabs, unless it wasn't as harsh as it was. the Arabs originally they were creating eunuchs. The Arabs without Islam were creating eunuchs. They were the ones who were the Arab slave trade. They were the ones who created the butterfly handcuffs and bondage. They were the ones, even though bondage was there, but they designed that particular design. That was the Arabs in Africa. So that was actually they were actually far gone Malutos. So they were Malutos at one stage, but they'd bred back with the African. So they were darker. They were darker. But
bro,
I don't
no
think
matter how dark or how light they
it's
were,
been around for a long time, bro. The Arabic language and them traders there,
the Arabic slave trade goes into Islam, innit? Yeah, because when they turn into Muslim, wait, listen, let me finish my sentence, bro. The Arabic slave trade goes into Islam, yeah, because when the Arabs became Muslim, the slave trade didn't stop.
I know, I didn't say that.
Furthermore, the slave trade is a part. Do you know who the Sultan of Zanzibar is? Yeah. Do you know what the Sultan of Zanzibar made a statement? Yeah, saying that Africans were made to be slaves for slaves for the Muslims.
Obviously, now it's become radicalized. The neo-Nazis made it's so great now.
This is before the Nazis. Right, this is before. Wait, this is before the Nazis. This is before World War I.
You just asked me 3 questions and then answer them for me. But God, I'm gonna say
the Sultan of Zanzibar works. The Sultan of Zanzibar works for the Nazis.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Zanzibar works for the Nazis.
He probably does. He's neo-Nazified. So look.
Yeah, but he was probably part of the crew that set up the whole thing that turned out to become the Nazis.
So look at it like this, Veli. The Arabs in Africa, you just come out, you're mixed race. That's what an Arab means. You're mixed race. So there was loads of mixed races before what we know now as the Quran has actually been published. They say Quran's always been around. Okay, cool. Did they pray to Muhammad? All these other concepts have come later. So now what we're talking about is a refined Islam, even though there was one book, but it wasn't. The Quran is not made at the time where whites started mixing with blacks. Blacks started mixing with whites way before, and that they enslaved them 2,000 years ago. So we're talking about later down the line, Islam coming in after Assyrians, and then the Assyrians were the first, and the Greeks and the Romans to mix with these people. That's what the children were all nasty because they had some weird fucking cultures. So they started doing horrible things to these Africans now. That's why, because they all had all this Greco-Roman fucking attitude.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
So now,
listen, why don't you check the history of Zanzibar?
Let me finish.
You need to check the history of Zanzibar.
Yeah, but we are talking about...
They were still trading slaves.
I'm talking about the beginning of the movie. We're talking about Arabs.
What do you mean?
And the dark Arabs. Dark Arabs,
bro. You're talking about the Arab, but you keep talking about like there was different levels of slavery between the Arabs and the Muslims.
Islam kicked off slavery.
It's the same people. They just took on a different religion. Huh?
Islam
didn't stop slavery. Slavery was a part of Islam. It didn't stop it. It was part of it. It's a part of it.
Yeah, but they took on that because that was introduced later on, but they were already
later on. Slavery was there before. Slavery was there before, but the religion didn't stop it. So instead, the religion incorporated it. Huh?
No, you're right. We're not arguing that though, bro. I'm saying you're right, but but what the whole premise of this argument was that you've got to differentiate the dark-skinned Arabs that had mixed from the Assyrians predominantly, then Islamic people and Islamic like people of the book.
Why do you have to differentiate?
They didn't have a book at that stage, bruv. When they were enslaving Africans, they didn't have a book, bruv.
What are you talking about? But they were still enslaving Africans after they got the book.
There was people.
Go.
Arabs
Listen, yeah? Your point would make sense, yeah, if slavery had stopped once the Arabs converted to Islam, but it didn't. It carried on, and it's still a part of it today. So it's not stopped it. It incorporates it.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, who started it?
It doesn't matter who started it. It
Yeah,
never
no,
stopped.
that was what we were talking about, though. If you rewind it back,
Yeah, but bro, yeah, you're saying about who started it, who started the Arab slave trade at the beginning. Yeah, so the Arabs were trading slaves before they became Muslims, but it didn't stop after they became Muslims.
I know. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, we're on the
So
same
that's what I'm
page.
trying to say.
We're on the same page, then. I wasn't trying to disassociate Islam with partaking in slavery, because they have that, but they didn't conceptualize it, especially the lighter skinned ones. And you should take that reference from Garvey Jr. because he said that. He spoke about he differentiated the dark skinned Arabs to Islam, which come Islam.
So wait,
which come later.
if these dark-skinned Arabs, yeah, were so high and mighty, because how did they start trading slaves that looked like them, sort of thing, before they converted to the religion? Why would they do that?
See the Hyksos and the Hittites. You think they believed in Islam and had Christianity? Do you reckon they were
Whether they believed it or not, bro, you was no, forget about religion now, innit? Because you was trying to go on, right, there was some darker skinned Arabs that were a little bit better than the lighter skinned Arabs, yeah? So
no, the lighter skinned Arabs are better than the dark, better behaved towards Africans than dark skin. It actually wasn't even the involvement. They've taken up what the darker skinned ones did, like the whites have taken up what the slave catchers did in England, and they were the darker skinned ones, the Uncle Toms. So what we're saying is that the light-skinned Arabs now we see in the Muslims, they've only inherited this from the darker skin mixed Arabs or Africans in the region of Africa. Now the Arabic language and the trading language, which is closely linked to Islam, I don't know if they started off at the same time, but I know that the Islam's written in Arabic. But I'm sure Arabic the language was formed before kind of like religion. You know what I mean? They were speaking more about it than the concepts of religion and God and all of that. That's what I believe. I'm sure I'm right. I don't know if Riggs can back me up for saying that, but regardless, what they meant by Arab was just mixed race. It wasn't about Arab, he's Islam, or he's got a God that's like Islam. It's just mixed race, bro. So what it is them Arabs that were doing them things were the reason why they're doing that is because the cultures of the mothers were.
If it's true that these Arabs are dark-skinned dons or whatever, yeah, how did they get so light? How did that work out?
How do you mean? Some of them went into the Middle East. I mean, they would have stopped in the Middle East. A lot of people got pushed out to the Middle East. Don't forget, from the Africans themselves. And yeah. So, what do you mean? How did they get so light? Just mixing with Persians and just other European people, innit? That's how they got lighter. But the Greeks and the Italians and stuff had quite an impact. And that's why I can see the divide between this gene pool of Arabs that are currently in Africa.
You man are on some different thing, bro. Trust me.
But bro, I think, that's the thing. I thought you'd watched it, so I thought
I've seen what Marcus Garvey said, yeah, and I've seen fucking other documentaries about the
same.
Yeah. That how Islam came to Africa or whatever as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, so know that it wasn't all through slavery, yeah, and conquering. Some of it was though. Same like Christianity.
Some of it was.
All through conquering and slavery, but some of it was though.
Yeah. So what is interesting to me is the Abyssinians that went into Nubia, Kush, right? And the Axumites, what they were, because they were Habashi, light skinned sort of, right? That were meant to have come from sort of near Turkey. Is that like where the first problems started happening, and that were they seen as sort of like Islam? because they were beefing with the Nubians, the darker skinned people. But even then, it's not that prominent. It's not really highlighted that Islam was even really around then.
You know what I did the other day, yeah?
Mm.
You know what I did the other day, yeah? Are you on your laptop?
And we're talking about the 13th century, but
yeah, you on your laptop?
Yeah. Oh no, the 18th century actually. The 18th century that was. They've been Look, Africa's been battling all these foreign entities. They have sex, create these Arabs. The Arabs are pissed because they get rejected from both sides, and they just probably get infiltrated, given weapons, and they go and take out people who've got a lot of money and wealth in that region and of Africa. That's how it came about. And then what I've noticed now, you got the Assyrians, a lot of sort of Asian-y type people going into Africa, and then the latest ones you get is Islam. And when we talk about how they were kicking out the Romans out of all these places that were still living there and still had their rule there, they were saying that it was a blessing really for the Africa, because the way they were living before was a lot worse. But that's all hearsay. I'm not subscribing to that fully. But judging by the Romans and the ways of going around buggering people, I'd probably say that it was better the Arabs were there or the Islam than the Romans. Because the Romans, if you just go and have a look at what Nero cut the balls off of a little boy. Nero, you should chop your head off if you looked at it wrong. He had woke up with a headache. It's a complete batty man. I'm saying so. That was the question. The question was
Yo, Gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I can't find it, man. It keeps cutting me off still, man.
Oh, bro. I wish I would come on so we can have a debate, but I'm here in my room and I'm not doing anything for a while. But I'll be here for a bit, bro. I'll try and talk to the chat, see if anybody's in the chat or something. But what you say?
I tell you what, yeah. I'm gonna find that. The guy's diary about convincing the Sultan of Zanzibar to abolish slavery, yeah, and the issues that he was going through, yeah, because like people keep trying to pretty up the thing, yeah, and act like the Muslims that was there at that time wasn't saying that was saying that, well, obviously the slavery is a part of Islam, so that's why we're not abolishing it. This you know what I'm saying? That it's from Allah, not from
the British
from
stopped
man.
the ship. A British stopped the ship.
Try and
what's the Terry? What's the guy's name? Yeah, he was a British doctor, innit? British doctor. What's his name? Doctor something. He went over there and then he was working with the people that was selling slaves, Sultan of Zanzibar, and then the people of Zanzibar.
There's a big photograph of that in the original picture is in the British Archives in Kew Gardens.
What's the guy's name though?
I have to go to my archives. I can't remember his name, but there was the ship. What do you call it? I'll tell you. Let me look for it now. The ship was called. I used to have that all in my notes. Hold on.
Well, what I've noticed now, what's come from Arabic people under the Mohammedans, I think it's just like an early set of believers, and I think it was a caliphate from the Ottoman Turks or the Barbary people. But they're harsh. They're very harsh on Africans. You know what I mean? They definitely, Willie Lynch philosophies have come from there. So we can say that they had a definite ethos that was definitely anti-African from them regions. You know. Willie Lynch come from Morocco. That's one thing I found out. But the avocation of slavery being a part of Islam, it'd be interesting to hear that though.
There's loads of them.
Because it's, you know, there's people that are rationalizing slavery, which is quite dangerous. People will try and give an excuses and reasons, but for me, it's quite even dangerous to do that. And being silent on condemning it is as well. So I've just got to call it out of what it is, man. Slavery is bad, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't know. I'd say maybe it could be getting swept underneath the carpet.
No, it's such in the open.
Well, okay. So look at it like this. This is a story that a lot of people will have you believe, or what we're starting to get information about is that the Arabs encouraged a white man to come to slavery.
Yeah.
How synonymous is Islam with the original Arabs or the Arabs that gained power in Africa? I think it probably would have been the turn of the.
It started from the times of Baghdad.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're talking
of workers.
BC, sort of AD, sort of 100, 200 to 500 AD onwards. Earlier than that, innit? Because we're talking about 2,000 years from now. So we're talking maybe BC.
Slavery that went intense is over 1,000 years. Put it that way.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so is that you know, is Islam, is there anything in the scriptures that refer? I mean, see, that's one thing I need to do, and that's one thing I feel like I need to catch up on, is how often slavery or the concept of slavery is mentioned in the Quran, and how much is emphasized, because then clearly you can get a gauge on whether you know that it's the core belief, or it's one of the core beliefs. And I haven't really, I've heard it from certain people, and then I thought, is it radicalization? And I've kind of half taken it from the people who are objecting, you know, and saying, you know what, they just got their own agendas and they're lying, and there are clear policies and restraints, you know, when it comes to slavery in Islam, and there's a level of rules of engagement when it comes to it. Is it still ethical? Is there any explanation as to why someone should be a slave? Me personally, no. But they've definitely got a good argument for it. Would you leave people slaying children alone to die? Take them in, have a better life, so they're not, you know. It's all very arguable. But what the question is it inherent sort of core belief that is transferred from that Arab, and it's just like part of Islam? Because obviously, but don't forget, Islam was apparently given to the Arabs.
Yeah, it went on to the 1897. And it's the same time as David Livingstone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it was really debatable. But what I've noticed now, one thing I've noticed, when it comes to what groups have lent, and what the most prominent groups in Africa right now is Islam and Christianity. Is it squeaky clean? No, it's not kumbaya, so therefore there was war. No two ways about it. There's no arguing. You know, Islam and Christianity together have been detrimental towards Africa. because you can't go and free a people and be chopping off their hands every 2 seconds when they steal a piece of fruit, which I've heard that was happening for a long time, and from the concept actually, and we, are you really freeing them from these horrible Romans, and then implementing harsh law from what we see it of today, chopping off someone's arm? Yeah, what were they doing before? Were they bumming you and chopping off your arm, and then now you're just chopping off their arm? I mean, you can't compare.
Yo.
Yeah, Veli.
Listen,
David Livingston.
I found that
David Livingston.
No, Dr. John Kirk. Dr. John Kirk. I found that I found his diary thing as well. It's not copyrighted as well. Still, I'll put the link to it in the back chat.
Because you got the slavery high revolution, where they got the picture of in the Indian Ocean where they stopped a ship full of a whole heap of slaves. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly share screen just to see this ship.
Can you see that? Can you see the link in the back chat? Obviously, if no one jumps on, and you need to fill the time here, share that link in the back chat, and then share the link in the back chat and slap a video on for a bit, man. And you can like go away for like 45 minutes if you need to tell. Oh, gold. Yo, you there still?
Yeah, I'm here. What are you saying? Check the back chat.
Yeah, the links in the back chat for the thing from Zanzibar.
Okay.
But true stories, yeah. After it, you need to listen to it though, anyway. Yeah. So once Terry's gone through that, you might want to play it anyway. Yeah? So you should listen to it and see what man's
Can we play it? Can I play it on your thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, you know what? Just play it.
We will just play it. All right. Okay.
Yeah, because that was the Zanzibar. That was the big ship. They got that big photograph. If you go to the archives, they got a big giant photograph of the ship with all the slaves on it.
So quickly, yeah, because I need to go into this job, man. I've been there for like 5 minutes. You've done nothing yet.
Pasting it.
Got share sound as well, yeah.
All right.
And the share screen, click share sound, button, share audio.
Archives podcast series.
Now my computer's baking. I don't know if I've got too many apps open.
The National Archives podcast series. The Last Slave Market. Dr. John Kirk and the Struggle to End the African Slave Trade. Presented by Alistair Hazel. This event was recorded on the 12th of January, 2012 at the National Archives, Kew.
Oh, to kind of watch that shit. Can I share screen it?
Back to May 1872.
Oh.
I want to take you to the island of Zanzibar.
Sure.
Some of you may know the island of Zanzibar and the city which exists today much as it did then, off the coast of East.
All right, you know what? Let me tell him to share my screen so they can see the picture while you play the volume.
Then, this is a contemporary print from the 1870s. Zanzibar today looks much as it did then. May 1872, a British doctor, a Scots doctor, a man called John Kirk, was down at the fort. And he wrote back to his superiors in London and in India, "Ever since coming to Zanzibar, have I seen so many large dhows come in crowded with slaves, and seldom have the slaves imported been landed in a worse state. These were slaves that came from the hinterland of East Africa. Later I will show you a map. They came in abused, emaciated, often marked, treated like animals, in a terrible state. They were taken to Zanzibar into various building plants where they were collected, and later on they were sent in tens of thousands up by dhow, that is the Indian Ocean craft, sea craft, which again I'll show you a photograph shortly. They were sent up to the Middle East, to the Red Sea, to the Persian Gulf, to places that we know today as Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, up into Turkey, up into the Muslim hinterland, because in the 19th century, the Muslim world depended for its labor entirely on slaves by then black African slaves to handle work in the households, to fish for pearls off the Gulf, to build, and for a lot of the artisan and trade works that went on in the Muslim cities of Turkey, of Persia, of Arabia. Very different, ladies and gentlemen, from what was happening in West Africa. I want you to visualize Zanzibar at the time. You can see here a city that was remarkably ordered structurally. It was a big city. It was the biggest city in the Indian Ocean, in the east of the Indian Ocean. It was actually in those terms, in those days, had about 250,000 people. It was enormous. It was a trading entrepot. It was as large as the city of Karachi, which was one of the largest ports of India, and it fueled. It was the center of a huge amount of
Veli, share the screen.
Yeah, share the screen, Veli. And was this in a time? Did they have Islam established it by then?
Yeah, Islam was way into its time. Veli, share the screen.
Would you? Yeah, you can play it if you want. I mean,
mine's just a picture.
All right. Because I could share a screen as well and just play the whole thing.
Yeah, but they said it's copyright. That's what we were saying earlier.
Oh, right. Sugar.
Well, the sound's okay, but not the visual.
I'll carry on playing the sound.
Yeah, keep on playing it.
It was a city that, from the distance, looked very beautiful. You can see here the fort, which was originally built by the Portuguese. You can see a minaret of a mosque there. In the background, in this print, you can see just the seaport and some ships here as well. But it was a city that was also extraordinarily filthy. The explorer Sir Richard Burton wrote, he was writing in 1856, corpses float upon the water. It is a clean show concealing uncleanness. There was no sewage. It wasn't a modern city. There was no sewage in the town. And so the filth and the dirt and the dead bodies, the effluvia, if you like, from 250,000 people living there, flowed down through the city into the shore. The beach was effectively a mass of sewage, of dead bodies, of filth. Because of this decay, at night, gases came out of the water, came out of the mud, and they lit up into blue flares that would dance up and down the beach. And it was said...
You can share your screen, you know.
Being killed and died on the shore.
Oh,
that's
sure,
quite
yeah,
an evocative statement. But the real point I want to make before moving on to the next slide is, this was 1872. Now, those of you who know your British history will know that there was a tremendous campaign to abolish slavery and slave trading in the early 18th century in Britain, in England. Names like Wilberforce, Clarkson are big names in this country. By 1807, and then by 1837, slave trading had been abolished, had been made illegal throughout the British Empire. Yet here in the 1870s, tens of thousands of slaves were being sent from East Africa up into the Muslim world. Yet Zanzibar was a client state of the British Empire. The Indian Ocean was a place dominated by the fleets of the British Empire, particularly the British Empire in India. Post 1815, Britain was the global superpower. The comparison will be America today. Yet this traffic went on well into the last quarter of the 19th century. And when I wrote this book, when I studied this book, that was one of the questions I asked myself. Why did this take place? Why was this happening? Why did this traffic continue for so long? This here is another contemporary slide of Zanzibar. You can see again the fort, still there today. You can see this is a place called Shangani Point, where many of the overseas consulates and agencies, America, Germany, Britain, and so forth, had their positions. Again, many of these buildings survive. And here you can see dhows, ocean-going craft from the Gulf. And here, very importantly, an ocean-going schooner from either America, Germany, or the UK. Again, this was a big mercantile maritime place, a country, Zanzibar. It was part of an empire that had been started by Omanis in the Middle East, but it was a big, rich country. And the reason Zanzibar was rich, ladies and gentlemen, was not because of slaves. Zanzibar was fabulously rich in terms of day because of this stuff here, ivory. It was rich in ivory because our forefathers craved this stuff. Ivory was the luxury good of the mid-19th century. Germany, Britain, and later America. We couldn't get enough of it. We wanted it because of billiards. Middle-class people in Britain, wealthy people in Britain, had to have a billiard table. Billiard balls were made of ivory. Cutlery. The cutlers of Sheffield took 250 tons of this stuff every year. Knick-knacks around the house, lots of carpets. Look at a picture of a Victorian middle-class luxury dining room, sitting room, whatever you like to call it. And you'll see lots of ivory stuff all over the place. Because of this, the prices went up and up and up. And the best ivory came from deep in the African continent. It was soft, it was carvable. It came from the headwaters of the Congo around there. And the exit point was Zanzibar. So the Zanzibar merchants were rich, really rich, and they knew it. They sent these big caravans into the interior, away for years, and they came back with tons of ivory. But those caravans, ladies and gentlemen, needed porters. They needed people to fight the wars out there. They needed harems. Zanzibar trader didn't travel without all his luxuries and equipment. That included his harem. Making up all these people were the slaves. A caravan going to the interior often would have thousands and thousands of people. And the leaders of the caravan might only be 10, 20, 30 Omanis, Arabs, Swahili from the coast. The rest would be slaves. Slaves who made this whole venture possible. And so you had slaves and ivory really in a funny symbiosis continuing together that drove this tremendous trade throughout the 19th century. Slaves really were power. Slaves really were an indication that a man was rich. So Zanzibar not only was a tremendous market for slaves itself, it was also the point where the slaves, as I said earlier, were sent on to the Middle East, to those markets in the Middle East, those markets in the Muslim world where slaves were desperately needed. And Zanzibar
There's no sound.
$18.
Gold. It's quiet, man. What are you doing? Gold. No, come, man. What happened to these brothers, yo? Yo, Terry, you there? Yo. No, you need to unmute your mic, bro.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what did I?
What, yeah? Terry, share the screen and share the audio so
Wait,
properly.
what am I not? Am I not?
He's sharing the audio through his own mic, innit? Not through the actual thing.
All right.
Click share audio, when you click share screen, you need to click the share audio button, man.
I can't see that share audio.
Terry, share the screen and share audio because you know how to do it, innit?
Hold on. I'm doing something on the computer, that's why. But hold on. Hey, Gold.
Yeah.
Go to share the screen.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom of the share screen.
Stop it and start again.
Okay.
Share the screen.
Yeah.
On the first page.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got you.
Right at the bottom.
I didn't know that. That's the first time I've noticed that. Easy.
Yeah. So when you do that, you can rewind it to the start and then mute your mic in it, and it will just play by itself.
What's this? Be careful sharing screen audio. Other hear themselves. Okay, got it. And I can mute my own mic then, innit?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So I can now mute.
And you can just play the audio. All right. I've got to jump off though. So IC3, where you been hiding, G? You could have been looking for you still. All right, but do your thing, yeah, because I need to jump off. I'm in the customer's house. Battery's on 10%.
These wretched slaves undergo while being brought here and until they are sold, exceeded. They're in such a wretched state from starvation and disease that they are sometimes not considered worth landing and are allowed to expire in the boats to save the $1 a head duty at the customs port. And the bodies of these poor people are eaten on the beach by the dogs of the town. No one will bury them. It's a remarkable passage because it really leaps out from the page. This man, this tough guy, I'll take you through his history, but he was a very robust individual, was appalled at the source of the slave trading, just what kind of suffering and what kind of terrible abuse of humankind went on. What we have here is a contemporary photograph of a seagoing dhow, sometimes called a bugala, which literally means a sea mule. These boats were extraordinary. You still see them today in East Africa. You see them in the Gulf. This photograph doesn't bring out quite the high stern and the low prow of the boat. It shows you this huge lantine sail, and it gives you an idea of the kind of speed they went and do indeed go at. These boats have been trading up and down the Indian Ocean, east of the Indian Ocean, for time immemorial. They've been going up and down, trading between the Middle East and the East African coast for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And there's a particular reason. And the reason is, someday, I've seen a lot of stuff in the most of the point, baby. These boats were.
Wait, hold on. He's just stuck on that picture, bro. He's doing picture references, and it's just like, yeah, bro. What? So that's just a speaking. There's no picture. There's no picture references. That's poor, bro. All right, that's cool though. We could take it. Cool. Sorry to disturb you guys, but I just thought there may be some sort of other picture than what they're just.
Extraordinary. You still see them today in East Africa. You see them in the Gulf. This photograph doesn't bring out quite the high stern and the low prow of the boat. It shows you this huge lantine sail, and it gives you an idea of the kind of speed they went and do indeed go at. These boats have been trading up and down the Indian Ocean, east of the Indian Ocean, for time immemorial. They've been going up and down, trading between the Middle East and the East African coast for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And there's a particular reason, and the reason is summed up in two words: the trade winds. The monsoons come down from this part of the world, the Middle East. Here you can see the Gulf of Aden, you can see the Red Sea, and up around here beyond the map, this is the contemporary map. Beyond this map is the Persian Gulf. The trade winds at the beginning of the year blow down here, they still do, all the way down here, and they eventually peter out around the island of Zanzibar, which tells you a lot of why Zanzibar was so important. And in the second half of the year, this great circle of wind and current moves back again up here, right across towards India and back again. Those boats have been following those trade winds, carrying commodities, sharks, meat, fish, coconuts, things of that nature, and returning with the commodities of the East African coast for thousands of years. And in doing so, they nurtured, encouraged, and contributed to this trade in slaves. Slaves were another commodity. This was, again, very different from the West African slave trade, which was, comparatively speaking, a modern phenomenon, 17th, 18th century onwards. Slaves were a commodity. There's another point, ladies and gentlemen. The people that came down on this extraordinary circle of trade wind activity, they naturally regarded the trade winds as the work of God. They naturally regarded it as part of the order of being. They've been coming up and down here for, as I said, thousands of years. They also regarded the taking of slaves as part of God's will. Indeed, the first ruler of Zanzibar said Allah had granted Arabs the right to take slaves from Africa. It had been granted. And if you read the Quran, slavery is sanctioned by the Holy Book. So for them, this whole activity was not a big deal. This was what went on. This was how the world was. The coming down of these dhows, this activity was so deeply embedded, it became almost a ritual. I spent a lot of my time, early life in East Africa, and I remember even in the 1960s at Mombasa, it's a town here, some of you may know the East African coast, little town of Mombasa up there. Well, it's a big city today. But I remember in the early part of the year when the first fleet of dhows came in, the tremendous expectation as people came down onto the shore, came down onto the harbor, and looked out to sea, see that first white sail appearing over the horizon. When the boat comes in, when it came in, the expectation was fantastic. People came down onto the beach, the ladies in their buoys, their black, voluminous garments, partly veiled, the men in their long white tanzus, tremendous amount of clapping, tremendous amount of ululating, tremendous, almost a hysteria of expectation. As the first boat came in, the guys in the front of the boat started to dance, actually danced on the boat, beating the drums, singing, dancing, laughing. It was really coming together of a great sort of ritual of excitement. And if you can imagine that going back 100 years, this too was part of this whole trade, this whole slave-taking activity. It was part of God's order. It was part of the way life was. And here we have, as I said, the Indian Ocean. One further point, I think, to mention about this map, and that is Zanzibar really was a pivot between this activity that went on up here and down there, but also Zanzibar controlled by virtue of its position and by virtue of the protection given it by the British fleet. And I'll come back to that. Zanzibar controlled a commercial empire that was truly vast. There were Zanzibaris, Zanzibar traders, in every African port, in every kingdom, in every tribal center, in an area that extended right up to Lake Turkana, which I can't find, but somewhere up here, across here, right up the headwaters of the Congo, right the way down to present-day Malawi, Lake Nyasa, Lake Malawi, this huge area. We're talking about a subcontinent. There were Zanzibaris there, not large numbers, that controlled the trade of that whole subcontinent. And this Zanzibar was the exit point. I mentioned that Zanzibar had a control on this empire, and the reason, and this is really the answer I finally came to after doing this research, and the reason was the British Empire. The Indian Ocean was a lake controlled by the British. The fleet out of Bombay, and when I say the British, I mean the British in India. The British in India, our forefathers, some of our forefathers, in India, controlled the subcontinent. This was the jewel in the crown, as some of you will recall. And to them, the Indian Ocean, control of the Indian Ocean was vital. But ladies and gentlemen, they really, these guys sitting in Calcutta and sitting in Bombay, really weren't too bothered about a bit of slave trading here in the east coast of Africa. In the 1840s, Lord Palmerston, British Foreign Secretary, a very strong anti-slave trader, inquired of his colleagues in India what they were doing about slave trading in the East African coast. A lot of letters crossed hands, a lot of research was done, and the responses which came back from British officers in India and British officers in the Gulf up here was lots of slave trading going on, lots of it. But what's the problem? What's the issue? Why are you so worried about this? The British officer from Aden wrote in a very striking letter back to Parliament, back to this country, a letter which, again, I think is a remarkable letter. He said that he thought the trade of their forefathers, those are the people, the Arab people in the Gulf, was something that was a perfectly legitimate right. He went on to say that slaves provided the people of the Gulf with their food, attached servants, their bodyguard, the maintenance of their domestic economy, and the tutors of their children, and indeed the captains of their vessels are often slaves. He then went on with an ironic, I don't think he was being ironic, comment. Their harems are filled with chosen beauties from the Swahili tribes, and much of their domestic satisfaction arises from the idea of possessing an ample establishment of this kind. Sir, an attractive slave girl is considered the most complimentary present. 1850. So to the people running the British Empire in India, this really was not a big deal. If I can just take you back to where I started this talk, this was really the answer why this trade continued for so long, because the dominant power in the Middle East and the Far East, the British Empire in India, was not disposed to do anything about it. Zanzibar, Zanzibar's sister country, Oman, they were ruled by the same family. They were indispensable to stability in the Middle East. This was realpolitik. The people that controlled the track up into the Gulf, people that controlled Zanzibar were vital to the stability of India, to the stability of the British fleets coming through, for coaling, for defense, and slave trading was really a secondary issue. I'm going to take you on now to a gentleman who occupies the bulk of this book. Forgive me, but I've given you quite a lot of background here. This man is called John Kirk. We met him in the first slide when he was down at the port in Zanzibar, and I read out one of his letters back to his superiors in Bombay. This guy Kirk, a phenomenal man, and really, if I can leave you with anything today, it is what a great man this was, who has been largely, for whatever reason, overlooked in the history of this country. He was brought up in some poverty in the little village of Barry in Forfar, in Fife, in Scotland. He was very clever. He went on to Edinburgh University. He got a first-class degree there as a doctor. He was a botanist. He was a remarkable linguist. He traveled. He was a contemporary of Lister, the epidemiologist, and he traveled out to Crimea to join the forces there as a doctor. But he really comes onto the scene when in 1856, he was asked to join Dr. Livingstone on his expedition up the Zambezi in the late 50s and early 60s, up the Zambezi into Central Africa. Kirk joined Livingstone as a doctor and also as a botanist. Botany was his abiding hobby, his abiding passion. That expedition, ladies and gentlemen, was a catastrophe. It's often not said just what a catastrophe it was. Livingstone was a disastrous leader. Livingstone was a remarkably selfish man. I apologize if there are people here who are passionate admirers of Livingstone. He was a great man. He was also a remarkably selfish man. Everything that went wrong with that expedition was blamed on others. He didn't get anything himself. Many, many people died. Many people suffered. It was a catastrophe, and Livingstone never really was censured for it. The one man that remained with that expedition right from beginning to end and stuck with it, and on whom Livingstone became very dependent, was this guy Kirk. They explored the Zambezi and a tributary of the Zambezi called the Shiri, and there they found huge quantities of slavers and slave trading taking place. We're talking about present-day Malawi. It was called Nyasaland then. The people took the slaves from that settled, prosperous area up through Mozambique to the coast and then up to Zanzibar. One thing that Kirk learnt on that expedition was not to be naive about slave trading. He learned that it was incredibly embedded in the practice of people, the peoples, the cultures, the tribes, the activities of Central and East Africa. I won't go into the details of that now, but the simple, if you like, missionary endeavor of slave trading is bad, we're going to stop it, we're going to tell these guys that Christ forbade it, didn't work. So when later, in the mid-1860s, late 1860s, Kirk came to Zanzibar, where he did as a doctor, as the medical officer to the British agency, he came not as a naive man. He came not as an ingenuous individual. He came realizing what he was getting into. He came with his wife, who was a remarkable woman, a very tough woman, who went all the way out to Zanzibar to get married to him and got married on the boat on her arrival. And there they spent many, many years. This is the British agency in Zanzibar. Still there today. It's a restaurant. Behind it, it's slightly different. There's the beach. It's called Livingston's Restaurant. And behind it is a courtyard. And above there are the rooms where Kirk lived with his wife for over 20 years. In that agency or consulate, Kirk read the bound correspondence of the agents that had been in Zanzibar for the previous 20 years. There have been 7 of them. And it doesn't make pretty reading. They're bound in leather, the letters. They're letters from Zanzibar to London and letters from Zanzibar to Bombay. The copies of those letters are here in this archive here, and I've read them. And they tell a very depressing and very miserable and very gruesome story. They tell a story of how Britain, through its empire in Bombay, sent out agents to this place to look after, to look over, to mind, to shadow the ruler of Zanzibar, and how in each case the agent would be sent out to Zanzibar, as I mentioned earlier on, tough guys, guys that had been around in the Middle East. These weren't softies in any way, they weren't liberals in any way. And on arriving in Zanzibar, one after the other, these guys were horrified at what they found. They'd seen slaves in the Middle East integrated into families. They'd seen slaves being looked after by benevolent masters. They arrived in Zanzibar and saw just what was going on at the heart of the slave trade, where slaves were acquired in inverted commas. They saw the suffering, they saw the brutality. Just to mention in parenthesis one aspect of this, large numbers of the slaves were young boys. Eunuchs were terribly valuable in the Middle East. Boys were sent from Zanzibar to secret places in Sudan and in the Yemen, and there they were castrated. The operation was horrendous. 90% of them died. But the 10% that survived, their prices went up by several hundred percent. So it was worth doing. It was a brutal business. These guys came to Zanzibar. They were horrified. The letters showed them writing back to their superiors saying, we've got to do something about this. We really have to do something about this. After all, we are representing the most powerful nation in the world, the most powerful nation in the world's history. Zanzibar's tiny. Why don't we do something about this? And in every instance, their masters in Bombay said, get on with your job. Forget it. This is not important. That was the first thing that happened. The second thing that happened was, as I mentioned to you earlier on, Zanzibar was a diseased, filthy place. Europeans, Westerners couldn't take it. In every case, these guys, after a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, found themselves stricken down by disease and either dying or having to be ferried out quickly. Now you can imagine that to the Zanzibaris, this wasn't chance. You can imagine you're the Zanzibar court, you're the Zanzibar traders, you're the guys in Zanzibar, and this Westerner comes in and he says, you've got to stop slave trading. God has said it. And guess what? Within a couple of years, he's struck down by disease and has to be taken out. It's quite clear to them, their God said it's right, the Christian God said it was wrong, game, set, match. There's a remarkable event. A man called Rigby in 1858, he was one of the agents, came down to the Durbar room, the big audience chamber of the Sultan, the then ruler of Zanzibar, and he harangued him and said, Providence has made me and my people the instrument to prevent slave trading in your country, in the Indian Ocean. You have to stop it. I am an instrument for doing this. And the advisor to the then ruler of Zanzibar listened to him patiently, and after he finished, in the audience chamber that still is there in Zanzibar, in the Sultan's palace, he then said, Mr. Rigby, very courteously, you've got it wrong. Actually, slave trading has gone on since the time of Noah, a man that you revere in your book and that we revere in ours. It will go on long after you and I are dead. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It's part of the world's order. He knew what he was saying. Rigby, 6 months later, almost died and had to be evacuated from the island. So that's the context. Kirk read this stuff. He read these letters and he got to know the history. And it was, as I said, a depressing history. When Kirk was there, very shortly after he arrived, this man here, pretty self-satisfied individual, became ruler of Zanzibar. He's a man called Sultan Bargash. Bargash was his name, and he tried twice to take the throne of Zanzibar by force, and he managed to get the throne by intrigue shortly after Kirk arrived. He was actually a friend of Kirk's, and when he got into power, it was by dint of being supported by the British and by dint of being supported by a group of people called Mutawas, and they were Muslim fundamentalists of a kind that we're quite familiar with today. Bargash, after he came to power, repudiated all agreements he had with the British and stayed very strongly with his fundamentalist, his Islamist, if you use today's terms, supporters. And he did that because, as I think I mentioned, at that time, slave trading was really a fundamental tenet to Islamic and Muslim belief at the time. And the Mutawas, the supporters, were very, very strongly against all Western influence in their traditional ways, and they hated Britain, and they hated everything Britain stood for, and they hated the whole concept of modernization. So Bargash was in a fairly strong position, and because Kirk was his friend, he was in an even stronger position, because in the mid-1860s, the last agent from Britain, the last British agent in Zanzibar, was evacuated. And the Indian Empire, the guys in Calcutta and Bombay, couldn't find anybody else to take the job. In fact, they appointed a guy in Aden, and the man got so depressed, he walked outside and shot himself. He wasn't going to go to Zanzibar, because Zanzibar was a death sentence. So our friend Kirk, who was the doctor, was appointed as the interim agent. He knew he would never be a permanent agent. He wasn't from India. He got none of the background, the training of the Indian Empire civil service. He had no support from India. He was just holding the position. Bargash was delighted. His friend, who was a kind of locum, as Kirk called it, a kind of interim position, was the British agent. Nothing was going to change. Slave trading was going to go on forever. For Kirk, our doctor friend, this was a trap. This was a catastrophe. By then, he had a family. There was no way back to Britain. He couldn't get a job in Britain. He spent 10 years in Africa. Nobody was going to employ him as a local friendly GP. He needed the money. He had no support. He could do nothing apart from collect a few flowers. It was very difficult. He didn't succumb to despair. He didn't go under. He was actually a much cleverer, much tougher guy than that. He did something that perhaps none of us here would have done. He bit his tongue. He said nothing. He didn't preach to the Zanzibaris about the evil of slave trading. He just got to know them. He was a master of the various languages. He got to know all the people there. He got to know the key traders. He became the trusted guy on the island. He was scrupulously honest. He wasn't corrupt. When people came with problems, he was the guy that sorted them out. He even on occasion defended Zanzibaris in certain commercial conflicts against British shippers, against the Royal Navy, because there was a small court in Zanzibar. He became the one person that they trusted in Zanzibar over the years. And because of that, and it's in his diaries in Edinburgh, because of that, he learned more about the slave trade in Zanzibar than anybody outside the Zanzibar community had ever done before. He knew the main slave traders. He knew the prices that they paid. He knew when the ships left and knew where they went to. He knew the times they left. He knew how they evaded the British cruisers who were against slave trading. He knew even the tribes of people that made up the slave trading activities, the slaves that went on the boats. He was aware of the commercial context of this whole operation. He became a person who was increasingly the advisor to the Sultan, because the Sultan trusted him. The slave trade in Zanzibar was completely out of control by the time we get to the 1870s. And I'll give you an idea of just how profitable and how out of control it was. A letter in the archives here from the Sheikh of Abu Dhabi to the ruler of Zanzibar reads as follows. The ruler of Zanzibar had written the Sheikh of Abu Dhabi and said, the traders coming down from the Gulf are increasingly violent. They caused havoc in my town. They steal slaves. The slave trade is really beyond something I can control. I want you in Abu Dhabi to help me control this. The Sheikh of Abu Dhabi wrote back. He said, my brother, we did warn these traders and we sent people to tell them, but it will afraid have little effect. The gains are so enormous from this slave trading that it is hopeless to think of stopping them. With 10 baskets worth of dates that a man now gets on credit in the Gulf, he can get 20 slaves in Zanzibar worth $1,000. God is indeed great. You may punish them if you like, but if you do not punish them, you had better leave them alone. So that was the context. This man here, one of the biggest slave traders of them all, he's normally known as Tipu Tim, and you will see pictures of him in the books on exploration at the time in East Africa. He controlled a huge area of the Upper Congo. He went on long 10-year safaris. He traveled with an army of 10,000 people. He was a, quote, great man. His house is still there in Zanzibar. This photograph was taken by Kirk. It's never been shown, apart from that book. It's never been used to date. And you can see him dressed as the great chieftain, as the great Arab trader. In fact, his mother was an African, as often was the case. A lot of mixing between Arab and African in that part of the world at the time. But this gives you an idea of the kind of guys that Kirk had to deal with. The very fact that Kirk took this photograph tells you something of how he was integrated within that society. In Britain, things were changing. They were changing in curious ways. They were changing as much as anything else because of news that was coming through to the UK about this tremendous slave trading activity that was happening in East Africa. This is not actually a real representation of what was going on. This is, if you like, propaganda. This isn't one of the missionary newspapers. Camels were not used in the villages of East Africa and Central Africa. But it gives you a sense of how evangelical and missionary activity was beginning to interest people in what was going on out there. Now, the government responded, the British government, and the British government responded in the way the British government loves to respond. It appointed a committee to look at this. And the committee sat in the House of Commons, and lots of very worthy and very good and very noble people talked for many months about what they were going to do about slave trading in East Africa. And they reached no particular conclusion, except that it was a bad thing, and something must be done, and somebody must do it, but they weren't quite sure why, how, and tough. And they wrote a big report, which you can read, again, in these archives. It goes on for many pages and doesn't tell you very much. But out of it came one thing, this guy here. His statue's on the embankment. He's called Sir Bartle Frere. He was governor of Bombay. He came back to Britain, and he was a very self-important and a very self-regarding individual. He was a very able man too, and because he spent his life in India, he had a particular outlook of things, which was that when you do stuff, you tell people what to do, and they will do it. And if people have brown skins and you tell them what to do, they better do it. And that was the way he operated. Anyway, Sir Bartle Frere came along to the committee, and he told them that he knew the answer. He knew what to do. So the government, looking for a way out, appointed Bartle Frere to go to East Africa to sort the situation out. And Bartle Frere, who retired, was looking for a big height to his career. Later on, he became a governor of one of the South African states. That's another story. He was looking to a height to his career, so off he went to East Africa. He went with a spectacular salary. He went with a spectacular title. He was called Special Envoy under the Great Seal, whatever the Great Seal is. And he went with lots and lots of people and a nice fleet and a very big yacht. And off he went to East Africa. And on the way, he talked to the Pope. He talked to various ministers in Italy and in France. And he arrived in Zanzibar. And his fleet anchored outside Zanzibar. And he sent lots of messages to the Sultan. And he told the Sultan he'd got to stop slave trading. And he told the British government that that was what was going to happen. And to his surprise, the Sultan said no. So Bartle Frere sent his mission. He was sitting in his yacht there, and the Sultan's palace was opposite, but he refused to go and stay with the Sultan because that's not what one did in those days. So he sent another message. This went on for a month. And every time, very politely, Balgaf said, sorry, no. And Bartle Frere said, you've got to do it. And Balgaf said, we have a treaty with you. It goes back several years, and we're your ally. You can't do anything about it. Bartle Frere got really annoyed at this. So eventually, he, in high dudgeon, took off in his boat, sailed off to India, and he lost his temper. And on the way, he ordered, off his own bat, the fleet to blockade Zanzibar and kill the Zanzibar trade in ivory, in trade with the mainland, in everything, because he was very annoyed. The only problem was that was illegal. And unfortunately, the British officers of the Crown in Britain said, we have a treaty with France, dated from the 40s, to observe Zanzibar's sovereignty. So this is going to get us into real trouble with France as well. The cabinet in Britain, headed up by a gentleman called William Gladstone, panicked and said, we can't do this. But Bartle Frere, there was no email in those days. He was sitting on his boat halfway across the Indian Ocean, feeling very happy about things. So what you had was a diplomatic crisis. And the cabinet in Britain sent lots of cables out to Zanzibar, to our friend John Kirk, and said, what are you going to do about this? And Kirk said, don't worry, I'll sort it out. The cabinet panicked and sent several cables saying, but what are you going to do? He said, it's all right, we'll deal with it. What Kirk did was remarkable. I take you back to an early point. He was the one guy over the last 5 or 6 years that knew everybody in Zanzibar, knew everything, knew sometimes and literally where the bodies were buried. he had extraordinary influence in that place. He had extraordinary trust. To cut the story to its chase, there was a remarkable moment late in June 1873, when one night the Sultan sent a message to Kirk in his house and said, "Would you come and see me?" It was late, Kirk had people for dinner. People left, and Kirk went along the waterfront. He knew he was being followed. He got to the Sultan's palace, big stairs, still there, went up to the big room, and there the Sultan was with all his advisors. And the Sultan said, the ruler of Zanzibar, Bargash, said, "We trust you. We want your advice as to what the hell we do with this mess, because we're under a lot of pressure, but we don't really want to give up this slave thing. It's pretty vital to the country." And Kirk looked around. He knew all the guys there, and he said, "I think the time's come. You've got to give this up." And the Sultan and his advisor said, "We can't do that." And Kirk then took a deep breath, and he looked at all his advisors, one after the other, and he said, "I know what you've been saying, and I have a bet, I'm pretty sure, that if you refuse to give up slave trading, refuse to close the Zanzibar market, and there's an international crisis, which they've been discussing, and there's a blockade, and as a consequence of this crisis, Zanzibar's trade is destroyed, I know that you guys are going to blame the Sultan as having provoked this." And they all looked away. And he said, "But if that were to happen, I personally will make it absolutely sure that in this country, every one of you are held to blame. That the whole country knows that you signed up to this disastrous line of action." And because he knew them so well, and because they knew he knew the country so well, and because they knew he knew everybody there, the traders, the politicians, everybody in Zanzibar so well, they knew he would stand by that. He had the courage to stand by that conviction. At that point, the Sultan turned around and asked them all again, including the fundamentalist advisors. He said, "Are you still prepared to stand by your earlier action?" And one after the other, every one of them said no. They all gave it. Extraordinary moment. It's recorded. Extraordinary time. They pulled the treaty out of the cupboard wherever it had been, and he got them to sign it that evening. And next day, the Zanzibar slave market was closed after hundreds and hundreds of years' existence. It was, I suggest, a remarkable moment. Kirk himself became the kind of person that the British Empire loved, a man of extraordinary influence in Zanzibar and in East Africa, and he used his knowledge to drive slave trading out of the whole region. He punished slave traders, he understood the economy of slave trading, he used his knowledge of the economy, he used his knowledge of the individuals, and he used brute force to expunge slave trading throughout the whole of East Africa. Now, when I say East Africa, I mean the coast. His power and the Sultan's power did not extend deeply in that. He was successful, and I suggest he was probably somewhat arrogant towards the end of his life. And then in the mid-1880s, something happened which is now known as the Scramble for Africa. The world moved on very quickly. A man who's rather well known, called Count Otto von Bismarck, decided he wanted a piece of this. He wanted Tanzania. What was today called Tanzania was then called Tanganyika, and he didn't like the influence Kirk had over the Sultan, and he put pressure on the British government to remove Kirk, which is what they did. Bismarck was rather important to the British government because of a conflict over Egypt, and Kirk was retired at the age of 55 and returned to his house that he bought in Sevenoaks, and he's then spent the next 35 years in Sevenoaks in somewhat cantankerous retirement. Picture him here, a canny, clever, rather robust old man, and I suggest you rather a great man. Thank you.
This podcast is copyright to the National Archives. All rights reserved.
So there it is, family. That was the Arab slave trade. Zanzibar. I think a couple of 100 years into Islam, or the Islamic movement. Obviously, they were referring to these people as Muslims. And that was it. They were clearly at that stage in conjunction with the European. It's debatable whether how much they were for against slavery. That what the evangelicals, why they went to the Vatican, try and stop slavery. They went to all these countries like France. Why did they go there? Who went with them on the evangelical quest to free these people from Islamic slavery? What were they doing to these little people and these women and children? Look at it. Look at the priests today. Look at, without being whataboutism, look what they're doing now. Going to other countries to find young sort of exotic people. So they think they were just going there. They went there and they had their own agenda. They were probably doing just as much bumming and raping than what they were basically trying to say the people of Zanzibar were doing. But they still took part, which, you know, and it's obvious. It's not as emphasized as much. I think the European likes to sort of kind of half rub it in your face, or doesn't try and sweep it underneath the carpet as much as the Arab or the Muslim person has done. You know, and there could be a number of reasons for why. But yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? It's a bad world, fam. You just need to learn from that shit, innit? Learn about the history. So there's been two or three Islamic or Arab. But the first, there was slavery before that time. They've shown us as well, from mixed or Arabic people. I'm sure that wasn't like the cradle of slavery, you know, the birthplace of slavery. I'm sure that there was slavery way before that. But what happened before is I jumped off, and two right-wing people jumped on that were high as fucking kites, and they started talking, I don't know, basically. So I think I might jump off soon, and they might come back. It made it quite interesting because I think people were at that stage laughing and joking and poking fun. So maybe I need to vacate so they can come in. Hello? Is anybody out there? Anybody? Hello? Anybody? Let me read the chat. What's going on, family? So what's your opinions on that, family? The Arabic word with the American. Yes, I don't know what that means, but Arabics, Americans, yeah, they've done a lot of bidding together. No doubt. No, I'm not debating. I'm just basically summarizing what we were just looking at for people that came late. Do you know what I noticed? We were in a culture, yeah, of like wanting to assume something, or they've assumed something, even though I haven't even said much to even make myself clear. I was summarizing it in the way I was addressing the chat, but some people have taken it like I'm arguing on what grounds? Or get what? Defending Islam. Okay, cool. That's what you've taken from it. That's your self-projection problem. Most low, definitely, because I'm not trying to. I was just summarizing. Jupiter, bro, come on, man. Have to say, what do you think? What do you think? Europeans have had a better relationship with Africa? No doubt you're going to come on and say, because you know what, I really did like the time though that you spent on the Raspecs. beefing with that lady poetry. It's quite funny, but I was cringe a little bit because a woman was talking about getting a pay rise or getting a what do you call it when you go up in your job status, and she said I don't get it because I was black, and that's common actually. And she said, no, you didn't get it because you're not that smart. You're listening to what I'm saying. That's why you didn't get it, because you're not or something like that. It was just like, really? You want to poke fun at a woman who's telling you about a serious fact? It's like you're dare to troll. Like it seemed like you were just dare to troll, Jubes, to me. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good, bro. You didn't get promotion, that was it. You didn't get your promotion because you're just not that smart or something. You're dumb. Like, what? God damn it. You can't put Arabic in the same category as Muslims in Arabic sells weapons to America. To a category as all Muslims. No, you can. Muslims. Not all Arabs, so you can't put all the Arabs as Muslims. Well, all the people that took part in slavery at that stage, because of their location and what under rule and religion they were Muslims. Were they practicing Islam? That's debatable. Properly, that's debatable. Shine, blues, sav. You can't put Arabic in the same category as Muslims, all Muslims. You can't put the Arabic in the same category as all Muslims. All Muslims speak Arabic. That doesn't make sense. But if you'd like to try and express yourself, fella, because I ain't making sense of that, son. I'm not making sense of that, bro. But cool. Just in your cape as usual. I power. No caping, bro. I just want to have a fair trial and execution. Just a fair one. I want to give one. If I want one myself, then I want to give one as well. If I want to be treated fairly, why would I try and come at an angle that was unfair? It's just a hypocrisy of the time and assumptions. Just so loads of assumptions. They don't want to hear what you're saying. They just assume what you're saying. And you can maybe have a good command of English, be clearer as day, but still they'll assume something. It's a cultural assumptionism. And cape. Fair trial. Now, can I say that? And say that's what white people say when it comes to racism? Oh, it's a fair trial. I'm just being unbiased by speaking about. No. Addressing all parts of slavery. Where was it worse? Was it worse with the Muslims? Was it worse with the Christians or the Africans amongst themselves? All been debated, bro. I debate everything. I'm clear with everything. I don't try and sweep things underneath the carpet. I'm not too honest, but I don't come with a bias. I'm not trying to lie to people. There's certain things you shouldn't even ever really speak about. Sometimes it's not good to be honest. Sometimes I think, especially when it comes to your data and personal information. But Yo, Veli, someone's backstage, bro. I think Dupes wants to she wants to duel it out. She's drawn the gauntlet. She wants to duke it out, mate, on the internet. She wants to put a digital backhand across my face and slap me with some truth. Let her on, Vel. I'm gonna serve her a piece of intellectual pie on a plate. Smash it straight in her fucking face. Get me. Just like a clown. You know when the clowns in the holes in the wood, and then Dupe's face is in there. I just want to just serve her a little bit of reality, a slice of reality. You want that slice of reality? Oh, Arabic country. Sorry, not all Arabic countries. You can't put not Arabic country. You can't put all Arabic country in the same category as Muslim. Wait, let me read that again.
So you're gonna do what? You go.
Listen, where's my digital cake? Shucks, eat this.
I wouldn't eat your cake if you paid me.
Oh yeah, get that. Oh yeah, baby, talk to me. Need that umbrella. It's raining soon, baby.
So you watched that video. How
Yeah.
much cognitive dissonance does somebody have in one
my
head?
God, here we go. Look, I was just summarizing it, Jupiter. Why are you trying to come and bust me up, man? Why don't you? I just said, look, I just summarizing, but look, there was a time in slavery where it was bad, and we can clearly see that the English, Americans, Israelis, and the Arabs in entirety all work together. Can you agree?
There probably was times that they worked together during slavery. After all, if you don't work together, how can you trade? They traded in slaves. It's obvious.
Yeah, but they excluded specifically and dominated one particular group, but and they colluded together. To do this.
Britain got involved last and came out first. What do you want me to say?
Oh yeah, true. All right, cool. All right, that's how you look at it. But I mean, it's good that they're grown and evolved, because before, without the information, that they wouldn't have been able to have slavery there and colonize at the same time. It would have been something like not really good for them.
Right.
So,
Go on.
really,
I'm going to tell you a few things. I'm gonna reply to you. I'm going to tell you a few things. From the very first day I entered these channels,
yeah,
3 years ago, my husband's here as well.
Yeah.
We both went onto Respect's channel and told people that it wasn't just the British, it was the Portuguese, which we were told we were liars. Apparently, the Portuguese had no, at that time, Respect didn't even know the Portuguese were involved.
Yeah.
And we told them that the Arabs were involved as well, and the Africans themselves.
Yeah.
We were told lies about that as well. So people coming telling me that all these people were involved with each other is old news to us. People coming and telling us that it was to do with trade and that the fact that they were all living off it is old news to us. Because isn't that what they slated my husband for when he said it was business? That's how they saw it. Isn't that what they slated my husband for?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I noticed that what I think generally what happened on these hangouts was people were trying to find out and about agendas and intentions as opposed to the content you was bringing. So some people had it already made up in their mind that you was generally not coming sincerely to try and break information, but you was trying to sort of So that was why a lot of people kind of half got shut down, and some people I reckon shouldn't even have got shut down. It's just their method of trying to engage in conversation. It made it seem like because the amount of time they were touching on one particular subject that they had a bias. So some, I couldn't really blame that, even though I don't really want to be. I'm not involved with it.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you to blame anyone. My point is this. What you told me today is nothing new to me or Hector. Okay? But for you to sit there and watch a documentary that blatantly tells the truth, right? And then to turn around and say, oh, well, it must be down to the white people going there and interfering with the kids. Now, there probably was some interference with kids.
Yeah, even evangelists.
Yeah, because no, not just evangelists, because there's perverts in every walk of life. But I don't believe that they went there with the intention of doing that. If they're sitting for 12 hours in Parliament discussing how can they stop it, how can they stop the slave trade, why would they then send a pervert to just go and fuck the kids and not do anything?
No, that wasn't what the only thing they did, but that was something they probably used as like the Haitian kids when Haiti went under. And they had the problems with the natural disaster, earthquake, I think.
Yeah.
They had all these. They had bare little fucking. Excuse my language. They had loads of little cases where there was like kiddies going missing, and then there's kiddies reporting sexual abuse and whatnot, and people being questioned. And you know, there's a bigger conspiracy theory we're not going to go into, but look at it like this, right? There's a man who's narrating, and he's giving you the impression that they were these people who were like, you know, the woman out of Game of Thrones with the blonde hair, trying to free all the slaves of the world. Let's not get it.
I don't watch Game of Thrones. I don't watch anything on
All
TV.
right, okay, well, they're not the freer of slaves, all right? They were not the freer of slaves. That wasn't like some sort of divine fucking, you know, goal that they had in mind. They were, we're going to be the freers. No, they judged it what was most beneficial, how often they can go and have sex with a lovely, beautiful African woman and get away with it, or a little kid, some of them, or boys even. How they can benefit out of all the materials that they can.
So you're showing your prejudice against white men.
Well, whoever was going there, so it could have been blacks, whites, Indians. Indians actually now are under trial in Haiti because the security that was meant to be overseeing them during the crisis, and the people groups have been known to be having sex with these people and little kids.
Perverts exist in every walk of life, including
Let's not
Africa.
try and close our eyes to what reality really is.
Right, what is reality?
I'm just merely not scared enough to just say it outright.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that you're skewered. You need to give your head a wobble and straighten yourself up. You're not central.
Wait, look, I like starting to like these little coined phrases that you're using when you're trying to run me. It's quite funny, Jupiter. But let me be honest with you. I'm
not trying to. I'm being perfectly serious.
No, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool.
Okay,
cool.
I'm talking to you on a level. It's just the way I talk. There's no malice intended from me.
No, I think I thought you were trying to joke with me. To be fair, but all right. So
yeah, no, I'm not even playing around. When you can watch a documentary like that and come out and then go, oh, it's debatable that Islam was involved. What?
It's debatable. No, I didn't say that. I said they came on the late stages. They weren't at the primordial stages of slavery. They're more the white man wasn't. It was the dark admix African that was there. And that started it off. And I go as far to say it was about 1,000 years before even Islam turned up on the shores of Africa with the type of backing that they had. Let's be honest.
I'm not going to say that Africans are not involved, right? And I don't know how long they did it to themselves, right? Because human beings are evil, right? If there's a human being with a bit more intelligence than another human being, they will take advantage. That's human nature. It's survival of the fittest. It happens in the animal world. It's a natural instinct, right? I'm not here to be saying this one, that one. All slavery is wrong. To sit here and to say, right, which one is worse? It's just pathetic.
Yeah, but
absolutely.
But we can't sit here and say that they were walking around with the soul and godlike intention of releasing every slave just because it was morally right. They played their chess moves. And also they had their pawns. Their pawns. Who were the pawns? The Arabs were the English at all times. The European pawns.
You might have had one or two individuals, or even a handful, even 20 individuals that may have gone there, seen the situation, and took advantage. But the main drive to go there was for the right reasons. because most human beings try to do the right thing. That's what you seem to not understand. Most human beings try to do the right thing.
You know what?
Nobody wants. Listen,
Oh my
nobody
God,
wants.
the Arabs
Nobody
got
wants to
funny.
be a murderer or a rapist unless they're not.
This. Let's go up there and get involved. Oh my God! But look, there's all this African spirituality. What's all that fucking about? They pray to little fucking cards and pictures on cards. They'll chop your balls off, and no one can hear you scream. Yeah, but it's worth it, man. Look at all the gold. Yeah, it's worth it. Look at these Arab fucking bastards taking advantage of all these African people. Fuck it. We're going to go on the premise that we're freeing them, but really?
What are you talking about?
Let's wink at each other. We're winking at each other now because we know that all we can do, you know what I mean? We can do all the things in the dark. These guys, they're stupid. They're stupid. You know what I mean?
You're not making sense, mate.
No, I'm just going into the mind of of someone who's got a capitalist viewpoint. They're not going to be all high and righteous when they can see a commodity such as slaves. What are you talking about? You make sense out of Lloyd's TSB and all these fucking Barclays. Where they getting their money from? What do you mean make sense? What the fuck are you talking about?
Money that are in the banks are white people's money mainly.
So who gave the biggest downfall to Egypt? Who gave the cannons to the Umayyad to enable them to take over? Do you think the Umayyad just turned up? The Arabs as fast and as strong and fearless as they were, and nomadic, they turned up. But whose guns did they have? The English cannons. And where did the Queen get it from? Some sort of fucking Russian scientist. Right?
Are you drinking or something, mate? Are you drinking? Are you telling me the Umayyads come from the Russians?
Are you
drinking something, bro?
Are you listening, bruv? Or you no listen? Get your.
You just said that, bro.
Channel, bruv. You're gonna chat shit,
bruv. You just said that, bruv.
I didn't say that. Listen, open your ears. Stop fucking.
Yeah, repeat it again, then, bruv. Repeat it again.
Stop your head in CBD.
Repeat it again, then, bruv. Why are you chatting shit for?
Fix your tongue when you talk.
Why are you chatting shit for, bruv?
You fix your tongue.
Listen, yeah. Listen, yeah. Tell me one thing, yeah.
Fix your tongue.
You're saying, listen, no, bruv. Listen, yeah. You're saying that I didn't hear you properly, so repeat it again, then.
Yeah, but how the fuck do you not hear someone properly?
Repeat it again, then, you stupid idiot. What are you saying?
Don't speak to me like that.
Listen, shut your mouth, fam.
Boy.
You're talking shit. Are you stupid, bruv?
Don't have a fat.
Shut your fucking mouth, you dickhead.
Fuck off,
you dickhead geezer.
Little pussy-o.
Shut up, you're a pussy yourself, mate.
Don't talk to people like that.
You're a fake bitch. You're a fake bitch, dude. You're a fake bastard.
Trust me, bro. I'm built.
Bastard, little roly poly dick, you dumbass.
I'm not.
You dumbass little pussy-o who can't make sense and talk shit. You talk to yourself, you dickhead geezer.
Bruv, you don't even talk at all. Is this Shahid?
Bro. Yes, it is me. Who the fuck you talking to, bro?
Oh, that's a different person.
What do you mean it's a different person? You talking to me, mate.
Isn't it a little wormy
talking to me, you fucking twat. Listen here, you fucking twat. You're talking shit. You're talking shit, mate.
You're a crackhead.
I'm a crackhead. You're a crackhead.
Literally the biggest
little smoking reader. You don't talk shit. You talk nothing, mate. Yeah? You talk nothing. What you on about, mate?
Alright, mute up. Shut up.
Don't tell me to shut up, bro.
So the Umayyads got their cannons from the English. You tell me where the Umayyads come from. I know where they come from.
Look, you tell us where they come from.
One second.
You said they come from the English, so prove it.
This guy's been picking his bottom and he can't even see.
Prove your asshole, you dickhead.
He's got
prove your asshole, you dickhead.
He's just blown all his load. He's just blown all his load.
I'm going to come back later. I can't be bothered with this. I'll come back later.
No, I was having a conversation with you, Jupiter. One sec.
Yeah, but I can't be bothered with the childishness if we're not going to have a conversation.
He's
I'm fed up with screaming and shouting, to be honest.
Get off
Not having
I'm gonna stay quiet. I'm gonna stay quiet.
Yo, Jupes. Yo, the Umayyad got their weapons sold to them. Oh no, they were actually just mercenaries by England specifically, and I think they got most of the cannons being sold around that time were from people from where's this place now? Somewhere up near Russia, somewhere near Russia. Is one of them. What was it now? Begins with a B. Not Bulgaria.
Right.
One of the, but anyway, that was how the Umayyads got in there. Now they've been the most, I'd say, the most.
Why aren't you going and sorting Putin out then? Because that's nothing to do with the British.
Okay, so it was a place. Okay, I'm not going to say Russia because literally now I've said Russia. I've mentioned the place, and you lot are fixated on it. Okay, so it was begins with a B, near some place near Europe, in Eastern Europe.
It still weren't Britain though, was it?
It was Britain. It was a queen that fucking. There was a politician. They all organised themselves. I don't know who the prime minister was back then, but the queen was definitely the queen of country. But back then, so it was all run by them aristocrats in here in the UK.
Right. Okay. Let me just put it this way: if someone creates metals in their own country, and someone from another country comes over and says, "Oh, I like the fact that you've got that weapon. Can I buy one?" and they sell it, it's not our problem what they do with it afterwards.
What?
I'm being serious. People need to take a bit of self-responsibility. The person that causes the grief is the person that pulls the trigger. Unless they're in an army. If they're in an army, then the person responsible is
Honestly,
the
man,
hierarchy.
why am I wasting my time? Why do I waste my time? I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm getting attacked from a brother. I'm actually
Because I
cool.
don't see how you can blame. I don't see how you can blame
And you just said
people. I don't know how you are absolving.
said that
You are
One
absolving the
second,
people
hold on a second,
that
hold on a
actually came in and raided you because they had weapons from Britain. Do you know how that sounds?
A second. Now, these people from, I think it was Bulgaria, wherever it is now, or not Belgium, somewhere like that, some place like that, has gone and
Yeah.
sold the scientists of this new weaponry.
Right, so Bulgaria is not Britain.
So let me find out what place this is now, because it's getting my nerves. 1 sec. There was a certain people that were building cannons, and they actually built one for Mehmet II when he took over Constantinople. Right? When he took over that, and it was from the same people. It was from that same region. And this is like Scandinavia, sort of the countries around there. And they were very good with their weapons. Very good with their weapon technique. They were the ones building cannons. So now it's not his problem. All right, he's built a destructive weapon, but he hasn't mapped out all of these fucking. What they've done is the woman, the queen, and all of her advisors on foreign and national duties have now said, we need a particular cannon that blasts through these particular walls. And it was high enough and big enough and strong enough to be able to do that. So that's all that it was doing. They were reporting, the scientists would just get this thingies and, oh, okay, so you need this much power and that's it. And they sell it to them. So that's not them. It's the person now who has the gun, who gives it to the mercenaries or the people on the ground, because that's how it works with structure. When you've got money, you don't have to be on the front line. Yeah, in war, sons die for kings. You know what I mean? But I'm saying they sent out their mercenary. So she was the mum, and then she sent out her pawns, who were the children, and the children were the Arabs, were the Umayyad. So the mum was a queen, was here. And so they were orchestrating the whole thing. They would have had all the interest and money that they would be making out of commodities and shit.
Kingo,
Let's stop it.
Let's step back a bit. Because you're jumping. Let's step back.
Because you contradict your whole self if you don't believe in the fact.
I'm going to prove something to you. Before metal weaponry, okay? Before the cannonballs, before all of that, did Zulus and ancient tribes have spears?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're asking me the obvious, yeah.
Right. Okay. And if one tribe went to the other tribe and they had a better spear and they asked them to trade, I don't
No,
know.
I've heard this argument. It's not superior warfare. What point are you trying to make?
Is it
what are you
wrong?
trying to justify? What are you trying to
I'm not
justify?
justifying. What I'm trying to say is that it's not the responsibility of the person that sells the stuff. It's the responsibility of the person who decides to use it in a bad way.
So look at it like this, right? You've now gone and today, you're involved by, you know what I mean? You're an accessory.
Who's an accessory?
If you sell weapons to someone and they go and kill someone, you're an accessory, right?
No, you're not. Not if it's done legitimately.
Oh yeah, but we're talking about that's a what if we're talking about in relation to them selling them weapons and them going and killing loads of people and taking their stuff. That's what we're relating this to.
Yeah, but if the people who go and kill the people and take all their stuff that are in the wrong, not the people that sold the weapons can't be no use unless the
Yeah, but that's the thing. They didn't sell the Umayyad weapon. They gave. Listen. No. When you join the army, did the army you
solve the guilt of the person that actually had the bad mind?
What are you talking about? What are you? Come on, Hector. Come on, man. Please, bro. Come on, you got to try and maybe like sign language it to Juba, or picture something, man. It's like fuck. I had 3 trolls, bro. Yesterday was all gravy.
I'm not trying to troll you. I'm being dead serious.
Yeah, but you're.
Let me give you another example. If I sell someone a car and they run someone over, is it my fault because that person wasn't driving correctly?
No, but that's not the point.
If I sell someone knives,
you can't use
if I sell someone a knife, this is where they go wrong in this country, because they try to stop people selling kitchen knives when knives can be used for lots of things. If I sell someone a knife and they go and stab someone, is it my fault or is it the person who decides to stab someone?
That's all subjective on whether you should have gun places that can actually sell guns legitimately and people have licenses, rather than giving someone a gun, they go and carry out a murder.
I'm sure they didn't give them away. Listen, good business and capitalism, you don't just give things away. It's not good for business, not unless you're promoting. So I'm sure they didn't give them away. I'm sure there was an agreement and they paid for the weapons legitimately, in which case they've now got weapons in their country. What would you have preferred, the Congo Gold? Because you seem to me, you see, I don't like these people who want their cake and eat it. Would you have preferred Britain to have built up its empires and keep all the weaponry to itself?
Jupiter. England had cannons.
Yeah.
When they went over to Morocco and North Africa, they didn't just hand their cannons over to the Umayyads and leave out and run away and say, that's it, I'm done. The people were paid as mercenaries. They didn't own any. I don't know. This is your way of speaking to people.
Earlier, you said it was the Bulgarians. Now you're saying it's the British.
The British bought their guns. The British weren't even fucking smart enough to make their own guns. That's what I'm basically trying to say.
So why did you say it was the Bulgarians then?
They were the scientists in that region of the. I'm not going to shout because sorry, but they were the scientists. At that time, so they were focusing on just weapons production, like a lot of the Soviet Union and all them places, USSR. They all focus on that. So that was technology. So that was what they did. So the English had been creating things, but they just weren't up to scratch.
So you're saying that cannons, weren't around in medieval times.
There was cannons. Of course, there was cannons. I mean, we can go. It's easy to Google. Say when was the first cannon? It would tell you. But what I'm trying to say, these cannons were sold from the Eastern Europeans to the English or somewhere in Europe to the Germanic type of speaking sounding people. Not that
You're all confused.
Yeah. No.
What you do,
No.
you take
No.
the responsibility. That regardless who've done it, it doesn't matter. Okay, listen. It doesn't matter if it's British people. It doesn't matter if it's Indian people. It doesn't matter if it's African people to me. Okay, because the point is not on the identity. The point is that if you sell weapons and those people use the weapons, it is the people that use the weapons that took the decision to use the weapons and who they were going to use them on and for what advantage. Nothing to do with the person who sold the weapon.
Bomba, rascal.
Some people buy weapons just to show that they've got weapons in
You've
their
got people
arsenal.
who
Hold
make-
on, are you listening? Are you listening? Some countries could just buy weaponry to show that they've got artillery and not actually use them.
What the fuck, Jukes? What do you know about buying, selling guns?
What do you mean? The same as the average Joe. What do
Have you
you
ever
know?
picked up a gun
What
in
do
your
you
life?
know? What do you know?
In your life?
You're the
When
one
have
who's
you ever
talking.
shot a gun? What is a 2-2? You don't have
and
a
I
clue
wouldn't
what you're
shoot
talking about.
I've never shot a gun and I wouldn't shoot. But let me tell you this.
The bomber clot in my top.
Let me tell you this. If I wanted to buy one, I would buy one if it made me feel safer.
Hey, Melly, come and speak to your people. What the fuck? What the hell are you talking? What the bomber clot?
I don't know why you're calling me a fucking bomber clot.
I didn't say you're a bomber clot. I said, what the bomber clot? What on earth? No, but really, no, honestly, I was just joking. Look, I don't know, you're ducking, diving, muddying it.
Diving. I'm trying to show you how to think rationally.
Jumping into me, cutting me. I don't understand. Like, do we want to actually see logic and just fucking simplicity?
Yes, I'm talking to you. I'm trying to make you understand how to think logically. Why do you keep removing and absolving guilt from the people that have actually got the guilt and responsibility? Why do you keep doing that and trying to load it on Britain's shoulders? Why do you try to do that all the time, no matter what the situation is? And why do you appear? I'm asking you a serious question.
Yeah,
now.
good. We can get
Why do you appear to have a bias against white men?
Now, let me answer that question. Let me answer. I'm so happy. Look at this. How can you be a little? Won't even have the honor to be a man and stand in front of your enemy.
Who? I'm a lady.
But pay and connive behind closed doors. And then when the shit hits the fan, you start pointing the finger at the same fucking person you're colluding with. Not only are you dishonorable,
That
but
hasn't
you're a
answered the
fucking
question.
coward.
I don't even know what question.
You're not only dishonorable, but you're deceiving. And it's
Who?
very cowardly. It's very cowardly.
Who?
I'm saying the general attitude of the military forces when it comes to the relationship between Arabs, Europeans, and Africa. At least the Muslims have the honor to try and actually sweep it underneath the carpet and not take badges of honor and they put on the lapels and walk around like their shit don't stink and everybody should bow down to them.
Okay.
And actually try and hide the history of what happened in Africa.
Number
But
one.
these fucking callous cowards, you never even stood in Africa, try and make cowboy Indian fucking movies. You expect me, and you'll be asking me, what have I got? Or why does it seem like I've got a bias against particular white people? Don't try and blanket me.
Can you allow her to respond, please?
Yeah, of course. But I haven't finished, so I will when I finish. But you cannot then say, I've got a bias towards white people in general. Be specific. I'm a historian. I'm not talking about now. I'm not a moron that comes on and says, "Oh, white people now." But actually, there are white people now, and I will be moving on to that shortly. But quite right now, you guys just better hope that I stay in history, because I've got loads of time on my hands and a memory bank and a bit of a fucking vengeance, bruv, to say the least. So
Okay.
what? So let's just stick on history rather than me talking about what's fucking currently happening right now with the white race and particular people in the white race.
Okay, we can get onto that, but I need to pick you up on something that you've just said. Okay. So you actually believe sweeping things under the carpet is a virtuous act, yeah? You believe hiding things?
That it,
Hiding
one,
things-
no. What it is? No. Don't try and misquote. The difference is why I'm saying sweep it under the carpet is they're not trying to glorify it. I not mean like sweep it under the carpet, but they've not tried to glorify it in the same manner that the European have done. They're not taking pride in busting you in your lip and walking around with their chest out like Conor fucking McGregor. They're kind of half him back a bit. They understand what's going on. They even try and duck and say, "Look, you know what? We think this is the explanation," and at least try to explain and rationalize fucking slavery. So don't even try and tell me there's any equality in them. They do not.
Hold on, don't jump. We're talking about weapons, and there's no point losing it. I'm having a conversation with you. So, first of all, you've made the statement that the Islamics were, or Muslims, or whatever you said, I can't remember which you called them, were more honourable because they swept it under the carpet, and the Europeans have gone around and glorified it. Really? Okay. You've never had no great African warriors.
Yeah, you're using my argument. Of course I have. Of course we have. Yeah,
Right.
we have. What are you
So
going to try?
you don't glorify warfare when you have when
Yeah,
you're
I'm the one who came up with this concept, and I've never heard it before anybody on that.
You
I was
don't
one-
glorify warfare when you've got statues of
Yeah.
when you slaughtered the British.
Yeah, there's proof of wars. Yeah.
Right. You don't think it's best to leave those statues in place, even if we decide in the future never to have wars
If
around
he
the
was a
world?
slave trader, no. If he was just a warrior that was fighting different people, and for whatever various reasons, and it wasn't just a complete cleansing, and there wasn't tales that they were hanging people up outside their doors, raping people, doing all sorts of madness, then yeah, don't take it down. But if he was a slave trader, yeah, of course. But how many slave traders do you reckon erected in Africa now?
Okay, hold on.
Not many.
Number
Even
one.
though there was loads of sellouts.
I want to ask you some questions because you seem very emotional. So you believe that we should wipe all the history away so that people don't know the truth of history?
Bro, I've just been spoke to like a dickhead by this little pussy hole standing here and some fucking scientific method, even though I will forgive it, but I want to punch both of them out just for trying to talk to me like a fool. So yeah, I'm annoyed. What do you think? Am I a fucking idiot?
Scientific method ain't here.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying we had a little butt heads earlier, and I felt he spoke to me like he didn't have to fucking speak to me, calling me a dickhead because I barely brought up a what you call a conspiracy. Don't talk to people like that, bro. It's like this is a new age as well. I call it retardedism because they're trying to talk to people like they even built for fucking that. They're not. I'm talking to real A-class nerds that have never even been into a fight. So please just like it's not even that. Even if they had loads of fights, the fuck, man, talking to you
I
like.
haven't even been speaking for 5 minutes and you already
Yeah, but
mentioned
why are you
my
coming
name.
at
I don't know
You
what
meant
the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what scientific
No,
method
because
is.
you're saying I'm emotional. I'm emotional, man. I got some fool on this fucking hang up trying to talk to me like an idiot, a sausage.
What are you on about?
So what you're saying is you're upset because somebody upset you earlier.
Yes. So I'm just rational. I'm telling you why I'm pissed off. I don't see why I have to be spoke to like a fool, like a fucking idiot.
You don't.
For no reason.
You
I'm
don't-
getting angry at you two, man, as well, because you talk shit as well, bro. What you talking about last night on Radbeck's channel? I mean, that was just, it was cringy.
So what upset you last night on Raspect's panel?
Man, do you know what? It actually got boring. I actually left one of the first times.
Who are you referring to?
I'm
It's
talking
talking
about
about me
Twitter.
last on
Bro, I
Radio
don't know
Show.
if you listen to even conversations right now, bro. You need to keep your ears locked because I'm here
Bro,
to have
you're talking, you're not mentioning
updating you on
who.
things
What
that you
it
should be fucking
is,
listening
a Kingo only hears certain things and it triggers him. So I'm asking him, what triggered you last night?
Oh, bro, let's not go into that, man. That was just beyond the joke.
Right, so it's beyond the joke. So what exactly was beyond the joke?
Well, you came on. The woman was talking about her possibly getting pay rises and promotions, and
Right,
how people.
So okay, let me explain that. See if you can understand it. I don't believe in the victim narrative that all blacks are institutionally that there's institutional racism that is affecting their lives in this country. I believe most people are born equal. Well, they are born equal, and most people are given equal respect. Yeah, there are some arseholes in the world that are racist. There are some arseholes in the world who are sexist, and there are some arseholes in the world that are homophobic, etc., etc., etc. Prejudice can happen in many shapes and forms, but I don't believe that the system anymore is systematically racist. Okay. And the reason I don't believe that is because they've set policies in place to protect people. So it's not, you can't get away with racial slurs no more without it being reported and you can lose your job. There's procedures, right? Etc., etc., etc. So I don't believe that. Do I believe there's incidents of racism still? Yes, absolutely. I believe every group has got an in-group preference, and I believe that everybody can take it to a level where it becomes something that can affect somebody else's life. But I don't have to ascribe to the version of that girl's events. Now, she might work in an office where she suffered racism. I'm not denying. I said that to her. I'm not denying that you've suffered racism. Much later, maybe you were there, maybe you weren't. I'm not saying that her version of events never happened, but I don't believe it's systemic. I've worked in jobs where I've had management that are all black. Wasn't a problem for me. I don't know why some black women have a problem with white men being above them. Don't know what the problem is. Don't know what the problem is. I don't know why anybody would want to oppress themselves and say, I'm a victim and I can't do something in a world which is more, in a country which is more equal than a lot of places in the world. I don't understand why they're doing that to themselves. When all they have to do is move jobs. If you're not happy, if I was in a job and I kept going for higher promotion and they didn't see my worth, it's a bit like a relationship. If they didn't see my worth, I'd go and work somewhere else. I wouldn't insist that they have to do things my way. If I was in a relationship and a fella that I was with, or a husband, boyfriend, lover, whatever you want to call it, didn't see my worth, I would leave and I would go elsewhere. I wouldn't insist that that person valued me.
Can I just say this? What sort of chemical compound do you take in order for you to actually be able to jump into someone's body and then multiple people's bodies to actually get their first-hand experience? I don't know how you do that, Duke, but you seem to be the only one who can do that.
I don't have
You're one.
experience.
You're talking about
experience.
You're not even talking on statistics.
I can never have your first-hand experience. If you tell me that you've suffered racism, I'm more likely to say, okay, I believe it. But if you tell me it's systemic, then I'm like, no, you're telling lies.
So, okay, so you're advocating for the establishment. You don't think it's from the system, from the inside, from the...
No, I don't believe that there's systemic racism.
So you are a Zionist.
I'm not saying that there wasn't before, about 20 years ago, but a load of stuff has changed to make sure it doesn't happen. For example, Kingo, me and you could go for a job, okay? If they haven't got enough quota on black people in the company, they could give you the job even if I was better at it. However, if they haven't got enough quota of women, they might give me the job even though you were better at it.
Right. I hear you there. That's right. That's I think that's like 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, we got that. But now when we look at the experiences of black people, do they get promotions? They've been sitting around with the same staff, doing more work, coming with more better ideas, just as much effort, work rate, but they're seeing people who come on as supply teachers younger and they get promotions earlier. Now, if you're telling me that somehow all these people's experiences are just lies, and the predominantly amount of people that experience it is more in the majority than a minority, just to give you that little tip or side data, which is very important. More often than not, there's black people getting no promotions.
Kingo, if
are you aware of that? Are you aware of that?
Hold on, no.
So you're denying that.
Hold on, I'm going to explain something to you. If the overall proportion of the country, I don't know the exact amount of what the black community is, but let's say it's 6%, right? If the 6% of the country is black and the proportional representation overall is 6%, there's not a problem, because you might have one company that has 5 CEOs and managers that are black, and you might have another one that has 5 that are white.
Yeah.
Okay. You might go down the road and there'll be 2 black managers, and then you'll go into another one and there's 4. At the end of the day, it all balances itself out as long as it's proportionally represented overall. Not every company is the same. There's some places you can get a job and the workforce, depending on the area, be predominantly Polish. You can go somewhere else, it will be predominantly Indian. You go somewhere else, it'll be predominantly African. Go somewhere else, it'll be predominantly white. Let's not make out that all of the jobs that we see around us are just fulfilled with white people, because that's not true. In fact, there is even even agencies in this country that don't even bother with English speaking people. They only want bilingual people.
Yeah.
There's other agencies that are run by Romanians and Polish, etc., that only employ Romanians and Polish. The government do nothing about that. And I don't ask them to.
Right.
Because life is just life.
Yeah, so basically, there's all these people that have just had bad experiences, and you reckon it's probably the more the minority than the majority. But there's people that are trying to sort of milk it. What did you call it? Victim mentality. So I think, if that's what your opinion is, which is only opinion, if you haven't really come with many statistics, that's cool. That's your opinion. But you're going to hear a lot of people telling you you're wrong. Just going to let you know that. You're probably not going to have many people agreeing with you. Objectively,
yes.
Objectively, to your subjective opinion. So
yes.
When it comes to facts, who's going to be better off? You with your subjective opinion with no experience, or them actually experience it coming with objective statistics? So all I'm saying is, maybe you've got quite some good points, but I feel like on that particular point you're dead and buried, and it should never be. That's why I had to leave yesterday, because it was cringe. You should never really. You should try and sort of avoid that, like the plague.
No, I shouldn't, because what you're trying to tell me, right? I've already said to you that I believe that in some instances racism exists, and that we have laws where they can go and address that, and they can sort that out if something has gone wrong, even if you've been discriminated for, say, being disabled, or if you've been discriminated for being a woman. The laws are already there. What I'm telling you is we don't need to be turning whole swathes of people into victims when maybe they just didn't get the job because they weren't quite good enough, or maybe they didn't get the job because their attitude, or maybe they didn't get the job because the boss simply didn't like them. And he believes that he wants a certain kind of personality to fit in with the team he's already got.
Well, so you just say it how it is. Maybe it's because we're English, and actually everywhere else in the world deal with their own better anyway. So let's just say it how it is.
What does that even mean? I don't understand.
No, because he's trying to make out that it's completely equal and the rights, everybody's given the same rights. But let's be honest, if they don't do it anywhere else, where in the world, why are they going to do it in England?
Because they don't do what anywhere in the world?
Because they're not completely equal. You're not going to give more to some random person who's labelled an immigrant to your own family member, are you?
Show me the countries that have all these equality
So
rules.
now you're trying to paint that picture. You're not coming sincere because you even know that there's always
So
going
many
to be a
countries
preference.
outside of Europe that do all the equality rules and go as far as we do to try and balance things.
All right, that's a point. All right, there is a sort of democracy here. Like it seems like there's a constitution that deals with people, right? I think that constitution specifically for people. So yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, it's quite civilized on that front. Well, we seem to be. We get the perception. Do they fulfill their promises? Most of the time, would you say now that's what we should be looking at?
So what kind of jobs have you not been able to get?
I find this is easier to give a black person a criminal record, so it's unable to get jobs.
No,
like
what job are you not being able to
jobs,
get?
working with children.
You can't get a job working with children.
I
Why is that?
couldn't before. I couldn't for my first 6 years of my life because I got a gun charge.
And what did you do to get that?
No, but it was a gas gun. It was a gas gun. A little
Okay.
kiddie gun. Yeah, like an air rifle. Nothing. You can buy it from a shop on a corner.
And you're
shop.
surprised you weren't allowed to work with children.
Yeah, no, but I'm trying to say is that the injustice in that was that I even got a charge like that, so it enabled me not to work with children. So why can't you be giving little kiddies charges? Personally, that's not even really.
So what you had in your possession, was that illegal to own?
No, it was legal to own.
It's legal to own, and you got a criminal
well, it had to be
Wow.
legal to own because they were selling it in shops, and I didn't require a license to buy
So
it.
how did you? So what was you doing with the gun?
It was called possession of firearm in public place. So I had it.
What, was you brandishing the weapon in public?
Apparently, that's what they
Okay,
said.
yeah. We now understand. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I didn't have it out.
So you brandished the weapon in public. Okay.
No, at first I was in a park.
It doesn't matter where you were. You're not supposed to do
Yeah, but I'm
it.
a little kid. Why would you be selling guns on a road, and then for little kids that are 16, coming of age, still young.
Little kid at
Yeah,
16.
you are, mate. You're a little kid. You're still
No,
young.
you're not.
You're
No,
very impressionable. Yeah,
You
you
can
are.
go to war at 16.
Come on, bro. Let's be honest. When you are in the UK, you're not as.
You seem to have a real bad problem with
No,
taking
when you're in the
responsibility for your own
UK,
actions.
I've met 40-year-olds here that are more retarded and young and immature and just simple than kids in Africa.
Really?
That's a fact. So we can't try and judge that. I'm just saying that they were selling guns to kids
Hmm.
in the UK. When you turned 16, you could
And
get
you brandished it in public. That was the problem, wasn't it? Was you pointing at
course.
people?
Okay, so we're picking up on a point which was actually it's not really a good argument, but I still don't think young kids that have got a gas gun should not be able to get work for 6 years.
Yeah.
You
So
know what I
what
mean?
jobs have you not been able to get other than that?
No, but obviously I'm older now, way older. But so jobs. What? So what? You don't think that there's a huge part or a part?
I'm asking for your personal experience.
Okay, so
what jobs have you gone for and not got because of your skin color?
Now, personally, it's hard to judge because I've applied for many jobs, me personally, and I've been overqualified. I've been qualified. I've gone specifically to college, got my qualifications, and they still haven't given me the job. Or I've got
Sometimes if you're overqualified, you won't get the job because you're overqualified.
I've got abundance of experience in that area, but I've got the job. So maybe I could say that's possible or not possible. But what I'm referring to is the people that are actually in these jobs, in the positions already, forget about going for it, and they're not getting a promotion. So they're seeing young youth coming in, getting promotion, and they're still a coffee assistant or administration team leader at best. And that's only like the second level up.
Well, they must be better. The young ones that are coming in must be better at their jobs.
Oh, come on, but we've seen when it comes to employment, the wise will go to the top, because why can they got the information? Let's not try.
Who'll go to the top?
Let's not act.
Who? Hang on. Who'll go to the top? Who did you say would go to the top?
Black people have. So I'm going to say this, and I'll let her hand it over, because I know there's a lot of people on the floor. And the Honourable Shaka.
What the hell was that noise?
On the floor.
I'm going to say there's people in work today
Uh-huh.
that not had promotions, and they've been sitting there quiet and very enthusiastic, motivated, informed, wise. They will not get the job.
True, but that's true of any colour.
No, specifically.
No.
Say now, if you go to Africa and you've got a European, it's this white privilege. You get a white. If you're a white person, you just got better standings. That's what the white person's created.
No.
A hostile surroundings.
We're not in Africa. We're talking about Great Britain, aren't we?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. White privilege is everywhere.
No, it's not. If I go to Nigeria, I'm not going to get a job before a Nigerian with the same qualifications.
So I'm gonna make a contribution here. Greetings, good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen featuring on this afternoon. I want to make a point about the nature of equality, yes, and being treated equally in all these things. I want to suggest to Black people that being treated equally is a minor goal. It should be a minor aspiration for us as Black people, because basically equality, as it's defined in under the system, in Britain, is defined by a standard that is set by European people who rule this country. And so we should really be looking into the issue of human rights and what it means to be respected and self-determining as human beings, and demanding that. It's a far more superior self-determining barometer from which to gauge our progress within any society. And so that's not to say that we shouldn't demand that we are treated fairly according to the law of the land, that all opportunities that are supposed to be available to us as citizens are available to us. However, we're always going to be at a disadvantage if our bar for how we are treated is built upon the barometer, the standard that is set by the Britain, which is a colonial nation, as far as we are concerned. So we just gotta be careful about, like, if our I'm gonna finish my sentence. If our aspiration is being treated equally according to their standard, then we're always gonna be subordinate to them. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
So what would you go to the Human Rights Court and say was your human right to what?
Are you referring to the Human Rights Court as it is currently constituted?
Yes. What would you go?
I wouldn't. And if I did, it would be strategic rather than an end goal in and of itself. That when we speak about human rights, we're not referring to any institution that is created by the current world order, because the current world order does not necessarily respect human rights. It pretends to respect human rights. So when we're talking about human rights, we're talking about the natural.
Hang on, the courts of human rights, the Court of Human Rights.
Yeah, I know the court
respects prisoners' rights. Yeah, I mean,
they
gave Looney rights to prisoners.
The courts are run by white people. So ultimately, what he's saying. So basically, what you need to do is leave.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. All people rise and fall within the context of institutions.
But isn't the Court of Human Rights in Brussels or The Hague or something, somewhere like that?
Exactly.
His point is they'll never be treated fairly.
And I'm saying The Hague. I'm saying if you look at the history of The Hague, for example, when it comes to human rights abuses, there is a disproportionate focus on quote unquote African dictators, yeah, and very little on Western governments.
Well, that's because the African dictators are barbaric. Some of them.
So
I mean, look at Mugabe. Look at Mugabe.
So the reality is that an institution that is governed by Western interests and Western standards will never provide human rights for anybody else other than European people. Nobody, you don't seek human rights from other people. You affirm your own human rights.
No, my question to you was: you mentioned human rights. You mentioned who human rights. You said to raise the bar to human rights. So, what is it? As a black man, you feel the human right is not given to you for.
And then from that position, you demand that others respect you.
So where is the
human rights?
Human rights. Where is the non-European human rights? Why don't you go?
What he's saying is they will never have equal rights as long as they live amongst white people. That's
understanding of human rights.
Of course, they will. Some of the judges who sit there in the human rights court are black. They are black. What are you saying? What are you saying? Some of the judges are black.
I'm trying to finish saying what I'm saying. So if we could all be treated equally on the panel, thank you very much. When it comes to human rights is a concept. There are institutions, that suggest that they are adherents to the concept of human rights, that they are seeking to defend human rights. But human rights, before it is an institution, it's a concept. So I am not confining my understanding of human rights to an institution that is set up by Europeans that pertains to the issue of human rights. I would more go by what Omwale Malcolm X was.
Well, you can't go that way. You can't go that way because there's no law to back that up, is there?
In the mid 1960s, where he was encouraging black people that the issue is not to do with our civil rights, but our human rights. So we have to be respected as human beings. All of the other problems are whether we are or are not respected as human beings. We have the right to defend ourselves and promote ourselves as human beings.
Do you think you can ever achieve that in Britain?
I think that self-determined people are self-determined anywhere in the world that they are, and so it's not about achieving it in Britain or not in Britain. It's about achieving it as a people, and then wherever we are as black people, we would command respect based upon what we have developed and built.
Or create your own laws within inside that land.
But you brought up the human rights. You brought up human rights. You don't want to go to the Court of Human Rights. Strange.
But it would be about resisting laws that disproportionately negatively affect the group.
Okay, what laws have we got in place that are not good for black people?
There's any number we could do it on the international or the national.
Well, can you tell me?
So, for example, I mean, the laws of the society disproportionately negatively affect black people in relation to criminal justice, in relation to employment, in relation to health, in relation to education. I mean, there's any number of things. There's a disproportionate number of black people, for example, in prison, and some of that has to do with the disproportionate ways in which policing is done in this country.
So there's no correlation with crime, no.
In terms of the fact that, if it did, then there would be a disparity between the levels to which black people commit crime and the levels to which non-black people commit crime.
So in your world where you're the leader,
however,
how are you going to define what is the crime?
The bigger issues, though, are not even just where that is concerned. The bigger issue is about the international laws that govern world trade and world health, and bigger institutions of society, whereby the price of cocoa that is farmed in Ghana can be decided in London and Washington DC. And Paris,
of course,
and not in Accra. The price of diamonds in Congo can be decided in Washington and London as opposed to in Kinshasa. These are all international laws that are set up, by Europeans that disenfranchise African self-determination. And so I'm saying that equality.
What laws?
Equality using that example, equality in that scenario would be, giving a black man a seat at the whatever international table that there is. You can equally what's the word? Be engaged, in the robbery of your own nation by these international corporations and the kind of things there. So when we deal if we're dealing with human rights, if we're dealing with human rights, then we start to ask questions like, well, what gives this international body the right to determine the price of these natural resources? To what extent are these natural resources benefiting the people, the indigenous peoples of these lands? And if they are not, then we have a human rights violation, and that the people of those nations need to organize in terms of correcting. And so
what you're saying is Africa without any Western interference.
For African people, if we're truly self-respecting and self-determining, then we'll be looking to affirm our humanity and demand and command that other people respect our humanity on our own terms.
So would you have your own courts?
So what are
black
those
people in Britain?
It's not necessarily just for black people in Britain, but it's all people.
But it wouldn't really be effective to the people.
All people that are self-determining will develop their own institutions.
It would be better to do that outside of the shores, because that way you can understand that they want to self-determine. If you want to self-determine in this country, you have to do it.
It's never going to happen in Britain,
like the rest of us.
Yeah, so the reality is that self-determining people are self-determining everywhere they are, and I would argue that that if what has just been said was to be consistent, then the multinational corporations and rich Europeans, individual Europeans, who currently reside in places that are not indigenously European, would not be so wealthy where they are, and should remove themselves and their influence from those nations.
So your point is, as long as Europe's got an involvement in Africa, you will also have an involvement in the West.
It's not about having an involvement. It is about
self-determination.
Yes, and
nonsense. We can't remove white people.
So when it comes to European people in Africa and the Caribbean, we tend to find a correlation between their presence and their influence in politics and economics, in the policies of the nation, and so on and so forth. Yeah, that is not the case where black people are in European countries. The black presence in Britain doesn't have an inordinate influence on the policies of law and governance, economics, and so on and so forth. The distribution of wealth, the prices of the products in Britain, that kind of thing. So no black.
You are talking about having your own courts, right?
That are determining how much cars that are manufactured in Europe, so in Britain, cost in the rest of the world, and them kind of it doesn't happen. But there are big Europeans who run oil corporations and diamond mining companies who control resources and industries in nations that are not European.
I got kicked off. Did you come up with any laws that are set out?
It's just done a spiel. He doesn't want to engage in the conversation.
He's talking about self-determination, and you'd be very happy to go back to Africa if you could go to Africa without any involvement of Europe, and they could be there to determine their own future.
But that's not the way the world works. You see, it's more than about Britain. It's not the way the world works. Even Africa won't want to stop. What do you call it? Trade with the rest of the world. Africa won't want to do that.
I think he more means like setting the price and determining laws and determining leaders and so on.
But that's all fair enough, Dave. People can negotiate all the time. That is
So it's very so again, when it comes to these things where this is why equality, yeah, or being treated equally, sorry, because there's nothing principally wrong with equality, you know what I'm saying? But if you're trying to be if we as black people are trying to be a self-determining people, then being treated equally by non-black people is a very minor goal. Yeah. So when we're talking about law, and especially I've dealt with the national and the international. So on the national level, we have laws pertaining to, for example, criminal justice that have resulted in a disproportionate level of black people being found within the criminal justice systems at all levels, from prison to people referral unit. Yeah. But on the international level, have laws. On the international level, we have laws that politically and economically disenfranchise people of the resources within their nations. Yeah, and so we give the example
and mass corruption as well
of the fact that the price of resources like cocoa and diamonds and gold and oil in Ghana and Nigeria and Congo. And South Africa
but it's those governments that set the prices. It's those governments that set the trade deals.
Are not defined by the people of said nations. Yeah, and so self-determination and human rights, yeah, for African people would mean that we are concerned with custodianship of our natural resources.
Why aren't you over there then? You know, being concerned.
Therefore, we trade with the rest of the world.
Why don't you go over there and be concerned and I don't know, make a political party and
you know, interest. So being treated equally.
He's in his own interest.
There's not a lot you can do here. You can't do anything here.
Yeah, we should consider this a while ago. Well, unfortunately, it happens to be the case that the prices of all the resources that I've
it's like he's reading a book and he can't stop. He doesn't want a conversation. He wants
to ask him a question.
He thinks he's in. Yeah, he thinks he's in this some sort of fucking. I don't know. He's doing a Marcus Garvey speech or something. Look, we're trying to have a conversation with you, mate.
I did it as a compliment.
Can you have conversations?
I take that as a compliment.
I mean, Marcus Garvey never stepped foot in Africa, so I don't know, you know.
So, in answer to the question about why I'm in Britain, it just so happens that the prices of all of the resources that I've mentioned above are actually decided in places like Britain, in London and Washington and Paris, yeah, and these places of that govern the international trade, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the the World Trade Organization.
What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, before we move on, right? Because he says one thing and then he goes on and on and on and on. Right. So you're saying that the British government tell you what you can sell your stuff for to other people, to us?
I'm saying not just the British government. I'm saying that European governments have formed organizations such as the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, that are governed by European governments according to Western values and Western principles, and the rest of the world tends to be, to varying different degrees, tends to be, subject to the will and the whim of these institutions. So the British government is one such Western government, and is a prominent one because of the legacy of the British Empire and the
influence. They're never going to give away that power. So these conversations.
Well, exactly. I don't know where he's going.
Yeah. So why don't you opt out of that system and go back to Africa and set your own system up?
Unfortunately, the system that governs these dynamics is a world system. So the system that I'm referring to is very much present on the continent of Africa. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The reality is, if the price of cocoa and gold and diamonds.
Why are you complaining about something you haven't got the power to change? I don't get it.
It's not a complaint. Making a statement.
It makes no difference.
The statement is very simple.
I want to ask him a question because this is nonsense. Look, it's only a world organization if everybody participates. if people don't participate, a bit like the EU, yeah. If people start pulling out, the EU don't exist. So if you
There
really
are
don't,
European countries that are not members of the EU. Doesn't make them any less European. In fact, when Britain voted to leave the EU, they made it very clear we are not leaving.
You're not white. You have the experience. Don't define
European
Don't
Union.
define us. Don't define
Isn't
us.
that what Boris Johnson said?
Don't define us. You're not white. You haven't had the experience.
Who's defining you?
Don't
I'm quoting. I'm
who is
quoting the Prime Minister of the country.
You're not European. You can't speak for Europeans.
Rather unpatriotic.
We must be having a discussion. It's not about you telling us what we are. Okay. You don't like it.
Prime Minister
tells you what you are.
Prime Minister of the country.
Please don't do that. When it comes to identity politics, stick to your own lane, yeah?
I'm quoting the Prime Minister.
I'm going to use your own language because you don't seem to understand any normal language.
Prime Minister of the country has said.
In the language that you use.
Prime
Stick
Minister.
to your own lane. Don't identify white people.
If I'm not mistaken, the Chancellor of the Exchequer has said the same. We are not leaving Europe. We are leaving the European Union. I believe that's a verbatim quote from the Prime Minister of the country. In that regard.
Yeah, but it's not the countries that you're bothered about. It's the power that you're bothered about, and it's the institution that you're bothered about. So I don't
is
even.
the only argument that satisfies man. Except the individual, the nation, the race, has power.
We call ourselves European, English, or British,
or race, and bound by the will of others who possess that great qualification. So yes, we are concerned.
Why are you sitting worried about all these other countries? I don't understand.
What countries? What countries? What countries?
Well, Europe. Why are you worried about Europe?
It's not a worry so much. It's not a worry so much as an observation.
Why don't you make the African Union more powerful? Why don't you go and do that?
So when we talk about
You've already got the African Union. Why don't you use it? You've got the foundations.
Oh, right.
Why are you going on about, because there is a world organization, when it's only when the participants are to that level that it's the world organization? If you don't like it, you pull out. Why don't you build up the African one? Why don't you go and do that? Why do you want to stay whinging and moaning and trying to change the system?
Unfortunately, we are in Britain. That's why.
Well, there's always an aeroplane and an airport.
Yeah, so that's so beautiful. To answer the number of questions that have been asked of me just now, the reality is, as I started saying before I was interrupted the last time, when we leave Britain, and we go to, let's say, South Africa, we have the Lon Min mining company.
I don't know if that's a good one to choose, South Africa. You choose a better one than South Africa.
Yeah, I ain't got a problem with them doing that. I just don't understand why they make it look like they're being forced to participate in some sort of like world union when they can pull out and make their own. If look, they really are better, right? If they really are better and they believe it.
I wonder if anybody else can realize I'm not being treated equally at the moment.
What Shakara is doing, he's not going to the details. Shakara's not doing the details. So with the Caribbean, the British have been holding on to our treasury and a lot of our minerals and wealths and sort of things like that. So
Turok, be quiet. It's called trade, Turok. It's called trade, Turok.
As a jolly good show, Wendy.
Yes, it's called trade. I don't think Africa wants to stop trading with the rest of the world somehow.
Wendy.
Yeah, so as I was
while you sit in the comfort of Great Britain, you're telling the Africans to stop trading.
As I was saying,
no, we're not.
Yeah.
So when we leave Britain, and we go to a place like South Africa, we have a company, for example, like the Lon Min mining company, who they're dealing the mining of diamonds, who they and from South Africa, but them and their relationship with multinational corporations is able to define and decide what the prices of those diamonds are.
Yeah, but look at the country called South Africa. Look at the state of it.
And it just so happens the natural resources are
Look at the
not
way it treats its own
are not
people.
benefiting the masses of the people, and so self-determination and human rights as it regards African people would dismantle the systems
What is he rambling on about?
and economics that make that situation a reality.
So why aren't some of these
and
black
so-
South African
and so-
people given homes to live in and not little
so-
huts?
and
Why,
so-
why are they still living in little shanty towns?
and so this is why I'm saying that being treated equally is a minor goal for us as African people. Like, we should really consider it to be minor. Like, and you know, it may be at the most, a means to it. And nobody should be mistreated in any nation.
Well, they are in South Africa.
However, when it comes to the bigger deal, like, you
Why
know,
is he just
taking care-
ignoring what anyone says
taking
and just
care of
rambling
taking care
on?
of human rights will actually take care of civil rights.
Okay, so what about the human rights of the people in South Africa that live in these shanty towns, disease-ridden, very poor conditions, and the government of South Africa do nothing about it? It's quite normal.
Yeah, so the issue with that is concerned is that when it comes to our government, we're dealing with the situation that has not been corrected since the colonial days. What happened under colonialism is
Hang on, wait. You cannot blame these shanty towns on colonialism. You had plenty of years to get rid of it.
I'm not able to complete that sentence.
It's like these people don't even deserve a decent home to live in.
I noticed that I'm not able to complete my sentence. Thank you. When it comes to the situation we find in South Africa today, it's the result of what happened under colonialism not being corrected. Which is the fact that
You're being silly.
Which is that African people were dispossessed of land, and access to land. The indigenous social systems, whereby land was not the property of any individuals, were destroyed. The communal land was destroyed, and basically, Europeans.
Well, so there's just no hope, really, is there? There's just no hope.
Now, so what happened was after the apartheid era. That situation was not corrected, in terms of proper land redistribution in South Africa. So again, being treated equally within South African society would be a minor goal. Human rights would dictate that there would be proper land redistribution, that those who are running the economy of South Africa, and incidentally, there has been very little change in terms of who runs the economy of South Africa. The same Europeans that dominate.
No, we don't use the economy. No, stop it. Yeah, stop it, because you're just being ridiculous now.
Prior to apartheid, dominate it today.
You're just being ridiculous now, right?
Well, I mean, by your own statistics, by your own example, that would be the case. If
you're being ridiculous. Yeah,
if there are black people wallowing in abject poverty today.
Yeah, there is. Yeah,
it would suggest that there has not been an equitable redistribution of wealth and resources in the land.
So does it cost that much money to build some houses for these people?
If we understand that,
homes for these people.
Then
to
we can
build
look at
infrastructure for these people.
Then we could
no,
look at,
because the bloody government's so corrupt. They don't care. They don't care. It's got nothing to do with self-determination.
Self-determination and human rights. Self-determination and human rights.
It doesn't. It's got nothing to do with self-determination.
Would be
South African government does not care.
Our own governmental systems, our own economic order, and we're not subject to the government or the economic order imposed on us by European people who are.
South African government does not care about the people who live in those conditions.
But there's an extent to which that statement would be correct. The South African government tends to care more about its European multinational corporations.
And why is South Africa so rife with AIDS? I mean, AIDS is like took over South Africa. Why is that?
Yeah,
Because the World
Germans
Health
done it.
Organization
Germans.
dominates how healthcare is run in Africa. And so self-determination would mean that we don't allow the World Health Organization to dominate how we deal with healthcare.
But when your government is corrupt, corrupt, you can have all the self-determination you want. If your government's corrupt, you're not going to change nothing.
And that statement would actually be factual. So self-determination would mean that African people get rid of African governments that care more.
How are you going to get rid of it?
About European multinational corporations.
Put a tie around someone's neck, set fire to it, like Winnie Mandela used to.
I'm going to suggest we want to just send love to Mama Winnie Mandela. Her daughter just passed.
How can you say that after what she did to young black men?
Her daughter just passed.
How can you say that? After what she used to do to young black men.
Mama Zinziswa, Mandela passed away. The daughter of Mama Namzamo. Winnie Mandela passed away yesterday, and so
and her mother used to put tires around young black men's necks and set fire to the tire.
So we want to just affirm the power and the beauty and the strength of Mama Namzamo Madikizela, also known as Winnie.
You're sitting with a picture of someone that never even entered Africa.
Freedom fighter.
When he left America, he came to London. I mean, he died in London, for God's sake. He never ever put one toe in Africa.
The fear of the ancestors in the white people, not just in South Africa, but around the world. And that's why they must vilify her to this day. The woman is passed away, she's buried, but they must continue to throw slander on the name of Mama Madikizela.
Who? On who?
What did she do? What was she known for?
So Namzama Madikizela, Winnie Mandela, she's a freedom fighter.
She used to put tires around young black men's necks and set fire to the tires, didn't she?
Powerful African woman.
Yeah, very powerful, yeah.
Stayed on course, and she was actually one of those that challenged the government of South Africa in relation to caring about the masses of the people. And when like the Pan-African Congress of Azania and even the economic freedom fighters of today were agitating and raising the consciousness and the awareness.
Now, what's that got to do with you not having human rights in this country, though?
She defended those Africans on the ground in South Africa who were
by putting tires around their necks and setting fire to them, because that's what she did. That's what she did. Are you going to deny it?
I'm saying so.
Are you going to deny it?
Winnie Mandela.
Are you going to deny it?
Looking at Winnie Mandela.
Are you going to deny it? No, you can't deny it because it's true.
Let me just hold on 1 second. So, what would you do with the white people in South Africa?
The white people in South Africa are not my concern as much as the African people in South Africa are my concern.
So what would you do with them?
The issue is not what we would do with the white people in South Africa. The issue is doing right by the Africans in South Africa. And as far as the Africans in South Africa are concerned, proper justice must be done on the issue, first and foremost, of land.
So you've got a white family, You've got a white family who can trace their heritage back in Africa, South Africa, for 300 years.
So again,
and you think someone can just come along and take that off them?
This is the issue of
and
human
say,
rights.
"Hey, hello, this is my land now."
So African people need to be aware of the fact that when it comes to issues of justice, as far as African people are concerned, the world as we know it is designed to put the concerns of the colonizer before the concerns of the dispossessed.
No.
As African people in a conversation such as this, we don't put the concerns of the colonizer before we.
You won't even admit what Winnie Mandela did.
Winnie Mandela was a freedom fighter in the war.
I just told you what she did, and you're just like talking over it.
And we reject the lies and the slander.
It's not lies; it's actual history. That's what she did.
You're entitled to your opinion.
That's what that monster
you're
did, because that's
entitled to
what
your
she was, a
opinion.
monster, yeah?
Mama Winnie Mandela, Mama Namzam Madikizela Winnie Mandela.
How come she never got in the government then when old Nelson got out of prison? How come she was never in the government? Why did he divorce her? Why did he divorce her? Why did he want nothing to do with her? Oh, let's see. He found out what she'd been up to, didn't he? The violence she'd been handing out to young black men.
Yeah, but I
So
want to
we
know
held
what
Mama Namzama
strategy.
Madikizela because of the fact that she existed in a state of war and terrorism.
Terrorism, which her and her husband caused. Let's not forget, Nelson Mandela used to be a terrorist.
Inflicted upon the African people in South Africa, and those Africans began to rise up and fight.
Was Nelson Mandela not a terrorist?
So I'm sure he was to the European colonizers.
No, he was, letting bombs off. That's being a terrorist.
Who were terrorizing,
killing black people. That's being a terrorist.
And shooting. And killing
and
African
shooting
people
black people
every
day.
day.
Terrorist.
I'm sure he was a terrorist.
Let's get to the modern day. What should happen with the white people in South Africa? So you've alluded to that. They should have land.
Yeah, he knows what's happening. He knows.
What should happen to the white people is not my concern as much as what is happening to the African people. When workers at a mining company called Lon Min can be shot down in cold blood, and there is no justice for them.
Who's shooting them down? Hang on, wait. Okay, that's a good point. So who's shooting them? Who's shooting them?
People.
I didn't ask you for your concern.
We as African people.
I said,
who's shooting them though?
African people should never can and should never be concerned more.
Who's shooting the Africans? Who's shooting them?
Once we begin to act
is it white people shooting them in the mines? Is it white people? Who's shooting these people?
So once again, when it comes to the
who's shooting the miners? Who's doing it?
So when it comes to the issue of the economics of South Africa, what you have
from that answer, I'll take it that it's fellow Africans that are shooting.
Most definitely. That is.
So why don't you deal with that then?
Well, I've just said when it comes to self-determination and human rights, it will be the responsibility.
Well, it's the responsibility of them. It's self-determined to shoot their fellow Africans.
Self-determination and human rights. It will be and it is the responsibility of Africans to remove all governments and institutions that work in the interest of Europeans and European corporations.
But who says they're doing it because of the interest of Europeans? Who said they're doing it for that?
Very simply, the mine that we're talking about was owned by a European multinational corporation.
So therefore it's the Europeans' fault.
They were very directly what was being protected.
You need to take responsibility for the corrupt governments you've got.
What was being protected,
which is why these countries can't move on.
Of a European corporation,
which is why these countries can't grow.
I agree. African people need to take responsibility for relinquishing the influence of European corporations and governments within African nations.
They can't stop trading, you idiot. They need to trade. They need to trade.
Equality, being treated equally is a minor goal.
Look, there is the Europeans saying shoot those miners.
African people listening understand what it is I'm saying.
Okay, so which Europeans
for removing and relinquishing the influence of European governments and corporations?
So which Europeans are asking the South African government to shoot miners? Which one? Who is it?
Which Europeans are asking that
government
to shoot? So once again, if you have a mine that is governed by a European corporation, and the police are charged with the responsibility of protecting that property, then the situation as it stands it creates an environment in which the property of the European corporation becomes
wouldn't you put it down to more that the people who are who are doing the mining are desperate, poverty-stricken, you know, treated in a terrible way.
Non-discriminatory panel. Thank you very much.
And you just want to talk all over it rather than address how these people are treated.
Statement. Most definitely. When it comes to us as African people,
you've been making the same statement since you got on here.
The interest of European governments and corporations more than we do the masses of African people.
So if South Africa stops trading with everyone, hang on, wait a minute. If South Africa stops trading with everyone, how is it going to survive?
So you've betrayed the myopic way in which Europeans tend to think about such issues.
No, we get rid of the European. No, get rid of the European influence. Get rid of everything, and they're not trading with any other countries. How are they going to? Are they going to eat diamonds then? Are they going to eat diamonds or something?
Contrary to popular belief, Africans can eat food without being influenced by Europeans.
He says while living in Britain. I love it. I absolutely love it. Honestly,
in that regard, to answer your question very directly,
Wendy, are you saying that Africa need the UK for food? Yeah,
what I'm saying, little Miss Lefty. What I'm saying is this. Yeah. What I'm saying is, if Africa gets rid of everyone it trades with,
yes,
how is it going to survive? Are they going to eat diamonds?
Okay, first of all, can I ask a question? Where is it that the statement was made that all trade should cease between Africa and the rest of the world?
Well, you keep going on about it.
What statement was made that suggests
about the miners? Apparently, it's the European influence is why the miners are being shot.
What statement did I make that suggests that trade needs to cease? What statement was it?
Well, you said they need to get rid of the European influence.
Yes, the influence of European corporations and governments.
i.e. trade, i.e. the trade. Yeah.
No. The trade is not so much the issue as the.
But how can they treat their own people in that manner?
So
how can the Africans treat their own people in that manner and just shoot them?
Now that you put the
I remember that. I do remember that actually. Yes. Yeah. So how can they do that?
Now that you put the dishonesty to bed, we can actually address the issue of trade. The issue of trade is trade is a beautiful thing. Yeah. The only issue is that Africans should trade on our own terms. And so once Africans are
I'm sure South Africa already does
deciding the price of these minerals, then we should trade on our own.
So you think South Africa doesn't trade on its own terms?
How are you going to represent South Africa living in Britain? How are you going to do that?
Clearly not. Pardon me?
How are you going to represent Africa and speak for the African nation living in Britain?
Yeah.
So in the same way that European governments and multinational corporations are all over the world representing the interest of Europe.
Well, if you want to blame Europe, go right ahead. That doesn't include us, by the way. We're not part of Europe.
I haven't charged you with anything.
Good, as long as that's the way it is.
About human rights and African self-determination.
No, I've never been European, never will.
Yes, you are.
No, sorry.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Are you saying that?
Don't you talk about my white experience? Yeah.
Is to stop trading and then renegotiate.
I would argue that if the Africans, if the Europeans in Europe want Africans to not be concerned with how Europe behaves in Africa, then Europe should not be behaving that way.
Who shot the miners? Who shot the miners?
The South African police shot the miners.
Exactly. How can they do that to their own people?
No, I agree, and so we must, as African people, take responsibility for acting in our own interest as opposed to the interest of European governments and multinational corporations.
That makes sense.
You should be asking this guy's political agenda instead of back and forth.
Definitely the case.
He's a lefty, isn't he? He's
all African.
He's an ethno-national
governments.
Oh right, you're one of them, are you? He's an ethno-nationalist.
Yo, Dave.
Dave, what do you think about the people in Hong Kong, Dave?
Oh, I've got the gates open to welcome them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dave.
You guys have a bit of a double standard when it comes to the people of Hong Kong, don't you? Because I've
Don't
heard
they?
plenty of times encouraging mass immigration from other parts of
Yeah,
the world.
I'm
But
telling
it
them,
seems
Dave.
Hong Kong is a bit of a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder why.
Well, I can't understand why. I mean, poor people, they need us, so we're welcoming them. They come in. 3 million of them. Come in.
Are you happy about it, Dave?
I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
If they hold British passports, then we have to stand by them, right?
Exactly.
So what about the indigenous people? Are you just looking about passports, not the people on the ground?
Don't refer to us as indigenous people.
So what are you caring about, passports or the people's lives and the land?
British people.
Turek now got their nationality as well.
Immigration.
Yeah, but your thing seems like it depends on passports. Whoever they give it out to, willy nilly.
Look,
No, it's
they're
not-
welcome. What's your problem with them? They're welcome.
Passport, you're welcome. If
I'm
you
worried
ain't
about
got a
Dave.
passport, if you ain't got a passport, you ain't got a good reason to be asking us for asylum. Then you shouldn't be coming.
So
If you're
again,
gonna-
see,
you're
this
gonna go to
this all has a
Europe-
very long history.
Europe, and then try and come across the
Yeah,
channel.
but I don't think it's fair on Dave bringing all them people from Hong Kong.
Dave
I don't
doesn't
think
care
it's fair
about
on
the people
Dave.
from Hong Kong. They're very welcome. So
So again,
but
we
it's
have
not fair on Dave,
we
though.
have a issue here where history becomes relevant again, because all of this is based around colonialism and Britain's historical influence
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Hong Kong. Right?
Yeah.
And so it's in the interest. It's very simple. It's in the interest, politically, economically, and culturally of Britain to welcome these potential refugees from Hong Kong.
Well, that's it.
It's
Well, they're
in
not
the interest, as
British.
much as it is in the interest of African people to be concerned more with our own human rights and self-determination
Yeah,
than
in
it
your
is,
own country, yeah.
British people treating us equally. And
I
so I
mean,
would
wait a minute,
encourage,
human rights again,
all
human rights
Africans-
again, but you
I
don't want
would
to go
encourage
to the
all
Human Rights Court. I don't
all
understand.
Africans to be concerned about self-determination and human
No, no, we're talking about people
you
from
know what I'm
Hong
saying?
Kong now.
You know what I mean? So
We're
that's
talking about
that's-
people from Hong
Yeah,
Kong.
but Sakura, they don't need to worry about self-determination here unless they're
You know what I
willing
mean?
to do it.
Oh,
for the
oh,
North.
definitely.
This then, Wendy.
In
Why
the
are
same
they taking
way,
the people from Africa then if they
British are self-determining in Hong Kong. The
Let me
British are
finish.
self-determining in Hong Kong. The
Let me
British are
finish.
self-determining in Hong Kong.
Right
Who
to
have
have
British
the right to
passports?
self-determine in their own country.
Oh yes, yes.
Own
In the same way that Britain is self-determining in Hong Kong.
We will make
now.
and
Britain is
little
self-determining
piece
in
and make it a
Jamaica.
little Hong Kong.
And Britain is self-determining
Britain is
in
not
Trinidad.
self-determining in Hong Kong at
Most
all.
definitely it is. Most definitely it is.
No, it isn't. What Britain's doing is deciding who they're letting into their shores, which they're perfectly
is.
entitled to do.
And that is
They're
based
perfectly
upon
entitled
based
to
upon the
do that.
historical
Why do you got a problem with the people of
between
Hong
Britain
Kong?
and
Don't
China
understand.
and Hong
They're
Kong.
not
They know
born on
they're
the
going
land.
to be voting more conservative.
But they're
That's
not
why.
born on the land.
Yeah.
Jupiter.
Why are
That
you
is
bothered
predicated
about the
on
people
the
of Hong Kong
historic
coming here?
between
What's the
Britain, China,
They're
problem?
and
not
Hong
born
Kong.
on the land, Jupiter.
What's the
They're not born on the
problem
land.
with the people of Hong Kong coming to live here? Why are you so
Because
bothered?
there's places in England that they don't even give money to, like the seaside places. They're poor, Margate. The people are
Yeah, that's
dying.
true. Yeah,
Indigenous
what's the point?
people. and
Yeah,
you're
well,
telling
maybe
other
the people from
people
Hong Kong
but
can
that's
help.
not-
Yeah,
what's
which
the
are not
point?
born on the
maybe the
land.
people from Hong Kong can help. Yeah.
But
You're
they're not
being
born on
very
the
selective
land.
there, Toro Kanye, because you've never said
but they're
this
not
in
born on
regards
the
No,
land.
he's
to any
never
other
said
form
it
of
before.
immigration, have you?
It's
They're
like
not born
open
on
the
the land,
flood.
though.
It's to let everyone in normally,
They're not
but
born on
because
the
it's the
land.
people
So,
from
yeah.
Hong Kong, they don't want them.
So this
They're
is
not
where
born on
I
the land.
depart.
People don't mind coming here and rest
They're
of
not born
Africa.
on the land,
The
Jupiter.
Eastern people. They don't
They're
mind.
not
They don't
born
mind
on the
coming
land.
here with no funding in the seaside towns.
Jupiter, they're not born on the land.
Remember, we should just welcome them in at Dover. Do you remember
Yeah.
saying that?
Jupiter, they're not born on the land.
Who?
Those Hong Kong.
Look, I don't care. They're still welcome here.
They've already got their time.
I think that
They're
the
not
people
born on
from
the
the people
land.
from Hong Kong, the people
Doesn't
from Hong
matter. They
Kong,
were born on the land of Britain.
Born
when
on
it
the
was
land.
I think that the people
Born
from
on the
Hong Kong
land.
should be allowed to come to
Really?
Britain.
Yeah.
If the British government wants them to come, and if they find an interest in them coming here. Whatever the case, though, whoever comes to Britain, the African people in Britain should be more concerned about human
Well,
rights,
yeah, that's your job to worry about that.
self-determination,
Yeah.
then we are
So that
concerned.
means Marcus
Yeah,
Garvey
we
was
agree.
British.
We're not concerned about
by
that.
white
We
people in
help
Britain.
people from Hong
So
Kong.
Marcus
In
Garvey
the
was British then.
words of His
Marcus
Excellency
Garvey was British
Marcus
then.
Josiah Garvey, put your race first. Like all
Marcus
other races
Garvey
do.
was
He was
Jamaican.
British.
Yeah,
He
don't
was
be an
British.
idiot,
No, he was
Turok.
British. No, he's British. Why do you think
He
they let him
was
in England?
Jamaican,
Born
Turok.
on the land. British. He's a
by
British.
saying that, put your
He's
race first.
British.
Can't blame. So if white people were
Marcus
to
Garvey was
suddenly decide
British.
that they're going to
Turok,
take
what are you doing, man?
they're gonna
Turok,
put-
you're an idiot. Marcus Garvey was British.
Marcus Garvey is British. He lived
No.
in Marleybone.
No.
Marleybone
Yeah.
was his postbox.
Wendy, when you're talking to him, just think when you're talking to a white ethno-nationalist, it's just the same conversation.
Okay, love. All right.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's just different colours.
Marcus Garvey was British. Like the Hong Kongs.
Well, people from Hong Kong are more than welcome to come here.
Like Marcus Garvey. So you can't tell us why we're here.
Turok, mate.
Actually, Marcus Garvey.
Turok, I think you are British, but then I think as a British person, you've got no right to tell Africans what to do.
We got the passport.
You haven't
What?
got an African passport.
Well, you've got a passport, an African passport, yeah?
No, he hasn't.
Like
I
the
know
Hong
he hasn't,
Kongs.
love. I know.
Like the Hong Kongs.
Hong Kong's got a British
Land.
passport. You're jealous of that.
The Hong Kong.
But born on the land. What about born on the land?
We can make a little bit of Britain and call it Little Hong Kong, you know?
See what
There it
Shakira
is.
says.
It's
I
called
can
Little
understand some of
Chinatown.
it, right, Wendy? I don't have a problem with people going to Africa and rebuilding it and making it a global
Oh,
power.
so
Go
Hong
and do
Kong's
it.
allowed to rebuild
Don't
in
think
London
you can
then.
sit in England
So
and
you
do
let
it
the
like
Hong Kongs rebuild
Yeah,
in
no,
London.
but they don't like to leave the comfort of England, of Great
So
Britain.
why are the Hong Kongs allowed to rebuild in England then?
So why don't you leave the comfort? They can't. What?
So why are the Hong Kongs allowed only to rebuild in England?
Hang on. They can go wherever they want. There's a lot of them, you know. There's more than 3 million of them.
They're coming
What
to
do you mean
rebuild in
they come
England.
and have a life like the rest of us under the same
They're
law?
meant to build their own. 3 million of them.
So what? Who cares? They're welcome.
3 million.
What problem do you have with the people from Hong Kong?
What
I don't
happened- what about the
understand.
what happened about the people that's born on the land?
What?
Like Jupiter says, born on the land.
Yeah, people born on the land have got rights there, yeah, and so have people
They
who've got British.
haven't. No, they haven't.
They have. They've got common law rights.
Turok, you're just
Some
an
of them
idiot.
don't have passports.
Who? People born
Some
on the land.
people in England, they don't travel. They don't have passports.
What do you mean? Everybody has a passport these days because they even
Not
just to open
everybody.
camp.
Not everybody. They're not looking to
Are
travel
you
far.
listening to what he
I don't know what he's just trolling. He's not a troller.
Yeah, he's just an idiot.
The
It's just a
British, the
complete
British
fool.
government is trolling the West Indies people.
Oh, Windrush.
But we're not
they,
talking about them.
they
Yeah.
trolled
That's
us.
what he's talking about. That's what he's
They trolled
talking
us,
about.
and now they're letting in Hong Kongs.
Well, why not?
What do you mean? Why not?
Oh, why not? So Rasta
Turek,
has got
people, if,
Rasta's
listen,
got the
Turek,
same.
Turek, let me
That
ask you.
means that means Rasta's got more right to be in England then.
No.
Right,
Yes,
I want to ask you a
because Montserrat is still part of the British colonies. Hong Kong is
No,
not part
no,
of Britain
no,
no more.
no.
Yes, yes, yep, yep.
No, no, look.
No,
No.
that
Yep,
that happened years ago.
One
Yep, yep.
country, two systems, right? The
yep.
Chinese have reneged on that, so they have a right to come here.
Yes, but Hong Kong's not part of Britain no more. Montserrat is. So
Hong
what does that
Kong,
mean?
Hong Kong was handed
Australia.
over under the understanding
Hong Kong.
that the people in Hong Kong got to live under democracy, not communism.
Yeah, the Montserrat people came here. They've been given shelter when they had
But
their.
they're British. They're British.
Yes, I
No,
never
they're
said-
not.
They
They
are.
are.
No, they're not.
They are, Wendy. Like the Hong Kongs. More British
they've
than the
got
Hong
British
Kong. Because Hong Kong is
passports,
really
Well,
good.
they're here, aren't they? So what you
China.
moaning about?
Plenty of
You're
them
not
can
letting all
get
the
that.
Montserratians in though, are you?
Well,
I'm not
some
going
of
to
them,
let
well,
anybody
why
else
would we?
know, because
Oh, why would you now?
Why would you?
the natural disaster happened ages ago.
Exactly.
Oh, only natural disasters, not man-made problems.
Well, man-made problems, man should be able to deal with.
I see.
No, you don't see. You don't. All you are, right? All you are is
you
for
are.
some reason you don't like the idea of the people from Hong Kong coming to live here.
He's jealous of them.
Oh, I'm jealous now.
Yeah, you. That's why you're bringing up other countries when we're talking about Hong Kong.
After you chucked out old West Indian people, why didn't you go for the Hong Kong people?
Nobody's chucking out all the West Indian people.
Nah, and then have the cheek to say, "Oh, what you lot doing here? What you doing
Nobody
here then?
says what you lot doing here. We all know you come on Windrush. That's
What you
stupid
doing
statement.
here then?"
Who can you? You need to get to
Nobody
the
says that.
present
Why you
time.
can't not say
Present
that?
time.
Yeah. If someone says they
I
don't
think
enjoy
England needs
living
to get
here,
to the present
I say,
time.
well, why are
They're
you
not
living
from
here
Hong
then?
Kong.
Why don't
They
you
shouldn't
move?
be taking nobody from Hong Kong. Same
Pardon?
way how they're not taking people from the Caribbean, they should not be taking
Why are
nobody
you
from
talking
Hong
about
Kong.
Caribbean?
Fair
It's
is
people from
fair.
Hong Kong that are coming here. Yeah,
Exactly.
Hong Kong. You
We
don't
haven't.
like it, do you, Two Rock? You really don't like it.
Yeah, we don't owe Jamaica nothing.
I
No.
actually do like it because you know what?
And
Like,
Jamaica's a
it's
sovereign
Britain.
country. Hang on, Jamaica's a
You know
sovereign
what?
country.
Yeah, so is Hong
What do you
Kong.
mean you don't owe Jamaica nothing? I'm confused by that.
Well, we don't.
We don't owe
Oh,
Jamaica
don't.
nothing.
Oh, you
How
don't.
did Jamaica come about?
Let's see. I do believe it was the Spanish that were there first.
Oh, the Spanish.
Oh,
Okay,
the
the British had nothing to do with it, so they've got no responsibility over Jamaica.
Well, it doesn't seem like they do, does it?
Okay.
Same way that the Republic of Benin come about, Tashjet.
So why do you feel so
Ask
responsible?
about Jamaica.
Just do, because we know they've asked
do.
for our help. They need our help. They were handed back to China. You know, one country, two systems, that they would always live under democracy. And China, as always, have been sneaky, and they want the people in Hong Kong to live under communism.
Yeah, but
No,
you
why
gave
should
them
they?
you gave them their independence, just how you gave the West Indies
No.
independence.
Yeah.
Yep.
What does it matter? They're still coming. You can moan as much as you want. They're still coming.
Yeah, they can come. I don't mind. I just call it
It's the
hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Why is it
Yeah,
hypocrisy?
hypocrisy.
Why?
If you can't, if
Hypocrisy.
you don't know, I'm not going to explain it.
Well, yeah, Tash, that's all you're
But-
good at doing, yeah? If you don't know, I ain't going to say nothing. If you don't
Yeah,
know,
but
I ain't going to say
follow
nothing.
dictionary. Don't
You never got
use
any
dictionary
answers for
anymore.
anything, Tash, so I don't know why you bother.
Hypocrisy, and we know what you stand for. Hypocrisy. Wendy.
You just don't like the fact that the people from Hong Kong are moving here. That's all it is.
No, I understand the fact.
So the
I
places
understand the reason
are going to
behind
be
why it's
took up,
happening.
and there'll be no more
So do
room
you.
for anyone else. Yeah,
Suits
no
your
room
agenda,
for
yeah.
anyone else.
Because it
Suits
just
your
shows you,
agenda.
it just
Bringing
shows
in
that
foreign
you're
races.
easily fooled by your government. 1 minute you say, "Oh, no immigration,"
Wait
then
a
3
minute,
million are coming over.
Before the
It shows
government
you
even
you're
announced,
fooled. Boris Johnson
before
fooled
the
you.
government announced they were letting these people in, a lot of British people were thinking, we need to help the people in Hong Kong.
Oh, were
We
they?
need to
Oh,
help.
really?
Mm.
Really? Okay.
You see, to understand that, you have to be English, Scottish,
Oh,
or Welsh.
we accept YG.
Uh-huh.
We accept YG.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't you
We
say,
accept YG.
Jupiter?
Yeah, certainly you'd have
We
to be
want
from
Hawaii.
now.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Hawaii.
then
You
I
could
have to
never
be
understand it if you came from
No.
a, you know, if you weren't
I'm
what
bored.
what you saying,
I'm
Tash?
bored. I'm bored.
We'll change the subject then.
Yeah,
No, I
because we know
listen.
we know what they stand for.
What's this stand for?
Yeah,
Hypocrisy.
explain to us what the problem is, Tarek.
It's hypocrisy. You lot are easily groomed by your media.
But
1
you're an
minute,
idiot because
we need to close our gates.
oh, so the same could be said then.
Oh,
The same
gates.
could be said when we let all the West Indians in then.
Yeah.
No, because we was invited.
Well, yeah, but what do you think these people from Hong Kong are? What do you think these
No,
people from
you
Hong Kong
make
are invited? Yeah?
excuses. You make excuses.
No.
You make excuses. Yep.
Anyone that's legally invited here, I don't have a problem with that kind of
No,
immigration.
no.
Oh, but your government does because they chucked out the Windrush people, all the
They
old
weren't
people
legal.
that
The ones
control
that
the
got chucked
country.
out hadn't
All
legalised
the
themselves.
old.
Right,
And
and I
if you're
want
from Jamaica and you come here and you commit a crime,
All
go
the
to jail, you
old.
deserve to be deported anyway.
Yeah, you
No,
can't.
they picked on
That's
old
not the
people.
people that were saying the elderly.
People that went on holidays
If your
and couldn't
grandmother
come
never
back to
came
their
here or your
country.
grandfather never came here, you can't say, "Oh, I'm a Windrush generation" just because you come from Jamaica. So if
Oh, so
somebody
what are they
arrived
then?
here, hold on, if someone
Pick and
arrived here in
choose.
the 80s illegally and didn't regulise themselves, then they're
Mm.
illegal. That's not.
Yeah, but so
I
are the
will,
Hong
I
Kong
will
people.
say,
So
I will
should the
say
Hong
that
Kong
if it
people.
was me, I will say this, Tarek, that if it was me and that person that came here had been decent, kept their head down, got into the
Oh, here
system,
it
had
is
a
now.
family,
Here it goes.
family, then I would say, okay, maybe we should look and give exception and overlook the fact that they came here illegally 20 years ago or 30 years
Oh,
ago.
illegally
No,
when you're invited,
but
when you're actually when
I'm
you're
not.
actually
Not
No,
all
I'm
of
not
them were
talking about
invited. Yeah.
Windrush. I'm not
Oh,
talking about Windrush. I'm talking about someone who sneaked into the country after Windrush
oh,
illegally.
snake.
It
Yes.
was legal. It was illegal to take them from Africa and put them into those islands. That was legal, wasn't it?
Why are you talking about that? Why,
That
hang
was
on.
legal.
Why are you
Actually,
talking
tell
about
them,
that?
Taz.
I can
Tell them,
talk
Taz.
about it.
That's
Now,
people like
Tell
you.
them.
It's people like you that drag
look,
everyone
People
back
like
into the
Wendy and
past. Yeah.
Jupiter.
don't worry. What are you
That's
worried
really
about?
going to help matters, isn't
It
it?
doesn't. It doesn't.
That's really going to
absolutely
help
not.
matters, Tash. Yeah, they're great. Wonderful.
So,
We're not
Really
talking
helps
about
the
this.
situation,
What?
doesn't it?
Let's pull away from
Really helps the
responsibility.
situation.
Pull
Yeah.
away from the word responsibility.
It really
Just
helps
because
the
it was happening in
situation.
the Caribbean.
Self-responsibility is a big thing lacking in a lot of people these
Yeah.
days.
Can people
Really
hear me?
helps.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave.
Yeah, we can hear you,
So,
Dave. Yeah.
what's your political objective then?
He doesn't have one.
I like what Vinny says.
So you're
Oh,
national.
oh, right.
Oh.
So you shouldn't be here, really.
Yeah. So what
So-
did Vinny say? I don't know what Vinny says.
So your aim,
He's trying to protect the identity of the English people.
so your end objective is
Oh,
to
so all of a sudden-
move back to the Caribbean, yeah?
Because of the Hong Kong people.
All of a sudden he's gone far right because of the he's gone extreme right. Hong Kong.
Are you worried about they may bring lady boys with them? Is that it?
No, and it's
Oh,
funny.
that's why. That's why you
Oh,
want extremism.
isn't it
When
funny?
he let the cat out the bag,
Yeah,
more like the
but
trouser
look,
snake out the
look
bag.
at the wind in. Look at it.
Wendy left the trouser snake out the bag.
Turok, you're an idiot. You don't agree with Vinnie Sullivan at
No,
all.
we know why you're doing it now. You slipped.
So, Turok, do you believe all the people from the Caribbean in Britain should eventually go back to the Caribbean?
Well, this is what some of us did actually plan to do to really start with, to be honest. But it's only where
Yeah.
things was a bit technical with the British Empire and being British and having children
It's
here.
not
and
technical.
It's
not technical.
people telling people when you're born on the land, you're born on the land.
But that is
Like,
the
all of those
objective
type of-
for you, yeah?
Yeah, not really, but like just all those type of rhetoric that's been going on for the past couple of years, and people are coming to more of a educational light in a sense like that. And
No, you can't be bothered to fill in the proper forms and do what you've got to do to go back to
you
Jamaica.
blame it on forms now.
Don't have a
Theresa
so
May
many
burnt all the
examples.
documents.
Repatriation, yeah?
What I have a problem with, I don't have a problem with if all the Jamaicans say they want to stay there, I'll go. It's up to them. I believe everyone's got personal choice. But what I've got a problem with is when I've got people like Shakaro who want to stay here and say they don't want equality. That to me is weird.
No, that's actually perfect because Shakara is sticking up for his rights and political.
While he lives in Britain. I don't
Yeah.
see people who are so passionate like that, they should be living in Africa.
Yeah,
Wendy,
but
do you not,
They don't like
Wendy, do you not stick up for your rights as a woman, as a white woman? Do you not stick up for your rights?
Well, I have all my rights. I don't
Right. Well,
understand.
so he has that opportunity as well.
But I
Yeah,
asked
but-
him, and he couldn't come up with any.
He
This
can
is what
use
you're
all
going to
those
be saying to
rights.
the Hong Kong
He's
people
got
10
all
years
those
down the line.
rights.
You're
He's
going to be
making
like,
that.
oh, why are you here?
He's got those rights already.
No one on this panel has said, "Oh, why are you here?"
Telling the West Indian people.
I
why are
said
you
someone
here?
that
Why are you
passionate
here?
about Africa would do better to go to Africa and maybe get into politics in Africa.
Yeah, exactly.
He can do
No,
it.
they have to deal with the politics here as an
Well,
international.
no, I would, if I had my way, I would deport people like Shakira because
Well,
they're
then
actually
you're not in a position
they're an
to do
enemy.
that.
They're an enemy to this
Enemy
nation.
of the state, really.
See,
You're a
but
nobody.
They're an enemy to this nation.
Yeah, you're a nobody at this stage, so it doesn't matter what.
And you're someone online asking for a handout. Good times.
No, because
Who's
really and
asking for
truly,
handouts? What handouts is he
no,
asking for?
because when you look at it, you lot had all that man over here with the hook and all them type of things. Shakira just brings up history and the past and certain politics.
Yeah.
If
How
anything-
can you live in a country that you
if
hate?
anything, you don't have to be really serious.
Turok,
about when you
Tash,
talk
how
about
can you live in a
terrorism.
country that you hate? I don't understand.
It is not hate.
Are you
it's
asking me if I hate the UK?
It's just
Yeah.
bringing justice.
I don't hate
What
the
is
UK.
justice got nothing to do with hate. It's about the balance.
Well,
and
I
the-
don't understand. I don't get it.
Yeah, you do not understand. That's a good question. That's a good answer for the court.
Yeah.
If you're actively working against Britain, then you should be deported.
Mm.
This is common
What
sense.
does actively working against Britain mean?
Yeah, no, literally,
What does that actually mean?
you're killing your own identity, Dave.
Mm.
No, he's
Am I?
not.
What does that mean?
You
You
are.
can't explain it.
Because
They
you're-
never
you're-
understand it because they're not us. It's as simple
We're
as
happy
that.
to be British. We're happy to
What-
be
They're
what-
British.
not.
what
It's
Dave
that
is actually
kind of,
doing,
those kind of words. That's the reason why they
you're
don't
giving
want
up your inheritance there, Dave.
No, we're not.
They're not one of. They're not one of.
My
us.
inheritance.
Is any of you up for a decent conversation or you just here to troll Turok?
Dave, you're giving up your inheritance.
He's just here to troll. I wouldn't
You
bother,
think about
Dave.
it, if you share your Brittanness with everybody wants to come and be your next door neighbor, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Think
I've just
what you're
made my
saying.
position clear. I believe people are anti this nation should be deported.
So,
Anti what
yeah.
nation though? Anti what nation?
Oh, here we go. He's going to tell us all we're African.
You
Here
do
we
know
go.
I've had
What
this
nation,
conversation with you 10 times before.
Anti what nation, Dave?
I've had this conversation with you
Yeah.
10 times before.
Don't
Anti
bother,
what nation,
Dave.
Dave?
Don't bother.
Dave, anti what nation?
And then we should stop trading as well with your
See,
country.
you're
as
frightened
well.
to say it now.
If I was one of those people, Dave,
Cash, I actually think IC Free's idea is brilliant. I really do.
okay,
Yeah. So what's your codes, Dave? The codes.
Yeah,
that's good.
because I think when you do that, you're going to regret it. So,
So you think
and
it's
I'd
good
like
to
to see you in 5 years regretting it, sitting over your Africa and saying, "Oh, why did I make that move? And why didn't I
Yeah,
just?"
nobody will trade with us. I wonder why. Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
but that's not our
I
problem, is it? Let's be honest.
Innit? That's
haven't
not your
said I
problem.
agree-
That's not
disagree
your lot
with-
problem.
with his,
Yeah, and the people from Hong Kong that are coming here are not your problem.
Yeah, it shouldn't be my problem.
well, I
Well,
haven't
it
said
is.
whether I agree or disagree with his liberation methods. So. That's nice to hear.
But for me, Tash, right? If you look at it morally, should reparations be paid? Maybe, but realistically, no. How?
Yeah, I think you should now and let the Hong Kong people.
How and
How?
Let the Hong Kong
How
people.
how do you weigh up how much to pay? And
Well,
secondly, where do you think all that money's coming from? Because why should the British taxpayers have to pay for it all over again when they paid the traders to free the people in the first place?
I'm a British taxpayer. I support reparations.
All over again.
Supporting any country
All over
that
again,
has
we had
been
to
pa-
pay.
that Britain has benefited.
There's no
from.
other country in the world where the people, the whole nation, have paid to free another set of people, and then those set of people be ungrateful.
But you.
Oh, look at that now.
Hold on, you
Are,
kind
are,
of.
are you talking about? Are you talking about the slave masters?
See, I would be in favour of
the
a
country.
financial incentive for people like Shakira.
Are you talking about your
You
company?
put
Your shop
together these
company?
third world countries, and you're not prepared to.
Are they
repair or
unhappy,
support
Jupiter, after
these
when you paid
people?
all that
I'm
money out to them?
confused.
But we keep throwing money at
You
these
think
countries.
Europeans are
They
your
don't actually
father
do
time?
anything with it.
Wendy, what money?
Are
are
you our
paying
children?
exactly?
Are you our children? You
What do you
really
mean?
think Europeans are going to
Babe,
fix your problems?
We
Oh,
got the passport
what do you
there.
mean? I'm saying that reparations should be paid for.
Why?
Europeans are not going to fix your
You're
problem.
happy about Hong Kong because it serves an economic purpose, which is
Kate,
sorry?
you've been living in a good country. You got decent housing. What exactly do we owe you?
I don't hate the UK, but I wouldn't consider it a good country.
Well, we don't owe you anything.
What do you mean you don't owe me anything?
So what countries are better?
So when you took ancestors from Africa of mine to the Caribbean, you don't think you owe me anything?
No.
When we've worked to benefit the UK rather
So
than
you are
benefit
looking
the
for a
Hang on, wait a minute. You talk
Caribbean.
like you're the only one that works in
Is
the
that
UK.
a handout or is that a
A lot of
repayment
people
of what
work
you
in
did?
the UK. Japanese work in the UK. A
Okay,
lot
you
of
didn't
people
hear what
work
I
in the
said. This is
UK.
why
What are you
I kind of-
talking about?
I don't really like to have discussions.
Yeah, I
so
really
you
don't
listen to what I
understand
say.
why you think that
Tash,
you
how much-
should have reparation.
Hold on. Tash, how much
I can't
personally
put a
would you
price
want?
on it, Dave. Dave, I can't put a price on it, and I don't consider it a handout. I think that's insulting. You're a disgrace to say that.
But you're having the
Because let's be-
conversation about
let's be clear.
reparations.
Let's be clear, Dave.
How much
You're,
would you
at this
personally
present
want?
moment, your current condition, you're probably just
You know what we
benefiting
want?
off me.
You come off the land and give us your land.
You've got a cheat.
Give me your land and come off it.
You're not getting that now, are you? That's a silly.
Everything that was stolen needs to be sent back.
You know what? Since I've been speaking corner,
Wouldn't that be a good start?
I've been on the hangouts for 3 years with these people saying exactly the same thing. They've done absolutely fuck all in that time.
Yes, they did. They've done a lot, actually.
They've
There's
done
been
fuck all in that time. They've been going round and round saying the same thing.
I'm asking
Yeah.
you as a British citizen. You don't think if someone steals from you, you don't think they should give the stuff
I know
back?
what it feels like to walk around the
I'm
streets
asking you
of
a
this
question,
country
Wendy.
thinking,
Why can't
oh,
you answer that question?
you
Wendy?
owe me something.
Wendy,
I want
why can't you answer
reparation.
that question? So Wendy, if I come and steal from you, you know, that's
You're not
fine,
going to
isn't
come
it?
and steal from me, though.
So that's the morals of this country. That's why I don't really rate it in that way.
But you're not going to come and
Okay.
steal from me.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Anyone can steal from you, Wendy. Unfortunately,
No, you're
that's
not
what
going to
we're
come and
taught.
steal from me.
That's taught behaviour
My
from the
whiteness
English. And
shields
I'm
me.
saying to you, why do you not think you should replace it or send it back? Why is that an issue for you?
Hang on, send what back? What you want? You changed
So
now.
Wendy, are you saying that?
Wendy's a
Okay,
thief.
I'm not
Oh,
gonna
you're
go
on
back and forth
about,
with you
okay, you're on about the
Wendy,
artifacts and
you're a
everything.
grown woman
Yeah,
who
they can
enjoys
come back.
polling,
Yeah, they can
and
go back.
it's
I've
the
had
same
this
thing.
discussion
Wendy's a
before.
crook.
I don't
Don't
have a
worry
problem
about
with
it.
going
Wendy's a
back. I
crook.
don't know why
Take them all
it's
back.
going on, to be honest.
Take them all back. Take all the artifacts
Listen,
back.
Okay,
We
make
don't
sure
want
you,
that.
Very much,
make sure
Wendy.
you put that
And the
together.
Queen's crown.
Yeah, that crown's
Yeah,
full
you
of
can
those
personally take that with you, mate, to
You
Africa.
can take a crown. We don't care
Take the
about that.
crown. Yeah, we make another crown for the Queen.
That would be a
And
start.
jump on the boat and leave your land behind.
No, this is our land, not yours.
Yeah.
That would be a
Oh,
start.
your land.
Yeah.
How is it your land?
Yeah.
Who is
Yeah,
it?
now they're even trying to claim Britain.
Your
Like,
land, yeah.
Wendy,
little
you're in a
children.
land. You're in a land
Little
of
children.
complete invaders.
Yeah, they
you
are
know,
children.
and you're concerned about your land.
Little children.
It
Yeah.
belongs to the passport holders.
This is
Take your
our
football
land.
and
You know
go. Take your football and go home. We don't want to play football no more.
won't play no more.
Very much
Take
cheaper to be
football and
staying
go
here.
home.
This
You're like
African
that
Britain's is
You're like that
country.
kid who turns up, right? You're like the kid who can't score a goal, right, and gets yumped because he can't be the main
score all
scorer.
the
That's
goals.
right, that's it.
We score all
I'm
the
taking
goals.
my ball and I'm going home.
Where should
Well,
we
I'd
get on
like
the
to know
boat
where
to
they're
then?
going to take these artifacts to, though, because
everybody's
does
home
Africa
time,
actually
Fuck
want
it
them
up.
back?
They don't only want
What do you mean?
reparations, they want
Do
us to
they
leave
want them
Britain.
back? Would you want your artifacts back? Would you want your
Hang on,
precious
I'm
back?
asking, has
Would you want
Africa
your? I
asked
have to
for
go
them?
simple with you, Wendy. Do you
No,
want your
has
precious back?
Africa asked for these artifacts
It's
back?
not a case of
Yes, they
asking them
have.
back.
Yes,
If
they
you've
have.
stolen from someone, you give
Well,
it back to them.
actually, the crown in the diamond in the Queen's crown was given to her. So I don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking
she
about.
can keep it. She can keep it. We're not care about that.
So
Problem with
I'd
these
like to know
conversations, they never do
Africa,
anything.
if Africa has officially asked for their artifacts back.
Yes,
Not you
they
lot,
have.
because you lot are living in Great Britain, so you don't
Yeah,
come.
no,
Ethiopians
so
have.
the
Benin
victim
people
is
have.
the person that you call. Could you call us
They're
victims?
they're not giving it back, but some of the stuff's already been returned to Nigeria.
Complain
No,
about
well.
people being victims, but you've stolen.
They keep telling people he's on his
But
way.
you
When
don't
we
live in
certainly
Africa.
ourselves stole it.
You
Never
don't
on
live in
his
Africa,
way.
so
He
your
is
view
not.
doesn't count.
Wendy, I've got a place in Africa.
Your view doesn't count. It doesn't
For 2
count.
years, it hasn't the turn
I'll
up.
take that.
Look, you've got
Go and
your
ask the people that live in Africa. They're the only people that can.
I think I've mentioned I've got a place in Africa, so.
Well,
yeah,
well, go and live
That's
there
not gonna
then.
wash.
So you will never leave.
Well, how do you know that though?
You're still
You
doing
will
here if
never
you've got
leave.
somewhere to live in
Oh,
Africa.
look at this. What you doing here? What
Plenty,
You're going to be here until
plenty are leaving and building up.
You'll still be
You're not
here.
Majority of
until
people that come here,
time.
as you well know, the Eastern
Yeah, but you're
Europeans,
not
the
saying that to Hong
Africans,
Kong, are you?
they've taken
No.
the economy here
You'll
and they
still
built
be
it
here
back home. It's not new.
Oh God.
It's not
Not
new.
saying that to
It's
Hong
not
Kong.
new. It's not
In 10
new.
years'
It's new.
time, in 10 years' time, we'll all be sitting on here and you'll still be going on about it, right?
You're not
And the
saying that to
grandchildren
Hong
will be
Kong.
coming on and going, why are all the fucking old
10
grannies
years
all
later, I'm
moaning?
gonna hear Hong
These
Kong,
precious
Hong
years
Kong.
I've had, I don't waste time, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
nothing
don't
ever
waste time.
I'm
happens.
talking about you'll be here in 10 years' time, Jeff.
No,
Jeff.
I'm gonna say
You
Hong
no,
Kong,
said
Hong Kong.
2 weeks ago, you
no.
said you were going off
You're
till
gonna
November.
do
You was back in 2
Yeah, I
days.
was
Hong
coming
Kong,
off the
Hong
Hangouts,
Kong.
yeah, and I came back on
Yeah, so
YouTube.
you're definitely going to be
Do you
here
have
in
an
10
issue
years,
with that?
mate.
No, the
You'll
difference
be
is,
here in 10
Peter,
years.
you see, when I've
You'll
got
be
to
here
take
in
it
10
Yeah,
years.
financially
then you're
and
gonna
I've got
be
to support
complaining
my
about the Hong
people
Kong
that are
flights.
vulnerable, because you talk about
Why are
women
your
and
who's your
those
people
young
and
girls
why
that
are they
you pray
vulnerable?
about.
Hang
And then
on.
you,
Who
I'm
are your
pretty sure
people and why are they
in my line of
vulnerable?
work, I probably supported that group more than
Yeah,
yourself.
who are your people and why are they
And what,
vulnerable?
what do you mean,
When
my
Wendy can't take
people?
it.
No, I want to know
What
who
do
are
you
your
mean, my
people.
people? Who do I
It's the truth.
identify as?
I don't know.
We don't know.
Okay,
You're a
if you don't
yeah.
know, that's
Hey,
what
Never
it's
seen
about.
you before. I don't know.
And that's
exactly.
right.
Wendy
I've
can't
seen you
take
though,
it.
Dave.
It's the truth.
I've seen you.
Congratulations.
Everybody,
Yeah, I've
he's a
seen
nice
you.
fella, isn't he?
So,
Do you want a medal?
no,
Oh,
I
you
don't.
mean Muslim because you're Muslim? Is that what you mean?
No.
Wendy, take it how you want.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Your
Oh.
people who are vulnerable.
Well,
Who
I'm
are they?
sorry. I'm sorry
Who
to
are the
disappoint
people that are
you.
vulnerable?
I will not be probably here
You
to
know, who
answer.
who are your people who are
Wendy, I'll
vulnerable?
tell you what.
Prominent.
Wendy, let me invite you to my home.
No,
Here you go.
thank you.
No, don't do that, Wendy.
Why is that, Wendy?
She'll
Let
try
me
to make
invite
you
you
into a
there.
slave or something.
Yeah.
Did you think that Tash talks like Real's mum? She sounds very much like Real's mum, didn't she?
Nah, I
Yes.
don't think
Yeah.
Are
so.
you
Are
Real's
you
sister?
going to be calling me real now? Oh my God.
No, are you
No,
Real's
you
sister?
do sound like
That's
that.
a
though.
that's
Yeah.
a heavy insult, but it's
Why?
okay.
She's a Muslim lady too.
Because I'm not keen on real, and I think that's a known
Oh,
fact.
Yeah,
okay.
but Real isn't his mum, is he?
Oh,
Real was a product of that, so yeah, they're connected, and I'm
I
not
wouldn't blame his
in
mum
any shape
for
or
Real. I
form.
think she came
No.
decent,
I
his
don't
mum.
know the mum. I'm not
and
invested
the
in that way. I'm
pastor
just saying I
walked off
don't
to
like
Wendy.
real. That short space of time, he's not for me at all. He's probably
Yeah,
worse
all,
than you,
all
Wendy.
the
I
cats
put
said
him
they're
up there.
coming to your house.
No, no.
All the cats said they're going to come to your house. They want you to do something for them.
Oh God.
I don't
That's
know.
what I
Have
never
a party
understand.
in your house.
But that's what I never understand about this conversation. You know, people who say they don't like the country, it's a bad country. And then when people say, well, would you like to leave? They act offended. It doesn't make sense. It's like,
Majority of my people have got their homes back
it
home.
makes no sense.
So Dave, the circle that you run in is quite small, and I'm saying
You see,
to
that's the
majority of us,
difference with America
we
because
send the
you'll
money back
never get
home, and we're
you'll
building
never
up.
get
So
a
don't worry
African
about it.
American saying they want to
Okay.
leave America. You'll never get an African American
Yes, they
saying that.
do. They do.
No, they
Oh,
don't.
to come on here, dude. That melanated. Then you heard her. Fucking hell.
Oh, her, does she? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, don't know her ass from her elbow. Another one don't know nothing about politics. That's all stupid. And then says that
Oh,
she's
okay.
Melanated is fine, and she's doing what she wants to do.
But
I
when
don't
you
see why you're
cry for South
disrespecting
Africa, though,
Pardon?
you cry for South Africa.
I think the way that black people are made to live in South Africa is disgusting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so do
because
I.
you're,
And
you're
then
an
I don't
Afrikaan.
like
How
Yeah,
did
because
how did they get there?
because
What,
you're
how
an
did that all
Afrikaan.
start? Then, Wendy?
Oh, well, it's called their
word.
government. It's called their government.
So what
Yeah,
happened
their
before
government.
What happened?
Yeah, because you identify with the Afrikaners.
I'm talking about the black South Africans.
Yeah,
No, but what about the
apartheid,
Afrikaners? You're
What
always
about
complaining
them?
about
What
the
about them?
Afrikaners.
You
They're not
enjoy
living
that?
in the shanty
Yeah,
towns.
Yeah,
because
they
you
are.
never
Black South
Afrikaners.
Africans.
Wendy, you're wrong along there.
Oh, they
Since-
are they? Okay.
Yeah, well, since the black government took over, they've been promoting. What they did is promoted black people into jobs, and what happened was there was a lot of white people that were very poor, and they've pushed them into shelter towns. Have you not seen them online? I'll show you them.
That's lies.
No, I've not
They
seen that.
always live
No.
like
So
that.
you
They
guys are
always live
interested
like
in the white Afrikaans that were involved in apartheid?
They're
And you
lying.
watch all that on the television where they were beating.
Well,
the
actually,
black
most
men
of the
being
white
black.
Afrikaans, most of them, when
So those-
Mandela became
those
president,
same
they
signs-
decided to
the
come
same
back to
signs,
come
no
here,
blacks, no
didn't they?
dogs in South
Oh,
Africa.
did they?
You're looking out for the white Afrikaans now, are you?
So you believe in revenge, yeah?
Yeah, she does.
No,
She
there's
does.
no revenge. There's no revenge involved because I
There's
just
no
think they
revenge.
enjoy.
Well, that's what it sounds like. A bit like
I don't know.
Mugabe and his revenge. Yes.
No, Mugabe
Yeah. When
was
yeah,
right.
you know, go and
Yeah,
kill
remember
everyone.
Mugabe? Everyone get out, everyone get out. I'm going to do for my people. And then what did he do? He gave his wife something, he gave his kids something, he done fuck all for the people of the country.
Oh my goodness.
That Mugabe went. He
I
wasn't
know,
even
yeah.
tribe.
He
He wasn't even of the original tribe. That's
And
true.
you're the
Big
reason
lie.
that these
And
people
he
Of
wasn't
the original
racist.
tribe. And yet
Mugabe
he
was
came
a
with his
friend
big
with a lot
mouth and
of
run the
British
country
white
to the
people.
ground.
I'm not. I don't have
Mugabe
no
was
issue
actually
with
friends with a lot
Mugabe.
of white people. It's just the media that tried to portray him as racist. There's loads of English people that still live there and
You've got
put
all
under
these
Mugabe.
complaints about Africa when historically you were the ones that started this whole issue. I can't
There's white
understand it.
people
It doesn't have so much to say.
Because they haven't moved forward, they haven't grown, they haven't.
Wendy, that's your
They're not
fault.
inspired. They're not.
No,
All
I
they
take
want to do is
Wendy.
leave and come here and complain.
Wendy,
I take offence at that. What complaint about Africa? What complaint
for the
about
structure
Africa?
that you put there. Sorry?
No
What,
complaint about
yeah.
Africans.
So because I'm concerned about the people that live in
Complained about
shanty
Zimbabwe
towns.
and South
Yeah.
Africa. That's your complaints about Africa.
Uh-huh.
That's interesting.
Because the people are not being treated right.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So they're not treated right. What about the rest of Africa?
Pardon?
What about the way that they were treated when you guys were in power?
This is all just whataboutism, man.
Yeah, I really don't know about that, but I
I
do
know
know the way
some
they're
of it.
treated
I
now
know
by
that
their own
some
people
of
is
it.
disgusting.
You
I
answer
struggle
every
with that,
question
don't
with
I?
what about slavery?
What about this? What about
I know you
that?
struggle with that,
The
Dave.
Every
apartheid
question is what about
situation that
slavery?
happened there. The apartheid.
Struggle with
I
that,
see
Dave.
you on Nine Ethers the other day, Tash. You're
Did you?
Asian and you're trying to tell them that you wanted to get into their calls. It's quite funny, actually.
I'm
She's
Asian.
Asian.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you want to think then.
Well, why was you over there saying that the thing is, I really think that you should spread this out to the rest of us because do you really have to be a descendant of a slave and black to all this? Why was you begging it?
What are you talking about?
You was over on Nine Ethers begging it. That's what it looked like.
It's more like trying to up a
So
numbers with the
so
Bain
I'm
gang.
Asian. Hold on. I'm Asian and I'm begging it.
I don't really know what you are because
Black
you
people.
didn't put your camera on.
Oh, God.
be
What
fair.
Shakwa, what speech do you want to give?
You want to see what I look like, Jupiter?
Not really, no.
Right, okay. Well, I don't know why you're worried about that. I'm black. My parents are from Guyana, and that's
Is that
it. Maybe
British
you heard-
Guyana
maybe
or
you
just
heard the
Guyana?
British Guyana.
Uh-huh.
So maybe you're concerned about the fact that I mentioned about the suicide rate in Guyana and the Asians that were going through that. That might be where.
Well, that's Guyana's problem.
Ah, who said it's your problem? Who said it's your problem, Wendy?
Included in the calls, you were begging it blatantly.
Who am I begging? What was I begging?
Shakwa, how much do you want financially?
So I'm actually gonna try and
Someone
attempt-
give us a number.
No, there is no number. But let's but I can give you a starting point though. Yeah, this is what I can.
Does it involve us having to leave England? Like the other
You're
guy?
not reading a book out again, are you?
Yeah, an entire book. However,
do we have to
so
leave England?
I wanna quote from the Treasury, yeah. In 2018, yeah, the Office of the Treasury, February 2018, the 9th of February 2018.
Which Treasury? Which one?
The British government Treasury
okay.
office, yeah. They tweeted out a surprising Friday fact, as they called it, right? And the tweet reads, did you know that in 1833, Britain used 20 million, which was at that time 40% of its national budget, to quote unquote buy freedom for all the slaves in the empire?
Yeah.
the amount of money borrowed for the Slavery Abolition Act was so large that it wasn't paid off until 2015.
Yes, we already know this.
Which means that living British citizens helped to pay to the end of the slave trade. Yeah?
Yes.
Right. So
Liberty, isn't it? Don't you think it's fucking liberty when we've got them all moaning, all their descendants moaning now?
How grateful we should be. However,
look, if it wasn't for Britain, who knows how long that had gone on for?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. So there's two things there. Firstly, when they say that they to buy freedom for all slaves here in the empire, what they're referring to is the fact that the British government compensated.
Yes, we know.
Yes, we know that.
Thank you, but let me finish. Thank you very much. In the name of it being equally treated, compensated the enslavers,
slave owners, yes,
in this country to $20 million, which is like billions today.
Yes,
we know.
And obviously the enslaved never received any of this money.
That's right. That's right.
But
tell me why they should have done. The British only paid that because it was the only way they could get the freedom of the slaves, to buy them and then free them.
But however, the bigger thing here is that when we're talking about the idea that living British citizens help pay to the end of slavery, what they're referring to is that the government was taking back this in the form of taxes from the British people. Yeah. So that means that as Black people living in this country, to the extent that we were paying taxes, we have been contributing to paying off the debt of British enslavers to the government.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting that out in the ether.
But what's wrong with that?
Firstly, I don't expect you to understand what's wrong with that, but I'm sure that my African brothers and sisters.
Well, surely,
you know?
Let me ask you a question, Shaka.
Peace and love, family. I've got business to do. Maybe I'll come back later.
Bye.
Shaka, quick.
With you all.
Shaka, sorry, I wanted to ask you a question.
I'll put it to the rest of you.
Right, I'm gonna jam just for my brother Iram Monshele.
Yeah. So, what was that country that made themselves food self-sufficient for? I think it was 3 years or.
Burkina
We
Faso.
don't know, but there is a question that I would.
Burkina Faso, under the government of the great Thomas Sankara, made themselves food self-sufficient. They rejected IMF and World Bank loans, and Burkina Faso between the years of
I believe that if Shaka was around in the times of freeing the slaves, he wouldn't have freed them because he don't agree with it.
Yeah, because it had to pay towards their freedom. Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to pay to his own ancestors' freedom. What
So don't worry, go.
How immoral can you be? How immoral can you be? Complaining that you pay for your own Listen, if I knew one of my ancients, I would give my life to free them. Zachariah couldn't even pay his money. Zachariah couldn't even pay money. Grudges paying money to free his ancestors. That's sick, man. That's sick.
So between 1983 and 1987,
it didn't last long. Why did it only last that long?
I want to finish answering the question. Between 1983 and 1987, it took him 4 years to make the nation food self-sufficient, among other achievements during that time. But the very importantly, though, he did that whilst rejecting an IMF and a World Bank loan.
Right. So why did it only last that long? Why did it only last that long?
And encouraging other African nations to do the same. I have to go, but I'll speak to you all.
So why did it only last that long, though?
I will tell you why it didn't last that long.
He's not answering.
I'll tell you why it didn't last that long, and that was because of the French, the CIA, and what's called the IMF, and all these corporations get involved. Sorry.
You always
wanted to know the answer.
Undercover service. If it's not fucking MI5, it's the CIA. They're always conspiring, aren't they, just to ruin Black people's lives?
They are.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
It's not the CIA. So the CIA doesn't do that.
Oh God.
Not all the time. No. You're not as important as you think you are.
So anyway, if you're saying you've got a blueprint, why haven't any of the other countries followed the blueprint then?
Well, I don't think I'm important. You
Well,
need to
that's the
stop
point.
thinking you're important.
They turned into puppets. That's the point. They were if you know, the CIA and the World Bank and all these people, they installed their government. They installed the governments in. Well, this is, you know what I mean. You can check this up, innit? If I'm chatting shit, you can prove me wrong by checking this up. Not just saying I'm wrong, innit? Like, just look it up, innit? Yeah,
But you take it personally. You take it.
No, I don't take it personally. You take it personally.
I was
You take it
speaking of
personally. Because I've said this is what happened, and you've said, why are you always blaming the CIA for? Oh my God, it's not the CIA, it's the MI5.
What country was
So
this?
you don't take
What
it.
country?
Sorry, Burkina Faso. Burkina
Never
Faso.
heard of it. Never heard of it.
Yeah, of course you haven't heard of it.
How big is this country?
How big is this country? How would I know how big this country is? What are you talking about? Population? What mass? Land mass?
Land mass.
Okay,
I'm not gonna know that.
Population-wise, I meant as well. What I'm trying to say is, Raf, I've never heard of that country, so I
Of
wouldn't say it's a big global player. Hold on. So, what was the point of the CIA getting involved and taking them down?
Because of the fact that they wanted to establish what you call this a European hierarchy or hegemony control in that region. The point is that during this point there was this idea of Pan-Africanism or a united Africa, and you know, this goes back to even the 60s with the whole black people organizing and whatnot, and they saw this as a threat. So when they looked at Burkina Faso doing
They didn't
it,
really see it as much of a threat.
hold on.
They allowed Marcus Garvey to have all those shit. I mean, he managed to build himself
Marcus
up.
Garvey was before, even with Marcus Garvey, his thing was still, you know,
How
a lot of
come? Let me
infiltration.
ask this question. How come that fella, didn't actually have his own land though? Because he claimed that he was in charge of you all. And he had
Who
the
are you talking about?
King of Africa. He's going to be the king of Africa.
Who's the king of
Yeah,
Africa?
but why didn't he have a land, like an African land to
Who are you
go with
talking
that? Why? Marcus Garvey.
Marcus Garvey did. He was trying to use Liberia, but if you know the history, and this is one thing, you're not aware of the history.
But he never
he
went
was-
to Africa.
He
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm trying to explain to you what happened, innit? I'm not.
Liberia.
Liberia, yeah. He was
we know
done
about
for.
Liberia.
Liberia was an American colony, so
Yes.
it was set up
It
for,
wasn't a colony. No, get it right. It was a free state.
no, it was an American colony.
It was given to free
Colony.
slaves.
No, it
For
was
free slaves to run. It wasn't a colony.
okay. Well,
They ended up enslaving the indigenous people.
we will disagree with that.
They went straight over there and became enslavers themselves and ruined it for themselves.
Who did? Who did?
The
The
free
free
slave from
slaves
America.
How are you guys
Did
asking me
they?
questions and then not letting me talk?
Incredibles, yeah.
How are you asking me questions and then not letting me talk? I'm trying to explain to you what happened with Garvey's situation now. Garvey went there. No, he didn't go there per se, but he was
No, he didn't go there.
he was making certain deals and whatnot, and he was trying to get resources back there so that they can look to return some of the African Americans who wanted to leave back there. And I think he was done for supposedly fraud or something like that at that point, or something like, and he went to jail for a period of time. And that was the damaging thing that happened to Garvey. After that, yeah, it was an uphill, yeah, it was something like that. What you said, Dave. And then after that, it was just an uphill task from there. Like a lot of
After
people,
that, he went to London.
a lot of people. I don't know if he went. I'm not gonna lie. I should know that. I'm gonna study it more afterwards. But the idea is, yeah. Sorry, go on.
But the point is moot, though, isn't it? Because free slaves did go to Liberia.
He
With
had this global uniting ideal, okay, to unite Africa and be in charge of it all, but he didn't have a land in Africa that he sat on.
He was talking about Liberia. That's what I was telling you about. He was talking about Liberia. That was the land that he was.
Yeah, so why did he end up in London?
Because I just explained to you. Like, this is what I'm saying. You're asking the question, but even then, it's insincere because you could have gone and searched this up for yourself. But I've just explained to you that it's because when he tried, the government said that he was committing fraud or whatnot, and they got him arrested.
Yeah,
And he was in prison for a
Marcus
year.
Garvey was set up by the CIA. Hello?
He was what? Say that again.
Hello?
Yeah, you're low though. You're low. Your mic's low still. What? Say that again.
Yo,
Yeah, I can hear you. Brother, your connection is poor.
yo, you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yo,
can hear you
Thomas
now.
Sankara was killed by the French.
Yeah, but
It was
it was at the aid as well of the CIA and
Who was killed by the French? Who?
Thomas Sankara. This is the Burkina Faso. Talking about Burkina Faso.
Thomas Sankara.
Oh.
Of Burkina Faso.
So yeah, it was a coup set up and they killed him in the end or whatnot. But I'm talking about Marcus Garvey and the reason why he couldn't establish it properly because part of when he was doing part of the journey, he was thrown into prison for it, for fraud and whatnot and everything. So that took a back toll to whatever he was trying to do, and the whole fear of when it comes to the CIA and whatnot has been this idea of a black messiah, and this is well documented in the CIA files. So
That was J. Edgar Hoover.
J. Edgar Hoover, that's it. So yeah, when
was a wrong one though, wasn't it?
okay, so at least we can agree on that, innit? So this is why we're saying that when it comes to why has Africa not been able to thrive the way it has, it's always been because of some European intervention into those nations, and you guys are not aware of it. That's why when we tell you this,
We are weird, but the counterpoint to that always is the people on the ground, the people that are being corrupted. If you don't allow someone to corrupt you, these things cannot happen.
no, but that's the point. Dave, hold on. Yeah, I was gonna say that there's examples of nations where they tried to corrupt them and they couldn't corrupt them, and what happened was their plane fell out of the sky. So either way, it like you like when people say, "Oh, what's it called?" When you say the people, what's it called, can do something about it, and that we should blame the people for being corrupted. Yeah, well, there were examples of it where I think it's Venezuela is one famous one. Not Venezuela. I think it was Ecuador or something like that. And this one of these countries, South American, two of them actually. But yeah, they were very famous for their leaders just having a plane crash when after they've done a deal where the so-called
it was when they was refusing deals with the
yeah.
with the oil companies or with the American business companies that was coming in.
Yeah.
And then obviously that economic hitman gets sent in from that.
Yeah.
If you don't play ball, the economic hitman comes in to really your shit.
Yeah.
And then puts the puppet in power. So obviously they got control over what they're doing, innit?
And that's what's happened in Africa as well. That's where it's gone, and that's why you can't see Africa thriving, because this is intentionally done. This is not like Africa not thriving. It's all part of them keeping them in that position so that they continue to loot their resources. So we're not
But
complaining.
again, like you said, like Raph was saying then, yeah, when there is people that come into power for these places in South America, in the Caribbean, Boris Bishop, in Africa, even in some places in Europe, if the IMF or whoever it is, big business, multinational companies, if they don't agree with the people that's in power, and they're going to be turning the power over to the people rather than to the multinational companies, that man's got to go, and he always does go.
Yeah, but here's the counter to that point. Can you not play ball with these people?
Why would I play ball with something that is damaging your country?
I'll tell you what, yeah.
Nah,
Who's playing ball at the moment, yeah? I'll tell you who's playing ball at the moment, yeah? And it seems like it's going okay for them at the moment, yeah? Is it Kagame of, what's that country? Rwanda, is it?
Rwanda's doing very well.
Right, so he's playing ball at the moment, but is that, I don't know what detriment that may bring for his thing, innit? So like he's got partnerships with the De Beers and other like mining companies where it's half owned by the state and half owned by the mining company. So, you know what I'm saying? That he's able to do deals where it's half state owned, half private owned. So at least the people of the land are able to benefit of it, and then the vultures from the outside are still able to vulture and grab up from whatever they can from outside. So
if
like things going well at the moment, but he's only just come into power a little while ago. Isn't it?
But so if I said to you, it's in capitalist interest for countries to have thriving economies, would you think that's not true?
I would say it's in a capitalist interest for countries to have a thriving economy with their business is there. If their businesses ain't there and their economy can thrive, then now economic hit around them so they can get their businesses in there. And either the country either thrives or it gets a puppet regime which doesn't care about it.
Because a lot of these South American countries got themselves into a position when they started siding with Russia and things like that, right? And going to communism.
No, that's wrong. When they was being self-sufficient, the last one was Hugo Chavez, I think, when they was being self-sufficient, like Ralph was talking about the Ecuador president, he gave an actual speech, one of them gave a speech saying that he knows that the CIA are going to kill him, for not taking deals and so and so. But he's still not taking the deal because he wants the states to be independent. And he mysteriously died in the airplane. The airplane blew up.
So when they were self-efficient, what was their GDP?
What's that?
When they were self-efficient, what was their GDP?
Everyone was doing well in countries. We're talking about what country are you talking about? Burkina Faso.
He's playing for this guy.
Ecuador.
Yeah. What was the GDP?
One of them. I don't know what their GDP was. I can't give you that data, but I can say that obviously they made the stuff nationalized. So the people of the country was able to, so the people of the country was earning from the resources rather than being drained by the resources.
Yeah, but you look at somewhere like Cuba, they was thriving economically, weren't they? Before communism came in. And then
they're still thriving today. What are you talking about?
When was Cuba thriving? What?
Cuba's still thriving.
40s, 50s.
No, hold on. That's not fair because Cuba's still thriving today. Even that,
the standard of living in Cuba is poor.
No,
their literacy rate's above Europe and America.
Yeah.
So what? They can't even build a car.
Yeah, because they've been embargoed. They've got trade sanctions against them.
Exactly.
They can't trade with this one, that one, or the other one.
Yeah, but that's
what do you mean? How's that your point then? Your point is that you have to be a fucking bitch to the West or shut your mouth. That's what it is. That's the point that you're making.
So if in your words, being a bitch to the West means your standard of living increases 4 times, 5 times. That is what then? It's not worth it.
But why can't they be self-sufficient though? This is the point that we keep making. Yeah, but wait, listen. Listen to the point that we keep making. Yeah? It's that when the place goes to be self-sufficient, where the resources of the place are going to be used to enriching the people of the land, the economic hitman comes in and starts offering deals, which is skewed. If they don't take it, then it goes further and further from there. So it's like, why can't the places be independent and working for themselves?
Right.
Why
so
do you have to have a
Denmark
in
independent?
my country? You got your shit over there popping.
Is
Denmark
independent?
Why can't we have our shit popping over here?
Is Denmark independent? Is Denmark independent?
Independent. What do you mean is Denmark independent?
Are they independent?
What's Denmark got to do with the economic hitman?
Because we're talking about, you're basically making the point that countries cannot be independent.
Well, I don't know. Have they got IMF loans? Fucking McDonald's on every high street and so, this, that, and the other, and all the big companies that are owned by multinationals, Google and blah, 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 blah. If they are, then they're in their pockets, isn't it?
See, I just see that as business. I just see that as business. I don't see that as
business.
Yeah, you see that as business, but what business do you do? Well, who do you employ?
Well, me personally.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you're saying you just see that as business, like you do big business.
Not really. No, I didn't think that was an indictment on myself. But if you're not looking to do business, then yeah, of course, countries cut you out of the loop.
They're not cut, bro. What are you talking about, bro? You can still do trade without having their tentacles within your government and your system and how it runs. That's not the point we're making about, oh, we want to isolate ourselves. Of course, we can still trade between us. The point is that when it comes to the resources of the country, when it comes to resources of the country, it is controlled and run by outside people. And those people come from the West. This is what we keep telling you. But you keep acting like saying something.
Is Saudi Arabia controlled?
Yeah,
Sorry?
yeah, they are controlled. They're controlled by America.
Of course, they've got Nando's there, for fuck's sake.
Saudi, come on, you telling me that Saudi
So having a Nando's means that the government, you got a puppet government.
Britain sells arms. Britain sells arms to Saudi Arabia, and they drop bombs on Yemen. So Britain are not implemented in the.
Circumstantial. That's circumstantial.
Listen, let me finish the sentence here, because you don't keep fucking cutting off every time someone's talking. Yeah, in the middle of it, it's like cutting. Yeah, and my battery's gonna die soon as well. Yeah, but like I'm saying, so if Britain's selling arms to Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia dropping bombs on Yemen, and then England's doing charity appeals for fucking Yemen and sending the Red Cross there as well. It's like you got your hands in both pies, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're selling the arms that's getting bombed, and you're providing the charity for the people that's getting bombed on the other side.
So that means that the government is controlled by the West, yeah?
So really, it don't benefit anyone. It don't benefit the British because
It doesn't mean that, but
the money that they're getting for selling the bombs, they're spending.
It don't benefit the British people. It benefits the companies, though.
It don't because the money that they're getting the money they're getting for selling the arms, they're spending on giving out.
What? Are you joking? Do you think that the amount of money that they receive on arms is the amount that they spend on charitable causes? Is that what you're saying? Wait, hold on. Are you saying that the amount that Britain sells in arms, the British arms company sells in arms, that these arms companies then spend the amount on aid, the same amount that they're selling on aid?
For that particular place, yeah.
No, that's.
Talking about people, you guys, come on, man. Look, we're not going to argue with you. We're going to have a sensible argument. And this is all you guys say. Oh, but it's coming their own.
So, Veli, can you prove why it's the Yemen attack?
What kind of business is that? Wait, do you know of any company that spends all of their profit on aid?
No, of course not.
Have you ever heard of a company?
No, she just said, of course.
Why did the arms company going to do that then? Why did the arms company do that then?
Eh?
Why would the arms companies do that?
No, the only thing I would say about selling arms is that you can sell arms to whoever. If they go and use the arms, that's not our problem.
You beat it up logically, you beat it up logically, fam.
So is it in our interest for Saudi Arabia to attack the Yemen? Is it in the West's interest?
I don't know.
The interest is money. The West's interest is money. So it doesn't matter what they do with it.
So basically what you're saying is it's in the interest of the West for Saudi Arabia to attack the Yemen.
Oh my God.
Would we rather them not actually do it?
Yeah, but Raf, listen to me. Of course it's to do with money. Why do you think that you want your company to stand on its own? For money.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
No.
It's not because of money.
So, Raf, can you explain why the West would want
because of the power, influence, and what they're doing to Africa? That's not my issue for them leaving Africa. My thing is not to do with money. I hate money, man. I think it's one of the problems of the world. But
imagine if listen. Imagine if colonization went like a place, like you went to a place and you actually made it self-sufficient, yeah, and then you left the place. Do you think that people will complain about colonization?
Yeah, but we live in a globalized world.
Wait, no, but I'm saying, answer that question. Do you think that you would complain about colonization, yeah, if someone came to your place, yeah, you was living like savages, and then they left your place and you was living like kings, would you complain about that?
Right, you know when the British were
No, hold on. You ain't even answering no questions. Like, you know, ain't
My
answering
question,
no
Lee,
questions.
I would be allowed to answer
What do you
it
mean
how
no
I want
questions?
to answer it.
I ask you, is it in the interest of the West for Saudi to attack the Yemen?
Yeah, because there's business benefits.
What business benefit?
They're selling arms and they're selling aid.
Selling aid.
Yeah, providing aid. Well, charity, they get whatever charity work they're doing in it. Like they get to do whatever they. I don't know about charity in it yet, but I know that selling arms is definitely a profitable fucking business. Definitely a profitable business.
No, Saudi's got their own political interests. Saudi has been funding all kinds of God knows what around the world.
Yeah, right. So I answered your question. Wait, hold on. I answered your question. Okay, wait. I answered your question there, yeah? Yeah, hold on. I answered your question there, yeah? So I answered the question that I asked you, yeah? Would people complain about being colonized if after they was colonized, yeah, when the people left, they was living like kings and their place was actually working and beneficial to them? Would they complain about that sort of colonization?
Obviously not.
Yeah.
Has anywhere in the world ever been colonized like that?
South Korea.
Fuck's sake.
Vietnam would have been booming right now if America won. That country would have been flying.
Yeah, but listen, when Britain gave Nigeria back its independence, it was in a really good place.
When Britain gave back who?
They weren't left with shit. They were left with all the infrastructure.
Wait, hold on. Say that again. Which country are you talking about?
Nigeria, but they didn't maintain
Oh
it.
my days, are you serious? Jupiter, please don't do this, man.
The problem of what they did do,
Did
I'll
you
tell
say
you
they
what.
left Nigeria in a good state when they left?
The only thing that I will say that they did wrong
Oh
is they
my
left the wrong people in charge.
Jupiter, are you no? Say that again. Are you saying that they left Nigeria in a good state when they left Nigeria? Is that what you're trying to tell me now?
Yeah, if you see there's footage.
Oh my
if you want
fucking days!
in a minute, I'll have a look for you and tell you the video footage that shows
Oh.
Nigeria and what they were doing in 1948.
Yeah, hold on. Someone in the chat has made it.
Yeah, but
Oh my
you do
God.
understand. You
Yeah,
do understand
so
the
Nigeria was given away in
you do understand the
1948.
mischievousness.
When
What
was
happens
Nigeria-
when
wait, Jupiter, when was Nigeria independent? When was Nigeria?
we have to be honest. Even after independence, like they had a lot of European influences in their banks and financial sectors, and
Yep.
it was sort of it was kind of weird for even black people to even be bank managers in those days and certain things like that. So
Yeah.
you
Hold
have
on.
to be honest, man.
One second.
After independence,
When was the
No,
when
when
was
you-
Nigeria?
when they got independence, that's a lie.
100%, 100%.
That's a lie.
Yeah, but what basically
100%.
Rwanda's been financed by China. Someone in the chat's putting this truth. They took a massive loan off China. That's that because you mentioned Rwanda earlier. Yeah, China has borrowed them billions and billions.
Strength. Jupiter, when did Nigeria get its independence?
Oh God, they just had their thingy. Was it when was it, Hector?
1960. 1960 was the independence.
That's what I was going to say. It's 60, isn't it? Like around Jamaica time.
Yeah.
Why did you mention 1948?
In 1948, they were over there and they had footage of them showing what they were doing over there and what their intentions was. I'll show you all the facts.
So, Jupiter, 1948, was that still a colony or was it independent? Was it so-called independent state sort of? Because I swear Rafton said that the independence was 68.
1960.
Oh, 1960.
It was
Yeah, so
still
that
a
was like
colony.
just before that.
It was still a colony.
Ghislaine Maxwell pleaded not guilty.
Why? What?
She'll be dead in a week.
Ghislaine Maxwell plead not guilty, yeah?
Yeah. She'll be dead, trust me. Her head will be chopped off or something.
Hey, that might have been the one thing that might have been able to take the pressure off, boy. Gee.
Can you imagine her on trial? That trial is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
They should get.
Yeah. Obviously, dating in America's plea bargain, isn't it, man? Plea deals, like, so. Right, they're just gonna keep getting out with plea deals, like come with this and that's plea deal for this.
I thought she would have started talking already. I thought she would have started talking by now for sure.
She might be a gangster though. She might be like, what's her name, man? What was the other fucking shit, the American lady, man. Fucking American apple pie lady. She went jail for long, boy. I'm riding. Like, but listen, in American jails though, yeah? In American jails, like, you know, like the pedophiles got a separate wing in the UK jails, isn't it? Like, you could go to vulnerable prisons, but in the induction, first of all, fam, like, they're supposed to be moving to the pedophiles, man. They're supposed to get killed, like, kill on sight, you get me? So, yeah, boy.
Do you know how they caught her? They caught her because of her phone. She wrapped it in tinfoil. She thought that would stop the signal. And the man said, track her phone.
They had her tracked for ages, isn't it? She probably thought she was getting away, and they was probably waiting for her to get comfortable and start acting like everything was normal. And then said, yeah, we're gonna snatch you. When you feel comfortable to think everything's normal, that's when we're gonna snatch you up. You hear me? What? Wayne Maxwell. So, dad was a media guy, innit? Yes, man.
Yeah, he threw himself off a boat or something, didn't he? Killed himself. And he ripped off people's pensions or something.
Yeah, the pension scam thing, innit?
He fucking took my father's pension.
Serious? Bloody hell.
Yeah, my father worked for the Daily Mirror.
Fucking hell.
That's fucking, isn't it? Imagine you work your whole life, man, and they fucking scammed off. Hey, you see, this is what I don't understand. Where there's, especially the poorer in society, yeah, like the poorer white people, where they support the right wing, man, because it's the right wing that always shines to the poorer whites in the UK all the time.
Yeah, in the end up, they did manage to get justice for that. My dad managed to get his payout and stuff. But what do we call it? There was a lot of sort of like protest and stuff about it.
Yeah, but the Labour Party is abandoned to the white working class. They completely abandoned it.
Why do you have to go to the Labour Party? There's other people, and the other parties as well. What's the other party that's out there?
Liberal Democrats.
Well, Liberal Democrats are like kind of posh as well, though, isn't it?
The Green Party.
I don't think they're going to do
Party. Come on, Green Party. Alright, Raving Lunar Monster Party.
Lord Such. That was his name. Lord Such. That guy was awesome. I remember that. I remember it. It was very, very memorable.
Monster Party, mate.
But the thing is, people actually voted for them.
Yeah, acid plans on and shit, yeah?
They was a legitimate political party.
Yeah, I think Farage is going to launch his own.
Legalize warehouse raves and fucking weed.
Breaking up.
Do you think Nigel Farage is like a commoner, a UK commoner?
No, of course he's not. But his politics are closer to ours than the Labour Party, that's for sure.
Okay. what sort of politics is Nigel Farage? What's Nigel Farage's party going to be? Or what party is he associated with at the moment?
The Brexit party. So a lot of his campaign is just been done basically on Brexit and so on and so forth. So he's going to have to put out a manifesto, isn't he? He's pro-gun. He's pro-gun, I know that. He wants to legalize firearms in the UK.
Okay.
He'll never do that.
What, it was Dunblane that got firearms made illegal, wasn't it?
Well, handguns in Northern Ireland, yeah. Handguns in Northern Ireland.
We've got your lad hunting rifles and stuff like that still.
Yeah.
You're not allowed handguns and all that. And all that stuff still, man.
I mean, the police in Ireland are armed. Not Northern Ireland, Ireland proper. They're armed. The Garda.
The UK police are.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah, though, is it?
Of course they are. I mean, every police district in London or the UK has a armed response unit available within minutes.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, listen to this. Yeah, we was playing about after school. Yeah, we had remember the lighters that was a gun lighter.
Yeah.
We was playing about with a gun lighter after school. Yeah, and my mate must have pulled it out here like he was going to shoot someone. Yeah, and obviously just lights a cigarette or whatever. Yeah. There's woo woo woo, get on the floor, get on the floor. Policeman.
Yeah, back in the day, there was this. It was in Brixton. It was on Cold Harbour Lane. This Rasta, he'd obviously lost the plot, and it was like a revolver, a 6-shooter. And it was a lighter, and he's going buck wild round the estate, and he's pulling out this lighter and he's pointing it at people. They didn't ask any questions. They just shot the Rasta dead. Well, this must have been about 25 years ago. They just shot him dead. They didn't ask any questions, man. It's like, excuse me, sir. Is that fake or is it real? No, man. They're just like, done. And do you remember that Irishman in Hackney? He had a table leg.
Oh, yeah, he had a table leg. He had a table leg.
Yeah.
Underneath his arm, they shot him here, man.
Yeah, he just pointed it at the police, and they're saying, excuse me, sir, is that a table leg or a shotgun? Would you mind? No, fuck you, man. Bang, you're gone. I
remember that.
You ain't going to fuck around in a situation like that.
Yeah, man. Got to be careful out here, B.
Man.
Get shot by police around there, bro. It's true. You get shot by fucking criminals right there, man. So.
But it was I don't know if you've subscribed to this YouTube channel. It's called Scar City.
Oh yeah, Scar City Studios, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's really good, man. That's really good. I've always watched these videos, man. But these 3 white guys were bringing in weapons from Europe. They were mainly like 6-shooters, revolvers. But I was like 95. They caught this guy. They did like a hard stop on him, and they pulled him up, and like he had a plastic bag with like 9 fucking 6-shooters in it. It's mad. I mean,
I think that's what they do. You know, they try to they do the thing, yeah, until you get comfortable. Yeah, that's what they do. You know, they'll fucking watch you until you get comfortable and lazy, and then fucking yam you like that.
Well, they want to catch you with the evidence. They want to.
Yeah,
I mean, the thing is,
caught with 6 straps in a fucking plastic bag. What the fuck?
You're done, mate. You're done. You're done. You got 15 years, man.
And you know what? You know what's mad? Yeah, you see, like UK jails. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of stuff about USA jails in it as well. Yeah, and it's like, hey, UK jails fuck free jail and all that still, man. But, bruh, not as fucked up as the American one still.
Oh, mate, listen. You think when you're in the belly of the beast in the States, yeah, there's no Rule 43. There's no segregation. So no matter what you've been jailed for, you're going in the general population, and it's good luck, my friend. Yeah, it's not. You don't get no
that's what I'm
special
saying.
treatment.
If you're not,
if you're a nonce, a bent copper, a grass, you know, a judge that's done wrong and he's been in prison.
Even if you've done a drive-by, as well, they'll kill you as well, innit, man?
Yeah, you're not getting no special treatment, man. Whereas in this country, obviously, you can, you know, oh no, I can't be put in the general population because, oh my God, so okay, we'll put you to one side. Yeah, man. In the States, man, it's just raw.
I watch, there's one dude called Big Herc, yeah. I watch him, yeah. Every time all he talks about is fucking getting your cheeks busted and shit like that, yeah. I'm like, wow, this brother's mad. You get me? That man's mad. But anyway, yeah, there's a next don called Sean Atwood, yeah. He got done for fucking loads of E's in America, yeah, UK guy. And he's talking about his time in jail, innit? And it's like,
banged up abroad, Sean Atwood. Yeah.
Sean Atwood, man. His thing was mad, fam. Trust me. And
Well, there was
don
this,
called, there's a don
you
called
talk
T-Bone.
you talk about
There's
banged
a don
up.
called T-Bone, yeah? And then fucking, he describes all the fights and whatever that he has, innit? My man's like a fucking, some fucking superhero in prison, innit? You get stopped, man, getting raped and shit. Mad thing.
I mean, you talk about being banged up abroad. I'll tell you this story about a guy from Lewisham. He was a property developer. He moved to Australia to carry on with his property development business, and he was doing really well. Made shitloads of money. Had a beautiful Australian wife, had kids. But two and two, they've broken up, and he's ended up in Thailand. He's met this Thai woman, a beautiful Thai woman. He's set up business in Thailand. He's got a big house there. He's got like a tourist sort of business going on, and this is a true story. But he was selling E's out in Thailand.
Oh yeah, fuckery, yeah.
Yeah, and he got sold out. Those people, they'd sell you out for a fiver.
Yeah, quick.
He got
because
raided.
obviously this is definite for selling drugs in Thailand. So man's gonna sell you
Well,
out
it's not-
early, bro. So you might as well know.
It's not death. They haven't executed someone for a long time, but this was his conundrum. This was the hole he found himself in, because they've raided his house. They found 6,000 pills. They've obviously seized all of his assets, his house, his cars, his businesses, his bank accounts. And they've just said, look, you've got two options. If you plead not guilty, you're going to get the death sentence. If you plead guilty, we'll show mercy upon your sorry ass. So he had no choice. So all of that wealth, all of that trouble he went through, and it all went. And he had to plead guilty, and he got 50 years.
Yeah.
He got 50 years. And he's in the
That's
bang
like that
bang.
fucking Sean Atwood story, cuz, yeah. He was doing trading, yeah, and already made a fucking million. He was already a millionaire, yeah, and started fucking selling these in fucking raves and shit, and opening up fucking venues and all this sort of stuff, providing this one with ease and that one with ease, and having different shipments. Fucking with, next thing you know, he's linked up with the fucking Mexican cartel, Mexican mafia, and all this shit. The thing was mad, bro. And when you see him, you're like, bro, you're lucky you didn't get wrapped in on your first
Well,
sale. You know?
do you remember? It must have been about 10 years ago. But they do the police in this country, about every so often, they do the most 10 wanted.
Yeah.
You know, the most 10 wanted people, like, this guy's a fucking paedophile, we can't find him. This guy's a drug dealer, this guy's a murderer. You know, where are these people? We don't know. So we're going to do this national campaign. We're going to put their faces up in the press and everything. So if anyone knows where this person is, you know, blah, 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 do the honourable thing as an honourable citizen. And yeah, if anyone's got any information, mate, you might even get a reward for it. So I'm not going to go into too much details, but a good friend of mine, his pal was one of those people. Yeah, his face was in a national press campaign, and it was for drug dealing. It was for selling. Him and his Cody got caught with 10 million pills. Yeah, his Cody got caught. He had it on his toes. He was gone. Now they thought the guy was in Spain. Yeah, so they put out it like that, possibly in Spain, but he wasn't. The guy was from Newcastle, but he was plotted and he was hiding down in Manchester. So his Cody got 10 years because he got caught. He went, the evidence was there, and that was it. So 7 years later, they've put out this national campaign. They've put his face in the papers, on the news, and he's one of the most wanted. So he's gone, fuck it. I'm just going to have to draw a line in it and just give myself up. Give myself up. So he should
have just fucking done his bird in the first strip.
Right, no, but they thought he was. They thought he was in Spain. He wasn't. He was in Manchester. So he's handed himself into the police station. Look, you've done. Look, it's me. I put my hands up. And do you know what happened? And this is the thing. They arrested him and they took him to court, and he got away with it on a technicality because the police destroyed the evidence.
Oh shit!
And he walked out of the Old Bailey. He walked out of the Old Bailey. The guy's name's Spoonie. He's a good friend of one of my brethren from school. Yeah, and I met the guy, and he's still shouting. It's amazing. It's amazing. But he walked because they destroyed the evidence, and on a technicality, on a lawful technicality, he just walked.
You should have took that as luck and walked away, man. So
but his poor mate, his Cody, he's probably out now.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it would have been out by the 7 years, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you get a 10 stretch, you're gonna at least do 6 or 7. Yeah, as long as you behave yourself, be a good boy, you'll be out in no time. Amazing, man.
Yeah, man. Shit.
But if you want to live that life and that's the road you want to go down, then good luck to you, my friend. Good luck to you, because you're gonna.
Yeah, no. Do you know what? Yeah, differently. Like, man was talking about UK jails or whatever. Yeah, and like, if UK jails are starting to get a bit like American jails, car. Certain things are happening in the young YOIs. That's mad, like fucking ISIS and Chelmsford, Feltham.
Yeah, they call it Prislam. It's Prislam.
Bruv, listen, some beefs that are kicking off, or some things that's happening to certain. Some used to getting bullied, yeah, and they can't say nothing. You get me? Because of the snitching thing and this. Bruv, it's fuckery still for some of these younger ones. So,
I mean, I used to be back in the day. I used to
stay away from crime for your benefit, innit?
Yeah, no, yes, it's a mug. You're a mug. Unless you're, do you know what I'm saying? One is I'm going to dip in, I'm going to cut that change and just fucking get out of it and just leave it alone. Yeah?
Yeah, but that's how everyone, that's how it starts, though. They're just going to go this, and you're just going to do one step, then next thing you know, you're fucking 10 years down the line, you're still with the game, bro. Like, so forget about the game, yeah? Do have a different business plan that's nothing to do with that, yeah. And put your 10-year thing on that, because at least if it don't work out, yeah, you're not gonna fucking go jail. You know, got people trying to rob you. Get me? Like, your Codys ain't trying to turn on you, and there's not certain areas you can't go to, and this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah, and all the other shit that comes with it. Like,
Veli, I'm nearly 50 years old. I'm nearly 50 years old. I'm from Walthamstow. Yeah, and I know enough things that have gone on in the past, man. I've got to, do you know what I'm saying? And wow, mate.
Yeah, man. That's why I just say that you gotta try and stay away from this.
Yeah, well, I listen, man. I'm not gonna sit here and spill my guts, man. But there came a point in my life where there was that road and it wired off, yeah, and it was like you've got this direction and you've got that direction. Which direction do you choose to walk, my friend? And I chose the right direction. I chose the right path. because I'm still sitting here today and I'm free to speak and my life is good. Everything's fucking wonderful. But then when I know certain people from the past who took that wrong path, yeah.
There's a couple of men that ain't doing nothing, like no crime, no gangster business, man, but they're doing some fucking good international business and all that, man. And the same thing, because they stuck to their, well, I've got my plan to get to this level, and then to get to the next level, to get to the next. I'm telling you, there's a lot of people here that are they living in local ends in the UK that have got like international business that they travel back and forth for. I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
I know some dons, man. I ain't gonna speak on what they do or what. Like, it's not nothing illegal or nothing in it, but it's not like my business in it.
Listen, I know certain people from the ends like Forest Gate, you know, and they did that thing. They went into the game, they made the dough, and they stepped back and gone, right, okay, now I'm gonna carry myself in a legitimate way. And I'm not going to go into any details or, you know, go into any stories, but there were smart people and there was the stupid ones. Yeah. Even on that Scar City, the most recent one, a guy I know, Jason Perry, up to his old tricks again, burgling, cutting the telephone lines and robbing just a thief, you know, and it's like, you don't change, bro. You've been doing this shit all your life. You're a career criminal. You just got banged up for 8 years. You're going to do at least 5. And it's like you're going to come out and it's like, how are you going to be when you're 60? Are you still going to be doing the same thing? Do you know what I'm saying? Get a fucking trade, man. Do something. Get a job. Be a fucking... Just be a member of the society, man.
I know a guy from Nigeria, yeah, who goes about getting fridges. So he gets all fridges, yeah, all broken fridges and freezers and all that, yeah, and sends them off, gets them repaired in
ships them back.
Nigeria, gets the gas, and sells them back, on, and it's being all right, man. He's sending containers back on a regular basis, like on a monthly basis.
Listen, up by my mum's, yeah, I'm not going to say where, but up by my mum's, just down the road, there's a compound. They got about, must be at least 7 or 8 containers, and they're doing exactly the same thing. I see old TVs, old flat screen TVs, fridges. They're just wrapping it up, putting it and just shipping it all back. You can see it, and I think that's to crack on, man. I mean, if that's how you're going to make your money, and no one's getting hurt, and you're not robbing no one, and you're just, do you know what I'm saying? You know, refurbishing or, you know, the shit.
A lot of the fridges that my man's getting are given to man already, because obviously they're like broken fridges. You can't bring them to the thing where we have to call someone to get rid of it for you. So most people like some people are like leaving it outside the front of their house to see if someone comes and takes it.
Yeah, but the thing is,
then they try and get rid of it.
We live in a throwaway society. This is the problem. In this capitalist fucking society, we live in a throwaway society. Do you know what I'm saying? So you know, something that could be fixed and you could put some longevity on it. No, you just throw it out and go and buy a new one.
Yeah, it's not like stolen cars or that, man. It's like freezers. You know, that fridge freezers and the gas thing when it's broken or the inside if it's cracked or
F-gas,
not working it and someone's got rid of it. My man's just making a container and just shotting them.
Yeah, man, that's that's being an interpreter, because you're taking something that someone's thrown away, you're making it good and selling it onto someone else. I mean,
I know a Jamaican guy, yeah, he does car parts to Jamaica as well. Yeah, so and same thing. Yeah, he started off selling
sending barrels of car parts, yeah, and now he's sending containers. He started off sending barrels, then he went half with someone on the container, and now he's sending his own container with car parts to repair and refurbish cars or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? That so
Yeah, because
like Cat D cars and shit like that.
exactly, because in them parts of the world, you don't have like, it's not like you could go online and like, well, okay, well, I need a fucking alternator, I need a gasket, or I need a fucking. Do you know what I'm saying? So it makes fucking perfect sense. You just send it back. You just get a whole heap of car parts. You send it back. They've probably got a shop back there. So like, man, I need some bushes for my control arms on my suspension. They go, yeah, man, we got that, man. Just send that. Yeah, man, we got that. Yeah, there we go. Makes sense. It makes sense.
But listen, man, it's not everyone over there like in these places are broken poor though, you know. Cause like my cousin, yeah, for example, yeah, just one person, yeah, don't really like flying into fucking shit like that online or whatever anyway. But just for the example, is that like she owns properties, not to like one house, innit? She's on her third property now. Yeah. She travels regularly back and forth to America and the UK. Yeah, she got another side hustle where when she comes to the UK, she comes with an empty suitcase, fills it up with clothes from Primark and shit. When she goes to America, and she goes like Target, that's like and she goes what's it called over here? The retro TK Maxx.
Yeah, TK Maxx. Yeah.
Get me? She goes TK Maxx because they got like designers for a little bit cheap or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That goes back and sells it all the clothes back in Finland because obviously like everyone wants like clothes from abroad, innit? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man.
Yeah, so I mean, you know,
there's bare ways that you can get little hustles on to make
of course, man.
in your little circles in this, that, and the other that don't involve crime, drugs, robbery, anything heinous or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? That so, but it's literally trying to understand, find out what they are and how you can do them. You get me? So
yeah, anything to cut a change. Anything to cut a change. Damn.
Trust me. Cash rules. Right there, you get me? Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, nah, not Naf though.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about later? Naf, man. That's about fucking 30 fucking years ago, man. Naf. Jesus Christ.
Something like that, man.
Veli, how old are you, Veli, if you don't mind me asking?
I ain't telling you, man. I'm hiding my age on purpose. I'm 21.
Oh, cool, man. No problem.
You know what? Yeah, differently. I'll tell you why though. Yeah, because everyone else is hiding their age. Before people was actually everyone that knows me, I'll tell them like people know how old I am or whatever. It's never really been a thing like that. But on this YouTube thing, people were like quite. I'm not free with my business anyway. But people are secretive with a lot of so and so in it. So I'm like, I'm gonna keep my cards close to my chest as well. Innit?
Yeah, no, I'm 49 years old, man.
Yeah. I'm not 49 years
old, still. Yeah, man, that big 5-0, that big. I know, and that's the thing. It's like I've got this you know, it's that when people say, you know, life begins at 40. Yeah, life does begin at 40. It begins to end because your youth is spent. Yeah, and from 40 onwards, it's just a downward spiral into old age and death. So enjoy it as much as you can because, damn.
And your way up, yeah, man.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm saying if there's other routes as well, isn't it? Like, right, if you do work hard when you're, say, like a younger, like from your like when you go to school to when you leave school to like when you become an adult or whatnot. More of the times when you come down to when you get to your late 30s, 40s or whatever, you might be in a position where you're close to paying the end of your mortgage off.
Yeah,
you know
of
what I'm saying?
course,
Like,
yeah.
you
Yeah,
get
you
little bits and pieces done. You got your family there, and you got a house and car, and you go on holiday a couple of times or once a year or whatever. You're starting to make a little, you know what I'm saying, like a little financial gain behind your name or whatever. Like,
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. If you get a mortgage at 20 and you hold down a job and you do that daily grind, then yeah, by the time you're 45, the mortgage is paid for, and you're just sitting sweet. The bank doesn't own your house; you own it. It's yours.
Yeah.
You work for it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, all these people are like, well, I own a house. I've got a house. Oh, I've got a mortgage. No, if you don't keep up them payments, you can't honor that mortgage. They're just gonna come and take it from you. And
but
there's
it's like
nothing
you
you
say,
can
man.
do
Like,
about it.
there's people that I know, yeah, that take routes of paying off their mortgage, which means they may have to be tight on other things, yeah, but it gives them takes years off of the mortgage, innit? So it ends up you paying less money over time as well. So you might feel like you're paying more up front, yeah, but over the long run you end up paying less money in it because the years of interest get cut down. If you can, do you know what I'm saying? Like if you can cut years off your mortgage every time you, do you know what I'm saying? Like so if you say you got a mortgage, yeah, and you pay 10% extra on your like depending on what your mortgage contract is in it, like you might, I think sometimes the minimum is like you can pay 10% more. You might get one where you can pay a little bit extra or whatever in it, yeah. So if you're paying an extra 10% on your mortgage, or hold on there. So if you're paying an extra 10% on your mortgage every every month for whatever, like 10, 15 years, that might clear your mortgage from a 25-year mortgage to a 15-year mortgage or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
But then Leighton said in the chat, what a lot of people tend to do is they remortgage to get a little, you know, a little bunts in the bank. Like, look,
no, because you need to be tight with yourself. Yeah, no, you need to be tight on yourself instead of doing that remortgage thing and trying to look flash and all that. Yeah, you need to try and invest your dough in other places. Like,
hold it down, man.
If you're, try and move to like fucking, having savings accounts, so high interest savings account or the self-investment pension fund, all them sort of stuff there, and things like that, where you're trying to chip in some extra dough into that, so you can bubble up your extra little P that you got in there. You get me?
Yeah, no, I get you, man. Listen, man, I just need
like,
to,
alright, so what? Check it like this then, if you're paying off a little extra 10% or whatever, and you're doing your savings or whatnot, you end up paying your mortgage off early or whatnot, So then you've got a lump now in your savings or in your mortgage is because obviously your rent is really the bulk of your money that you're paying out, innit?
Yeah.
So you've got no rent no more, and then you've got another lump mortgage, You can slap that onto a deposit for next property that you could just rent out, and
of course,
that can pay for itself.
I mean, my landlord has over 200 properties.
Yeah, but again, if a man to get to that 200 properties, you got to first get to your first one. All right.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I mean, he's got 200 properties, but he doesn't actually own them because he was obviously all of the he pays for the mortgage off the back of the rentals. And this guy is a Jewish guy. He drives around in a fucking 04 Fiesta van, for God's sake.
But he's got cribs on galore. So
but he's got at least 200 properties, man. At least. And his son rolls around in like a an 08 fucking Audi, an A5. But they've got and they don't floss. I know they've got money. Man. But serious, man, these guys are proper, man, and they're Jewish.
200 properties is a lot, bro.
At least.
That's like generational, isn't it, man? So if you think of that, his parents started off getting properties. And then
But I'm saying, yeah, he's a millionaire, but he doesn't floss like a millionaire. Do you know what I'm saying? Because he's got a business. To them, it's a business. So you can imagine a lot of these properties that they own are mortgaged, and the monthly rents from these properties pay the mortgage, and they just manage it. That's all they do. They manage it.
Yeah, I do fucking, or I've done maintenance for a Muslim couple that's got quite a lot of properties as well in fucking London. They got like about 6 in the same block. Get me, like, and it's like, you know, it's not like a it's not like a tower block sort of thing. It's one of those expensive apartments sort of thing. You know what I'm saying?
One second, man. Mate, I've got to take a piss, man. 1 second.
You know what I'm saying, man? You know how we do around there. It's G Bleezy. Yeah. Hey, oh yeah. Let me ask Hopsky when he gets back about what happened to his brethren, man. Why is he so upset? You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Why is he so upset, man? Man said roast potato got infested. The blonde Bart Simpson. It was vexed, man. Hey, obviously he left the room, innit? So you can't hear this. I'm trying to take the piss. He's taking the piss, eh? Hey, what going on, Tash? I didn't know you was on the panel still. Everyone ducked off. You taking my advice to stay away from crime, yeah? I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening to me, Tash. You stay away from crime, alright, love?
Hostel? I don't live in a hostel. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? I live in the fuck. I live in the studio flat, man. You know.
Oh man.
It's not a bed sit.
Yeah.
Studio flat, man. What are you talking about? It's all right.
What's man talking about? Hey, cuz. Hey, Hopsky.
Yeah.
What for real, man? Why is he so angry, man? Why is he so upset lately, man?
No.
He's looking like a blonde Bart Simpson.
No, man.
He's like an adult version of Bart with blonde hair, and he's just angry.
Mate, I honestly don't know. I mean,
And you're gonna start doing live shows again or not?
I
Was
have
he moved to
no
Bulgaria
idea.
for good, or?
I have no idea. The guy does whatever it is he wants to do. I have no idea why. Mate, I know just as much as you. Yeah. I know just as much as you. So, you know, rough with the smooth. I mean, so it's like a bio.
That's what I'm saying. That's what. Listen, yeah. You see, in this YouTube game, yeah. That's why man stayed away from doing shows about so and so's name. This one's name, blah blah blah. That one's name, rah rah rah. This one's name, blah 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 blah. So and so, so and so, so and so. Because it seems like it ends up in a bit of a burnout thing where, yeah, it just seems like there's just bare stress cuts, man. I ain't really looking. I'm looking to hear about stuff that I don't actually even know about. Like, so I'm trying to hear about gaining a little bit of knowledge at least while man's.
Well, I think I think what's happening with Rule's channel now. I mean, there's I think there's a shift in target audience, whereas it's sort of going to come back. We've got the PS5 coming out, and I think the plan is to take it down like a gaming route with Twitch and, you know, the new PS5 and gaming and stuff like that, which is okay. I mean, I've got no problem with that. I'm a big gamer myself. Yeah. So
games, man.
Yeah, I've listened, man. I was banging out the PS1 and the N64 on GoldenEye. And I challenge anyone.
Damn. I don't even give a shit about computer games, fam, because I'm shit at computer games, cuz. You get me? I'll tell you what, though, yeah? You can't beat my representative, though, yeah? My representative for games, yeah? AKA Street Fighter, is Ultra Funky or James Jones. You get me? You can't fuck with the block, yeah, on anything, yeah? We got all angles covered. You get me? I don't even play games, yeah? And I got top strikers on the games as well. It's mad. Yeah. Oh, see. Fuck, man, what's going on, man? We got 106 people watching, yeah? You guys just chilling in the chat. Jump on, man.
Oh, James, man, come on, man. You're still on that one, man. That's dead food, man. Come on, James, man. You need to come better than that, bro. Come on, man. Man can't make a joke. I mean, fuck me. If I was Jimmy Carr or fucking Mr. Boyle, I mean, what? Oh, come on, James, man. You still on that one? You still chewing on that? Still flogging that deadles, bro?
On the road, yeah.
Damn.
On the roadside. Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying, man. You peak on the roadside when you fucking. How much battery have I got left? 22%, fam. It's that, bro. I mean, I left the yard, it was 100%, fam. The battery went down to dead. And now I've had to just charge it on the in-car charger. Actually got the ignition on charging the phone.
Yes, I think Real told me the issue being with it's apparently there was a strike on his channel and he can't live stream until September. So when September comes, there's going to be I think he's trying to do a gaming. Because I know he was big into GTA and stuff like that, and he had followers on Facebook. And so I don't know too much about it. So we'll see what happens when it comes around. So yeah.
Gotta be careful when you're trying to have beef with Raj on YouTube, then, yeah.
Sorry.
You gotta be careful when you have beef with Raj on YouTube, man. Cause he'll fuck your shit up, man.
Pudina.
Pudida, Kanja. That's his one, innit? Plunger, Pudida. Run, run. He will start coming with them ones as well now. Yeah, right. Raj is probably on Rashes right now still. You know how much Raj has been missing Raspet.
Yeah, there was I don't know if you subscribe to Wendy's channel, but I see I'm not Raspet's Instagram. There was some Black Panther shit and stuff on his Instagram, like a call to arms, so to speak. So that's cool. So, but I'm trying to. I'm really sort of trying to distance myself now from this whole speakers corner, all of this stuff. I'm just, you know, so I only jump on here because, you know, there's people talking and it's great to jump in and have a chat and so what. But yeah.
Yeah, man. Like I say, man, true stories. Yeah, what man's trying to do. Obviously, we have a couple wild days where people get into it a little bit. Yeah, but really and truly, the main thing, what it's really about, is the opposite sides of a conversation, and then trying to see if we can get to the facts of the truth, or whoever's got the strongest argument or whatnot, man.
Yeah, I don't think I think I've been accused of probably I don't know. I'm apparently I'm a nonce. I'm a racist. I'm far right. I'm probably a misogynist. I don't know. I think I've just been about called every derogatory fucking insult you could come up and call someone with. It's amazing. It really is. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Respect more or less accused me of being a racist. And the thing is, he hides his streams. He'll do his stream and he'll hide it. You can't see it. It's gone. But yeah, man. Far right, racist, paedophile. You're a cunt, Hopsky. Own it. Look at that. That's great. Fuck you, you Welsh fucking cunt. Oh, fuck a sheep, bastard. Still love you, though. Sorry.
Yeah, man. Mad out here still, man. So, yo, anyone gonna jump on?
Listen, I'm going to back out. I'm going to back out because, yeah, man. I've got fucking Bill is on my back.
Oh, say no, man.
Bill is on my back big time, so I've got to get up for working on. But yeah.
All right, bro.
Good chat, man. Good chat, buddy, man. Take it easy, man.
Take it, mate.
Peace.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, peace. Hey, yo. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man, I want to go and have my dinner in that, man. I'm hungry. Trust me. I'm going to work all day. My belly's upset right now. You like peanut. You like roti. What you know about roti? You better put the lamb on the roti. What you know about roti? Tell them about roti. Lid. Oh, man. There it is. Yeah, man. I'm advising people to make packed lunch, man. If
if you got a job here, take packed lunch to work. You get me? You get me? Get me? Bad man, eat packed lunch. So, yeah, they used to just want to chill in the chat and just listen to man waffle on some bullshit, cuz. You get me? You get me? So what go on, Tash? Why you still on mute, man? What happened to you, man? What happened to you? Alan's left. Fuck. Give a little bit of time, man. Give a little bit of time, yo. I might just look it up slow, man. Shit to do, cuz. Trying to live my life out here, you get me? I'm trying to catch up on that fucking on that fucking Jelaine Maxwell case and all them things there, you know me? Man like Sean Atwood's got 40,000 people watching his channel right motherfucking now, are you dumb? 40,000 people. Shut up. Man. His channel's doing numbers, man. Biggity business. Hey, one second. Let me connect my fucking headphones. One second. Yo. So, yeah, some blue gelato in the place. You get me, cuz? Yeah, man. Yeah, big up man like K in the building, man. Big up yourself, cuz. Big up. Time for my pucker pie and peas and mash, yeah? And shut up, man. I'm hungry, fam. I ain't having pie and mash talk. Yeah, man. I ain't had pie and mash since primary school. You got the pie and mash message. You got me. Yeah, what's good, man? What are we, man? Just coming off of work and them things, there, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna try and see if a couple of people are gonna try to hold up the hold down the block. You get me? I know this is a Gandalf, man. Gandalf the Gassed. Magic Shirk as well, cuz you can't be a magician and be a Muslim, fam. You need to allow it. Man. 2 6, yeah. Yo, popping, man. Yeah, man. I'm just stuck in a lift or something. Someone you don't know. Tash is just on mute. I'm just rambling bullshit, cuz. So mad to me. So I'm out of it. Yo. Oh, man. I don't feel you did, man. Yeah, I need it. Oh, you joker. So what going on, man? We got the people them in the place, man. Alright. I fucking yeah, man. I think like we got that still. Yeah, that. Yeah, man. Got shit to do, man. Trying to keep it moving. Yeah. Let's see this in there. Using the background. Jeez. Things bad out here still. Yo. It's in a song, you know. It's no black songs, man. Yo. Know my song, man. Come on, we full of go up on the Gaza. Yeah. Kill them all that done. That's my tune, man. You know when I hear my tune, man. Duppy season, you get me? Bad. Michael Jackson beat it. Man. Michael Jackson tunes, man. Another thing I like, Mike. Yo. Yeah, cuz. Mate. Oh, mate. Did I see Rap Boy video doing the rounds yet? Nah, man, I ain't seen it yet. Still. I ain't seen it yet. Still, man. Mission Rap Boys wilding out. Like, if you can't be a Quranist and diss Muhammad, that don't make sense. Imagine my minimal knowledge of Islam, and even I know that. Yo. Oh. Yeah, man. Wash my hands and then thing there. You get me? I swear, I'm not even sure that the Bluetooth is on the thing, man. Hold on a sec, yeah. Let me. Yo, yeah. Do you know what? Yeah, I don't know if it's on the fucking Bluetooth, yeah, or if it's on the blood clot loudspeaker, man. I'm not even sure still, man. But you have to chill out there for a little sec still. I have to wash my hands. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I need to hold a fresh and all them things there. You get me? Like, I just got home for work and all shit. Like, usually the man them are badding up the panel and all that. You get me? I'm able to quickly slide in or in a quick shower and yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta put the work in yourself, B. Isn't it? So let me just see what I've got. We only got a little bit of time left, innit? Like, I can lock it off now still, but we'll see if anyone jumps on or what's going on. Is there anything else worth watching? Let me know, man. Is there like another stream on that we should fucking quickly log on to? Log out. And step punch it, man. Log out. You know what I mean? You know what, yeah? Alright, say that, man. I was begging in it. Let's go, man. Say that, man. Peace to everyone. Big up for taking part in the stream today. We link up tomorrow. Yeah, we see you tomorrow. Have a good question of the day tomorrow. back in the building a bit later, yeah, say nothing. Right.